itself, which distinctly appealed to Shabtai Tzvi. She proved to be his most devoted supporter, and we'll meet her in a moment. He also, at one point, actually married a Torah scroll. That is exactly what I mean by what I said. He actually performed or had performed a marriage ceremony between himself as the groom and an inanimate object, the Torah scroll, however holy, as the bride. But you get a sense of just how wild this ranked. Later on, there were credible rumors, although certainly inflated because of their salacious nature, of a widespread activity, especially in followers, of what was called Avera Lishma, which means sinning for the right reasons. Very complex doctrine in Kabbalah. If you think back to some of the kind of bizarre stories in the Bible, like Tamar dressing herself as a prostitute to have relations with her father-in-law in the book of Genesis, a chapter, I think it's 37, that's usually skipped over in kids' classes and things like that. And this idea that even for, or on a lesser level, Rebecca, deceiving her husband Isaac in order to make sure that Jacob gets the blessing rather than his brother Esau. So difficult discussion theologically, but his followers definitely picked up on this idea of Avera Lishma and used it principally to nullify many commandments in the Torah, including the consumption of non-kosher food, the violation of the Sabbath, and the violation of marital vows as well, which was perhaps one of the more popular elements of Sabbateanism. It was certainly one of the elements that gained wider circulation when people talked about Sabbateanism, saying, do you know what they do? Things like that. So that was definitely part of the story surrounding him. He was open to change in a very big way, not only in terms of his own Sabbatean message, but as I mentioned, when he would take over synagogues, he would demand that rather than reading from that Sefer Torah, which was, okay for him to be married to, but not okay to be read from publicly, and he would demand that people use the newfangled printed Chumash, the printed Sefer Torah, rather than the old-style scroll. Now, as he's moving on his career, his mania increases. Those periods of euphoria become larger and larger and more longer lasting. And egged on by people like Nathan of Gaza and his increasingly enthusiastic followers, he decides that it's now time for him to reveal himself to the Ottoman Sultan, to demand that the land of Israel be turned over to him as the Jewish Messiah, and then he will initiate the Messianic age. So this interesting sort of comic book version, like the issue of the broadsheet that we saw a while ago about the host desecration of Passover, sort of tells the story of Shabtai Tzvi. We'll just zoom in on a couple of elements of it. So Shabtai Tzvi goes with Nathan of Gaza, sails off to Constantinople to meet with the Ottoman Sultan and to say, okay, I'm here, give me the city of Jerusalem and the land of Israel so that I can begin my Messianic period, Messianic age. I think that's Nathan of Gaza in the front there, blowing the trumpet, here comes the Messiah, that kind of thing. He meets with the representative of the Sultan. This picture here shows him actually meeting with the Sultan. That actually didn't take place. The Sultan didn't want to give him the time of day. He sent an emissary to him, but he lays out his case, and the Sultan says to him, that's so nice to meet you, Mr. Messiah. Do you mind if I call you Shabsi? Is that okay? I have a counteroffer. I'm not prepared to give you the land of Israel. Sorry, I kind of like it. But I will allow you to remain alive if you agree to accept Islam. That is, you may, leave my presence and authority unscathed as long as you become a Muslim. And to the great dismay of his followers, Shabtai Tzvi accepts the offer. And he converts to Islam. And his thousands of followers, there's a lot of debate over exactly how large his following was, but it was certainly very significant from all across Europe. They are crestfallen because he has abandoned Judaism. And the whole reason they were following is because they felt he was the culmination of Judaism. Here is him being taken away by soldiers to be redressed in Ottoman turbans and so on. Here is his wife Sarah, who joins him in his Islamic conversion, his apostasy. I find Sarah especially interesting. Actually, there's a great book written by Rabbi Rothschild that discusses women and Sabbateanism in a much more way. But I note that she was really a trendsetter. Look at that hairstyle. Doesn't it look a lot like Queen Amidala of Star Wars? I definitely think so. There's certainly a connection there between Sarah, Mrs. Tzvi, as it were, and Queen Amidala. Okay, but sorry about that. So, what ends up happening? The movement falls apart. The vast majority of his followers all kind of like limp back home. Many of them have already sold their belongings, their properties, that fraction of their value, and they have to start all over again. But there is a small minority of his followers who double down. And this is an interesting phenomenon where sometimes when people are, I read about it a little bit in the context of some bizarre American political beliefs, for example, that sometimes when people believe passionately in something, and then they're shown clear evidence that it is not as they saw it, rather than acceding to logic and saying, wow, I was wrong, I now have to sort of regroup, some people will actually redouble their efforts to believe, and they'll create a new kind of false mentality to affirm their earlier erroneous choice. In the case of some of the followers of Shabtai Tzvi, they actually said to themselves, okay, wait a second. Shabtai Tzvi is definitely the Messiah. We have already accepted that. That's non-negotiable. So maybe his conversion to Islam means that Jews must all convert to Islam in order to kind of like bring together these two Semitic faiths. Yeah, that's it. And so many of his followers elected to convert to Islam along with him, and they constituted a coherent community that lasted well into the 20th century called the Dunne. This is one of their mosques in Thessaloniki in Greece. They actually have a strong presence in Turkey and Syria and elsewhere, and there's a noted presence of them in 20th century Turkish politics, for example. Quite fascinating. There are also reverberations of neo-Sabbateanism throughout Europe. By the way, what I should mention, the end of Shabtai Tzvi's personal story is that after his initial conversion to Islam, he still had to deal with his mental issues, unfortunately, and they continued to plague him. It turns out that he went back and forth with even his conversion and with a lot of the things he had said. He proved to be a bit of a thorn in the side of the Ottoman authorities, who found him a nuisance. Like, for example, he was constantly giving out post-Messianic authorities. He was naming people, okay, you can be king of Africa, and you can be the vizier of Europe, and things like that. And it was creating a certain amount of disruption among his followers and among Jews in general. So ultimately, he was imprisoned. And in prison, among the last things he did was he requested a Yom Kippur Machzor for his own purposes, so that he could pray the great prayers of atonement and penance while he was in prison. So I think in many ways he can be regarded as a tragic figure. But I leave that to you if you like to read the book of Baruch Shalom and many others. But neo-Sabbateanism persisted for centuries, not just with the Dunne who actually converted to Christianity. There were actual followers of Shabtai Tzvi who were still embedded in Jewish communities, who practiced their understanding of Judaism secretly, typically, because they realized how they would be excoriated by the larger communities. And many prominent rabbis were falsely, sometimes perhaps not so falsely, accused of harboring Sabbatean beliefs. Perhaps one of the most notorious was the attack on Rabbi Yonasan Eibeshutz of Altona, who was one of the most highly regarded rabbis of Europe, and he fell under withering criticism from Rabbi Yaakov Emden, who accused Rabbi Eibeshutz of invoking Sabbatean teachings in his own Kabbalistic studies, in particular in the production of amulets, which is kind of like an industry that Ashkenazi Jews engage in, Sephardi Jews as well. It's really a universal thing, the production of small amulets that are prayers for health, healing, and for sustenance, livelihood, marriage, all kinds of things like that, which is a long-standing tradition in Judaism, the Talmudic era, and further before that. But Rabbi Yaakov Emden studied some of the amulets produced by Rabbi Yonasan Eibeshutz and said he's definitely a Sabbatean. And so people lined up on either side who was their favorite rabbi that they would defend, and it was like a rather major controversy in the 18th century. Similarly, the case of a great, well-known figure, the fantastic Ramchal, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, also an 18th century thinker. He's perhaps most well known as the author of Masilat Yesharim, a phenomenal ethical treatise that continues to be studied today. I myself have gone through it many, many times. I think I've gone through it 27 times now, primarily because I heard once that the great Vilna Gaon studied it 101 times, and I'm hoping that if I go through it that many times, maybe I will, turn out to have real worthwhile ethical behavior. At any rate, the Masilat Yesharim was written by a man who was principally known perhaps for this ethical work, but he was at heart really a Kabbalist, and he wrote some tremendous Kabbalistic works, but he was accused of infusing his Kabbalah with the teachings of Shabtai Tzvi. He was hounded out of his native land in northern Italy, and he sought refuge in Amsterdam. And on the way to Amsterdam with his family, he was actually put under house arrest in Frankfurt by critics who suggested that he was a late follower of Shabtai Tzvi. This is like, a good 80 years after Shabtai Tzvi has already passed away, and the Masilat Yesharim himself is held under house arrest. All of his writings were confiscated by the local Jewish court and then buried and lost. So a tremendous amount of his work we no longer have extant. It is moldering somewhere under a cellar floor in the city of Frankfurt am Main. But nevertheless, he was able to exonerate himself from all charges, as Rabbi Yonasan Eibeshutz was as well. He went on to Amsterdam, later to Israel, where he passed away near Akko. But at any rate, the reverberations of the Sabbatean debacle continued throughout Europe for a couple hundred years. And perhaps the last expression of this, or the last really meaningful, organized expression of this, occurred in Poland under the leadership of someone who claimed personally to be the reincarnation of Shabtai Tzvi, one Jacob Frank, shown here. And I don't think I want to overbalance this lecture by going into too much detail with Jacob Frank, but the ironic parallel with Shabtai Tzvi is that while Frank also proclaimed himself the Messiah, unlike Shabtai Tzvi, he did not appear to have the same level of possible mental illness. He seemed to be more of the charlatan type, I think, when casual outside reading would reveal that. And ultimately, when he came under fire from the Jewish community that wished to place bans on him, ultimately they did put him in cherem. They did place a ban on him, which would mean that Jews would be forbidden to associate with him in any way, to do business with him, even to stand within 6 feet of him. He sought refuge in the home of a bishop in Poland. And one of the great criticisms leveled against him was that he was not following the dictates of the Talmud, something we discussed in the lecture a little while ago. This was something that the bishop warmed to and actually used the Frank situation as a foil to attack the Talmud as something which would otherwise be, he argued that it's a very noxious impact on the Jewish population of Poland, preventing them from converting to Christianity and so on. Jacob Frank obliged and actually converted to Catholicism. That's kind of like the interesting parallel to Shabtai Tzvi, who converted to Islam. Jacob Frank converted to Catholicism, largely for opportunistic reasons in connection with this particular bishop who sheltered him, and in so doing resulted in the confiscation and destruction of some 10,000 Talmudic volumes, a huge loss to the Jewish intellectual heritage in Poland at that time. He later went on, now as a nominal Catholic, but still, presenting his vision of himself as a Messiah, traveled throughout Europe. His daughter Eva, shown here, took off after him, following in much the same vein. Also, both of them involved with similar activities, incredibly accused of engaging in antinomian behavior. The sexual aspect of their practices was definitely widely known and the subject of many salacious rumors. And ultimately, the entire movement ended in defeat. Eva Frank herself died penniless, but nevertheless, you see the same kind of readiness for the Messiah that characterized a certain number of the Jewish followers of both Shabtai Tzvi and of Jacob Frank. That kind of like sums up this huge intellectual, spiritual whirlwind that had tremendous impact in the case of Shabtai Tzvi over most of Europe, in the case of Jacob Frank, particularly in Eastern Europe. But that's where I think I'd like to leave it for today. Let me thank you all for listening to this brief overview. Have an excellent day. We're going to look at the 18th century in particular, and we're going to focus on the three major intellectual movements that affected the Jews of Ashkenaz during that time. Specifically, we're going to look at the rise of Hasidism, the opposition of the Mitnagdim, and then the innovations of the Maskilim. These are three really important intellectual movements that had massive consequences for the next couple of centuries, right up until where we are today. They still continue to be felt, and the debates that raged in the 1700s and the 1800s are still very much a part and parcel of what it means to be a thinking Jew today. One has to orient oneself within those three movements and triangulate, so to speak, a place for intellectual productivity and self-satisfaction. The word I'm looking for here is sipuk nefesh, the satisfaction of the soul, trying to figure out exactly how one must relate to one's God, one's community, one's family, one's self, all within these three basic modern Jewish movements. So let's go straight to the material. We had lots of long introductions in the previous lectures, so let's have a shorter one today. Here's a great photograph from a recent popular series on cable or whatever streaming services, Shtisel, and it shows a couple of characters, a father and a son, having a breakfast together. And I kind of like this picture for reasons that I'll demonstrate in a moment. But we're going to be looking at essentially the long 18th century. Obviously, how long is a century? A century is 100 years. But Eric Hobsbawm, very important historian, pioneered the use of the term long 19th century, which goes from basically the French Revolution in 1789 to the beginning of World War I, 1914. So that's kind of somewhat longer than 100 years. And then he also pioneered the short 20th century, which goes from the beginning of or the end of World War I, 1918, to the fall of communism in 1991, so it's much shorter than a century. I would like to suggest that in terms of Ashkenazi history and Jewish history at large, we're still in the 18th century in so many ways. This is a very, very long 18th century. And here are the three figures that are crucial for our understanding and their relationship to larger movements. First, we have the Alter Rebbe, Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi. He is associated with the foundation of the Chabad Hasidic movement. I would include a picture here, perhaps more appropriately, of the Baal Shem Tov, Israel Ben Eliezer, who we'll talk about a little bit today, God willing. But we don't have any reliable pictures of him, and this is an iconic image that one sees in Chabad houses all over the world. And Rabbi Shneur Zalman, although he is really a third generation, he was extremely influential in advancing a Hasidic vision through the rest of the world, as Chabad is today, in fact. And so he's appropriate for our 18th century focus. So he represents, obviously, the Hasidic mindset, the Hasidic movement, which we will explore over the course of the next hour or so. Then there is, of course, the great Rabbi Elijah of Vilna, the Vilna Gaon, who represents really the counterpoint to that position. He is the acknowledged head of the movement known as the Mitnagdim, or the Misnagdim, as it would be pronounced in Ashkenazi pronunciation. Literally, that term means opponents, and they opposed the Hasidic movement, and so ironically, they derived their name from their the way in which they oriented themselves to this innovative movement known as Hasidism. In reality, they could have called themselves, let's say, the traditionalists, because the Misnagdim represented the sort of follow-through of the earlier Talmudic tradition, which obviously predates Chabad by centuries, if not millennia, depending on how you want to define the traditional text-based Talmudic culture. But nevertheless, the term Misnagdim stuck, and so they're a very important element in our discussion of the three major intellectual movements of the era. And finally, we have the Haskalah, which is certainly well typified by Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn, also known as Moses of Dessau. He was the first really significant Jew to articulate a new way of identifying with modernity that did not view the outside world as necessarily toxic and dangerous, but rather one in which Jews were expected to engage, one in which Jews could fully connect with while respecting the boundaries of their own ideologies and beliefs, and yet they could contribute to and be affected by the outside world. These three ideologies came into very significant conflict over the course of the 18th and into the 19th centuries. And of course, these three movements have a legacy, an intellectual legacy, which continues to affect us to this day. While we're on this picture, I can't leave without pointing out that the actors in this series called Shtisel, which is a very enjoyable series, they of course do not necessarily look the way they appear. Here's Shulam Shtisel, the character, played by Dov Glickman, rather brilliantly, but rather different physical appearance. And here is his son, Akiva Shtisel, played by Michael Aloni. I especially like including this picture of Michael Aloni because it often happens when I'm walking down the streets in Jewish neighborhoods. People walk up to me and say, hey, don't I know you? Aren't you that guy, Michael Aloni? Ha, just kidding. That really doesn't happen to me. Occasionally, though, when I'm in Manhattan, I'm often mistaken for other people like Will Smith and famous actors. No, I'll probably cut this part out of the internet. But let's go straight into the next part of the lecture. It's hard to have these lectures start so early in the morning. It's 8 a.m. here, and I can't see any of you in this webinar, so I'm just talking to my own face, and I'm tempted to cheer myself up with stupid jokes. Okay, so what I'd like to say about the three movements is I'd like to phrase them in terms of rebellions, because even the traditionalists, even the Misnagdim, who lay claim to be like following through on an older tradition, they also have rebellious elements because they are forced by the birth of the Hasidic movement to redefine themselves in opposition to something new. So that requires a certain amount of repositioning, as we shall see. So all three of these movements represent significant intellectual rebellions, upheavals. Let me explain what I mean. First, let's start with the rebellion of discovery, which is chronologically the earliest of these three rebellions, and that refers as a term I've used for the Hasidim. Here's a wonderful picture of Jews dancing at Tzfat, Hasidic Jews, you can see. Now, there are some Misnagim scattered in here as well, by the way, maybe a few Sfardim. They are rebels of discovery in the sense that they're certainly traditionalists, as we shall see shortly, in terms of their orientation to the basic theological and practical tenets of Judaism, theory and practice, but they claim to be energized by something new, something innovative, something which has been discovered in the tradition, which it has ancient origins, but has recently come to flourish and find new expression in the 18th century. They perceive that innovation as a restoration or as a coming closer to perceived core, something that has always been within Judaism, but has been, much more constrained and focused and restricted to individuals. And now, with this new movement of Hasidism, it is suddenly made more available, like the overflowing of a well and spreading out of its waters to many other people. That's really what's going on. What is this innovation? What is this new thing? Well, essentially deeply rooted in Kabbalah. As we discussed yesterday, the Tzfat explosion of intellectual, spiritual, religious creativity in the 16th century had strong reverberations through the thought of the Arizal, one of the great Kabbalists of that city and that era, and found expression later in the Hasidic movement in particular. So Kabbalah gives which it obviously has ancient origins, although there's some dispute over specific texts and when they were written, but the whole idea of an esoteric, mystical approach to the Godhead through Judaism certainly goes all the way back to the biblical origins. Even Abraham has these, prophetic visions, Ezekiel and so on. So the idea of like bringing more of that Kabbalah, more of that tradition into standard day-to-day Judaism was something that Hasidism was especially noted for. So it is a rebellion of discovery, meaning, hey, we have this amazing intellectual, spiritual resource here. Why aren't we making more use of it? That's really what Hasidism is in terms of its rebellion. Then, to contrast that, we have the rebellion of tradition, which is associated with the great Talmudic schools in Lithuania in particular. The rebels of tradition look at this innovation, they look at the Kabbalah coming into daily practice and say, wait a second, that's not right. Kabbalah is meant to be only for the holiest of holy. They're not saying that the Kabbalah is somehow incorrect or not representative of Judaism. They're saying that it should be more restrictive, that the Hasidim have stepped over their acceptable boundaries by offering this body of ideas to a much larger population of people who are not ready and who are not, spiritually refined enough to receive it. They perceive that innovation of bringing those restricted ideas and practices to the masses as fundamentally antinomian, meaning against the law, things that should not happen because they could have disastrous impact. And just to give you a sense of how this can really be couched in terms of a rebellion rather than a mere opposition, one of their great heroes is the famous Chassam Sofer, Rabbi Moshe Schreiber, very important thinker of the era, in which in his clash with not so much the Hasidim, much more the Haskalah, he laid down a very basic principle, which I want to explain. It'll take me a little bit of a second. Let's just go back for a second to the biblical practice of not eating wheat during a certain time of year in the summer. There's a particular crop of wheat during the summer harvest that's called chadash. In Hebrew, that means new. And that new wheat may not be eaten during a certain period of several weeks during the summer. It's just one of those biblical laws. And so, as the Talmud puts it, chadash asur min Torah, or as you would say in Ashkenazis, chadash asur min Torah. The new wheat is forbidden by the Torah. So Rabbi Schreiber, the Chassam Sofer, used that passage from the Talmud to describe anything new as being forbidden by the Torah. Simply saying, Chadash Asur Min Torah. Anything new is forbidden by the Torah. You can't innovate with this new introduction of Kabbalistic ideas, but in particular, you maskilim who want to bring an organ into the synagogue, want to move the Sabbath to Sunday, want to revise the laws of keeping kosher, no way, Chadash Asur Min Torah. Anything new is ipso facto forbidden by the Torah. So that's kind of like a pretty strong statement. And I don't think the Chassam Sofer meant it literally and universally, but it was definitely a way to kind of coalesce thinking around an approach to these new ideas. So it is a rebellion, but it is a rebellion for tradition. And then finally, the last group, the maskilim, the so-called enlighteners, so we'll have much more time to discuss in the Q&A, hopefully. The enlighteners, the maskilim, are, I like to term them as rebels of expansion, meaning they say, here we are in the 18th century, and we sort of have a particular way of life and a way of relating to non-Ashkenazim, specifically the non-Jewish world around us, but also to, non-Ashkenazic Jews, which there will be a significant new influx after the Spanish expulsion of 1492. And they say we should rather be expanding our horizons into other areas of political, social, especially cultural and intellectual endeavors that we've never really engaged in before. This background image is a beautiful medieval representation of a Jew and a Muslim playing chess together. Chess was seen for much of the second millennium of the Common Era as kind of like a leveling factor, that regardless of one's ideological background, one could engage in a game of chess without necessarily sacrificing one's personal beliefs and practices. So it was seen as kind of like a safe meeting place for ideologically divergent players like Jews and Muslims, Jews and Christians, Christians and Muslims, and so on. So this rebellion of expansion sees innovations in the tradition as corrections, as ways of addressing artificial phenomena that had developed over the centuries that may have been intrinsically harmful to the advance of Jewish civilization and thought. And their great hero is that we will see some of the 18th and 19th century figures who were involved, but they tend to look backwards to figures that they feel are well representative of their values, such as Moses Maimonides, who was one of those very unique figures who, of course, lived quite a bit earlier. We're talking about 8 centuries before the time we're talking, maybe 6 centuries. And Moses Maimonides, however, was one of those rare Sephardic geniuses who was adept both within the Jewish intellectual tradition and extremely creative, writing things like the Mishnah Torah, the Guide for the Perplexed, but at the same time, very, very active in the secular world. As a physician, he wrote many treatises in Arabic on various medical conditions and so on, and he's seen as kind of like a golden age individual and a prime figure for modern Jews to emulate. It is not inconsequential that many schools that sort of lean towards this maskilic approach name themselves after Maimonides, Rambam schools, because he's seen as one of these figures who's able to, join general and Jewish knowledge together in such an appealing way, while certainly not sacrificing his rigor in either area. So those are our three rebellions that will occupy us for the next, really the rest of this lecture and the next one as well. Now, let us not forget the background, which we have explored in somewhat greater detail before, but let's just touch on these things because very important to understand the context in which the 18th century develops. Certainly, one of the most important elements is the Spanish expulsion and later the Portuguese forced conversion of 1497, which also resulted in significant demographic change as Jews fled or were pushed out of the Iberian Peninsula to many different locations, including, as you see on the left of this map, a las Americas, right, to the South America in particular, also some to North America, and quite a bit going to free cities like Amsterdam and so on, where they had considerable more, leverage in terms of how they practiced their orientation to their traditional faith of Judaism, many of whom had already been converted forcibly or otherwise to Christianity. And they brought with them to these Ashkenazic lands an unusual intellectual flexibility as a result of their very divergent range of experiences with regards to faith. Let us look, for example, at the tragic case of Uriel da Costa, someone upon whom I meditate frequently, actually, and I've spoken about him in a few different lectures. He is shown here in this fanciful image as the dark, brooding man who has the young boy on his lap, who's supposed to be a figure, a representation of the earlier Baruch Spinoza. In many ways, they are quite complementary to each other. Uriel da Costa, very briefly, was a Portuguese man, Portuguese Jewish man. He was raised without being told his Jewish origins, and he actually pursued a career. He's very a brilliant student. He pursued a career and received ecclesiastical honors at the University of Coimbra in Portugal. Then his mother revealed to him, Uriel, I got to tell you that maybe your name gave it away, but we're actually Jews. We've been crypto-Jews since the Spanish, the expulsion, the forced conversion of 1497, and even the Portuguese Inquisition that was started in the early 16th century. He was initially delighted. He said, wow, that's great. I'm so fascinated. By the way, crypto Jews typically did not tell their children when they were very young about their Jewish origins because there was a tremendous danger should they reveal it to other kids in the neighborhood. So they were typically only enlightened as to their true status when they were young adults. His mother and he managed to leave Portugal, and they ended up in Amsterdam, where Da Costa was thrilled to be part of a real Jewish community, and he was so excited. However, the weakness that he carried with him was that his perception of the Jewish people was entirely based on the documentation he was able to access in Portugal, which was basically the Bible. And so he's reading about great figures like Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and Joseph and King David and so on. And he's saying, wow, these Jews must be remarkable people. And when he gets to Amsterdam, he finds that, you know what, they're not quite as remarkable as he thought. You know, there are some that engage in, inappropriate business practices, and some that engage in intellectually dishonest activity, and he finds himself in a situation where he is a kind of a Baal Tshuva, right, a penitent, a newly religious person, but he finds that regular FFBs, religious from birth individual, that's a contemporary term, from birth, meaning religious from birth, they don't necessarily behave with the standards that he expected. He gets into a lot of conflict with local authorities. He actually writes some books which are critical of the Jewish tradition. His intellectual genius was coupled with, unfortunately, a mental instability, and he is excommunicated several times. He actually moves to another community, tries to settle in there. The same kind of thing happens. The end of the story is he went back to Amsterdam with kind of a resolution that, as he put it, I have to live in a community, so I agree to live as an ape among apes, meaning he will give up his personal view of what Judaism should be and what Jews should believe, and he'll live within this regular community because he simply can't live all alone. He was terribly attached to his mother, he wanted to be near her, and so on. In the final excommunication, the Beit Din of Amsterdam decided that if he were to be accepted back, he had to undergo a ritual humiliation. They said to him, Muriel, we've done this several times. You say you're sorry, and then right away you go back and do other terrible things. You'll have to view my video on this to understand a little bit more of the practical details. But specifically, they said, if you really want to come back, then this is what you've got to do. You've got to come to synagogue, got to confess in front of the entire congregation. You will endure a symbolic flogging. It was not a flogging like, to draw blood and things like that, God forbid, but it was nevertheless in the middle of the synagogue to be flogged, to see such a public, visible sign of public condemnation. And then he would have to lie down on the steps outside the synagogue and have the entire congregation walk over his prone form. Terrible humiliation. He goes through with it. Then he goes home, he sits down and he writes a 12-page suicide note called, which has been published later, called Exemplar Humanae Vitae, the example of a human life. And then he pulls out a gun and he kills himself. Very, very tragic story relating to the question of identity, layers of identity, his earlier Christian identity being added, underlying his newer Jewish identity, the disconnect between his imagined Jewish identity and the identity of the Jews of Amsterdam among whom he lived. Very tragic, and I think quite relevant to the modern day. Is actually dramatic versions have been staged multiple times. It was a very popular it was a very popular play in Europe. Anyway, he's a great example of the kind of intellectual yeast that was brought into Ashkenazic lands by the Portuguese expellees in particular because of their earlier Christian status. Recall that this is a process that took place over a century or two, and so there are people who have been Christian for generations who then finally make their way to Ashkenazic lands in order to join a Jewish community, and they've already been colored by a very, very different experience than traditional Ashkenazim have received. Of course, the figure on the left here of Baruch Spinoza, who is shown in this brilliant painting by Hirschenberg as being so different from the brooding, dark Acosta. He's in light clothing, blonde, and holding on to flowers as they both gaze at a book. Acosta with this penetrating 1,000-yard star, but with Spinoza with kind of this casual offhand glance. He, of course, essentially repeats much of the story of Acosta. Here is another work by Hirschenberg, who was just as fascinated by these individuals as I. Spinoza would also suffer an excommunication from the court in Amsterdam, one that seemed to pain him far less than that of Da Costa. You can see in this image where Hirschenberg portrays him as simply walking along the street, engrossed in his studies, whereas the traditionalist Jews of Amsterdam are cowering. One appears to be reaching for a stone to perhaps throw at him, and Hirschenberg is definitely sharpening his axe with this rather polemic image, but nevertheless, it points to the narrative that I want to describe here of intellectual ferment that's going on in Ashkenazic lands, particularly in Western Europe, that will eventually find its expression in, at the very least, the Haskalah, and really quite a bit more, as Spinoza, of course, has a much longer arc of influence on Western thought. So we also have, as we discussed yesterday, demographic upheavals with the horrible pogroms associated with the Khmelnytsky rebellions and large displacement of peoples into Europe, where again ideas are circulating, as many Eastern European Jews are encountering some of these Western European ideas. And then we are immediately following the Khmelnytsky rebellion with the whole Shabbatai Tzvi debacle, which we discussed also yesterday, and that's followed up by Neo-Sabbateanism. This is one of the amulets that we mentioned yesterday, in which Rabbi Yonasan Eibeshitz was accused of being a Neo-Sabbatean, and he even figures as phenomenal and as important as
average watch time 10 seconds.
Were accused of heretical views. So the going into the 18th century, we've got so many ideas taking around, lots of challenges to the status quo, and they will ultimately find expression in the three movements that I've described. Let's just look, before we move straight to the Hasidic movement, at the demographic distribution of Ashkenazic Jews and how that relates to the the three movements that we're talking about today. This is a great map that gives you a sense of the demographic shift that we described earlier this week of Jews from the Rhineland. There are still significant populations of Jews in Germany by the time you get to the middle of the 19th century, but all Jews have also been admitted, not formally, but basically the earlier expulsion was ignored. So you have Jews making their way into the United Kingdom, but the large mass of Ashkenazic Jewry is primarily in the Russian Empire at this point. And in terms of the three movements that we're going to be talking about, the first is the Hasidic movement, that is chronologically the earliest in terms of its development, is the Hasidic movement, which is largely centered in what we would call today right bank Ukraine and southern Poland. That's where you have the great centers of Medzhibizh and Berdichev and so many of the towns that are associated with great Hasidic masters are really located in the southern part of the great Eastern European. Then slightly to the north, and it's really like a Venn diagram. Hasidim and Misnagdim could live side by side in a given street in any Eastern European shtetl. Although when you move further north, you're more likely to have fewer and fewer Hasidim and more Misnagdim. The Vilna was widely regarded, Vilnius, as the capital of the Hasidic world, the capital of the Misnagdic world, primarily because it was the domicile of the great Vilna Gaon, Vilna, that we talked about earlier. But there were Hasidic movements active.
All this shit is so hilarious.
Chabad, for example.
All this for 138 years. You would think it would be like
overlapping with Hasidim. Finally,
kids,
you have the Misnagdic
this is how
movement,
difficult it fucking is in 2024 to get views.
Penetration into Eastern Europe, but is really
just
based in the northern German region.
As people say, it's
major centers of Haskalah in the early period, and these three movements will interact with each other over the course of the 18th and well into the 19th century, and many of their arguments continue to reverberate.
To what are we going to listen?
Well, what exactly is Hasidism? What do we mean
shit I listen
when we say Hasidism?
all the time.
I did point to the Kabbalah earlier, but in terms of like what's important in Judaism, how does Hasidism differ from the traditionalists? I will remind you that one of the elements of Judaism that distinguishes it from its daughter religion, Christianity, or its granddaughter's religion, Islam, less so Islam, is the notion that while Judaism has some key tenets, like, for example, the idea of monotheism, the idea of life after death, these are all classic elements of Jewish thought, the anticipation of the Messiah, but these basic ideas of belief, of intellectual commitment, can be summarized in a very small number. You can use their various counts depending on which of the medieval authorities you look at, but you can basically count the key things that Jews must believe easily on one set of hands. It's a small number of mandatory beliefs for Jews. On the other hand, we've got a huge number of practical requirements. Judaism is in many ways much more about practice than it is about belief. Like, what do you do with your day? Judaism, traditional Judaism, obviously, has a highly regulated set of rules codified in 613 commandments, which dictate, how you're supposed to live your life. So, if that is the more important measuring stick for what is Jewish, how does Hasidism stack up against Misnagdim? So, if we put this little chart together and we look at the practices or beliefs of both groups, let's say first, one of the key ideas is, do you believe that there are 613 commandments, meaning that the Torah comes from Sinai, from God, and that it defines these 613 commandments that the rabbis have articulated in the oral Torah through the Talmud in particular, the Code of Jewish Law? It's not going to say, well, absolutely, that's our bread and butter, that's what we do all day, is study those commandments, and see them also say yes. So, okay, right, that's a really clear distinction. This, by the way, to jump ahead to the 20th century, certainly I could say in the 19th century, this is a key distinction with modern movements, which are now called denominations of Judaism, that might not necessarily agree that there are 613 commandments. And even though among the Orthodox there may be some discussion of, well, this particular commandment, number 82, isn't really a commandment, it's just a rabbinic enactment, but you forgot one other that I included to make 613, that's perfectly par for the course for traditional Judaism. But in the 19th and 20th century, then there are people who would say, in the name of Judaism, that no, we think that there are only 10 commandments, or we think that there are even no commandments, that it's all, later creations. This is not characteristic of 18th century Hasidism or Misnagdism at all. Let's look at some of the key parts here, like the observance of Shabbat. By the way, the next three, this one and the next two, are really sort of like when a person wants to convert to Orthodox Judaism, these are, in my experience, limited experience with it, these are the three things that they really concentrate on. Because, learning and practicing Judaism in this traditional form is a lifelong endeavor. Study of the commandments itself is part of the whole package. So it's something that you really get better at as you get older. So if someone wants to convert to Judaism, they can't be expected to know and practice everything right away. They might have an attitudinal approach saying, I'm willing to practice everything, I just don't get it yet. So the three areas that rabbis typically concentrate on are observance of Shabbat, observance of Kashrut, and observance of the laws of family intimacy. So looking at Shabbat, right, which has this very complex set of rules of 39 forbidden behaviors that are essentially creative or manipulative in reality, like, wonderfully no cell phone use and, concentrating. I'm not going to go into it. So Shabbat, Misnagdim say, yes, absolutely. And Hasidim say, oh, Givaldic, we love Shabbos, it's great. So they're the same. What about keeping kosher? Oh, yeah. The Misnagdim, they love kosher chicken. They detest non-kosher chicken. Hasidim also, yes. Now, as we shall see, they will debate the particular details of what makes something kosher, but the concept of keeping kosher is sacrosanct for both groups. And finally, the laws of family intimacy, which we've discussed in a previous class, very basic to Judaism. The Misnagdim say, totally, we're down with this, and the Hasidim as well. They will argue over things like what's the appropriate way to construct a ritual bath, a mikvah, which is essential, of course, for the laws of family intimacy, but they all agree that it is basic to Judaism. So, wait a second now. If we want to say that the primary intellectual religious commitment of believing that there is a Torah that comes from God at Sinai is the same for both groups, and all of the key elements of practice are the same for both groups. So what's different about them? Why is Hasidism something new. In large part, it is a matter of style. All of the elements of Hasidism are familiar to the Misnagdim, but there's a question of what they emphasize. Certain aspects of this very rich millennial tradition receive far more attention and energy in the Hasidic movement than they do in the Misnagdic movement. And that change in emphasis is something that really makes this a distinct group. Very, very closely related to the prior, its origins in the Misnagdic movement, but nevertheless distinct. So one way to try to understand this is that Hasidism is kind of like Jewish, but even more so, right? Like Hasidim go beyond what is required. Of course, they're going to meet the minimum standards. They want to go to beyond standards, and we can see this in all kinds of ways of life. I am personally most familiar with Chabad, and I think they're a great example of this, right? The fact that there are young people who are willing to dedicate their entire lives to move to some remote part of the world where there are hardly any Jews and set up a Chabad house just to serve the tiny number of Jews that may be in the environs. And they dedicate their entire lives. That's a phenomenal level of commitment that you do not see in a similar way, in my humble opinion, experience with the Hasidic, with the Misnagdic world. But to give you one concrete example that we already looked at earlier today, the case of payas. So payas it literally means corners, and it refers to the corners of one's face. The biblical law, as understood through the traditional Talmudic tradition, is that one, based on a verse in the Bible, one may not use a razor to shave one's temples. Referring specifically to men, men may not shave their temples with a razor. So, as you notice, the hair on the side of my head, maybe I need a haircut, a trim, but nevertheless, they're certainly not long. It's more or less the same length as whatever hair is left on the rest of my head. And that's because I am a Litvak and just have the traditional approach, which says no razor. Okay, fine. But the Hasidim say, if we can't take a razor to that part of our head, we're not even going to take scissors to the part of our head. And we're going to let that part of our head just go wild and free. And that's going to be kind of like an outward statement of who we are about. We are Jewish, but even more so. Now, it's not to say that it's forbidden to trim one's payos with scissors, but in Hasidic practice, it's highly discouraged. The idea is, no, if you gotta live your life, what do they say today? You be you, and your you-ness is in the Hasidic tradition. And we see this with a lot of Kabbalistic-oriented movements, because there is a Kabbalistic element to the peyos and to the beard as well. And we see, for example, here, although these are actually fake peyos, that they're applied, as we saw earlier in today's lecture, by a makeup artist, nevertheless, it's a very distinct external feature that is readily recognizable. So it's not like this is foreign to the Misnagdim. They'll certainly understand it, but nevertheless, it indicates kind of like a larger approach and style to everything Jewish. That's what the Hasidim want to emulate in their approach. It's ironic as well to note that, there's life imitates art, imitates life. The Misnagdim in Lithuanian yeshivas, seeing what the Hasidim are doing, sometimes sort of say, well, that's a nice idea, Taka, I like that. And so you will see a lot of young men in traditional Lithuanian yeshivot who are also growing their payas, maybe not as long and as curled as you would see with Hasidic groups, but they tend to touch them over their ear and things like that. So that kind of shows how there's an ebb and flow and a mutual influence of previously hostile groups, part of our 20th century. So let us look at how Hasidism has been understood by historians. and specifically looking at the question of how did this movement, which in many ways has some kind of extreme elements to it, like, the chaos look extreme, especially if you've never seen them before, how did they successfully capture the masses? So if we look at the great historians, the major historians who have looked at Hasidism, we've got to begin with Heinrich Gretz, a very important 19th century German historian, who has a traditionalist Lithuanian background, and then he kind of moved into the Haskalah, which will be the subject of our lecture after the break. And he tended to look down on the Hasidim. He tended to see them as being neo-Sabbateans, being heavily influenced by the Sabbatean ideas, and especially although he doesn't necessarily regard them as heretics, he regards them as being, credulous and poorly rooted in the intellectual tradition, buffeted by the horrible tragedies of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, and influenced by the leftovers of Shabtai Tzvi's movement. And he says, this is something we really have to extirpate, and it's not the kind of Judaism that represents really the great tradition, and hopefully there won't be too many Hasidim moving over here to Germany, where I'm writing in particular. So he had a decidedly negative approach to the Hasidim movement. Shimon Dubno, on the other hand, a great historian, also an encyclopedic historian, writing a multiple-volume history of Jews, said, what are you talking about? Obviously, you're too far divorced from the realities of Eastern European Jewish life. The Hasidim represent the true populist spirit of the Jews. That it's true that the Hasidim down in the southern regions of, right bank Ukraine, southern Poland, were largely divorced from the great Talmudic elite centers of the north. But you know what? They're good, enthusiastic Jews who are willing to devote themselves to the larger cause of Judaism, and if they find their religious solace in this much more popular movement that has, these charismatic leaders, what's it to you, Heinrich Gretz? And so he developed a much more sympathetic view of Hasidism as kind of like a natural outpouring of the zeitgeist, the spirit of the era, disseminating directly from the spirit of the people who really yearned for a personal connection to God. If they couldn't get it through arcane Talmudic texts, they would get it through the singing and dancing and friendships that were developed, characteristic of the Hasidic movement. This is especially noted in the work of Martin Buber, who is not strictly speaking a historian. He's a philosopher, but he was instrumental in working with the Hasidic stories themselves, the tales of the tzaddikim, the great leaders of the Hasidic movement, translating them into German and greatly popularizing them in the western part of the world. His treatment of Hasidism was not nearly as systematic as you would see with Heinrich Gretz or Shimon Dubno, but it was decidedly sympathetic and emphasized those philosophical elements of Hasidism which he felt were especially appropriate for the burgeoning 20th century, and wrote some very meaningful works based on those. Then you get to Gershom Scholem, who sees them much more as a new iteration of a Kabbalistic movement, really emphasizing the intellectual origins of Hasidism in Lurianic Kabbalah. But perhaps one of my favorite analyses is that of Ben Zion Dinor, a fascinating Israeli historian, who essentially looks to the Hasidic movement as an economic rebellion. There's a lot more to say about this than I have time for, but the basic gist of his argument is that, if you recall when we spoke about the Arenda in the Khmelnytsky lecture, there, basically noblemen owned entire towns in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And that also meant that they actually owned the right to name the chief rabbi of any particular location. It was not a right that they necessarily were, especially interested in until they started receiving bribes to name one candidate over another. And so what ends up happening in the 18th century is that you have these local rabbis who received their position largely through lobbying efforts with the nobility, the Polish nobility, rather than through, genuine pastoral work with their congregations. Why would someone want that? Well, there's a certain amount of what's in Hebrew called kavod, of prestige, honor associated with being the town rabbi. But there's also an economic incentive, because that way you would receive the benefit of the local taxes imposed on the Jews for various services. It's called the korobka, sometimes called a candle tax, a basket tax, tax on kosher meat, all these things. So in exchange for a steady income, which is a pretty easy income, you would sit back and just let people eat kosher meat, and you get the proceeds from it. They would essentially bribe the Polish nobility to get a position like this. And Hasidism, Dr. Diener argued, was essentially a counter-reaction to this corruption in the, air quotes, rabbinic elite. And they're saying, we don't want your stinking rabbis coming from the Polish nobility. We want the rabbis who actually care about us, who will actually, cry with us and console us, and will advise us and will inspire us. And so these Hasidic groups develop as kind of like a counterbalance to the dry and uninterested rabbinate that may owe some of its positions to really a corrupt, perversion of authority. I think it's a very fascinating line of argument. There's a lot to say for it. Finally, Ada Rappaport-Albert, a very innovative scholar of Hasidism, passed away just recently, a great loss to the scholarly community. She said, hey, that women were incredibly important in the Hasidic movement. We actually have a few examples of really exceptional women, like Hannah Russell Debermacher, the maiden of Ludmir, who was essentially functioning as a Hasidic Rebbe in many ways, having a tish and giving breakfast and things like that. But even besides the exceptional women who attain much more leadership, the fact that there could be a shakeup of the traditional approach to Judaism, in which Jewish women had a much more constrained role, just the fact that some of the rules were kind of like looked at with a more flexible mindset, meant that many women could assert new ways for them to be involved in the practice of Judaism. And she says some really fascinating things about this, and I strongly encourage you to have a look at her gender-based approach, which I think has tremendous merit. So all of these things taken together, they all have merit, of course, but they give us a sense of the complexity of how this Hasidic movement was able to race through these regions in right bank Ukraine and southern Poland with such rapidity and rapidly gain the trust of the masses. Okay, let's just talk a little bit about the origins of the movement, and then we'll take our break. We're going to pick up this lecture after the break, and then continue through the Haskalah as well. One of the most important contributions to the study of early Hasidism comes from my senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rossman at Bar-Ilan University, a really great historian who's done some pioneering work in a lot of areas. And one of the questions he asked was, almost everything we know about the founder of Hasidism, who lived in the first half of the 18th century, Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, the Baal Shem Tov, is based on teachings of his students, testimonies of his students published much later, and often without critical rigor, and there are contradictions in some of the accounts, and some of them are hard to place or believe. What do we really know about the Baal Shem Tov using the tools of modern historical analysis? Now, it happened that he started really asking these questions at the time when the Iron Curtain fell in the 1990s, and so he was one of the first scholars to get over there and start looking in the post-Soviet archives. And when he got there, he found, among other things, the Baal Shem Tov's tax forms. He actually found that there are direct references to the Baal Shem Tov, who apparently had a position of authority in this town of Medjugorje. Here you can see enlightened, highlighted the line from the tax records that refers to someone named Baal Shem, who is called a doctor, reverend elsewhere, which indicates that he actually lived with on a particular street, a particular address that was apparently provided by the community, and that he was a figure of significant authority, especially towards the end of his life. And so he was able to discuss in his classic work, The Historical Search for the Baal Shem Tov, to derive from Polish records a much more concrete image of who this founder of Hasidism was. And it's an amazing story. What I'd like to do when we come back from the break is begin with the precursors to the Baal Shem Tov, to place him in his social and intellectual context, and then we're going to get deep into the conflict with the Misnagdim and then the Haskalah. So I want to thank you all for your attention and endurance. Thank you very much for watching.
Trying to get him to sing On the Road Again. And that's what he woke up to. And he doesn't really know how he got there. And he's feeling around, he's checking his clothes, his ID is gone, his wallet is gone.
Let us pick up from where we left off.
He's wearing the same clothes.
Looking at the precursors to the Hasidic movement. What I'd like to do over the next hour is to move from the early Hasidic movement to their Misnagdic opponents and try to understand a certain element of the clash between these two groups. And then we're going to round it out with the third post in this triangle, which is, of course, the Haskalah, the Maskilim. So we left off discussing the historical role and the historicity of Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, known as the Baal Shem Tov, phenomenal research done by Professor Moshe Rossman. But in this context, to understand the Baal Shem Tov more appropriately, we really have to go to some of the precursors to think about how he emerged as a figure in the 18th century. One of the most significant figures in pre-Bechtian research, Besht being the acronym for Baal Shem Tov, is my colleague Dr. Yochanan Berchowski Stern, who is, of course, a great scholar at Northwestern University in Chicago. He's done some phenomenal work on many different areas of history. He won the National Jewish Book Award for his remarkable work, The Golden Age Ghetto, which I highly recommend. But some of his early work in Jewish history in Eastern Europe focused on the works of the pre-Bechtian scholars who are called the Baalei Shem. Let's just explore that term for a second. By the way, this is a rare archival photograph from my personal collection. I first met Dr. Berchowski Stern in Kiev way back in 1992 when he was working in the bowels of the Soviet archives. When he was working in the bowels of the Vernadsky Library with the remarkable collection of Pinkasim, which are communal record books going back to the period we're discussing today, in the 18th century, of individual towns scattered throughout right bank Ukraine. Absolutely fascinating work. But anyway, Dr. Stern wrote some remarkable things about one of these Baalei Shem. In particular, Hillel Baal Shem was his name. And as you see, the name Baal Shem reappears. As here's Hillel Baal Shem, and there's the Baal Shem Tov. Who were these people who were called the Baalei Shem in the plural? So basically, the word Shem means name, and Baal Shem means the master of the name. This is kind of a rabbinic euphemism for an amulet maker. That is, as we saw earlier, for example, the amulet I showed you from Rabbi Yonasan Eibeshitz. Amulets are a very old tradition in Judaism. There are Talmudic discussions of them. The Aramaic term is Kame'ah. And these are basically, small kind of like material culture exhibits of pragmatic, practical Judaism, where people would go to a rabbi, a wonder worker, a Kabbalist, and say, Rabbi, I'm having such a difficult time conceiving a child. I'm having such a difficult time getting my livelihood together. I'm having such a difficult time finding a mate, or I'm worried about my health, whatever human concerns there would be. And one of the kind of folk remedies, which again has legitimate intellectual roots in the tradition, but it is something which is rife for corruption and inappropriate activity, is the rabbi or the miracle worker would write a small scroll or on a slip of paper some kind of what would look like a magical incantation. And we have many examples of these. We have the Aramaic curse scrolls in Babylonia. We have small devices worn. In fact, probably the earliest actual text in the original writing of a biblical passage is one of these Kameot that was written in 7th century Israel, that was discovered at Ketaphinom, a very small little piece of the Birkat HaKohanim, the passage from the Bible, that was written on silver foil and rolled up and worn as a small amulet. So these amulet makers were not necessarily highly trained, not necessarily salubrious individuals. Sometimes there's a market for this, and so sometimes charlatans would get involved and would take people's money without producing anything that would have true religious merit, other than perhaps as a placebo. It's beyond the scope of this short class to talk about the metaphysical import of these documents and to what degree they are efficacious, but essentially there is an industry that persists to this day of producing amulets for people who have specific needs. And there are lots of these in right bank Ukraine, southern Poland, primarily because of the lower level of education of the population there. As I mentioned in the last lecture, the centers of Talmud learning were primarily to the north. And I'm not sure of this, but I have a hunch that the market for Kameot is inversely related to a degree of Jewish education in a given place. I could be wrong about that. At any rate, a lot of these Baalei Shem were not necessarily reputable. And that's why Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, who was also noted for his wonder-working miraculous deeds, was known as the Baal Shem Tov, meaning the master of the good name being a name of God, or the master of the name who is good, as opposed to all of those other Baalei Shem who are not so reliable. So the Baalei Shem was the backdrop for the emergence of this unusual individual, Israel ben Eliezer, who managed to bring together as a charismatic individual a circle of disciples who would follow him, and these innovative teachings of Hasidism, which I had described in brief in the prior lecture. And this was essentially the nucleus of the modern Hasidic movement. It also had a lot of relationship to early book culture, because while they may have lacked some of the more formal Talmudic training, literacy was proceeding apace in this area. And with the Hasidic movement came some early publications that had a very dramatic impact on moving the whole tradition from a folk culture to more of a formal culture. We see this incidentally in the work of Hillel Bashem, who himself refused to be published in his lifetime, despite his massive writings, which remained in manuscript. So the Hasidic movement largely spread, not so much through Israel ben Eliezer, the Baal Shem Tov himself, but rather through one of his most important disciples, Rabbi Dov Ber of Mezrich, known as the Maggid of Mezrich. He had 5 distinct students who, as you can see from this remarkable work, the Historical Atlas of Hasidism, published by Princeton, his followers spread throughout the world. The Maggid of Mezrich really represents the institutionalization of Hasidic teachings in 5 highly distinct schools led by his disciples. But remarkable impact largely focused on his activities. One of those disciples was the Alter Rebbe, who we discussed earlier, Rabbi Zalman of Liadi, who is the founder of the Chabad movement. And in keeping with this burgeoning book culture, he authored the Tanya, which is an extremely influential work of the era. But the idea that these rabbis really thought of themselves as kind of like a rebellious movement, they certainly knew they were engaged in something that was innovative and energetic and was rapidly gaining steam, but they only began to think of themselves as a movement, as kind of like something which is really coalescing around a body of ideas and practices that are, distinct in a useful manner from traditional Judaism when they began to be opposed. So ironically, just like the traditionalists received their self-definition as opponents, misnagdim, from the emergence of the Hasidic movement, the Hasidic movement itself really derived a tremendous amount of self-definition from that opposition. So they're kind of like learning to draw the lines that separate them, and that helps them focus their own energies into what it is they are all about. That opposition primarily came from the circle of the great. Here's another image of him. What exactly were the Misnagdim opposed to? What exactly was their problem with Hasidism? So let's have a look at several key aspects of that opposition. The first is that the Hasidim were organizing separate. Part of the reason for this was the less rigorous degree of scrupulosity that was applied to the prayer times as defined by Jewish law, particularly by the Misnagdic orientation. Let me just explain this for a second. In traditional Judaism, there are three main prayers of the weekday: Shacharis, Mincha, Marav, the morning prayer, afternoon, and evening prayer. And the rabbis of the Talmud, in fact, it's the very first thing that's discussed in the Talmud, is trying to delineate when exactly are those times. When is morning? When is afternoon? When is evening? When do we schedule these prayers? So the Lithuanians, the Misnagdim, tended to have a fairly rigorous definition, a fairly confined definition of the window of opportunity to represent particularly the morning prayer. The Hasidim, however, argued that, what's more important, the adherence to those details, which, by the way, particularly as we move further north in Europe, the higher level of attitude really changes the times in which those morning prayers may be recited. Do you really want to drag yourself into this kind of prayer? In the summertime, it can be really super early, too. So do you really want to drag yourself in where you're not even awake and mumble these words without any contemplation as to what they mean? Perhaps it's more valuable to God to, wake up refreshed, to spend a little time in contemplation, maybe even eat a little breakfast to revive yourself, and then go to synagogue and pray like a mensch, like a human being. And so the sometimes overlapping, sometimes distinct times of prayer meant that a specific community had to have a separate prayer house, a Hasidic prayer house. And this level of division within the community was regarded very negatively by the Misnagdim, and they took issue with it. And so related to that is sometimes they're just ignoring the mandated prayer times. By the way, Hasidim would counter, of course, that no, we're not ignoring the regular prayer times. What we're doing is we're making sure that the minimum requirement of certain prayers, like the Shema prayer, are actually recorded and actually recited within the mandated time. But the fuller prayer is really only recited perhaps a little bit later than the traditional time, but it's recited with kavanah, with intention and with meaning, and that's far more valuable. They argued that another element that contributed to this separation, this fracturing of the community, was that the Hasidim were adopting a different prayer rite, that of the Ari, the great Arizal, who we discussed earlier, Rabbi Isaac Luria, the great Kabbalist of the 16th century, and this was distinct from the prayer book that was used by the Misnagdim. Again, if you were a Martian landing on the planet and you asked someone, can you please explain to me what's the difference between Hasidim and Misnagdim, and you would show him, we assume this Martian is a him, I don't know what pronouns they would use, but you show him the regular siddur and the Ari siddur, and he would say, well, it's not like there's a huge amount of difference here. The percentage of words that are different or in different places are I'm guessing, single-digit percentages. Is it really that huge a difference? And of course, they would say the Martian heretic, right? Because it does mean a lot. But the Misnagdim has an issue with the Hasidim for changing the rite of prayers. Here's a more significant issue. And by the way, I'm not going to make a big deal out of this, but Ben Zion Dinur really did dig deeply into each of these issues to look at the economic roots of all of these shifts and how that had implications for the revenue streams that were generated by the Jewish population, and more significantly, to whom did those streams flow? Did they flow to the traditional rabbi who may have received his position there as a result of bribing a Polish nobleman, or did they flow to this charismatic, popular Hasidic rabbi who received his position by popular assent, particularly in the early 18th century? So one of those most taxed issues was kosher slaughter, right? Because when you have a kosher meat produced, then there's taxes that have to be paid to cover the supervision and things like that, and also that not all animals, when they're slaughtered, are slaughtered correctly, or they turn out to be healthy enough to be consumed for kosher stipulations. So that means an element of loss for the kosher butcher. What is he supposed to do? So that's why there's a huge tax applied to try and offset those costs. So the Hasidim and the Misnagdim differed on a fairly fine point of Jewish law regarding the sharpness of the blade that is used to slaughter the animal. If it is too dull, then it requires the slaughterer to forcibly push on the animal's neck with more pressure than is appropriate, and that causes the animal more pain. But the thing is, if you make the knife too thin, you sharpen it too much, then even the slightest ding, if it hits the table incorrectly or something, that can cause a tiny nick, which would rip the neck of the animal rather than slice it. And as a result, that would also cause the animal pain, and these have implications for whether or not the animal is kosher. So the Hasidim and Misnagdim disagreed to the degree of which the knife was honed, and therefore Hasidim said, well, we really, since we differ, we need a separate shofet, we need a separate slaughterer, ritual slaughter to prepare our meat, and that, of course, has implications for the revenue stream. One of the charges laid at the feet of the Hasidim by the Misnagdim was that they disregarded the study of the Talmud. That they were so deeply involved in the ethereal wisdom of the Kabbalah that they weren't studying the Talmud as deeply as they should. This is probably true for the early period, especially because, as I described, the nature of the distribution of higher education in the Jewish world at that time. But certainly as you go through the 19th century, it's no longer true. And Hasidim are just as likely to be deeply involved in the Talmud as Misnagdim are. But related to that was, instead of studying the Talmud, studying Kabbalah. And as we mentioned in the last lecture, this was like, oh my gosh, the Kabbalah is like super advanced study. We respect the Talmud, the Kabbalah, say the Misnagdim. We consider it the Holy of Holies. But it should only be studied by a very, very limited coterie of highly advanced students who are highly qualified, who have already completed the entire Talmud and all of the commentaries and things like that. What are you doing giving the Kabbalah to regular people like this? Even in kind of like popularized versions like the Tanya, which took esoteric doctrines of the Zohar and elsewhere, and then sort of digested them in a much easier format for popular readers. You can't do that. That's not okay, says the Misnagdim. And then they get a little bit more serious and say, you know what, we heard about these Hasidim? They engage in raucous, unruly, even drunken behavior. Doing things like turning somersaults in the middle of the synagogue, wildly gesticulating during prayer, clapping during prayer. They engage engage in farbrengans, which are like gatherings with a lot of alcohol, and they sing all kinds of songs, but then they go into other tangents, which are really not appropriate, and they argue about the general sense of decorum that the Hasidim manifested, which they said was totally against their much more sober, staid, rigid Lithuanian behavior. It's kind of interesting to look at Hasidim and Misnagdim today, because they kind of borrowed from each other. Hasidic prayer today is certainly, with some exceptions, there are certain groups that definitely have some rather unusual practices, but most Hasidim pray today with a lot of the discipline that the Misnagdim were cherishing, and a lot of Misnagdim, on the other hand, can also, shuckle and, bow back and forth with great violence and intention. That was probably an influence of the Hasidic movement back in the 19th century. So they really borrowed from each other quite a bit. Finally, one of the most nasty charges was that they were breaking laws. They were not following halacha, and they were, adduce a variety of things, big and small, and even they were following the teachings of Shabtai Tzvi. Kind of interesting that usually the charges are laid out in a similar order like this, which goes from things which are much more objective and easy to quantify to things which are much more kind of fuzzy and theoretical and people aren't really sure about. But it certainly gave a certain amount of impetus to the nature of the charge against the Hasidim. So how did they respond? So the Alter Rebbe and Rabbi Menachem Mendel the tips said, wait a second, what is going on here? They went to meet with the Vilna Gaon to explain where they're coming from, to say, no, we're not trying to represent a different movement, and a lot of these things that you're saying are like not true, like the Sabbatean things like that, but the Vilna Gaon would not meet with them. The Misnagdim pronounced a formal ban in 1772 and even burned some Hasidic texts in consequence of that ban. This is, by the way, something that will happen quite a bit in 18th century Eastern Europe. They'll be banning a lot of the Maskilic texts shortly as well. The Hasidim, who are now, demographically quite strong, they issue counterbans and their own book burnings. So it's pushed back on from the Misnagdim, and both groups begin to reify their relative positions to each other. A very, very strong social ban was reissued in 1781 against the Hasidim in an attempt to kind of extirpate this nascent movement, but it was already too late. The movement had already found so many willing and happy adherents in the southern part of the continent, and it just was not going to go away. And perhaps one of the most focused moments of dispute was when a particular rabbi in the city of Pinsk, a traditionalist rabbi, lost his position to a Hasidic candidate in 1794, and then this Pinsk rabbi took the drastic step of going to the secular authorities, the Russian government. We shall discuss the implications of what that meant shortly, and said that the Hasidim are essentially rebels not only against the traditionalist Jewish community, but by extension against the state. They represented a disruptive element in Russian society writ large, and they had to be controlled. And as a result, the Alter Rebbe was arrested and interrogated. He was ultimately released, which formed one of the many release from prison holidays that you'll have in the Hasidic tradition. But by this point, the movement had really bifurcated from the Misnagdim. It was very difficult to repair relations, although that would be coming, it would be several decades away. So the Misnagdim, during this period of the late 18th century and the early 19th century, are seeking to define themselves primarily in opposition to the Hasidic movement. This is one of the great centers of the Misnagdim movement. It is the yeshiva of Volozhin in northern in the northern part of the region in Lithuania. It is perhaps the greatest of those yeshivas. It was founded by the principal student of the Vilna Gaon, Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin. So what did they emphasize? The Misnagdim said, okay, we have to define ourselves well in our revolution of tradition, our rebellion of tradition. We have to refine ourselves and define ourselves against the Hasidim. So what do we believe? First of all, we believe in text, right? They said, you know what? All this stuff, these stories, these maisalach, these drinking parties that are disguised, say the Misnagdim, as religious gatherings, that's not for us. We're all about what does it actually say here in the book? So tremendous amount of emphasis devoted to really re-emphasis, re-energizing emphasis on the Talmud itself, on its commentators, and so on. So really huge commitment to the text. And in fact, in common parlance, when a Litvak says that there is someone says a Torah, an interpretation of some Torah passage, and it's kind of sort of stretched, then people might say, well, that sounds a little bit Hasidic to me. Meaning, it's not really true, it's kind of inventive, and maybe clever, but, it's not the real deal. What does it actually say? That's what we want to know. That's kind of a more of a Lithuanian cultural orientation. The Talmud, in particular, is elevated as the text, bar none, of the Lithuanian tradition. But that does not mean, and this is not something new, this is kind of a reinforcement of something which was true prior, but it receives even more emphasis and much more strength in the community. Things like children are taught the Talmud earlier, are expected to reach higher levels of Talmudic study as a result of this cultural orientation and so on. But that doesn't mean that the Kabbalah is ignored. As I mentioned, of course, the Lithuanians revere the Kabbalah. So they say, okay, yes to Kabbalah, but very, very carefully. And in one of the most fascinating books of the Misnagdic tradition, something that really affected my life deeply, Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin writes this book, the Nefesh HaChaim, the soul of life. His first name, of course, is Chaim, so it's also the soul of Chaim. And this is, in many ways, the Misnagdic response to the Tanya. The Tanya, deeply dipping into the wells of Kabbalistic wisdom and offering a book for a wider reading public, proved to be an extremely popular work then and now. And so the Misnagdim countered by saying, hey, don't think that there's no Kabbalah in our Misnagdic movement. Have a look at this book, which is a truly amazing book. Let me just tell you one personal story about it. I remember when I first went to yeshiva in Jerusalem, and I came to it as an adult, so I did not have a strong childhood background in Talmud. And I was doing fairly well, I was enjoying it and so on. But after a few months, I was speaking with my senior colleague, Rabbi Mordechai Becker, who I'm privileged to count among my teachers in Talmud. And I was speaking to him on the phone, and he says, how's it going? And I said, well, it's okay. It's kind of interesting, but, we're doing a lot of Tosfos, and it seems a little bit like, I sit down, there's a crossword puzzle in front of me, lahavdil, to make a distinction. I'm just giving a metaphor. It's a crossword puzzle. I solve the puzzle. I go on to the next puzzle. I come home, go to sleep, then go back, another crossword puzzle, right? And I was seeing it largely as a kind of a dry intellectual exercise that wasn't giving me kind of the charge that I wanted spiritually. So Rabbi Becker said to me, okay, I'll tell you what to do. Get a copy of this book, Nefesh HaChaim, because I was studying in Lithuanian yeshiva, and this is a very Lithuanian book. And he said to me, just one thing, don't read it for more than 15 minutes a day. Just focus on 15 minutes, read it deeply, but don't get too crazy about it. So I picked up the book, and I fit it into my day, because I would normally take the bus from where my wife and kids and I were living to the yeshiva. It was about a 15-minute ride, and I was okay, on the bus, I will read Nefesh HaChaim.
to help.
And I read it, and I was so engrossed, and it was impossible to tear my eyes away from it. It was so impressive. It continues to have an impact on my thinking today, that I frequently rode way past my yeshiva stop, and when I finally looked up, I was like in the middle of, Shuafat, or some distant neighborhood in Jerusalem, and I had to get off the bus and then get on another bus going back the other way, because I was so engrossed that I could not stop when I was at 15 minutes. Anyways, that just gives you a little bit of a sense of how the Misnagdim are reacting and shaping themselves and doing very creative things in an attempt to meet the Hasidic challenge. And they are also, as we've mentioned several times now, carefully borrowing from the Hasidim. They are loath to accept the idea of the tzaddik, and there are certain aspects of the behavior of the tzaddik, tzaddik being the leader of a Hasidic dynasty, sometimes referred to as the Rebbe, depending on the specific group. There are some aspects of the behavior of certain tzaddikim, the establishment of large courts, sometimes quite lavish, almost royal in flavor, with conspicuous consumption. They were skeptical of the practice of writing kitla, of individual Hasidim writing a little note of petition, and then paying a small fee to the Rebbe, a pidyon, which would then be used for charitable functions and things like that. That was the theory. And then having the Rebbe include that kitla somehow in his prayers. All of these things were viewed with great skepticism, and frequently disdained by the Misnagdim, so they weren't prepared to go that route. But they did really value the level of adoration that the ordinary Hasidim would lavish on their intellectual, spiritual leaders, and so the Misnagdim movement also began to move more in that direction, where the Rosh Yeshiva was someone, the head of the academy, was someone who began to receive an inordinate level of veneration compared to earlier periods in Jewish history. So there's again another borrowing from the Hasidic movement. So we've had a chance to look at the Misnagdim and the Hasidim. There's a strong degree of conflict that brews in the spirit, but now we've got to go to our final section, the third pillar, as it were, of this conflict. Let's look at the period of the Haskalah and the activity of its adherents, known as the Maskirim. So this particular picture is a famous one. It shows on the left the great Moses Mendelssohn, the father of the Maskiric movement, and he's engaged in a game of chess with one's father, Lavater, who was in a very sad moment in European Jewish history. They had maintained a personal friendship in which they spoke freely and openly, and then all of a sudden Lavater came out with a publication that scandalized Berlin in the 18th century, saying that Moses Mendelssohn has basically indicated to me that if he had his way, he would abandon key elements of Judaism and maybe even convert to Christianity. And so therefore he charged him publicly. He sort of claimed to be outing him and said that he demands that he either convert to Christianity or submit to a debate. Really an unfair kind of thing to do. We don't know the degree of veracity of whatever they actually said to each other, but Moses Mendelssohn was scandalized by it, refused to participate in the debate. He later wrote some very sophisticated works, including his key work, Jerusalem, which is a defense of Judaism and a repudiation of Lavater's charges. So much so that the figure in the background, Lessing was his name, so I remember correctly, wrote a dramatic work called The Three Rings, I seem to remember it was called, in which Mendelssohn was lightly disguised as a wise king who somehow managed to mediate between the three great faiths. But let us go to the historical roots of the Haskalah. We got to go back further again to some elements of Jewish thought that I think really can be traced quite directly to an earthquake that occurred in Ferrara in northern Italy in the year 1570, where one figure named Azaria de Rossi, who was basically a copy editor, a proofreader in the early age of publishing, not an especially profound scholar at that time, but there was this horrific earthquake in his town of Ferrara that required all of its population to decamp from the ruined city, which was still being affected by aftershocks, and live for a period of time in the fields outside the city. Outside these fields, a lot of populations that didn't have a lot of time for open-ended conversation suddenly came into enforced contact with one another, and Rossi had some remarkable meetings with some Christian monks. And in that context, he learned a lot of really cool things, was able to identify that they had access to the letter of Aristeas, which he was able to identify, really some phenomenal things. And they had very, very effective conversations about a whole range of scientific, theological, and other aspects. And he kind of like worked into the way of thinking that we see in Maimonides of accepting truth from whoever speaks it. He came out then with a great book called Neo Enayim, which is in many ways the first really Maskilic book that advocates for the greater appreciation for what non-Jewish culture has to offer. And this will prove to be an extremely influential work. Then we have to add to it the Portuguese Jewish diaspora, which we discussed in the previous lecture. Jews who had already been soaked in Christian intellectual traditions and had ipso facto a kind of flexible view of identity and of varying perspectives. And when they finally reclaim their Judaism during their far-flung diaspora, they bring a very different ways of thinking to both the old world and to the burgeoning new world, where there are a lot of Portuguese Jews living as well. So by the time you get to the 18th century, you have figures like Moses Mendelssohn, who personally, he represents kind of like a formative liminal figure between two periods. He himself was scrupulously observant. He was a halachic Jew in the full sense of the term, and he never deviated from what we would call today, the term is anachronistic, but he never deviated from Orthodox status. However, he managed to attain unprecedented heights in Enlightenment culture in Germany. He mastered the German of the day, which was not that common among Jews who were speaking primarily Yiddish, very closely related to German and can be understood by a German speaker, but kind of has the patina of a medieval peasant dialect to German of the era. And not only that, he mastered to the level where he was actually able to engage in high-level literary discussions, engaged with Immanuel Kant in literary essay competitions, in which Mendelssohn fared actually very well, and he was regarded as something of an anomaly, that here was a Jew, which Christian society largely regarded as being backward and primitive and having very little cultural merit, but he was able to really contribute to the highest levels of European culture of the day. And so he was widely regarded and celebrated by German liberals in particular, adherents of the Enlightenment tradition. And one of his principal arguments, both in his own person and in his writings, was that the artificial boundaries and limitations that are placed on Ashkenazic Jews in Germany should be lifted. The term that would be used for this is emancipation. That's an American term that's widely used in the historical literature today. It isn't really emancipation like, a freedom from slavery, because Jews were hardly slaves at this time, but they were laboring under a huge body of varying restrictions, some of them which were quite anti-Semitic in nature, restrictions on residency, restrictions on what fields they could enter, economically, restrictions on higher education, numerous, sometimes humiliating restrictions like the requirement to take a special oath because if they were called to court, their word was not accepted and they had to have a special special text, sometimes with humiliating rituals that went along with it. And so Mendelssohn argued that all of these things are backward and irrelevant and should be dispensed with. For our purposes, as we're really focusing on the question of engagement with larger society and the intellectual exchange, he argued that Jews should be accepted into the intellectual streams of discourse of his era, and that was his principal thrust of his raison d'etre. Now, as the movement progressed, many of his followers would not accept the bargain that they could remain in the traditional Orthodox lifestyle and still be accepted by general society, and they argued for greater adaptations to Western society, which included jettisoning of Jewish beliefs. And one of the principal components of that approach would be Solomon Maimon, a fascinating individual who left behind a really entertaining autobiography. In many ways, he was Mendelssohn's peer in terms of his mastery of the German idiom, but unlike Mendelssohn, he chose to abandon his Jewish roots, and although he made a career essentially out of being an ex-Jew and what he had to say as being an ex-Jew, he could describe with ridicule the Jewish experiences that he had. And when he was a youth, he was quite a bit of an intellectual seeker, so he actually spent time in the Hasidic court of the Maggid of Mezrich himself. He actually portrays somewhat of a sympathetic portrait of the Maggid, but nevertheless he moved on from that and he went to Germany. He never had the same degree of acceptance or of success of Moses Mendelssohn, but he represents kind of like the different direction that the Haskalah took, which represented a moving away from Judaism. Mendelssohn strived with limited success to create a movement that absorbed some elements of Western society without abandoning Judaism, but there's a very strong movement, the Maskilian, who simply said, you know what, it's too difficult. If we really want to get into Western society, we have to give up our Jewish identity. So in Western Europe, this was perhaps most well illustrated by a fascinating moment in the late 18th century, which really brought Mendelssohn to the fore. And it was the premature death controversy of 1772. Basically, a number of figures, including a rather unusual non-Jewish individual and an early Maschio, and I have a separate lecture on this, so if you're curious, go have a look at my YouTube channel for the premature death controversy, and you'll see the whole thing discussed there, approached the local Duke, Friedrich of Mecklenburg-Schwerin, and said, there's a horrible problem. People are being declared dead and buried before they're actually deceased. And the Duke said, that's terrible. Are you kidding? I can only imagine the horrible fear that would result from such an event. And they said, you know who's the worst at it? The Jews. Because the Jews have this custom, which is observed to this day, that it's considered disrespectful to allow a body to remain in state longer than necessary. And rapid burial, in Israel, for example, within 24 hours is considered the norm, is much more preferable, largely from a philosophical and Kabbalistic reason, because the rapid decomposition of the body is believed to be associated with the process of atonement, and therefore it's considered a kindness to the body to bury it as soon as possible. But that means that the Duke said, if this is happening and Jews are being buried without proper supervision of their death certificates, he therefore made a public health decree that Jews may not bury their dead until they wait 3 days from the moment of expiration. They've got to wait 72 hours before they bury their dead. By the way, the image that you're looking at here is part of a whole host of really unusual devices that were sold, not only in Europe in the 18th century, but into America throughout the 19th century, of like emergency signal that you're not dead devices, like this coffin that shows on the left a man lying in his coffin in some kind of deep coma. But when he wakes up, as you see in the picture on the right, he squeezes a little bulb and his flag goes up. In other versions, there's a string and you can ring a bell, and people will be alerted to the fact that, hey, there's someone who was prematurely buried, and they would go dig them up. So the Jewish community turned to Moses Mendelssohn and said, you've got to help us out here. They also turned, by the way, to Rabbi Yaakov Emden, who was a traditionalist, but Rabbi Yaakov Emden said, you know what, I think you're better off going with Moses Mendelssohn in this regard. Moses Mendelssohn wrote a document that convinced the Duke to modify his position, and so there was a temporary reprieve from that particular decree. But Mendelssohn then wrote back privately to the petitioners and said, you know, I did this for you, I got it done, and I'm glad to hear that. But listen, the truth is, it's not such a bad decree. I mean, the risks to public health of premature burial is pretty awful. And he pointed out that Jews had historically practiced a kind of delayed burial, as you see in one of these catacombs. I believe this is from Beit Shan in northern Israel, but we have them in Europe as well, in Italy, for example, where Jews would practice kind of like shelf burial, and then in some cases they would actually return to collect the bones after decomposition occurred and rebury it, reinter it in a family crypt. There's lots of ways in which Jews practice burial. We don't have to necessarily do this 72-hour thing or this 24-hour thing. And he pointed to use science and the Torah, really the history of Torah and tradition, to say that, you know, we actually got it done this time, but I'm not sure we should really be interfering with public health dictates like this. We should be more engaged in civic society. We should be, part of Germany itself. Even though they don't recognize us as proper Germans yet, we should nevertheless demonstrate to them that we can be proper Germans. Now, sometimes, perhaps in the vein of Solomon Maimon, this went really far. And one of Mendelssohn's students, David Friedlander, shown here, you know, in their long struggle to receive emancipation in Germany, which, by the way, in France was delivered almost immediately. 1789 was the revolution, and then by 1791, Jews were emancipated. There's obviously a lot to say about how effective that was, given the Dreyfus Trail 100 years later, but I don't want to go into France right now or stay in Germany. David Friedlander said, you know what, the truth is, all of these things that you're saying, Moses Mendelssohn, are totally true, but the Germans just aren't going to accept us until we do something close to enough. And so we actually advocated the so-called dry baptism, meaning, you know what, why don't we just, you know, we don't really believe it, why don't we just go along and convert to some form of Protestantism, some form of Lutheranism maybe, that would be a nominal Christian identity. Look, we've seen with the Portuguese Jews, it works. And we'll keep to our own behaviors. No one's going to bother us. No one's going to care if we go to synagogue rather than a Lutheran church. Or even if we go show up in church so every now and then, what's the big deal? And he said we should just, you know, abandon this, you know, strange crusade era rigid acceptance of our refusal of baptism, and then, you know, we'll get everything we want socially, legally, and so on, with only this minor compromise. Officially, no Jewish movement accepted this, but unofficially, Jews voted with their feet, and so you have a very significant phenomenon of German Jews in particular choosing a nominal baptism in order to provide social and economic advancement, especially for their children throughout the 19th century. And this is kind of like the underside of the Haskalah that it's hard to kind of, when you're saying we should be open to the Western European tradition, it's hard to kind of draw the line and say here and no further. The no further was frequently adopted as an option. Some people, like Rabbi Samson and Hirsch, a very important thinker who influenced, by the way, he was the teacher of Heinrich Gretz that we discussed in the last lecture. He said, we can't stop this train. It is overwhelming. There's too much of value in Western European civilization to hope to keep the Jews boxed in. And so therefore he argued that what we should do is rather articulate a clear set of boundaries. What are those things that Jews may sacrifice in adapting to Western norms, and what are the things which are sacrosanct and must be maintained? And so he actually developed a form of what would later be called modern orthodoxy, meaning it was both modern, Western European and engaged in society and so on, but at the same time, it was orthodox, keeping fast to the core tenets and mandatory behaviors of Judaism, carefully shaving off those practices which were felt to be merely customary in nature and historically determined and of little theological value, but steadfastly defending those elements which were nevertheless mandatory for Jews. By the way, many felt in the era that Samson Hirsch, Rabbi Hirsch was looked a little bit too modern with this image, so you'll see versions of the same picture where he has a much more healthy kind of like, that's really an Orthodox view there. Don't go with the other one. That's basically what's happening in Western Europe, right? The Ashkenazim of Western Europe are having difficulty finding that space where they can maintain their Jewish identity without completely submitting, sometimes in a very slavish way, to European norms, including conversion. And a smaller group, sometimes with great internal dissent, separating from the larger group and saying, no, we have to maintain something like the community that was defined by Rav Hirsch's principles. In Eastern Europe, we have a rather different phenomenon. Let us not forget, as we discussed in the last lecture, very big difference in the population density of Jews in Eastern Europe. In Western Europe, it's a fairly thin number. You can see lots of yellow numbers here, which is 1 to 4% Jewish population. But as you move to the east, you're seeing 5, 10, more than 15% Jewish population. That big purple blurb there in Podolia and Bessarabia is really the heartland of the Hasidic movement, especially in northern Hungary too. You can see more purple over there. So the dynamics of the Haskalah shake out very differently as Mendelssohn's ideas move to the east. There's also a huge difference in the political context. Whereas in Germany, where much of the Haskalah activity was happening, there was the potential that Jews might be accepted. There was a strong movement of liberal Christians who advocated for that. Christian Wilhelm von Dohm, for example, who said that, the way we're treating Jews is not really appropriate. We should move forward with this. So there was political possibility for a significant advance of Jews, kind of like a carrot just dangling in front of their eyes. There was a lot in German culture that these Maskilic Jews revealed. The great poetry of Goethe, Schiller, the music of Beethoven, the philosophy of so many figures, Hegel and Kant and others. They're saying, this is a lot to choose from here in German culture. So they were very attracted to it. The Haskalah was deeply attractive. And of course, the linguistic affinity of Yiddish and German is not such a big chasm for Jews to jump over that. And Russia, on the other hand, very different. Politically, forget about it. We're talking about the period of the Tsars, which was, generalizing, but in the 19th century, really quite repressive. Jews were still regarded as inozemnik, as foreigners. They were, they were not participating in the Russian Narod, the peoplehood of the area, and it was an autocratic state with very little possibility of serious change. In fact, that change would only come in the 20th century. The restriction of Jews to the Pale of Settlement in the late 18th century, that would become quite onerous as you move forward through the 19th century. There was a very different and hostile attitude in Russia in comparison to Western Europe. Culturally, the Jews were not as thrilled with Russian culture as they were with German culture. Russian culture of the 18th century in comparison to Western culture, German culture, was no comparison. They didn't have the same literary heft as the Germans could going into the 19th century. It's true, the Russians will really surge forward in the 19th century. People like Tolstoy and Pushkin and Turgenev and Dostoevsky. But at this period, there is less attraction in Russian literature for Jews. And linguistically, Yiddish and Russian are much further apart. It's true that Jews mastered enough Russian for, what minimal contacts they needed for business. But also, let's not forget that Russian is not even the dominant language except in the cities. In the countryside, it's all Polish, Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Belarusian, and those are the languages in which Jews find some utility in terms of day-to-day communication. So there's far less, attraction of Ashkenazi Jews to the Russian environment in those contexts. Whereas in Western Europe, the consequence of much Haskalah is assimilation, outright conversion to Christianity, and abandonment of Judaism. In the eastern part, they see the value of some of those ideas, but they think about acculturating themselves. And you're like, yeah, we're going to stay the way we are, but maybe we should adopt just little pieces of it and find a way to articulate a distinctly Jewish modern way of thinking. And so where you see that, for example, is in the advance of Yiddishism as a culture, the advance of, the secular study of Yiddish culture, the growth of secular Yiddish writings like Mendel Malchus Forum, Shalom Leich, and others, the development of a distinctly Jewish political viewpoint, Zionism, and the addition of Jewish values to the burgeoning movement of socialism. All these three things, by the way, will be discussed in much greater detail in the next lecture, so don't be worried by the fact that I'm zipping through them right now to conclude our 18th century time. Some examples of this is people like Joseph Pearl, who was a very important Maskil in Eastern Europe, who, as you can see from this picture here, remained an Orthodox Jew. He was a great proponent of education and set up a network of schools, very significant. Tarnopol was one of the most important centers of this, children's schools, to give them kind of like modern European education. He also was a brutal opponent of the Hasidim, and he wrote under pseudonym some nasty attacks on the Hasidic movement. But nevertheless, and Haskalah in general is more closely related to the Litvaks than to the Hasidim. Let me just conclude with some really important points here about the government. I may go a couple minutes over. I apologize, but I want to bring us to a conclusion. In Russia and Eastern Europe, I mentioned the horrific nature of the persecution under Tsar Nicholas I in particular. This is a period in which Nicholas I, who emerged as a leader immediately after the assassination of his father in an abortive rebellion, the Decembrist rebellion, he adopted a policy of autocracy in Russia, which meant that Jews were to be forced to fit into the model of understanding of what it meant to be part of Russian society. And it was not an easy fit at all. There were several policies that Nicholas I adopted, including the destruction of the Tehillah, that we discussed way back in the second lecture in 1844, and especially the notorious Cantonist decree. Now, the Cantonist decree was this rule that Jewish children as young as 12, legally, and frequently even younger, were to be impressed into the Russian armed forces on a strict quota. Prior to 1837, Jews could pay a different tax and then would be exempted from conscription. But we should understand that Russian conscription was 25 years in length. This was essentially a lifetime commitment. The 25 years would not begin when a Jewish child was impressed at 12. They would have to spend 6 years in a mandatory training camp called a canton, or it means a region, but they were in these regions. And since the term cantonisten, they would spend 6 years in these training camps, and then they would spend 25 years in the army. And that was basically, say goodbye to your son. You would never see them again because they would be lost to the Tsar's army. They were frequently, exposed to conversionist sermons by the staff there and so on. And the whole idea of this horrible decree was to try and accelerate the assimilation of the Jewish population. But that was the stick. The carrot was similarly placed before them, and that carrot was unfortunately poisoned. Bringing in people like Max Lilienthal, a well-meaning but naive individual who wanted to offer the Haskalah to the Jews of Eastern Europe, they set up a system of crown schools where they said to families, you don't want your son to go to the army? I can understand that. But we do want him to learn certain values so they can be productive members of Russian society. So therefore, if you send your child not to the local cheder, not to the Hasidic rabbi, but send him instead to the crown schools where they will receive a well-rounded education in the sciences and the literature and so on, then your son will be exempt from the draft. But these schools, as Lilienthal himself found out to his dismay, were also very thinly disguised efforts to expose the children to Orthodox Christian propaganda and conversionist efforts. And Lilienthal left in disgust, and he ended up in America, actually. And the crown school system was widely exploited by the Jewish population. But during this period, really 1837 until World War I, Jews were living under some form of this horrific cantonist decree that certainly pitted not only Jews against the state, but also pitted them against their own communal authorities. Because, in a diabolical twist, Nicholas I, with his very inefficient government, placed the responsibility of choosing the conscripts on the Kahila leadership itself, which meant that it was the leaders of the Jewish community themselves who had to apportion those conscripts to the Russian law of death and to decide which children would be taken away. In some cases, not surprisingly, corruption seeped in, and you had the children of the weak and the poor, orphans. They were the ones who were sent before the children of the wealthy and the powerful, which led to a tremendous corrosion of the belief of the traditional Jewish community in their Kahal leadership and their traditional rabbinic leadership. It was a horrible moment in Jewish history when the Jews as a whole felt that their own leaders had betrayed them, and we could see this playing out in the enthusiasm that would be expressed for, really quite different movements like Jewish socialism a few decades later. But we'll get to that in our next lecture. But to wrap this up, what I'd like to show you now is a photograph of Eliezer Zweifel, a very interesting individual who wrote a remarkable work looking at the grand scope of this triangular conflict between Hasidim, Estagdim, and the Haskalah. He wrote a book called Shalom Al Yisrael, and in there he wrote, God saw three shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu in Lithuania to safeguard the Torah, to purify its Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its diligent study. The Hasidim in Volhynia, which is in the south, to marshal devotion and to fan the embers of healing. And then finally, the great Moses ben Menachem, that's Moses Mendelssohn, in Germany, and called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the lamp of religion. And ironically, what would happen with these three groups is that First, the Hasidim and the Misnagdim, who are at each other's throats at the beginning of the 19th century, they begin to make common cause when they realize that the Haskalah moving in from the West represents a far greater threat to the values that they hold in common, that they begin to dampen their own concerns against the Haskalah. And one would only see kind of like an incorporation of Maskilic values towards the beginning of the 20th century, which will be more of our topic in the next lecture. But ultimately, these three groups begin to find a modus vivendi with each other that's really more characteristic of the 20th century. When I say a modus vivendi, I do not mean that Jews agree with each other over these very deeply cherished values that relate to intellectual origins in the Hasidic movement, the Misnagdim movement, or the Haskalah, but nevertheless they have realized that there are far greater external threats that are brought to bear on the Jewish people. That means that the arguments are certainly muted when you compare them with the very fractious late 18th century and early 19th century. Sorry for going a little bit over time. We will continue with this discussion tomorrow. Actually, it'll be on Monday. We'll continue this discussion on Monday, 8 a.m. New York time. It's 1 p.m. Central European time. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to continuing this discussion with you next week.
And then he finds another one. My only counterpoint to that, and I do have one, is that if you go on a nationally syndicated radio show and you tell hundreds of thousands of people, if not millions, I don't know what their ratings are like at Coast to Coast or were at this time, that you have a magical bottomless pit, then
today we're going to look at the 19th century in particular, kind of like the long 19th century, which begins with the emancipation of Jews in France in 1791, and then we're going to move forward right up until the early 20th century. So it's a long 19th century, to take kind of the phrase that was coined by Eric Hobsbawm, great. So first of all, what do we mean when we say emancipation? This is kind of like an unusual term. It's a term that's actually borrowed from American scholarship. Emancipation is used to describe the liberation of the African slaves in America, which was clearly of a very different character and quality than the granting of equal rights to Jews in Europe. Nevertheless, that term has been well accepted into the historiography, and we will work with it. Just kind of like we'll talk about tomorrow, the term Holocaust also has some, difficulties and why we should use that term, but it has been widely accepted, and so we will work with it as well. What exactly did emancipation address? Well, we should recall that right up until the late 18th century in Europe, and well into the 19th century, depending on which country we're talking about, and even into the 20th century, if you look at the former Russian Empire, Jews labored under a second or even third class citizenship status. They were typically understood as resident aliens with varying levels of rights that could be quite precipitously removed from them. Really basic rights like residency, right? The phenomenon of Jews being expelled from one region or another would persist through the 19th century, and particularly in the Russian Empire, right up until the 20th century, that Jews could be simply, excluded on the basis of their religious affiliation. And the whole notion of religion and peoplehood and this burgeoning idea of race are all coming together now. So even people who are abandoning traditional religious attitudes associated with Judaism are nevertheless still lumped into this community against their will. And that the only way to remove the stigma of this historically was conversion, which was obviously a pretty drastic choice for Jews to make. But in the 20th century, even conversion is no longer acceptable, as we will see tomorrow when we talk more about the Nazi period. So Jews labored under the kind of tenuous situation in much of Ashkenaz, both in the traditional Rhineland region and also in the much larger expanded region of Eastern Europe, where their residency rights could be taken away at any time. Their right to pursue careers was limited. Higher education was frequently blocked off from their short palette of options, that they could not pursue certain professions, or that if they pursued certain professions, they had burdensome additional taxes based on their communal affiliation, all kinds of things like this. So all of this changed quite dramatically in France in the Revolutionary period. This image that you see here dates from 1806, as you can see, and it refers a little bit later than the period that we're going to talk about first. But I love starting with this image because you see Napoleon, who is portrayed as some kind of like Caesar-like figure, and he is raising up the fallen Judaism as various biblical type figures, including one with a very distinctive hat. We're going to return to him in just a moment. And the Judaism is kind of like this hopeful woman who's been knocked on her rear by the force of events, and she's holding onto the two tablets of the law. The menorah from the temple is in the background, and far off in the background you see like the Judean desert, and Napoleon, who is holding in his right hand, very Moses-like, another set of tablets. So one tablet says the law. Actually, what does it say there? The law given to Moses. He's holding up the law given to Moses, and he's raising her up from her fallen status. So in many ways, certainly this is the way Napoleon liked to think of himself, as being the one who finally gave Jews the rights that they deserved in society, and Jews were very happy to encourage that kind of image, as we shall see, because it reflected well on them as if they were deserving of this elevation to equal status. But how did we get to this point? And by the way, we're going to skip over some of the developments in the Ashkenazic diaspora today. Of course, this had happened for different reasons entirely in what would be the United States of America, and similar kind of things were happening in England, but just for the sake of time, I'm going to focus on France, and then we're going to move eastward. So France, of course, had this dramatic revolution in 1789, which was founded on this brilliant new idea, very enlightenment-oriented, of the equality of all people living in France. They issued this very important document, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, and I translate that very carefully because later it was proposed by a woman named Marie Gouze. Hey, this you've used gender-specific language in this text. Shouldn't it say the rights of humans and citizens? And of course, the word citizen can be declined either male or female in French. And they thought about it and said, no, we're just talking about men. And so women were not formally included in the rights of man and citizen at this time. But within those parameters, at any rate, there was this basic idea that all French men were theoretically equal before the law and had certain rights as opposed to merely responsibilities as subjects. So the Jews essentially said in 1789, hey, what's wrong with us? We should also have the same kind of rights. Why should we be excluded on the basis of our religious affiliation, especially because the early revolution would have a very strong anti-clerical attitude, that they would actually be moving away from the theistic understanding of the world at large. Anyway, they proposed this rights of man and citizen, and the Jews said, what about us? Now, let's think about the problem that France had in facing this question. There are really two major concentrations of Jews in France in the 18th century. There was this concentration to the south, somewhat smaller, of largely Sephardic Jews. It actually continues a little bit further to the right of where I've shaded the region here, but it's basically Jews just over the Pyrenees from Spain who had been making their way over there, certainly after the Spanish Inquisition in the late 15th century, and they have been settling in the south of France. And these Sephardic Jews, in keeping with the kind of cultural orientation that's often associated with Sephardim, they were, quite capable of adopting many norms of non-Jews among whom they lived, including the French language, including French manners of dress, including, a whole host of little cultural markers that indicated that they really were part of the larger society. And so when the question came before the French legislature, they were a little bit quicker to extend emancipation to these Jews. In fact, it happened in 1790, within the first year after the revolution itself. They confirmed, yes, the Sephardic Jews are Frenchmen, so we will include them in the rights and privileges of emancipation. Much more difficult is the far more concentrated and larger population of Jews living in the region which would be called Alsace-Lorraine, where you have all of these Ashkenazic Jews, right, our protagonists. Unlike the Sephardim, they were different from the French in many ways. Linguistically, their overwhelming language remained Yiddish, although they had some fluency in French, of course, particularly for business purposes. Their principal language was this Germanic language. And let us not forget that France and Germany are frequent enemies. They're neighbors, of course, but they have, regular conflicts. They would have several conflicts over the course of the 19th century and huge conflicts, of course, in the 20th century. So there's a suspicion of these Yiddish-speaking French Jews. Would they be loyal to France, or would they potentially be loyal to Germany, particularly because Germany also has a large population of Yiddish-speaking Jews just across the border? Do the Jews consider themselves, Frenchmen wondered, as a distinct people whose boundaries, the boundaries of their contiguous sort of nation span the French-German border, which could present significant issues both in terms of potential conflict with Germany, or similarly in terms of economic relations with Germany? Would the Jews abide by the French law and not, significantly undercut the sovereignty in economic and other terms of this new democratic nation? So there was a lot of debate and argument over whether or not the Jews of Alsace-Lorraine should, be allowed French citizenship, and it took an additional year for them to be able to actually achieve this. So in 1791, the French legislature said, yes, we said the rights of man and citizen, and as I mentioned, we're not ready to talk about women, but we are ready to talk about Jews, and we can actually confirm now, as of 1791, that the Jews of France, of Alsace-Lorraine, may be, in fact, permitted to have citizenship. Now, what happened was a lot of Frenchmen, particularly in that eastern region of France, were not at all happy with this decision. And over the course of the next decade, there's petition after petition to the legislature saying it was a mistake, giving the Jews free access to the economy, removing all boundaries to their economic activities has been ruinous, that they've taken advantage of their far-flung international connections. They've taken advantage of some of the significant skills they have culturally, such as their literacy and numeracy, Confederacy, we've mentioned many times, and we are finding that a lot of Alsatian non-Jews, we are finding ourselves overrun with Jews who are now, beginning to dominate certain aspects of the economy, particularly in finance, money lending, things like that. And so there was a significant and pressured outcry. Ultimately, this came before Napoleon, the beginning of the 18th century, and we won't go into the details of how did Napoleon get involved in this. I thought we were talking about a democratic republic, but what ended up happening is Napoleon, in his, characteristic manner, said, I'm consistently bothered by these petitions coming in. I think we're going to have to turn to the Jews and settle this once and for all. So the whole question of emancipation for Jews was opened up again, but Napoleon did something radically different. He said, do the Jews have a representative body that we can ask them some really basic questions about who they are and what they want? And his advisors indicated that yes, they have this thing called the Great Sanhedrin. And he said, I heard of that. And they said, yeah, the only thing is it hasn't met in like 2,000 years. The Sanhedrin was the great, assembly of 71 judges that would decide all really important cases way back in the ancient period when the Jews still were sovereign in their own land, and the very latest under Roman domination. So he said, well, no problem. Je suis Napoleon. I am Napoleon. Let us reconvene the Great Sanhedrin. And so he sent out a call that reverberated throughout Europe, saying that Napoleon is going to be reconstructing the Great Sanhedrin because he has to ask it some questions related to the possibility of French emancipation of the Jews. So remember that the Jews had just barely received emancipation at that time, and now it was being questioned, so people considered this with great alarm. There was a tremendous amount of enthusiasm, particularly among circles of the Masculine, who said that finally we're going to get a chance here to really demonstrate our potential for the larger state, and in fact we will be able to perhaps move our entire community forward in the intellectual direction that we wanted. So they brought together, not only from France, but representatives from East Central Europe as well, this assembly, which was initially called the Assembly of Notables, and at its head was this man, the Venerable Rabbi David Sinsheim. Now, a lot of rabbinical authorities eschewed the Assembly of Notables and later the Great Sanhedrin. They felt that it was somehow blasphemous, like, how is it, this is not the Sanhedrin, this is not how the judges are appointed, and look at these other guys who are joining it, these Masculine, these people who, barely believe in traditional observance of the Torah, and they're going to be our representatives. And so there was a significant boycott, particularly from the more right-wing elements, right-wing religiously of the Jewish community of Europe. But David Sinsheim, who was a very respected scholar, he'd written a major commentary on the Mishnah, for example. He was, kind of like an elderly figure with tremendous gravitas, and his decision to participate elevated him to the president. He got this amazing hat. I mean, I wish I could wear a hat like this, but I don't think I could carry it off. And he served as the president of this organization. Basically, they met in the early 19th century, and Napoleon gave them 12 basic questions. And Sinsheim, together with this Assembly of Notables, had to draft responses to them. The questions were quite fascinating. The questions essentially, all together, they were really trying to drill down to one question, which was, hey Jews, do you consider yourselves French or something else? Do you consider yourselves allied with France, true sons of France, willing to defend France? By the way, at that point, when the question was read out loud, the minutes of the Assembly of Notables say they all stood up and cried out, jusqu'à la mort, to our deaths, meaning of course we will defend France. And then, but the questions went into some really interesting kind of things that looked like tangents, but were really basically the same question. Like, for example, Napoleon was very interested in Jewish marriage law. Would Jews consider marrying non-Jews, for example? And of course, in Jewish law, this is forbidden. But the Assembly of Notables were no slouches. They realized that Napoleon wouldn't like an answer that, no, we're forbidden to marry non-Jews, which of course was not quite so much in the 18th century, but would be happening on a very large scale throughout the 19th and into the 20th century. So they sort of said, well, we have traditionally dissuaded Jews from marrying non-Jews, but, and then they really kind of twist themselves into pretzel to say, but if it happens, we don't really interfere, and that's really what Napoleon also wanted to know. Do the Jews have their own police force? In other words, will they subject themselves to French law, or will French law be subordinated to Jewish law? And as we saw when we talked about the communal structure of the Kehillah, this is a real question. Like, which law is primary? In Eastern Europe, when the Kehillah was very large, it was not really that big a question because the government was not especially interested in getting into the minutiae of the behavior of individual Jews. And most of the areas in which they would be concerned, they were very simple areas that were certainly covered by Jewish law in the same way. But here Napoleon is developing a modern state, and will be dealing with individuals on an individual level rather than a communal level. And so he was very concerned, if the state imposes a particular rule or law, will Jews follow it if it contradicts the Torah and the way it's interpreted by the rabbis? So the Assembly of Notables understood exactly what Napoleon was getting at with all of these questions, and they provided for him an answer which satisfied him on all these areas. Perhaps the most significant response focused on a basic principle in traditional Talmudic law, the notion of dina, the malchuta dina, meaning the law of the state is the law. This is a discussion that was advanced by the great Rabbi Shmuel in Babylonia during the period of the Talmud, where Jews were a minority in Babylonia, and there was a long discussion in the Talmud of what if the state imposes laws that are not included in the Torah and in the Talmudic discussion. Do we have to follow those laws? And he basically ruled, we got to follow the laws of the land. It's a complicated discussion. What happens if the law of the land is wicked and it imposes a law that contradicts the Torah? I'm not going to go into that intellectual pursuit, but for our purposes today, the Assembly of Notables essentially offered Napoleon the answers he wanted. So Napoleon said, fine, I am going to confirm the decisions of 1790 and 1791. Jews are definitely emancipated. We're not taking that back at all. But by the way, just to make sure that they're not abusing their new status, I'm going to impose a whole bunch of new laws just to make sure that they're kept within their bounds, which was considered by many Jews to be a bit of a betrayal, because after all, if they're emancipated, they should have total freedom, total equality. Napoleon was not quite prepared to do that, and so there were some lingering legal aspects on their economic activity, conscription, and others that Napoleon wanted to impose, at least for a temporary period. But bottom line for our purposes, it was a huge leap forward, because here was a confirmation of the French idea of emancipating the Jews, which would echo throughout East Central Europe over the next 2 centuries. For their part, the Jews were just delighted with this, especially those elements of the Haskalah, not so much necessarily the extreme right religious orientation, many of whom felt that Napoleon was representing some kind of great evil force. You see that, for example, among many Hasidim in Eastern Europe, which would be exacerbated by the fact that Napoleon would go on this massive Eastern campaign to invade Russia later on. But some Jews actually view this as the beginning of the Messianic era, and they look to his name, Bonaparte, which can be translated into Hebrew as Chelek Tov, good portion, which is understood as a reference perhaps to the coming Messiah. Here's a medallion that was coined by Jews to celebrate the granting of emancipation to the French Jews. You can see on the left, of course, says Emperor and King Napoleon. This is like a big change from the original republic that was established in 1709. And on the right, amazingly, you have the figure of Moses, who is kind of like crouching down in an almost servile fashion, tentatively reaching up to receive the 10 commandments from none other than Napoleon. And this is like one of these astonishing images. It's a medallion that actually portrays Napoleon in a godlike fashion, being the great lawgiver, presenting the law finally to the Jews. It just boggles my mind that people would actually think this is somehow appropriate, but nevertheless, Azoi state, as they say in Yiddish. Now, let's move a little bit to the east and see how this new status really affects the rest of Ashkenazim. I'm going to skip rather quickly through much of this region and then focus in on how Jews expressed it in terms of political movements. So here's an image of the great Kaiser Joseph II, who was especially associated with the similar kind of emancipation that was happening in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, particularly the patent of toleration that was issued in 1782. And it was different from French emancipation of Jews in many respects. It did not go as far as the French example by formally declaring Jews citizens. Rather, as the name implies, the patent of tolerance formally agreed to permanent status of Jews as tolerated within the regime. So all kinds of rules that Jews were habitually nervous about, like residency status and like confirmed privileges to study certain subjects in higher education or engage in certain practices, while the mildly discriminatory limitations were placed on them because of their Jewish status, nevertheless, the state said formally, you don't have to worry about these things, we are going to keep them permanent. And this is extremely important to understand because Jews as a minority often flourish in environments in which they suffer from moderate to mild discrimination, as long as they can depend on the consistency and legitimacy of the rule of law in that state. The German term for this is a Rechtsstaat, meaning a society that is governed by law. In other words, let's say, for example, Jews are not allowed to open certain kinds of businesses or not allowed to live in certain areas of the city. So that mild discrimination is actually, in a way, good for the Jewish community because it provides a little bit of kind of like a forced inward focus that Jews know that they are not the same as everybody else, and so therefore endogamy is encouraged, marriage within the community is encouraged, communal self-help is encouraged because they realize they can't rely on the state for welfare type handouts and things like that, and so there's like a little kind of like we have to take care of ourselves mentality that reinforces the idea that the Jews are a distinct community by dint of those moderate discriminatory practices. But at the same time, let's say you're not allowed to open a particular business in a particular part of the community or something like that. If someone were to break the window of your store and then run away, you could rely as a Jew on the police to investigate, and if they caught the criminal, then he would be tried and would be sentenced, and you would be eligible to receive compensation. So there would be basically a law that was put in place that would protect their somewhat limited rights and privileges, right? So this is a really key point, that a little bit of anti-Semitism from the outside, God forbid, but a little bit of anti-Semitism from the outside, nothing that really harms people, but that sort of restricts them, that actually encourages Jewish growth, both internally and potentially even demographically. And at the same time, it only works, though, if there is a Rechtsstaat that guarantees that everything else is stable. The worst thing that the Jewish community can face is anarchy, where there are no predictable rules, where there are a minority that can be targeted with impunity, and that there's no follow-up, there's no police, there's no law, there's no compensation for damages. That's really the worst fear of the Jews, like any minority. So essentially what was happening in East Central Europe was much more the model of, the Jews have lived here a very long time. We're not ready to open up our society like those crazy French people are, but we are definitely committed to living in peace with this Jewish minority, which was perfectly acceptable for a large number of Jews living in places like the Austro-Hungarian Empire. But the idea of French equality was really quite tempting for large swaths of the population at large, and so you will have, over the course of the 19th century, a lot of liberal struggles to try to bring that system of government to East Central Europe. We have a major revolution in 1848 that points in that direction, turns out to fail, and so during this time, Jews are kind of buffeted by sudden swells of liberalism, and followed by contractions of conservatism. And over the course of the 19th century, they're struggling with, is society going to liberate us like France? Are they going to continue to tolerate us like Austria-Hungary? Or are we going to be subject to the anarchy that's associated with revolution? Significant worry for Jews overall. But the trend as a whole moves towards emancipation, moves towards the idea of giving Jews equal rights with all other members of society, and ultimately that's what would happen. By the end of the 19th century, Jews were emancipated throughout the entire region of East Central Europe. Only Russia maintained that strict distinction between Russian citizens and Jewish subjects, as we shall continue in our second lecture today. So this back and forth of what's going to happen to the Jews in East Central Europe had interesting implications for the Jewish community. Among German Jews, those who were committed to the idea of achieving emancipation began to experiment with internal reforms. We just began to touch on these last week, but here's when you have the development of what would be later called denominations within Judaism. The Reform movement, which was called the Liberal movement at this time in the early 19th century, said, essentially, one of the reasons why we are struggling to receive emancipation is because we're perceived as being so different from regular Germans. If we would just adopt things like those Sephardic Jews in southern France to show that we are good Germans too, then emancipation will be extended to us. And so the liberal movement was much more prepared to adopt changes in Jewish religious practice. Synagogue architecture was changed to be more church-like. Mixed seating of men and women was introduced. The liturgy was significantly edited to remove, for example, yearning for Zion, the idea that Jews are ultimately in exile in Germany was considered inappropriate because, after all, you only emancipate people who intend to live there for their home. You don't emancipate travelers. So references to Zion were removed from the liturgy because it was seen as a kind of a dual loyalty that was unacceptable. And we can go on and on with the various changes. One of the most significant ones was linguistic in nature. should Jews continue to pray in Hebrew, a language foreign to the vast majority of Germans, or should they move towards German language worship, so that, if a typical non-Jewish German were to walk into a synagogue, he or she would understand basically what is going on. And so in the 1840s, when the Reform movement moved significantly towards using German, the movement called the Historical Positivist Movement, now called essentially Conservative Judaism. It's a little bit different, but that's the term used in America. Basically led by a man named Zacharias Frankel, said, that's too much already. And so a splinter group from the Reform movement broke off and said, we do believe in reforming Judaism, but at a far slower pace. And so you have now three distinct orientations of Judaism very active in Germany. You have the traditionalists, who wouldn't be called Orthodox for some time, but they're probably known as Altgläubige, the old believers, who are essentially retaining medieval traditions. And then you have the very large grassroots movements of liberal Jews, aka Reform Jews, are willing to see changes in Judaism in order to adapt to German sensibilities. And then finally, you have the conservative movement, which would say, we believe in the basic tenets of changing Judaism to adapt to modernity, but not as fast as our Reform colleagues. There's much more to say about this, but I want to concentrate more on politics than on the denominational arguments. Now, related to these changes, there was a significant backlash developing, particularly in Germany, against the German Jewish advances for emancipation. And one of the figures that really highlights the opposition to this movement towards emancipation is a renowned historian, Heinrich von Treitschke, who in the latter part of the 19th century, looked at what was happening to Jews in Germany, and he was especially incensed with Heinrich Gratz's major multi-volume history of the Jews that was appearing at the time, which he felt maligned the Germans as the traditional hosts of the Jewish community. And he argued in a very trenchant series of essays and polemics that went back and forth between Gretz and Treitschke. He said famously, "Die Juden sind unser Unglück." The Jews are our misfortune. That if we had, sort of granted them the limited rights that we did in the medieval period and left it there, that would be fine. But von Treitschke said that, just allowing Jews to consider themselves German was a great tragedy and would ultimately result in the downfall of Germany. Obviously, this particular intellectual trend would have huge implications for the 20th century, as that slogan, "The Jews are our misfortune," would be picked up by the Nazi Party. But we will return to that, God willing, tomorrow. Now, let us go to Eastern Europe, which is hugely important, not least for the fact that the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews are living in Eastern Europe at this time. Eastern Europe would include the Great Russian Empire, massive territory. The Romanov dynasty had been controlling it for about 300 years, and would also include Poland at this point, because Poland was swallowed up by its neighbors in the late 18th century, and the largest single chunk of Jews was absorbed into the Russian Empire under Empress Catherine II, also known as Tsarina Catherine the Great. And so that's where you have the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews living. Now, we touched on some of the history that was happening there under the previous Tsar Nicholas I, and the degradation of the Jewish community there by the destruction of the Kahal, the imposition of the Cantonist system, the the crown schools that we discussed last week. When we get to the 1880s, there's a dramatic development with the assassination of Tsar Alexander II, shown here in this picture, seated. He was traveling in a carriage with his wife, and a bomb was thrown at the carriage by an early socialist group called Narodnaya Volya. Contrary to popular opinion, it was not actually thrown by a Jew or any kind of Jewish group, although one of the main co-conspirators was a Jewish pregnant woman who was later executed for the assassination of the Tsar. The Tsar died at the scene, and this rumor just spread throughout the Russian Empire in 1881 that had no basis in reality, that the successor Tsar had given the population permission to beat the Jews for 3 days. Now, these 3 days actually extended to about 3 years, and pogroms just dotted the countryside. You can see this remarkable map from an article that was written by Irena Grossfeld, Sehun Orkan Sakali, and Ekaterina Zhuravskaya. I'm going to show you some other graphs from that particular article that just gives you a sense of the scope of these pogroms that seem to be entirely out of the control of the Russian Empire completely. And in fact, one of the revelations in historiography in the 20th century in particular is that for a long time it was believed that the Russian Empire actually orchestrated these pogroms. Some thought that maybe they did this as a way of kind of distracting the peasantry from burgeoning dissatisfaction with the Russian Empire. But archival research has demonstrated that no, that's not in fact the case. Not to say that the Russian government was so friendly to Jews, but that these seem to be like spontaneous outbursts of violence that were perpetrated largely by unmarried men who were riding the rails from town to town and attacking Jewish communities at will, sometimes multiple times. These horrific pogroms, which were limited in scope in terms of the degree of violence compared to what would occur just 40 years later with the Russian Revolution, which would overwhelmingly be far more brutal, and then those pogroms would in turn be way overwhelmed by the Holocaust. Nevertheless, these pogroms had a major impact on the Jewish self-image. And as a result, Jews in the Russian Empire said, you know what, enough of this. We have to do something radically different. And I'm going to show you the 5 distinct strategies that Jews adopted. Before I move on, though, just have a quick look at the map. You'll see that a red line that sort of overlaps the modern boundaries that are shown there. That's the map of the Pale of Settlement at its greatest extent. The Pale of Settlement represented the region in which Jews were legally allowed to reside under Russian authority. There were Jews who were allowed to reside outside of it in Russia proper, but they were exceptional Jews, either there because of some special skill that they could offer the Russian government, like doctors or major financiers, things like that, or in the cases you can see on the Baltic coast in Latvia, these were veterans who had gone through the Cantonist system and were allowed, upon their release from their 25-year military service, to reside anywhere they wanted. So many of them form these unusual communities in Latvia and Estonia. But the vast, or it's also possible that Jews were living illegally in some of these other places. Actually, a fairly large number of Jews living illegally in Kiev, for example, Kiev, which was actually legally closed to Jews for much of this period. So that's the Pale of Settlement where most of these Ashkenazi Jews live. I want to point out 4 charts from this remarkable research that appeared in 2019. One of the things that's fascinating when you look at the pogroms. So here, take a look at this, which shows the number of pogroms that occurred during the late 19th and early 20th century. You can see this huge wave of pogroms in 1881, which are larger in extent, like in number, but not nearly as vicious, as murderous as the later pogroms. And then there's a significant wave in 1903-05, and then a terrible wave in 1917 to 1920, which smaller in number, but much larger in terms of its victims. Murder was much more common in the later ones. Now, the authors of that article correlate these pogroms with crop failures. And as you can see, that there is definitely some correlation, but there were many, many years where there were crop failures where there were no pogroms. And then they look at another factor. They look at political turmoil, like, after the Crimean War and things like that. And you see that, yes, similarly, there is some correlation between political turmoil, like the post-assassination of Alexander II, and pogroms, but not always. There's lots of times, like Napoleon's advances to Moscow, where there are no pogroms. However, brilliantly, if you include both of those variables, and you say, well, what happened in those years when you had both political turmoil and crop failure? Bang, there you go, pogroms. So that's a very clear graphic representation of how economic reversals and political upheavals equals pogroms in the Russian Empire.
Totally understand.
Quid est demonstradum, as they would say. Now, what did Jews decide to do about this? So one of the things that really changed as a result of those 1881-82 pogroms is that Jews began to question the traditional leadership in a very big way. The traditional leadership was hugely harmed by the Cantonist decrees that we discussed last week. The Kehillah was not nearly as trusted. The traditional rabbinical authority lost a lot of their authority in a rapidly secularizing Jewish society. And so Jews said after 1881, we are no longer going to accept the situation as is. We are going to adopt one of these 5 strategies. These are the 5 ideas that they articulated, and I'll explain to you how they were described in Jewish political activity. The first theory was, or the first decision was, perhaps the most traditional: let's leave. There's no room for Jews in Russia anymore. And in fact, this is a period where we have massive emigration from the Pale of Settlement, as shown here in this map, from 1881 to the fall of the Russian Empire in 1917. 1.75 million Jews moving to the United States. That number would increase by about another 250,000. 70,000 going to Canada, where they heard there was going to be some really good universal health insurance, things like that. Very significant populations to South America, to South Africa, and to the early Yishuv, the pre-state community of Jews in Israel, and of course 250,000 moving to Western Europe, kind of retracing the original migration path of Ashkenazi Jews from 13th century onward. Now they're moving back to Western Europe because the Russian Empire is no longer so comfortable, and a small number moving to places like Australia. The second major strategy was, no, let's not move, let's not leave the Russian Empire. Let's change the Russian Empire. And in this area, you see a huge influence of socialist ideology that is expressed in a lot of Jewish thinkers from the period, perhaps most famously by this man, Leon Trotsky, who was a major figure in the 1905 revolution in particular. Later, he became the leader of the Red Army during the revolutionary years, as we'll discuss, God willing, in about an hour. And one of the things that's less known about the Russian Empire is that from this photograph, a mugshot of his arrest, actually, you can see that it was virtually impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the Russian Empire at that time. I like to say that. I hope that doesn't bother you. Third, there are people who said, wait a minute, you're going to, try to change Russia. You're going to, try and adopt a totally different political system, that of socialism. It's just going to be another problem later on down the way. And who says that this new political system is any good? What we need to do is stop history. We have to have all Jews, rather than moving to some other country and repeating the whole process again, let's move to our homeland. Let us return to Israel and that will be the final homecoming of the Jews. This proved to be an extremely popular movement, the single most popular political movement of Jews in the Russian Empire, and would ultimately be successful in establishing a state in 1948. Fourth, a smaller group of Jews looked to the historian Shimon Dubno for inspiration, and he relied on the model of the Council of Lands that we discussed a few lectures ago on the medieval structure of a Jewish community existing as a strong community within a larger state. And he said we should create a kind of secular version of that. It's essentially, this movement did not have a tremendous amount of traction, but it ultimately informed what would be the federation movement of North America and much further. The idea that Jews should communally organize themselves and try to assert their rights as a community rather than as individual citizens. So it had a huge impact, not so much in the Russian Empire, although, by the way, it was attempted in Ukraine, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, and to a certain degree in Poland during the interwar period. Finally, a large group of Jews said, wait a second, this is totally off the charts from how we've behaved for 2,000 years of exile. We have to stick close to our traditional values. We have to hold fast to the Torah, to the Talmud, to our rabbis. But these Jews realized that they could not exist in this new democratizing environment unless they had a way of articulating their beliefs and of engaging in, mass dialogue. And so therefore, these so-called renewed traditionalists essentially adopted the tools of modern political discourse, forming political parties to be able to communicate their values to the population as a whole. So those are the 5 big strategies that Jews chose to adopt after 1881, after the pogroms that so uprooted the Ashkenazi community. How did that express itself into political movements? So I'm going to take the final 7 minutes of this lecture to walk you through. It never gets more complicated than this, but stick with me, okay? So here we have a political spectrum that you would be familiar with many discussion of 20th century politics. On the left, you have socialism, right? The idea that there should be, further left you go, you have the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Moving a little bit more to the center, you have the ideas of things like universal health care and unemployment insurance, and a lot of things that are really adopted in contemporary democracies that have socialist roots. But basically the idea that the society as a whole is responsible for each individual member, and there should be some kind of social safety net for everyone. And on the right, you would have capitalism, which to its extreme says, like, you run your own buddy. It's all about your individual responsibility. You've got to take care of your own health and pay for your doctors yourself. If you lose your job, too bad. But this, to its extreme form, it's like kind of savage. But as I mentioned, most democracies, like the United States of America, does not go anywhere near that far, although you can hear those tropes in debate. So that's kind of like a basic sort of political spectrum. Among Jews, it is considerably more complicated, because while you also have this socialist and capitalist debate among Jews, you also have a y-axis in which you have a conflict between those Jews who believe in political activity here, which is called Yiddish dol, here, in this place, meaning in the diaspora. Here in Russia, here in France, here in Germany, this is where we have to engage in politics. And there are others who say, no, it should be done over there in Israel. Meaning, don't bother investing in politics in the land where you were born, because we all have to return ultimately to the land of Israel. So why waste your energy focusing on political activity when you're just basically a traveler, you're a transient? Okay, thousands of years you've been living there, but you're going to go to Israel. So that's a huge debate. Do we invest here or do we invest there, meaning in Israel? So where the political parties fall out, and when I say political parties, they're really movements. Sometimes they are clandestine, illegal movements because the Russian Empire forbade them from existing, but nevertheless they were formed. We can place them within these four quadrants. Here on the lower left, the major party that was close to both socialist values and very stringent about fairness, Stoicite, meaning we want to change Russia. Don't give us any pipe dreams about Israel, the Middle East. That's ridiculous. We're going to do it all here in Russia. This would be a group called the Bund. The Bund is essentially, it was a social democrat party, which was the same organization from which the much larger Menshevik and even Bolshevik parties had affiliation. So it believed very much in socialist values, communal collection of property, things like that. But it was conducted, as this amazing sign indicates, in the Yiddish language. It was specifically directed to Jews to convince them to adopt what would later become a kind of a communist worldview. Communism is sort of the most extreme form of this socialist expression, but it's on the same spectrum. Then if we move over to the right, where you have groups who say we should invest in this country, but we should essentially not change the economy, that would be the Vereinigte Party, led by the historian Shimon Divna, who essentially, as we said in the last slide, was closely associated with what would later become the Federation movement, that we should not change too much, just focus on changing the Jewish community and its structure, and that was essentially his platform. It was not a very popular platform, even though it had very strong ideological roots and would later be adopted by some Jewish and other populations. Of course, you have the Zionists who said we should have the general Zionists, I should say. There are many flavors of Zionism. The Allgemeine Zionisten, the regular Zionists or general Zionists, believed in let's all go to Israel. Let's not get too involved in these specific economic political discussions. Let's just get to Israel. And of course, the leader of that was Theodor Herzl, who was the founder of modern Zionism. Some debate over characters, but basically he's certainly the most famous father of it. So there are some who are more extreme who felt that we got to go to Israel, we got to be capitalist, but you know what? We've got to adopt a really stringent reliance on ourselves. We cannot rely, as would, on heads of state of European countries, of well-wishers in the non-Jewish world. We've got to really do it ourselves, even if it means violence. So you have the revisionist movement, led by Vladimir Jabotinsky, shown here, and this would eventually become the roots of the more right-wing parties in Israel's Knesset as well. And then finally, not actually finally, there's a trick to this, but finally, if you look quadrants where they should develop Israel as the direction for Jewish settlement, and it would be a shame if you just went to Israel and created another capitalist country. It should be socialist. So the socialist Zionists, the so-called Poalei Zion, were perhaps the most famous of them, the workers of Zion, established a network of kibbutzim, which are essentially kind of like neo-communist ashrams where Jews would live according to communist values, and they adapted them considerably over the course of the 20th century, but highly experimental structures of communal living and things like that. Now, this is complicated enough, but I have to add in, I'm afraid, a z-axis, right? We have an x-axis, a y-axis. We also have a z-axis, which is religious values. There were religious organizations as well. The first would be a group that was associated with the name Mizrahi, which means east, and it was associated very heavily with Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook, who is shown here, who said, you know what, a lot of rabbis are opposed to this idea of Zionism. They look at the people who are promoting it, and they say, hey, these guys are basically secular free thinkers. That's not us. And what about all those passages in the Talmud that tell us essentially to be patient and wait for the Messiah before he moved to Israel. And Rav Kook suggested, well, maybe the fact that these secular Jews are coming back to Israel, that is in itself a sign that the Messiah is near. And furthermore, we have so many examples of miracles that occurred in the Bible because people took the first steps. That it wasn't nihilo, that things happened because Jews took the first steps. Like, just off the top of my head, lighting the Hanukkah menorah, right? The idea that there was one cruse of oil and they lit it and it lasted for 8 nights. A lot more to say about that in ancient history, but in terms of the metaphor, this was a very powerful one. And so many religious Orthodox Jews said, yeah, we're going to be on with this as well. But then finally, and this is really finally, you have a group that said, no, let's stick to our traditional understanding of the Talmud, which says, don't force the issue. It's a chutzpah. It's bold and unfair to God to demand that he send Messiah. We have to be patient in the diaspora. And this is a group called the Agudat Israel, or the community of Israel, that was really focused on traditional Torah values. Later, of course, with the horrible impact of the Holocaust, they would have to reevaluate some of their stance towards Zionism, and actually they ended up becoming very strong in Israel per se. But their central core message is unchanged, which is dedication to Torah itself. Perhaps the most famous example of their activity is in the great Daf Yomi program, which they really pioneered in the 1920s, studying 1 page of Talmud a day through a 7-year cycle that results in a grand celebration at the end. This is the most recent celebration at the MetLife Stadium in New York. I was actually seated myself kind of off to the right of this picture, and it's celebrated all over the world. This worldwide study of the Talmud. So that's kind of like a quick overview of the many different complicated political orientations that Jews adopted at this time, an expression of a reaction to the pogroms of 1881, 1882. Thank you very much for your attention and endurance.
They've seen it revisit them, as they say, and they can communicate with it by taking a stereo radio portable and putting it near the hole, and it's almost like an EVP of sorts that's live and continuous. It probably sounds like one of those ghost boxes. Next, the rectangular stove has melted.
Okay, hello everyone. I hope you are doing well. At this point that we've had kind of like a general overview of the expression of political opinion among Jews for a snapshot in time, really from 1897 till about 1912, we should go on to understand how this was filtered through the experience of the Jews of Ashkenaz in the 20th century. I'd like to focus the next hour specifically on the Soviet experience, which is one of the most significant, demographically certainly the largest chunk of Jews in Ashkenazic territory, or the descendants of the Ashkenazic Jews from the Rhineland in Eastern European territory. That'll be our occupies. That will occupy us for the next hour. Let us begin first with the fall of the Russian Empire. So, if you look at this map here, these two maps actually, you'll see on the left, this is what East Central Europe looked like before World War I. You can see that it's dominated by 3 major empires, the German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the Russian Empire. And that big sort of like puzzle piece sticking out to the left is Poland, Greater Poland. And then just a few years later, all of a sudden it's radically changed. As you can see on the right-hand side, the map is completely unrecognizable. You have the German Empire is significantly shrunk. It's there's a section called East Prussia, which is actually the wrong color in this map. It should be the same color as Germany. But it's got a land bridge that separates it from Germany proper. That land bridge is a whole new country, Poland, which had not been seen on the map since the late 18th century. So all of a sudden, Poland is back, and it's taking up quite a bit of territory. it actually will have a very large proportion of non-ethnic Poles living within its boundary. And to contrast that, where is Austria-Hungary? That empire is dismantled significantly. There are tiny remnants of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in a country called Austria and its neighboring country, Hungary, but they are just a tiny fraction of its original size when it was a dual monarchy. Now, all of a sudden, the majority of the former citizens of Austria-Hungary find themselves in totally different countries. A couple of them are actually completely new countries. Like, for example, Czechoslovakia, which is now the Czech Republic and Slovakia. That represents a totally new country that took the northern part of Austria-Hungary to exist. Romania is significantly expanded, and look at this, Yugoslavia, the South Slavs, a totally new country that takes up quite a bit of the old Austria-Hungarian Empire, and also encompasses Serbia, and it's just. Things have changed so dramatically, and all of these things are going to be extremely important tomorrow morning when we look at the Holocaust, because, of course, the Germans and the Australians and the Hungarians, and for slightly different reasons, the Italians, they are all practicing a form of revisionism. They want to revise the peace treaties that created these new countries immediately after World War I, but that will be a topic for tomorrow. For now, I'd like you to look at the very edge of the map on the right side of the screen, where you see Russia has disappeared, and they've labeled this map not entirely correctly, Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine, but really it's referring to the new Soviet Union, which ultimately would be created from 15 actually, constituent republics. One of them would be the Ukrainian SSR, the other one would be the Belarusian SSR, but basically the old Russian Empire has disappeared. So that's what we're going to look at first. What happened to the Jews of this region when the Russian Empire disappeared? So there's really two revolutions that remove Russia from the map. The first one occurred in February of 1917. The second one occurred in October of 1917. Now, ironically, they're referred to in Russian historiography as the February and especially the October revolutions, but if you were standing where I am right now in New York, at the time the revolution happened, they would have been referred to as the March Revolution and the November Revolution, respectively. The reason for this is because one of the unusual quirks of the Romanov Empire was that they relied on the Julian calendar rather than the Gregorian calendar then used in the West. And it was literally losing a year every century, I believe, since they had the switch. So they were 11 days behind the Western calendar. Russia was quite literally behind the West chronologically. It was only later in 1918, I think, that the communists said, "Okay, let's use the same calendar as the West," and that's how we are synchronized today. But back then, they were actually distinct. So the first revolution occurred in February, and it seemed to have started from a food riot. Let us recall that World War I has been going on now for 3 years. Right, it erupts in 1914, and it's the first really major global conflict involving, forces from all over the world, literally. And Russia is involved, but they are not doing very well. They lose almost immediately a massive amount of territory to German forces that's cut off on the Western front for Russia, and they don't seem to be able to gain those back. Ultimately, the fact that these regions were behind German lines would contribute to their ability to establish independence after World War I, because Russia is not able to assert its control over Poland and the Baltic states, for example. So they're not doing well. They're outfitting their soldiers extremely poorly. Soldiers are unmotivated, finding that they don't have enough to eat, they don't have enough clothing to wear in the winter, that famously or infamously, they were not even properly equipped for the war. One of the infamous quotes, I'm not sure if it's apocryphal, but it certainly captures the mood, that Russian soldiers were told to use their bayonets first, meaning to use the knives that were mounted to the end of their rifles to fight first, because they had a lack of ammunition and they couldn't afford to waste it by shooting at the enemy. So in other words, they had to physically get close enough to the enemy to use a bayonet, while their enemies, the Germans, are well supplied and can use bullets for a lot longer than it takes for the Russian soldier to approach. So they were really doing very poorly. And at the same time, internal supply issues were facing a lot of the civilians living in Russian cities who simply did not have enough to eat. So on International Women's Day, there was a food riot that erupted when apparently a woman in the city of Petrograd, Peter's city, named after the patron saint of Peter the Great. By the way, this name Petrograd is significant. It used to be called St. Petersburg after St. Peter, the patron saint of Peter the Great, Tsar. And then the word Berg is a German ending for a city. So therefore, during World War I, to be more patriotic, they named it Petrograd, Grad being a Russian suffix meaning city, so it doesn't have the German ending. I grew up in northern Ontario. There was actually a town, an Indian village, Cree Indian, that was called Swastika. And during World War II, they decided to rename it. I think it was called Churchill for a few years, very patriotic name. And then after World War II, it went back to Swastika because that was a word in the Cree language. At any rate, so they named it Petrograd, and then the communists would later name it Leningrad. And after the fall of the Soviet Union, it would return to its original name, St. Petersburg, which is the name we use today. But anyway, in what was then Petrograd, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window because everyone was starving and hungry. This erupted into a great riot, and ultimately it got out of control. And the Tsar himself was arrested, and suddenly, without anyone really understanding how this happened, the Romanov dynasty fell. And that was the end of the Russian Empire, almost in the blink of an eye. What was established in its wake was a provisional government, which was run by this man, Alexander Kerensky. And the main challenge of the provisional government was that it wanted to establish a permanent government. They still had to figure out what they were doing about World War I. It's still ongoing for another year. They haven't figured out, are they going to stay in the war or remove themselves from the war? For the time being, they decided to stay in the war. But they had to try and pull together a representative body to allow citizens of the Russian Empire to vote on their future. This so-called constituent assembly, a very noble kind of democratic ideal to hold, to get the vote of the population. It turned out to be their downfall because while they were, slowly, laboriously creating this constituent assembly, the much more nimble, smaller, and unscrupulous Bolsheviks were able to outmaneuver them, and ultimately they would take over the Constituent Assembly before it could be properly seated and declare a totally new government in October. But during this brief interregnum between February and October, as Kerensky was trying to pull together this Constituent Assembly, one of the most important things he did was, the very first decision, actually, was to destroy the foundations, the legal foundation of the Pale of Settlement. Here you can see it in kind of like in the brighter white color against the gray. The Pale of Settlement, the restrictions on Jewish citizenship, restrictions on Jewish residency were abolished by the provisional government, which made it, a great. It made it heroic in the eyes of many Jews. although it was very short-lived. Here, by the way, is a period map from 1901, which gives you a sense of the relative populations of Jews, the concentration of Jews in the several guberni, or the provinces of the Pale of Settlement. You see very strong concentration, more than 17% in the eastern part of Poland and the central part of Poland by Warsaw, very strong concentrations in the region of Lithuania and in right bank Ukraine, that is the right bank of the Dnipro River, the western half of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory. Far smaller concentrations as you go further to the east. So what happens after the February Revolution is this man, Vladimir Lenin, the driving force behind the Bolshevik movement, organizes local councils in factories and villages and elsewhere. They're called Soviets, which means councils. And with their support, he storms the Constituent Assembly with an armed force, declares it disbanded in favor of all power to the Soviets, and proclaims what would eventually become the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the first communist state in Europe, and a bold new experiment in attempting to establish this form of government in Europe. The notion that supported Lenin's popularity was the idea that this new, totally new, radically new form of government would ultimately cleanse Russia of its various, corruptive elements, including the monarchy, including the church. It was a very, very anti-clerical, anti-church movement, anti-religious in general, as we shall see, and also its capitalist movement. You can see at the bottom of this image that literally shows Lenin cleaning up the globe, because many felt that once communism started in Russia, it would eventually expand to fill the entire globe. This is really at the heart of the confrontation between the United States with its vision of democracy, that the United States believed that democracy would eventually, conquer all regions of the globe, and the Soviets felt equally aggressively that communism would actually be the dominant political modality of the entire globe. At the very bottom of the globe here, you see the capitalist. He probably looks familiar to you as a Monopoly Man figure. The Monopoly Man of the famous Parker Brothers game is based on a traditional iconic idea of the ultimate capitalist with the waistcoat and the top hat, and here the bag of money, somewhat rotund. You're rather more appealing in the board game version, but nevertheless the same kind of thing. This is often used, by the way, as kind of like a stand-in for Jews in general, sometimes made explicit with the Star of David and things like that, but Jews and capitalists very highly identified in the communist mind, particularly when it leans towards some anti-Semitic interpretations. I know, it's very ironic that communist anti-Semites accuse Jews of being capitalists. Capitalist anti-Semites accuse Jews of being communists. You just can't win. But that's the reality of anti-Semitism. It just does not have to make sense. Here is some propaganda directed against the communist movement by the White Russians. The White Russians, there are two different definitions of this term. The term Belarus literally means White Russia, and it's a region of the former Russian Empire, now the USSR, and so people who come from there are called Belarusians, or literally translated as White Russians. But in the context of the revolutionary movement, the communists were associated with the color red, right? The Reds were the Soviets, and so those forces that opposed the communists, sometimes either openly monarchist, wishing to bring back the Tsar, sometimes a little bit more moderate, wishing to defend some kind of provisional government sort of idea. They were called the Whites, to contrast them with the Reds. Has nothing to do with the territory of Belarus specifically, it's more a political orientation. So the Whites and the Reds were engaged in a very ferocious civil war, along with many other combatants, as we shall see shortly. And the whites were perhaps most notorious for their anti-Soviet propaganda, some of which was explicitly anti-Semitic. So this particular example compares the early communists to Aztec priests performing a human sacrifice. The human sacrifice is supposed to represent some kind of monarchic figure there, and it's being sacrificed, meaning the Holy Mother Russia is being sacrificed before the altar upon which Karl Marx sits, right, the founder of socialism, and it is labeled international, right? The Communist International, the Socialist International, meaning the whole idea of communism that was organized in an international group. Russia was about to be sacrificed, a human sacrifice towards this idea. And the various figures you can see, they're labeled at the top in Russian. Lenin, of course, the central figure in the bright red robe. Right next to him, the butcher, is Trotsky. Right? Remember that Trotsky is Jewish, and Trotsky is all, along with actually a few other figures here. And Trotsky is also especially feared by the whites because he is leading very effectively the Red Army. Ultimately, the whites will be defeated by Trotsky's army. There's also this representation here of what are clearly ex-Hasidic Jews. You can see that the one on the left is still bearing his earlocks, his peyos, although he's bareheaded at this time, which suggests a more secular orientation. And he's holding a bag with the number 30 on it, which is certainly a reference to the betrayal of Jesus by Judas for 30 silver pieces. I think it was silver. So the whole idea is that the message is that the Jews are somehow betraying Russia as well, contributing to this. And in fact, there's a major staple of Russian propaganda was white Russian propaganda was that the Jews had somehow sold out Mother Russia to the communists, and we're going to explore that in some detail in just a moment. What I'd like to do is actually take us into the Civil War itself. It is highly significant for the entire region, and ironically, considering the focus of the world today is on Ukraine, this is an area that's extremely pivotal to Ashkenazi Jewish history because of an unusual experiment that occurred in Ukraine at this time. As you can see from the note in the back, one of the several examples of early Ukrainian currency during the very brief period when Ukraine attempted to develop an independent country during the Civil War. It would ultimately fail because of several reasons, but it would be swallowed up by the communist movement that would wipe out the groups that were striving for Ukrainian independence and would establish instead a Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. But as you look at this document, you can see on the upper left, it has in Russian the word 100 karbovanцы, which is the karbovanets, which is the unit of currency. On the right, it has it in Polish, both official languages of the Ukrainian state, and at the very bottom you can see the word in Yiddish 100 karbovances. And this is in fact a fascinating aspect of the period. Yiddish was established as an official language of this very brief-lived Ukrainian state. So let me back up a little bit by telling you that, ironically, I actually know a little bit more about what we're talking about today than most of the times that I'm actually speaking, because my PhD dissertation was on this particular period. You can see here, it was published by Harvard, A Prayer for the Government of Ukrainians and Jews in Revolutionary Times, 1917 to 1920, because I specifically looked at this very unusual rapprochement between Jews and Ukrainians, who you would think would have some, very negative history, some baggage that had to be dealt with before they could affect the political rapprochement. We have the Khmelnytsky rebellion that we talked about a while ago. We have the extensive pogroms that occurred in the 1881 period. We will also have pogroms in 1903, 1904 in Ukrainian ethno-Lycian territories. How is it possible they were able to cooperate on the creation of a state? But in fact, this happened. Here's the Ukrainian translation that appeared just a little while ago in Kyiv I'm very proud to have it being available to the Ukrainian public as well. So basically what's going on is if you look at this map here, you'll see where Jews are living in Ukraine. The blue line is the present-day boundary of Ukraine. That is, of course, before the Russian invasion of 2014 and their annexation of the Crimea, and also their attack in the eastern part of the Donbass, which it still seems to be up in the air. But you can see there's very large concentration of Jews in right bank Ukraine. That is the western part of the country, and bleeding over into neighboring countries as well. More than 15% of the population in these regions. And let us not forget that the Jews are quite distinct from the Ukrainians in a lot of key demographic areas. The Ukrainians, hugely agrarian. Majority of the population involved in traditional agriculture. Jews, on the other hand, overwhelmingly involved in commerce, living in villages, towns, and cities. Ukrainians primarily knowing the science of the land and its rhythms and so on. Jews, on the other hand, educated to be literate and to understand how numbers work, mathematics, and so on. And so the Ukrainians, in their attempt to create a state which would be focused around an organization that they would call the Centralna Rada. Rada is the Ukrainian translation of the word Soviet, meaning council, but it really had a very different character in this period. Their activity around this Central Rada was fully aware that the small Ukrainian intelligentsia, that was also ironically concentrated in the western part of the country, was insufficient in numbers to be able to effectively govern a territory of this size, second largest country in Europe, that has today about 44 million, I believe. In the beginning of the century, they had something closer to 40 million, but it's a massive territory. How are they going to be able to manage it? The Russians and the Poles, who also had significant populations, also primarily in the cities, all had different interests. The Russians, of course, had allegiance to the former Russian Romanov dynasty, and many of them wanted to see the creation of a Russian federation dominated by Russia. And the Poles, of course, were struggling to create their own country to the north out of the ruins of World War I. They had reasons not to be so necessarily loyal to this burgeoning Ukrainian state. The Jews, on the other hand, had no other loyalties that were that were automatically attached to them, and it stood to reason that many of them would see the benefit in specifically associating their energies with this new nascent state of Ukraine and helping it to thrive and grow. And so, to the surprise of many observers, the dominant Jewish Ukrainian mood, which can be measured in several ways, actually was in favor of this new Ukrainian development, which had promised many communal rights to Jews. Just to give you an example of one document that illustrates those promises and the difficulty they had in creating them, as I mentioned, Yiddish became an official language of this nascent Ukrainian state. But how do you actually run a government with Yiddish when the government itself is barely able to write anything in Ukrainian, its first language? So here's one typical document that I discovered in my archival research. It's a letter written to the Jewish community of Lviv. And if you look at you can see it's obviously written in two different scripts here. There is a typewritten Ukrainian script, or if you look carefully at it, you'll see that many letters are actually handwritten into the document. And that is because the Ukrainian language has an alphabet which is similar but not identical to the Russian alphabet. They're both Cyrillic languages, but there are some letters that Ukrainians have that Russians don't have, and vice versa. They also pronounce certain letters differently as well. One of the letters that's missing in the Russian alphabet is the letter that we would recognize as the letter I in the Roman alphabet, or I with an umlaut, with two dots instead of one. And so you can see that what they had to do, the typists had to use a Russian language typewriter, because there are very, very few Ukrainian language typewriters. The Russians had engaged actually a tremendous amount of energy in the late 19th and especially early 20th century to try to control the spreading and standardization of the Ukrainian language. They really wanted to preserve the Russian language against a popular movement to turn the vernacular into a formal written standardized language. This is ironically, as my father all of a sudden would say, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. One of the things that Putin is demanding of Zelensky in his current war on Ukraine is that Ukraine has to protect the Russian language, right? There's worries that Russia will somehow be, the great Russian literature will be lost if Ukrainians don't make special protections for it. At any rate, here you can see more of the reality of the situation. The vast majority of the population, especially the agrarian population, especially in Western regions, are much more likely to speak Ukrainian amongst themselves, although Russian was the formal language of government. So by trying to recreate Ukrainian, they've had to use a typewriter that has only Russian Cyrillic letters, and every time they come to the Ukrainian letter I, or the I with the umlaut, they have to leave a blank space, and then afterwards the typist has to pull the paper out of the machine and write in the letters directly with a pen. By the way, I'm assuming that everyone watching this video or attending this class is old enough to remember what a typewriter looked like. It's kind of like a word processor that you cannot, simply hit the backspace key to delete anything. Whatever you type once is actually printed onto paper, and you can't take it off unless you use some kind of physical device like literally a white paint to paint over the letter. It sounds absurd that I actually have to explain this, but that's the situation. So it's a Russian typewriter, and I use it to write Ukrainian. What about Yiddish? Don't even think about it. There are hardly any Yiddish language typewriters in Ukraine during this war era and the Civil War. So the typist has to save a space, draw a line, and then carefully write in the message in Yiddish on the right by hand. So this should give you a sense of the tremendous efforts that they were willing to engage in to be multicultural, but at the same time, it's chaos. They're having tremendous difficulty, for example, getting Yiddish literate or Yiddish fluent operators on the telephone switchboard and all kinds of things like that, but they are nevertheless making a good faith effort to try and include Jews in this new government. Okay, well, what ends up happening is the whole experiment, however well-meaning, ends in terrible failure as the entire region is absorbed in a pogrom wave that was far worse in 1881, 1882, far worse even than the Magnitsky massacres of the 17th century. And if it were not for the Holocaust that occurs 20 years later, it would have been, it would be remembered as one of the worst periods in Jewish history. The pogroms were focused especially in the revolutionary year, the Civil War year 1919, but they began already in November 1917 and they extended into 1921. But 1919 was clearly the worst of them. The war ends in 1918. The Germans retreat in a very disorganized manner, often just selling their weapons for food to find their way back to Germany. The Russians invade from the north. The nascent Ukrainian state tries to defend itself, but it's ultimately reduced to operating out of series of trains moving in a triangular region in the western part of the country before they're finally driven out. And you have many other forces active in Ukraine, including the White Russians I described earlier, also a group known as the Greens, the anarchists, and there are several foreign armies that are active there as well. So it's a period of amazing, awful chaos. Earlier this morning, we talked about the importance for Jews of living in a Rechtsstaat, a society that, even if it is moderately discriminatory, nevertheless, it is governed by law, and there are predictable rules and enforcement of those rules. 1919 was the polar opposite of all that. You have pogrom waves just washing over the entire territory, many communities being hit multiple times, and the degree of violence, the murderous nature of these pogroms dwarfs anything that was experienced prior to this period. It is truly a horrific time for Jews, and those Jews who have not chosen to leave for America or elsewhere prior to this are distinctly motivated to do so after this terrible period. Now, one of the great ironies of this period is that 40%, the plurality of the pogroms that are recorded with a known perpetrator at this time were perpetrated by the same government that was at the same time engaged in extending all kinds of unprecedented communal rights to Jews. In other words, there were Ukrainian pogromists affiliated, however loosely, with this man, Simon Petlura, the leader of the Ukrainian government, which is called at the time the Directory, who were at the same time attacking Jewish civilians in the villages. And this is like one of those hard to understand paradoxes. How is it possible that Petlura himself is in a government that has a minister of Jewish affairs, that has Yiddish as an official language, that has all kinds of these wonderful policies, which of course are kind of like mainly on paper because the government itself is barely able to hold itself together. And they're like, they have such a pro-Jewish approach, and at the same time, their army is attacking Jewish civilians. The reasons for this, I discuss it much longer in my book, but I should at least give some sense of it here. Petlura succeeds in amassing a remarkably large array of forces early on in this period, specifically in the winter of 1919, bringing together over 100,000 troops, but they're mainly made up of peasants who grab pitchforks or whatever they can find. They have no uniforms or anything like that. They have very poor command and control structure, but they declare themselves for the Ukrainian National Republic and for Petlura. And then by the time you get to the end of the spring, those 100,000 odd troops have diminished to about 16,000 under the pressure from the Soviets, the Whites, and then several other parties active in the region. So it appears that the peasants' understanding of what the Ukrainian National Republic was all about was very, very thin, and it was very easy for them to associate the Jews with the enemy. And this became a self-fulfilling prophecy because, ironically, of the various forces active in Ukraine at this time, the one force that was pretty reliably unlikely to commit a pogrom were the Soviet army under the Jewish leader Trotsky. They're only associated with 2% of the recorded pogroms. So it's not like there were not pogroms that were affected by Soviet soldiers, but there were very few of them. They were far more disciplined. And so what ends up happening at this time is that the Soviets experienced a surge of support for the Red Army from this Jewish population, so much so that they had to scramble to try and create training centers that could work in Yiddish with these, yeshiva boys who are running out of yeshiva, their pay is flying, never having touched a rifle in their life, but they want to join the Red Army in order to protect their communities or to effect revenge on pogromists that would quite often attack the same communities over and over again as their front lines move back and forth. There's a surge of Jewish support for the army specifically, but there was also a smaller surge for communism in general, as many disaffected Jews felt like Judaism had failed them, and that communism as a kind of secular messianism would actually come to their rescue. Now, in terms of Petliura himself, it's important to note that later historians have often characterized Petliura as the architect of these pogroms, a kind of like early version of Hitler. And in my research, I discuss at some length how I do not feel that is an appropriate way to understand his role in the violence. Petliura himself actually had published some very pro-Jewish things well before the war. He wrote some very favorable reviews, for example, of plays that dealt with Jewish characters, things like that. And it seemed really out of character for him to do that. Moreover, during the war, as Ukrainian apologists will often point out, he published all kinds of like decrees forbidding pogroms and promising to punish anyone who violated those rules and things like that. But what ended up happening was he was assassinated in 1926, and in a dramatic trial that occurred in Paris, the image of him as the designer of the pogroms emerged. The story behind his assassination is really quite dramatic. The man shown in this photograph standing on the left is named Schwarzbart, and basically at this time in 1926, the Ukrainian National Republic has lost its bid for statehood, and the key figures in the government, including Petliura, have fled to the west. He's living in Paris. Petliura walks out of a cafe one morning on the Rue Racine, and this man, Schwarzbart, walks up to him and says to him, "Vous êtes Monsieur Petliura? Are you Mr. Petliura?" And he says, "Oui." And Schwarzbart takes out a gun and shoots him dead on the spot. He is arrested and put on trial, but in a brilliant legal move, his defense argues that he was acting out of revenge for the pogroms that had affected the Jews of Ukraine. That Schwarzbart should be viewed, argued his defense, as an avenger of Jewish pride, and rather than making a trial about Schwarzbart, who was actually, an assassin in the open, who killed him in cold blood on the street, the trial became one of Petliura and of his role in the pogroms, and it hinged on whether or not Petliura was guilty of creating this pogrom movement. And as I've argued in my book, but I'll state it very briefly here, I do not feel that calling Petliura the architect of the pogroms is historically valid. I do believe that Petliura chose to remain silent at a key period of several weeks in the spring of 1919, and he failed to take a rapid action to condemn the pogroms early on, and this allowed the impression to spread throughout Ukrainian troops that in fact the pogroms were, if not tolerated, then perhaps even condoned. And this was the key culpability that Petliura bears. In my humble opinion, it's not one of commission. It's highly unlikely that he actually ordered anyone to commit a pogrom. It does not make sense. There are some historians who point to documentation that would say that, but that documentation has actually not been found. I would say that his culpability rests in one of omission, that he failed to take the actions necessary of the titular head of this government, however fragile, for fear of losing the loyalty of his troops. This allowed the pogroms to expand and to wreak such havoc on the Jewish population. At any rate, just to finish the story with Schwarzbart, he was exonerated. Under French law, he was required to pay damages to the widow of Petliura, and so he was fined 1 franc, incredibly insulting. Slap on the wrist for killing a man. But Jews worldwide celebrated this as a huge victory of finally being able to stand up mete out vengeance against someone who was responsible for the pogroms. Even if that responsibility was highly attenuated and was focused perhaps in a different direction by the trial, nevertheless, that's the ultimate result. But if we return to the period under discussion of 1919, we should recall that 40% of the pogroms were in fact perpetrated by the Ukrainian troops, and the whole enterprise in a rapprochement ended in miserable failure. And many Jews saw the Red Army being a far more effective control on the violence, and so therefore support for the Red Army grew significantly. By 1920, the Ukrainian experiment in statehood ends in failure. Its leaders are mainly exiled to the west, and Ukraine is now absorbed within the Soviet Union. And Ukraine, at this point, constitutes the biggest single concentration of Jews in the Soviet Union, because the Jews who lived in Polish regions and the Lithuanian regions are now living in independent Poland and Lithuania, and to a certain degree Latvia as well. So Ukraine has a hugely important role in our understanding of Ashkenazi culture in the Soviet Union. So what does the Soviet Union do about Jews? So we should recall that at this time there is a lot of flux going on in the new country known as the Soviet Union. So they go through a period which they call war communism, which lasts till 1920. It overlaps the Civil War, and it is a period where the communists try desperately to bring this overwhelmingly agrarian society rapidly into a communist future, which, Karl Marx, when he outlined his vision of the march towards the progress that he called communism, he really didn't anticipate that would happen in a state that was largely pre-industrial. So they have a really difficult time trying to make these backward agrarian communities behave like modern technological industrial communist states. And so they decide to back off, and they adopt a new program called the New Economic Policy, or NEP. And this is sort of like a toning down of the rapid collectivization of agriculture and things like that. And that proves to be the breathing room that a lot of people need to begin to rebuild the economy after 4 years of World War and 2 years of Civil War. Sorry, there's also a tremendous change at the top of the political establishment. Lenin, who we've described as the mastermind behind the communist revolution, has a stroke. And the last 2 years of his life, he's debilitated. So that leaves a kind of a gap, a vacuum in power, in which both Trotsky and Stalin and other figures of Bukharin are all jockeying to take advantage of. Ultimately, the winner would be Stalin, as we shall see. But for now, we should talk about the Jewish aspect of it. Stalin is not a friend of the Jews at all. Stalin definitely harbors a very distinct anti-Semitism that will eventually express itself to its fullest later on in his reign. But this time he's still too weak to really, articulate it. And more moderate, sometimes Jewish-inspired ideas dominate the party for its first decade. They establish something called Yevsektia, which is a Russian acronym for the Jewish, it is a Russian acronym, not British. It is a Russian acronym for the Jewish section of the Communist Party. The idea being that the Jews, because they are a highly distinctive population, very different demographically, economically, religiously, linguistically from the broader populations, they need a special communist party in order to move them towards communist ideals, and recognizing their special sort of complexion. Ironically, they're paralleled by a women's section of the Communist Party for similar reasons, which would also have exactly the same lifespan as the Jewish section. They would all be done by 1930 as Stalin consolidated power and said, enough of this, to use the Yiddish term, Narishkeit, enough of this silliness, let's move on with real communism. Yevsektia was specifically set up. The man in this picture here is the head of the Yevsektia, a former Chabad rabbi named Simon Dimenstein, who would abandon his Jewish identity, abandon his religious identity identity in order to lead this effort, and it had some interesting kind of plans. Perhaps the most significant aspect of the Yevsektia was initially its determined attack on Jewish religion. Right? Remember that the Communist Party is adopting a distinctly anti-religious stance based on Marx's ideas. The fact that Marx himself was born a Jew, later baptized by his parents, is irrelevant. He's perhaps one of the most notorious self-hating Jews of modern history. The whole idea of religion in the Marxist and socialist and communist mind is that it is an opiate of the masses, meaning it is a drug that keeps people stupid. What specifically does it occlude from their vision? It obfuscates the importance of class in their lives, and that their true enemies are not the adherents of rival religious movements or nationalist movements, but in reality their true enemies are their class enemies. And so doctrinaire Marxism teaches a complete atheism in order to allow people to see through the veil of religious promises to the fact that they are being manipulated by upper classes for the control of scarce resources. So there's a determined, ironic expression of this organization called the League of Militant Atheists directed at Jews. This organization was known in Russian as the Bezbosniki, the godless, I really like the term. In Jewish terms, they were called simply apikorsim, heretics, but they distinctly strove to try and extirpate Judaism from the masses, which was a difficult task because although this is a changing and evolving society that is adopting a more and more secular approach, this is still the heartland of traditional orthodoxy, and they were fighting against a major demographic current. They would have, however, significant success, aided by the upheaval of the Holocaust and so on. In the image on the left, which is more of an anti-Christian image than an anti-Jewish one, Jesus is giving out alcohol to all the guests, the common peasants at his party, and they're drinking themselves stupid, vomiting, and the whole idea of the opiate of the masses is very well encapsulated in this picture. So, with regards the Jews, there was decided emphasis on trying to extirpate religion. Sometimes they would be co-opted, like they wrote special red Haggadahs that were designed to try and teach Jews that they really weren't rescued from Egypt by Moses. They were actually rescued from the Russian monarchs by Stalin. I mean, crazy kinds of transvalued messages. But the overall approach of the party in the 1920s was one called korenizatsiya. This term, it's hard to translate into English. The word koren means a root, like a root of a tree or something like that. And so it means indigenization, or developing the true origins or the true culture associated with the people before it gets poisoned and twisted and warped by outside influences. It was at its core a belief that if you went back to the original folk culture of the peasantry or whatever, you would find a culture that was very amenable to socialist values, and that you would find a culture that would naturally be communist. And so you see this policy of korenizatsiya being applied to many different peoples, not just the Jews, but in the Jewish world, it was especially known as a period in which Yiddish has a remarkable renaissance. Yiddish was regarded, unlike Hebrew, the religious language, right? No religion here. Yiddish is regarded as the true folk language of Ashkenazi Jews living in Ukraine and elsewhere in the Communist Union. And so therefore, anything that was Yiddish was good. And there was a tremendous amount of resources poured into developing Yiddish literature and Yiddish plays and Yiddish poetry and all kinds of things like that. Remarkable flourishing of Yiddish, so much so that many Yiddish intellectuals individuals who had already emigrated to America chose to move back to the Soviet Union in the 1920s because they saw a tremendous cultural renaissance of the language. Now, there are some funny things associated with this, like, for example, Yiddish is about 15 to 20% Hebrew. Lots and lots of borrowings from Hebrew, the religious language. And that was considered to be somehow tainting of the language. And so the Yiddishists of the period, working with the policy of colonization, tried to edit Yiddish so it would not have that Hebrew root. So, for example, Hebrew is not, unlike Yiddish, a phonetic language. It doesn't have vowels. The nekudot, the punctuation points, so it's hard to exactly describe what that is if you're not familiar with Hebrew, but they're added later. If you read the Torah in the original scroll, it will have no vowels. You literally have to memorize the various possible pronunciations and understand which pronunciation is appropriate for this particular sentence. There's lots more to say, but I don't have enough time to say it. So what they did was, the Soviets, when they tried to work with Hebrew terms in Yiddish, they either forbade them, or if they couldn't forbid them because they're so important, they would transliterate them phonetically using Yiddish. So, for example, the word emet, truth, very important word in it was named of a famous publishing house, for example, but it was spelled in Hebrew. So they respelled it, instead of aleph, mem, taf, they respelled it ayin, mem, ayin, samech, which is pronounced ms in Yiddish, and is completely unrecognizable to a Hebrew reader unless they are aware of the bizarre transcription change. The Ukrainians had it even worse in some ways, because, as I mentioned earlier in this lecture, Ukrainian Cyrillic and Russian Cyrillic are slightly different. And under colonization, they also wanted to try and bring the Ukrainians closer to the Russian language. Although they're encouraging Ukrainian because of colonization, they also want specifically to assimilate Ukrainians to Russian. So they made the letter G in Ukrainian illegal. That's meaning make a letter illegal. That's because the Ukrainian letter G is written differently than the Russian letter G. And the Ukrainians have a different letter called the letter H in English, which is pronounced in Russian like a letter G. And it's complicated. But I think it's so ironic because if you look at this book here, this is the cover of the Chabad Siddur, the Chabad prayer book, and it is in a Hebrew Russian translation. And if you look over here, you see that it's called Tehillat Hashem. And the sound H for Hashem, meaning the name of God, it doesn't have a Russian equivalent. So the Chabad movement added a special accent on the top of that letter to let Russians know that even though it looks like the letter G, you have to pronounce it like an H. So it's a little accent they've added. So ironically, the Russians try to take a letter away from the Ukrainian alphabet. The Jews instead add a letter to the Russian alphabet. That's kind of fun. They also, at this time, towards the end of this period, even attempt to replace the popularity of Zionism with a bizarre experiment, something called Birobidzhan, which is declared a homeland for the Jews, a Jewish autonomous oblast located way out in the far east, not too far from the Chinese border and the Pacific Ocean. The only real thing speaking for this territory is its proximity to authentic Asian food, and the fact that it could have been a huge refuge for Jews had Stalin allowed it to be so during the Holocaust. But of course, that was not Stalin's thinking, and although it became officially a Jewish autonomous oblast, with Yiddish as its official language and for a time center of publishing and culture. Nevertheless, it was not successful in saving the many hundreds of thousands of Jews who could have used it as a refuge during the war. So all of this ends in 1930 and beyond, as Joseph Stalin is able to consolidate his control over the Soviet Union. He embarks on a series of 5-year plans in which he brutally attempts to force the Soviet Union into a rapidly industrialized phase to make it catch up with the West. Among the incredible tragedies associated with this is the Ukrainian Holodomor, what's called in English perhaps the terror famine, an artificial famine that was occasioned by Stalinist policies related to his aggressive push for industrialization that killed literally millions of people in Ukraine. There is still some doubt as to the true scope of it. But 3 or 4 million is considered a very low estimate. It could easily have exceeded 6 million people. It is a remarkable phenomenon that is not nearly as well studied as the Holocaust, but it had a searing impact on the Ukrainian memory. And the fact that one of the key figures behind the implementation of Ukrainian policies, Stalin's policies in Ukraine, was a Jewish communist named Lazar Kaganovich, certainly did not help the overall impression of Jews, as we shall see tomorrow when we turn to the Holocaust. But it turns out that in the later part of the 1930s, the Soviet Union goes into this terrible phase of the purges, which I won't go into detail now, but the Jews, like all Soviets, were caught up in this bitterly, and it was a period of great horrors for the larger population. But at this point, I got to end for my hour. Tomorrow we're going to look at the implications of the Soviet popularity among Jews in the so-called Bloodlands, the region that would be between Nazi Germany and Stalin's Soviet Union, and we'll see how that plays out in the Holocaust. Well, thank you very much for your endurance and your attention, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning.
I don't know, but he is talented. He's an incredibly talented playwright and has just very well respected. Has written a lot of work and also created Outer Range. My hat's off to you, sir, if you're going to hearing this. I'm not convinced that he was inspired by this story. He is very steeped in Western lore, and that's why his quote opened the show. The bottomless pit, it didn't start with Mel's Hole, obviously.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's old as time, as old as people were digging.
Yes.
Or saw animals digging. Or you know what? That's the one thing is following an animal's den or hole. And it sparks wonder, like if you've ever seen chipmunks or ground squirrels,
right,
or gophers, and you just wonder, like, how far does that go down?
Yeah,
and it's a very elemental thing to the human imagination. So no wonder it's captured all of ours.
I want to leave it with one last observation, and that's with about a man that we've mentioned on the show before, Jan Harold Brunband, who is considered in a lot of ways the father of the urban legend. He was an educator on this. He is a folklorist, researcher, writer, public speaker, professor emeritus of English at the University of Utah. So he's in the neighborhood here. He actually lives in Salt Lake City. He's born in 1933. He'd be about Mel's age, by the way. I'd like to hear his voice on tape and see if he was Mel. That was the other thing we looked at. I did look to see if Kurt Vonnegut was maybe doing it. Right. I looked at some, and honestly, the voices were similar, but it just didn't seem right. But
no, my favorite Vonnegut, I only compared to was his appearance in Rodney Dangerfield's Back to School, where he's rich enough to have Kurt Vonnegut do a paper on his own subject.
Yes, right.
And then he gets a D.
It's hilarious.
He gets a D for commenting on his own stuff, which that makes sense.
Well, Mr. Brunband wrote an article back in 1989. It's March 10th of 1989. This appeared in the Deseret News. I'm not sure how they pronounce that in Utah. Forgive me. But I want to just read this. It's a very short little article because this is what Mel's Hole reminded me of. Are people in Australia and Texas pulling my leg? I began to wonder when 2 versions of the same story arrived in my mail within a week of each other. Here's the Aussie version, sent by folklorist David S. Holtz of the Curtin University of Technology in Perth. Quote, a young girl was in line behind an elderly woman at a supermarket checkout counter. The woman stared at the girl and eventually said, please pardon my staring, but I can't believe it. You're the spitting image of my dead daughter. The woman then asked, I know this sounds strange, but when I leave the store, could you say goodbye to me and call me Mom as a reminder of my daughter? The girl, slightly embarrassed, agreed, and as the woman departed, the girl waved and said, goodbye, Mom. Then the checkout clerk told her that the total bill for her groceries was $67.45. The girl was stunned since she was only buying a loaf of bread and some milk. But your mother, who just left, said you would pay for her groceries too, the clerk explained. Now, readers might recognize this as the legend that I call the grocery scam, but the Down Under version concludes differently than the versions I'd collected from the U.S. and Canada. Quote, the girl ran outside the supermarket to nab the phony mother and force her to explain and to pay for her own groceries. The girl caught up with the woman in the parking lot just as she was getting into her car to drive off. The girl grabbed her leg and tried to pull her from the car. She pulled and she pulled and she pulled and at this point, the listener to the story usually says something like, good grief, what happened? And the reply is, well, she was pulling her leg just like I'm pulling yours.
Hey, didn't you have a relative that would employ that same kind of joke?
Yes, he told that joke. It was in a grocery store, and I think the guy goes up through the ceiling, and there's leg pulling. So, I guess Brunbahn calls this the catch tale. There's more that he lists in this article. We'll put a link to the article, but
it's also the paper moon scam.
Yeah, right? It's the paper moon scam. You
write down happy birthday on the 20, and the girl starts crying. It's like, no, I got a 20 on my birthday, and he has to make change.
Right. Yeah.
It's not impossible. Like I said, like that might be a pulling your leg joke, but like I believe that. Hey, there's a guy on camera using, I believe, East Indian mesmer techniques to fool a cashier out of the cash in the register.
Yeah. I guess for me, when I step back and gaze into Mel's hole, I think my final thoughts are that I think it's a well-perpetrated hoax. I think it's just absolutely too absurd.
Really?
I think it's either that or it's a legitimate, and I said this earlier, disinformation campaign expertly crafted by PSYOPs to conceal something that is similar and of significance to the U.S. government. Mm-hmm. And I'm not talking about like a pie-eyed conspiracy here. I'm talking about the practicality of keeping something real quiet by masking it in absurdity. That has happened. Right. Those are the only two things for me. I don't think any of this is what it seems. It's either complete baloney or it's covering up something not so spectacular, nevertheless important.
Well, I don't know about you, man, but I look at every possible combination stemming from the three logical points. Either it's all true, it's all false, or it's a combination of both. A little from column A, a little from column B. Because there are some elements that are fantastical, but when it starts off, the story itself isn't that fantastical. It just could be a misunderstanding by Mel, who self-admittedly says, I'm not a geologist. I don't know anything about this. I might be making a mistake as far as how far down it goes. We thought that theory might be possible too. Yeah, he might just be mistaken that it's bottomless, but it's deep. It's a deep mine shaft of some kind. And maybe that's deep enough to, like I said, I don't know if it's 300 feet deep, as the working gold mine theory by Jack Powell states. Yeah. Who knows how long it would take over the years to fill that up, where it would stink, I would imagine. Yeah. But like I told you before, out in Mojave here, they're using an abandoned mine shaft to shove a lot of LA garbage in there, right?
Right.
And they liked it because it's solid rock, it's not going to seep, and it's just as good as paving over it, making a water park over it. That's not impossible. Other theories, just quickly over here, and these can be found again on ratingoaks.com, the blog website of Christopher Hayden. He just sums them up here. These are the most popular ones, of course, is volcanic cave or a lava tube. And he just has a description here, which we'll post, that's from Encyclopedia Britannica, and that they don't go that deep. As Jack Powell himself says in that little short documentary from UW communication students, is that it's basically plumbing for a volcanic system. They don't go straight down. They're not that deep. And they're just the lava tubes develop here, says best in highly fluid lava, notably a basaltic type known as pahoho. I'm not making that up. So the idea, though, is that, that's a good idea. I mean, when I first heard the story, I thought myself, too, is that, well, if there is any kind of a hole, it's going to be maybe a geologic anomaly that is tied to a vent tube from Mount Rainier, perhaps, something close by. Other geological possibilities are small caves, pressure-ridged caves, spatter cone chambers, blister caves. None of these really fit the description of Mel's hole. Here's one, the Shaver mysteries that people are going to, I know, email us about, and the hollow earth theory.
Yes.
That's a whole other topic or two or three on its own. Not going to get into it here, but just that it's another realm. Another theory, government project / weaponry, that it's some kind of earth weapon using the either something buried underground in a facility, as Red Elk claims, or something utilizing and enhancing or synergistically co-opting the powerful energies emanating from the center of the earth, which we know they're very powerful, right? That it's basically some kind of military operation, or at least it was found out about and then co-opted, and is now there's weapon testing, and it's going to be like the Mist and unleash a hell's fury of all kinds of unsavory beasts and creatures and insects that like to eat people alive. And then the last one is that it's just some type of a natural formation we just don't know about. It's just there. There's something keeping it from collapsing in on itself, as Jack Powell says. As for myself, look, man, I don't know. Here's the deal. It's a cool story. It's the stuff that we love to hear about on Coast to Coast. It sparks the imagination, like I said, the bottomless pit is supposed to. And going back to your idea, is it an impossible story covering or misdirecting an impossible event or feature or weapon or some kind of phenomena that is real, but you're using an impossible story to cover that? You know, as far as all the logical permutations, right, of the equation. Fantastical story covering something mundane, but you just don't want people to know about it. It has to do with the Yakima firing range or whatever. Or it starts off as a mundane story covering something mundane, or it's made up. Or, like I said, the fun part is the fantastical story covering up and misdirecting for something that's even more outrageous. And that is the U.S. government military working with a reptilian underground race or some kind of crazy weapon. So I don't know, but it's all these elements which make it fun. Like I said, and I say that because it starts off is not that unbelievable. It's fantastical, but over a course of 4 years or more, it builds, and not all at once. There's big time gaps of years. It starts off just exactly the right way for a good finish. You know what I'm saying? It was well done all along, and that you don't start off with a whiz bang and get even crazier is that you seed it along, and guess what? We all went along for the ride, and we still are. So, in conclusion, fact, fiction, a combination of both, I don't know, but every element of the legend of Mel's Hole, all of it, makes for an astonishing legend.
That's it? You done?
Oh, well, usually you cut to music when I utter a line like that towards the end.
Oh, so you have more to say?
All right. One more thought. I think maybe, just maybe, this theory of mine will explain the entire thing. And this is what I think.
That's going to wrap up our series on Mel's Hole. We'll be back in 2 weeks with a new episode. Visit patreon.com/astonishinglegends to access our exclusive Junk Drawer show that runs every week. The main show is dark, which means patrons can hear Astonishing Legends year-round.
Please remember to support our sponsors. They help keep the show free and the lights on in Blanket for Tiana.
P-O-O. I'm Audrey Playtech. S-A-M.
Galaxy-wide in perpetuity.
L-I-E-N.
Astonishing Legends is edited by Sarah Voorhees Wendell at VW Sound and co-produced by Tess Feifel, who is also head of research and the social media manager. Special thanks to our announcer, John Bolin.
Our theme, which is available as a ringtone, was composed by Judson Crane at foundermusic.com, and our sound design and additional composing is by Ryan McCullough.
Our logo was created by Tommy Beaver Design, and our animated graphics for social media and YouTube are done by Joshua Sloan at deadstreetproductions.com.
Every episode going back to September of 2020 has a transcription available on its corresponding webpage at our website. Earlier transcriptions can be made available upon request to astonishingcontact@gmail.com.
Astonishing Legends would not be possible without you, our listeners. Visit our store at astonishinglegends.com or interact with us and other listeners on Instagram, Twitter, Discord, Facebook, and YouTube.
You can also visit us at patreon.com/astonishinglegends, where patrons have access to additional bonus content, including the Patreon exclusive show, Astonishing Junk Tour, which is available every week. The main show is not. No part of this show may be reproduced anywhere without permission. Copyright Astonishing Legends Productions. Good night.
Every star in the sky probably has planets.
Yep.
And life is probably emerging on these planets. But I think the combinatorial space associated with these planets is so different. Our causal cones are never going to overlap, or not easily. And this is the thing that makes me sad about alien life, why we have to create alien life in the lab as quickly as possible, because I don't know if we are going to be able to build architectures that will intersect with alien intelligence architectures.
Intersect, you don't mean in time or space?
Time and the ability to communicate.
Yeah, the ability to communicate.
Yeah. My biggest fear, in a way, is that life is everywhere, but we become infinitely more lonely because of our scaffolding in that combinatorial space.
The following is a conversation with Lee Cronin, his third time on this podcast. He is a chemist from University of Glasgow, who's one of the most fascinating, brilliant, and fun to talk to scientists I've ever had the pleasure of getting to know. This is a Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Lee Cronin. So your big assembly theory paper was published in Nature.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
It created, I think it's fair to say, a lot of controversy, but also a lot of interesting discussion. So maybe I can try to summarize assembly theory and you tell me if I'm wrong.
Go for it.
So assembly theory says that if we look at any object in the universe, any object, that we can quantify how complex it is by trying to find the number of steps it took to create it. And also we can determine if it was built by a process akin to evolution by looking at how many copies of the object there are.
Yep, that's spot on.
Yep, spot on.
Spot on.
I was not expecting that. Okay, so let's go through definitions. So there's a central equation I'd love to talk about, but definition-wise, what is an object?
An object. So if I'm going to try to be as meticulous as possible, objects need to be finite, and they need to be decomposable into subunits. All human-made artifacts are objects. Is a planet an object? Probably yes, if you scale out. So an object is finite and countable and decomposable, I suppose mathematically. But I still wake up some days and think to myself, what is an object? Because it's a non-trivial question.
Persists over time. I'm quoting from the paper here. An object is finite, is distinguishable. I'm sure that's a weird adjective. Distinguishable.
We've had so many people help offering to rewrite the paper after it came out. You wouldn't believe it. It's so funny.
Persists over time and is breakable such that the set of constraints to construct it from elementary building blocks is quantifiable. Such that the set of constraints to construct it from elementary building blocks is quantifiable.
The history is in the object. It's kind of cool, right?
So what defines the object is its history or memory, whichever is the sexier word.
I'm happy with both, depending on the day.
Okay. So the set of steps it took to create the object. So there's a sense in which every object in the universe has a history.
Yep.
And that is part of the thing that is used to describe its complexity, how complicated it is. Okay. What is an assembly index?
So the assembly index, if you're to take the object apart and be super lazy about it or minimal, say, because it's like you've got a really short-term memory. So what you do is you lay all the parts on the path and you find the minimum number of steps you take on the path to add the parts together to reproduce the object, and that minimum number is the assembly index. It's a minimum bound. And it was always my intuition the minimum bound in assembly theory was really important, and I only worked out why a few weeks ago, which is kind of funny, because I was just like, no, this is sacrosanct. I don't know why. It will come to me one day. And then when I was pushed by a bunch of mathematicians, we came up with the correct physical explanation, which I can get to, but it's the minimum, and it's really important. It's the minimum. And the reason I knew the minimum was right is because we could measure it. So almost before this paper came out, we've published papers explain how you can measure the assembly index of molecules.
Okay, so that's not so trivial to figure out. So when you look at an object, we say molecule, but we say object more generally.
Mm-hmm.
To figure out the minimum number of steps it takes to create that object, that doesn't seem like a trivial thing to do.
So with molecules, it's not trivial, but it is possible, because what you can do, and because I'm a chemist, so I'm kind of like, I see the lens of the world through just chemistry. I break the molecule apart and break bonds. And if you take a molecule and you break it all apart, you have a bunch of atoms. And then you say, okay, I'm going to then take the atoms and form bonds and go up the chain of events to make the molecule. And that's what made me realize, take a toy example, literally toy example, take a Lego object, which is broken up of Lego blocks. So you could do exactly the same thing. In this case, the Lego blocks are naturally the smallest. They're the atoms in the actual composite Lego architecture. But then if you maybe take, a couple of blocks and put them together in a certain way, maybe they're offset in some way. That offset is on the memory. You can use that offset again with only a penalty of 1, and you can then make a square, triangle, and keep going. And you remember those motifs on the chain, so you can then leap from the start with all the Lego blocks or atoms just laid out in front of you, and say, right, I'll take you, connect, and do the least amount of work. So it's really like the smallest steps you can take on the graph to make the object. And so for molecules, it came relatively intuitively, and then we started to apply it to language. We've even started to apply it to mathematical theorems. I'm so well out of my depth, but it looks like you can take a minimum set of axioms and then start to build up kind of mathematical architectures in the same way. And then the shortest path to get there is something interesting that I don't yet understand.
So what's the computational complexity of figuring out the shortest path with molecules, with language, with mathematical theorems? It seems like once you have the fully constructed Lego castle, or whatever your favorite Lego world is, figuring out how to get there from the basic building blocks isn't is that an hard problem? It's a hard problem.
It's a hard problem, but actually, if you look at it, so the best way to look at it, let's take a molecule. So if the molecule has 13 bonds, first of all, take 13 copies of the molecule and just cut all the bonds, so cut 12 bonds, and then you just put them in order.
Yeah.
And then that's how it works. So, and you keep looking for symmetry or copies, so you can then shorten it as you go down, and that becomes combinatorially quite hard. For some natural product molecules, it becomes very hard. It's not impossible, but we're looking at the bounds on that at the moment. But as the object gets bigger, it becomes really hard. But that's the bad news. But the good news is there are shortcuts. And we might even be able to physically measure the complexity without computationally calculating it, which is kind of insane.
Wait, how would you do that?
Well, in the case of molecule, so if you shine light on a molecule, let's take it infrared, the molecule has, each of the bonds absorbs the infrared differently in what we call the fingerprint region. And so it's a bit like, and because it's quantized as well, you have all these discrete kind of absorbances. And my intuition after we realized we could cut molecules up in mass spec, that was the first go at this. We did it with using infrared, and the infrared gave us an even better correlation assembly index, and we used another technique as well, in addition to infrared, called NMR, nuclear magnetic resonance, which tells you about the number of different magnetic environments in a molecule, and that also worked out. So we have 3 techniques, which each of them independently gives us the same or tending towards the same assembly index for a molecule that we can calculate mathematically.
Okay, so these are all methods of mass spectrometry, mass spec. You scan a molecule, it gives you data in the form of a mass spectrum, and you're saying that the data correlates to the assembly index.
Yeah.
So how generalizable is that shortcut? First of all, to chemistry. The second one beyond that. Because that seems like a nice hack, and you're extremely knowledgeable about various aspects of chemistry, so you can say, okay, it kind of correlates. But, the whole idea behind assembly theory paper, and perhaps why it's so controversial, is that it reaches bigger. It reaches for the bigger general theory of objects in the universe.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd agree. So I've started assembly theory of emoticons with my lab, believe it or not. So we take emojis, pixelate them, and work out the assembly index for an emoji.
Yeah.
And then work out how many emojis you can make on the path of emoji. So there's the uber emoji from which all other emojis emerge.
Yeah.
And then you can then take a photograph, and by looking at the shortest path by reproducing the pixels to make the image you want, you can measure that. So then you start to be able to take spatial data. Now there's some problems there. What is then the definition of the object? How many pixels? How do you break it down? And so we're just learning all this right now.
So how do you compute how would you begin to compute the assembly index of a graphical, like a set of pixels on a 2D plane that form a thing?
So you would, first of all, determine the resolution. So then
Sure.
what is your XY and what the number on the X and Y plane? And then look at the surface area, and then you take all your emojis and make sure they're all looked at the same resolution.
Yes.
And then we would basically then do exactly the same thing we would do for cutting the bonds. You'd cut bits out of the emoji and look at you'd have a bag of pixels, so and you would then add those pixels together to make the overall emoji.
Wait, but first of all, not every pixel's. This is at the core sort of machine learning and computer vision. Not every pixel is that important, and there's macro features, there's micro features, and all that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
The eyes appear in a lot of them. The smile appears in a lot of them.
So in the same way in chemistry, we assume the bond is fundamental. What we do in here is we assume the resolution at the scale at which we do it is fundamental. And we're just working that out. And that, you're right, that will change, right? Because as you take your lens out a bit, it will change dramatically. But it's just a new way of looking at not just compression, what we do right now in computer science and data. One big kind of misunderstanding is assembly theory is telling you about how compressed the object is. That's not right. It's how much information is required on a chain of events. Because the nice thing is when you do compression in computer science, we're wandering a bit here, but it's kind of worth wandering, I think. You assume you have instantaneous access to all the information in the memory.
Yeah.
In assembly theory, you say, no, you don't get access to that memory until you've done the work. And then when you don't access that memory, you can have access, but not to the next one. And this is how in assembly theory, we talk about the four universes: the assembly universe, the assembly possible, and the assembly contingent, and then the assembly observed. And they're all scales in this combinatorial universe.
Yeah. Can you explain each one of them?
Yeah. So the assembly universe is like anything goes. It's just combinatorial kind of explosion in everything.
So that's the biggest one?
That's the biggest one. It's massive.
Assembly universe, assembly possible, assembly contingent, assembly observed.
Yeah.
And on the y-axis is assembly steps in time.
Yeah.
And, in the x-axis, as the thing expands through time, more and more unique objects appear.
So assembly universe, everything goes.
Yeah.
Assembly possible, laws of physics come in this case in chemistry, bonds. Mm-hmm. In assembly, so that means...
Those are actually constraints, I guess?
Yes, and they're the only constraints. They're the constraints at the base. So the way to look at it is you've got all your atoms, they're quantized, you can just bung them together. So then you can become a kind of... So in computer science speak, I suppose, the assembly universe is just like no laws of physics. Things can fly through mountains beyond the speed of light. In the assembly possible, you have to apply the laws of physics, but you can get access to all the motifs instantaneously with no effort. So that means you could make anything. Then the assembly contingent says, no, you can't have access to the highly assembled object in the future until you've done the work in the past on the causal chain. And that's really the really interesting shift where you go from assembly possible to assembly contingent. That is really the key thing in assembly theory that says you cannot just have instantaneous access to all those memories. You have to have done the work somehow. The universe has to have somehow built a system that allows you to select that path rather than other paths. And then the final thing the assembly observed is basically us saying, oh, these are the things we actually see. We can go backwards now and understand that they have been created by this causal process.
Well, wait a minute. So when you say the universe has to construct the system that does the work, is that like the environment that allows for like selection?
Yeah.
That's the thing that does the selection.
You could think about it in terms of a von Neumann constructor versus a selection, a ribosome, Tesla plant assembling Teslas. You know, the difference between the assembly universe in Tesla land and the Tesla factory is everyone says, no, Teslas are just easy. They just spring out. You know how to make them all. A Tesla factory, and you have to put things in sequence, and out comes a Tesla.
So you're talking about the factory.
Yes, this is really nice. Super important point is that when I talk about the universe having a memory or there's some magic, it's not that. It's that tells you that there must be a process encoded somewhere in physical reality, be it a cell, a Tesla factory, or something else that is making that object. I'm not saying there's some kind of woo-woo memory in the universe, you know, morphic resonance or something. I'm saying that there is an actual causal process that is being directed, constrained in some way. So it's not kind of just making everything.
Yeah, but what's the factory that made the factory? So what is the... So first of all, you assume the laws of physics as just sprung to existence at the beginning. Those are constraints. But what makes the factory the environment that does the selection?
This is the question of, well, it's the first interesting question that I want to answer out of 4. I think the factory emerges in the environment, the interplay between the environment and the objects that are being built. And here, I'll have a go at explaining to you the shortest path. So why is the shortest path important? Imagine you've got, I'm going to have to go chemistry for a moment and abstract it. So imagine you've got a given environment that you have a budget of atoms you're just flinging together.
Yep.
And the objective of those atoms that are being flung together in, say, molecule A, have to make they decompose. So molecules decompose over time. So the molecules in this environment, in this magic environment, have to not die, but they do die. They have a half-life. So the only way the molecules can get through that environment out the other side, let's pretend the environment is a box, can go in and out without dying, and there's just an infinite supply of atoms coming, or a large supply. The molecule gets built, but the molecule that is able to template itself being built and survives in the environment will basically reign supreme. Now, let's say that molecule takes 10 steps. Now, and it's using a finite set of atoms, right? Or now let's say another molecule, smart-ass molecule we'll call it, comes in, and can survive in that environment and can copy itself, but it only needs 5 steps. The molecule that only needs 5 steps, because it's both molecules are being destroyed, but they're creating themselves faster they can be destroyed. You can see that the shortest path reigns supreme. So the shortest path tells us something super interesting about the minimal amount of information required to propagate that motif in time and space. And it's just like it seems to be like some kind of conservation law.
So one of the intuitions you have is the propagation of motifs in time will be done by the things that can construct themselves in the shortest path.
Yeah. So
you can assume that most of the objects in the universe are built in the most efficient way.
So
big leap I just took there.
Yeah. No. Yes and no, because there are other things. So in the limit, yes, because you want to tell the difference between things that have required a factory to build them and just random processes. But
you can find instances where the shortest path isn't taken for an individual object, an individual function. And people go, that means the shortest path isn't right. And then I say, well, I don't know. I think it's right still. Because there are other driving forces. It's not just one molecule. Now you start to consider two objects, you have a joint assembly space, and it's compromised between not just making A and B in the shortest path. You want to make A and B in the shortest path, which might mean that A is slightly longer. You're compromised. So when you see slightly more nesting in the construction, when you take a given object, that can look longer, but that's because the overall function is the object is still trying to be efficient.
Yeah.
And this is still very hand-wavy, and maybe have no leg to stand on. We think we're getting somewhere with that.
And there's probably some parallelization.
Yeah.
Right? So this is not sequential. The building is, I guess.
No, you're right.
When you're talking about complex objects, you don't have to work sequentially. You can work in parallel. You can get your friends together.
Yeah. The thing we're working on right now is how to understand these parallel processes. Now there's a new thing we've introduced called assembly depth. And assembly depth can be lower than the assembly index for a molecule when they're cooperating together, because exactly this parallel processing is going on. And my team have been working this out in the last few weeks, because we're looking at what compromises does nature need to make when it's making molecules in the cell. And I wonder if, I maybe I'm always leaping out of my competence. But in economics, I'm just wondering if you could apply this in economic processes. It seems like capitalism is very good at finding the shortest path, every time. Then there are ludicrous things that happen because actually the cost function's been minimized. And so I keep seeing parallels everywhere where there are complex nested systems where if you give it enough time and you introduce a bit of heterogeneity, the system readjusts and finds a new shortest path. But the shortest path isn't fixed on just one molecule now, it's in the actual existence of the object over time. And that object could be a city, it could be a cell, it could be a factory, but I think we're going way beyond molecules, and my competence probably should go back to molecules, but hey.
All right, before we get too far, let's talk about the assembly equation. Okay, how should we do this? Now, let me just even read that part of the paper. We define assembly as the total amount of selection necessary to produce an ensemble of observed objects, quantified using equation 1. The equation basically has A on one side, which is the assembly of the ensemble, and then a sum from 1 to n, where n is the total number of unique objects. And then there's a few variables in there that include the assembly index, the copy number, which we'll talk about. That's an interesting, I don't remember you talking about that. That's an interesting addition, and I think a powerful one. It has to do with that you can create pretty complex objects randomly. And in order to know that they're not random, that there's a factory involved, you need to see a bunch of them.
Yep.
That's the intuition there. It's an interesting intuition. And then some normalization. What else is it? And
in -1, just to make sure that more than one object. One object could be a one-off and random.
Yep.
And then you have more than one identical object. That's interesting.
When there's two of a thing.
Two of the thing is super important, especially if the assembly index is high.
So we could say several questions here. One, let's talk about selection. What is this term selection? What is this term evolution that we're referring to? Which aspect of Darwinian evolution are we referring to that's interesting here?
So this is probably what, the paper, we should talk about the paper for a second. The paper what it did is it kind of annoyed, we didn't know it. I mean, it got attention, and obviously the angry people were annoyed.
There's angry people in the world. That's good.
So what happened is the evolutionary biologists got angry. We were not expecting that, because we thought evolutionary biology would be cool. I knew that some, not many, computational complexity people will get angry because I've kind of been poking them, and maybe I deserved it. But I was trying to poke them in a productive way. And then the physicists kind of got grumpy because the initial conditions tell everything. The prebiotic chemist got slightly grumpy because there's not enough chemistry in there. And then finally, when the creationist said it wasn't creationist enough, I was like, I've done my job.
What you say in the physics, they say, because you're basically saying that physics is not enough to tell the story of how biology emerges.
I think so.
And then they said, FU physics is the beginning and the end of the story.
Yeah. So what happened is the reason why people put the phone down on the call of the paper, if you view the reading the paper like a phone call, they got to the abstract.
Yep.
And in the abstract,
first sentence is pretty.
The first two sentences caused everybody.
Scientists have grappled with reconciling biological evolution with the immutable laws of the universe defined by physics.
True, right? There's nothing wrong with that statement. Totally true.
Yeah. These laws underpin life's origin, evolution, and the development of human culture and technology, yet they do not predict the emergence of these phenomena. Wow. First of all, we should say the title of the paper. This paper was accepted and published in Nature. The title is Assembly Theory Explains and Quantifies Selection and Evolution. Very humble title. And the entirety of the paper, I think, presents interesting ideas, but reaches high.
I would do it all again. This paper was actually on the preprint server for over a year.
You regret nothing.
Yeah, I think, I don't regret anything.
You and Frank Sinatra did it your way.
What I love about being a scientist is kind of sometimes, because I'm a bit dim, I'm like, and I don't understand what people are telling me. I want to get to the point. This paper says, hey, laws of physics are really cool. The universe is great. But they don't really, it's not intuitive that you just run the standard model and get life out. I think most physicists might go, yeah, there's this, it's not just, we can't just go back and say that's what happened, because physics can't explain the origin of life yet. That doesn't mean it won't or can't, okay? Just to be clear, sorry, intelligent designers, we are going to get there. Second point, we say that evolution works, but we don't know how evolution got going, so biological evolution and biological selection. So for me, this seems like a simple continuum. So when I mentioned selection and evolution in the title, I think, and in the abstract, we should have maybe prefaced that and said non-biological selection and non-biological evolution.
Sure.
And then that might have made it even more crystal clear, but I didn't think that evolutionary biology should be so bold to claim ownership of selection and evolution. And secondly, a lot of evolutionary biologists seem to dismiss the origin of life questions as say it's obvious. And that causes a real problem scientifically, because when the physicists are like, we own the universe is good, we explain all of it, look at us, and the biologists say we can explain biology, and the poor chemist in the middle going, but hang on. And this paper kind of says, hey, there is an interesting disconnect between physics and biology, and that's at the point at which memories get made in chemistry through bonds, and hey, let's look at this close and see if we can quantify it. So yeah, I mean, I never expected the paper to kind of get that much interest, and still, I mean, it's only been published just over a month ago now.
So just to linger on the selection, what is the broader sense of what selection means?
Yeah, that's really good. For selection, so I think for selection you need, so this is where for me, the concept of an object is something that can persist in time and not die, but basically can be broken up. Mm-hmm. So if I was going to kind of bolster the definition of an object, so if something can form and persist for a long period of time and exist in an environment that could destroy other, and I'm going to use anthropomorphic terms, I apologize, that weaker objects or less robust, then the environment could have selected that. So good chemistry examples, if you took some carbon and you made a chain of carbon atoms, whereas if you took some carbon, nitrogen and oxygen and made chains from those, you start to get different reactions and rearrangements. So a chain of carbon atoms might be more resistant to falling apart under acidic or basic conditions versus another set of molecules. So it survives in that environment. So the acid pond, the resistant molecule can get through, and then that molecule goes into another environment. So that environment now maybe being an acid bond is a basic bond, or maybe it's an oxidizing bond. And so if you've got carbon and it goes in an oxidizing bond, maybe the carbon starts to oxidize and break apart. So you go through all these kind of obstacle courses, if you like, given by reality. So selection is the ability happens when an object survives in the environment for some time, but, and this is the thing that's super subtle, the object has to be continually being destroyed and made by process. So it's not just about the process, the object now, it's about the process and time that makes it. Because a rock could just stand on the mountainside for 4 billion years and nothing happened to it. And that's not necessarily really advanced selection. So for selection to get really interesting, you need to have a turnover in time. You need to be continually creating objects, producing them, what we call discovery time. So there's a discovery time for the object. When that object is discovered, if it's a molecule that can then act on itself or the chain of events that caused itself to bolster its formation, then you go from
In this penultimate lecture, we'll look at the most difficult chapter of the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz, and that is, of course, the history of the Holocaust. Thankfully, it is the penultimate chapter because we will have one more lecture after the break in which we're going to look at post-Holocaust Ashkenaz. Thank God there is a post-Holocaust Ashkenaz. So let us begin just with a couple of preliminary remarks about the terminology and the scope of this very brief treatment of such a colossal event in Jewish and in world history. First of all, the term Holocaust is somewhat problematic. Several terms were coined in the course of the years after World War II in an attempt to describe the magnitude of this tremendum, this earth-shattering and unprecedented genocide. There were prior genocides. We spoke briefly about the Ukrainian Holodomor, for example, but there are certain unique aspects that set the Holocaust aside, including, for example, the application of modern bureaucratic industrial methods to the slaughter, the sheer scope and scale of the Nazi dark ambitions to destroy all of the Jews of Europe. These are things that cry out for specific terminology, but we struggle to find the correct terms. The term Holocaust has largely been accepted in the scholarly and certainly the popular world, but it has its limitations. It's basically a Latin translation of the Hebrew word olah, which is a type of sacrifice offered to God as described in the book of Leviticus. The olah is a sacrifice which is completely burned. That is, sometimes you'll see it translated as burnt offering. And there is certain levels of kind of a poetic rhyme to it, in the sense that, so many, but certainly a minority of the victims of the Holocaust were in fact completely burnt up in the crematoria. But it has problematic aspects as well. For example, if we are comparing the victims of the Holocaust, specifically Jews in this context, although of course there are many other victims. Roma, for example, suffered very heavily. People with mental and physical disabilities were singled out. Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, whole classes of people, and of course the general enslavement of Slavs and their massacres in many contexts. But if we are somehow to use the term Holocaust to describe this phenomenon, when you look at it in context, God receives a pleasing aroma from the olah, whatever that exactly means. So does that mean that somehow the sacrifices of the Holocaust were, God forbid, desired by God? That's certainly a very problematic thing. And if the victims of the Holocaust are the burnt offering itself, then does that mean that the Nazis are, God forbid, somehow the high priests? Very, very hard thing, or the priests, I should say. Very, very hard thing to tolerate. Several other terms are in some usage among Orthodox Jews, particularly those of an older generation. They tend to use the Hebrew term churban, usually pronounced with the Ashkenazic Yiddish pronunciation churban, which ties the Holocaust to the great destructions of the temples in Jerusalem in ancient times, and that gives you a sense of the magnitude that with which they regard this event. In Israel, the term Shoah is very popular. That has a kind of a generic meaning of destruction in general. It is also a biblical Hebrew term, but it lacks the problematic association with the sacrifices. But we will work at any rate with the term Holocaust for our purposes. Now, I only have, an hour to go through this horrible event, and I'm going to rush through it, unfortunately, to try and give a succinct overview, especially for those of you who are in this audience who are not well familiar with the Holocaust. But I would like to point out that I have an online course which is free and open to the world on my website, which is henryabramson.com. And I certainly encourage you to sign up for that course so that you'll be able to dip into it at any time. Certainly you can watch the dozens of lectures I have there on many aspects of the Holocaust to be more well educated on this terrible moment in human history, which has implications for us all, Jewish and non-Jewish. But for today and for this purpose, we're just going to take 1 hour to try and survey the entire event. Let us begin with interwar Germany. So in the last lecture, we spoke about the implications of World War I, and specifically, we looked at the map of Europe after World War I, after the peace treaties had redrawn the entire map. Now, there were big losers in World War I, specifically Germany and Austria-Hungary lost a tremendous amount of territory. They were essentially blamed for starting World War I, although if you look at the unfolding causes of that world conflagration, it's not entirely clear that they bear sole responsibility for the chain reaction of events that led to those incredible hostilities. But at any rate, that's the way the victors determined the post-war era. Many Germans, Austrians, Hungarians, and so on were very upset with this. To be, it's understandably so, and many of them chose to seek intellectual refuge in the political ideologies associated with revisionism, meaning they wanted to revise those peace treaties. The element that is specifically attached to a kind of anti-Semitic impetus is this thing that the Germans called the Dolchstoß, the stab in the back. Basically, the argument went that the German troops and their Allied forces were actually doing fairly well in the war. It had bogged down on both fronts, but nevertheless, they really did control a much larger amount of territory than they started with when the war broke out. And then because of internal weakness and war weariness within their countries, that according to those who advanced this theory really pointed to Jewish peace agitators and communist agitators in some cases, they prematurely surrendered. And they left their soldiers behind in the field. This is the basic idea of the Dolchstoß, the betrayal from within, a stab in the back. And you can see in this Austrian propaganda from the period that really encapsulates the mood of the era. On the left is the lantern-jawed, determined Austrian soldier, steely-eyed gaze as he bravely defends the front from any attackers. But unbeknownst to him, there's these dark storm clouds that gather, and this grotesque woman with a strange kind of French-style hat. And in case you missed the iconographic elements of the large nose and the thick lips and the four locks, the payos on the sides of the head, there's a Star of David on the hat, so you won't make any mistake. And she stabs him in the back, betraying the entire country and allowing the enemies to overrun the borders. Right? That's the idea of the Dolchstoß. And this resentment over the anti-war movement really consumed a lot of the Axis powers at the time, and ultimately contributed to Hitler's rise to power, which is a fascinating topic in itself, but it takes us a little bit further away from our focus on the Jews of Ashkenaz. So I refer you once again to my totally free and open to the global community course on the Holocaust. Here's another example, from Austria in the early post-war period. It's an election campaign poster, and you can see it says, actually there's a piece that's cut off from the top that says you should vote for a particular party, and it says German Christians and save Austria. You see also here it uses the term Deutsche German, and in this context doesn't mean of the nation of Germany. It means those who participate in a larger culture of a Germanness, which of course Austria and Germany share, and that will contribute to Austria's eventual joining with Germany in the Anschluss. But looking at the iconography, You see that there's the Austrian eagle there, and it's being strangled by this strange worm-like constrictor snake that is clearly identified as the Jew, with the hooked nose, the thick lips, the payos, it's a trope for the era, a yarmulke, in case you're not sure, and smiling as Austria is choked by this Jewish influence. Hitler capitalizes on this rising anti-Semitism, which he records in his autobiography, Mein Kampf, My Struggles, a book that he wrote while he was imprisoned for attempting to take over the government in the beer hall putsch of Munich in 1923. And he proves to be kind of rock star popular with Germans. He never wins a majority in any of the elections in which the Nazi Party runs, but he does win a plurality, the largest single minority chunk. And so when he is able to finally take control of the government, he then imposes essentially a form of martial law, the Enabling Act, and that's the beginning, really, in 1933 and onward, of the Nazi control of Germany. In the 1935, they established the Nuremberg Law, shown here in graphic form. This was a key element of the unfolding of the Holocaust, because if one is to move from, mere inflated rhetoric, from, bombastic statements which Hitler was prone to make, including in January 1933, a threat to hold Jews under gas, which many scholars feel is not necessarily foreshadowing in an intentional way the use of Zyklon B in the gas chambers, but rather is a reference to his desire that Jews should suffer the same kind of gas attacks that he and other German soldiers had suffered during World War I, specifically chlorine and mustard gas. But nevertheless, if you're going to move from this kind of bombastic demagogic statements, you need to identify the Jews if you are going to persecute them. So one of the very first efforts in this regard was this law, the Nuremberg Law, which clearly defined this eternal question: who is a Jew? And as you can see on the left, you have Deutschblütige, or German-blooded. These are Germans who have no Jewish grandparents. And this is extremely important, because what's going to happen as the interwar years continue and you go into the Holocaust, German citizens will have the onus of proving that they are not Jewish in order to advance in various elements of society. So you have a huge industry of genealogy that develops. Then you have, moving to the right, you have the Mischling of the Zweite Grade, a second-degree mixed race, and this is defined as someone who has only one Jewish parent. In Jewish law, the maternal line has a special consideration that if one's mother is Jewish, one is Jewish. And this goes back, of course, all the way through the maternal line. But the Nazis didn't care about that. They're working with this quasi-scientific new racist ideology in which it didn't matter whether it was paternal or maternal. The Mischling of the Erste Grade, the first-degree mixed race, is someone who has two Jewish grandparents. And then as soon as you get to the point where you have a person with three Jewish grandparents, that's called a Jew. Right? You can see it labeled in the second from the right and the right-hand column with four Jewish grandparents. Those are Jews. And the reason why this was significant and important is because Germany had actually a very high intermarriage rate between Jews and non-Jews over the last half of the 19th and into the 20th century. Nowhere near the intermarriage rate that pertains, for example, with American Jews or with the Jews of the former Soviet Union, but nevertheless, something in the neighborhood of 30%. And so that meant that a lot of people were partially Jewish. And the state had to identify them and to categorize exactly which restrictions would be applied to them. Ultimately, they and their spouses were subject to persecution right up to murder in the death camps. But once you had a definition of Jews, then you could start laying on all kinds of ostracizing techniques, such as, there's just a sampling of setting aside benches that say only for Aryans, or you can put up signs outside town saying Jews are unwelcome here or are unwelcome guests and things like that. And you can slowly start isolating them from the larger community, which you see in a whole series of laws that are imposed after that Nuremberg rally, excluding Jews from civil service, excluding Jews from working, for example, as teachers in public schools, and of course, excluding them as children from the public schools themselves. All kinds of things that were imposed upon them through legal discrimination. But the lowest point before the war is undoubtedly a massive nationwide pogrom called Kristallnacht that clearly had advanced planning by the Nazis. They were just waiting for some kind of pretext in order to unleash these plans. But there were hundreds of attacks on Jewish communities on the night of November 9th, 1938. Right, that's the original 9/11 of the era, which was a very clear signal to the Jews that situation was escalating. The scope of murder was comparatively small when you think about the later depredations. Something like 262 Jews were killed, but there was and that of course is an incredible 262 tragedies for those individuals and their families, but still viewed against 6 million, we can understand how to differentiate the scope and the scale of this massacre. Tremendous property damage. The reason it's referred to as Kristallnacht, which means the night of crystal, or really the night of broken glass, refers to the tremendous number of shop windows that were broken as the rioters went through the towns, led by some of the hooligans of elements in the Nazi party. There's literally glass all over the streets, littering the streets, and so that's why it acquired that particular name. This signaled to Jews, without any doubt, if there were any questions beforehand, that they had to leave Germany. And as you can see from this map, about 130,000 of the 500,000 Jews living in Germany at the time managed to flee before 1937, even before Kristallnacht. The great challenge, however, was that most nations had been closing the doors to immigration over the late 1920s and into the 1930s, and it was very difficult for Jews to gain visas to be able to actually immigrate to some other safe climate. One of the most terrifying examples is the voyage of the St. Louis, or St. Louis, which was a boat carrying Jewish refugees in this time from Germany to Cuba. And from Cuba, as was the custom at that time, there was a brief window where people could get transit visas to Cuba. And then once they were in Cuba, they would attempt to immigrate typically to the United States or to South America, or some might even stay in Cuba. But the United States objected to this ship, which was not even going to land on its shores. And it was moored off the coast of Miami Beach for weeks as diplomats wrangled over it. Ultimately, the St. Louis was sent back to Europe with all of its passengers, most of whom were killed in the Holocaust following. So a terrible, terrible period, and one upon which we should really reflect as we have such a massive displacement of refugees in the Russian attack on Ukraine. Now, the war actually breaks out September 1st, 1939. One of the key diplomatic events that makes the war possible is a secret pact called the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact that is signed by the foreign ministers of the Soviet Union, Molotov, and the Third Reich, Ribbentrop. And this was essentially a non-aggression pact between two erstwhile enemies. I mean, the Nazis representing fascism on the one hand, and the communists representing, socialism on the other hand. They were like bitter enemies. But when Hitler proposed to Stalin that they should cooperate, and the prize for both of them would be the acquisition of the territories that separated them, Stalin was very happy to accept. And so what happened on September 1st, 1939, is in a coordinated attack, the Nazis invaded Poland and the Baltic states from the west, and the Soviet Union invaded from the east, and they met at a border that at which point they had previously agreed not to attack each other. And so why this is especially important for German purposes is this meant that the Nazis had a safe eastern front in 1939. Once the area was pacified, then Hitler could turn his attention to the west in the attack on France and Belgium and elsewhere, and ultimately that's what he did. Later in 1941, he would double-cross Stalin, taking him by surprise and invade the Soviet Union, but that's a little further down the line in our story. But for now, what happens is you get this map that you're looking at here, a Polish language map, and the key line for us is the red line, which demonstrates the non-aggression tract boundary that was defined by the Soviet Union and the Nazis prior to the war. The territories on the left side, the west, were taken over by Germany. Some of them were outright annexed, basically on racial grounds. If the dominant population there were ethnically German, then they were simply annexed to the Third Reich, and all undesirable populations, including Jews, were pushed out into that green region in the center, which is extremely important, the so-called general government. This was not an area that was annexed by Germany, and in fact, the Nazi bureaucrats in charge of it were not entirely clear what they were supposed to do with all of the Jews that were being forced into the region. We don't have space or time to go into this in greater detail, but it is important to recognize that the Third Reich was an unusual combination of chaotic, spontaneous, impetuous leadership with a very dedicated, detail-oriented bureaucracy. It's a very unusual combination in which, Hitler would essentially approve radical initiatives and then hand it off to the bureaucrats who would go and actually figure out how to operationalize Hitler's will. And if Hitler would change his mind, then, the bureaucrats would have to undo what they had been doing or work on something else. And they did so with great fidelity. But it also meant that at the highest levels of the government, there was chaos and often contradictory impulses. But we won't go into that in greater detail. At any rate, the general government is going to be extremely important because that is the region where Jews would be heavily concentrated, and they would work towards their plan called the Endlösung, or the final solution. The first thing that's happening in this region is they establish numerous ghettos. And as you can see, they're scattered throughout the region. This map shows the post-1941 period when the Nazis invaded the Soviet Union as well, and they were able to establish them within what would be Soviet territory. But the first group, the green, the yellow and black ones here, were established when the Nazis first invaded. And at this time, they had not clearly articulated and defined what they were intending to do with the Jews. They certainly wanted to control them, and the ghettos were a subject of some debate in the internal Nazi hierarchy. Ultimately, of course, they decided in favor of them against the arguments that, it would spread typhus and things like that, foment rebellion, which all those things, of course, were true. But this points to a much larger issue in historiography of the Holocaust as well, that sort of pits two major bodies of thinkers against each other, and it's very important to understand them. Let me just mention them briefly here. One school of thought, which really emerges from the immediate post-war era, the Nuremberg war trials, was a school of thought called intentionalism. And this was pioneered by great historians like Lucy Davidowitz, for example. And the argument was among intentionalists that Hitler and his Nazi party intended from the earliest period to murder all the Jews of Europe. And they certainly can draw a pretty straight line from statements that Hitler made and decisions that were laid out, that it was all kind of an unfolding plan to destroy the Jews of Europe. In the 1970s in particular, however, a new interpretation began to emerge among historians called the functionalist model, of which there are many scholars. Martin Broja is one of the early ones. Christopher Browning, my own teacher, Michael Maris are in that camp, in which they say that, yeah, there's no question that Hitler and his close associates were incredibly virulent anti-Semites of, a colossal order, and they certainly would not have, looked askance at the idea of this mass murder. But did they really actually plan this from the beginning? Were they that organized? They point to all kinds of contradictory elements, like, for example, the plans to resettle Jews in the Lublin region, or the plans to take the island of Madagascar and expel all Jews there. And the fact that Jews were actually free to leave the Third Reich right up until 1940, well into 1940, October, if I remember correctly. If they were really intending to murder all of them, why would they be pursuing these ventures? And furthermore, the first real smoking gun document that clearly indicates the Nazi desire to murder all the Jews of Europe is dated quite late. It's dated January 1942. How is it possible that they don't have any documentation of this plan until that late a date? So functionalists argue that while, again, recall, this is not diminishing the anti-Semitism that was present in the Nazi Party and its leadership, but they argue that the plans to murder all the Jews of Europe grew out of a function of the war, meaning as the war was progressing and Nazis began to experiment with different policies and procedures, they began to see that actually murdering all the Jews of Europe was possible. And though they slowly moved towards this idea through experimentation and through testing the waters and things like that. So that's a major difference between intellectuals, intentionalists, and functionalists that characterizes much of the historiography. There's no question that the dominant interpretive mode that most scholars use today leans towards a functionalist interpretation, and it helps explain a lot of the internal contradictions that seem to be going on in the Nazi Party. But to return to our narrative, they're developing these ghettos first in the German controlled regions, and later after 1941 in the formerly Soviet regions. And they seem to have a divided opinion as to how exactly they are to be run. And there are two main models that seem to coexist with each other. Once again, an indication of the lack of clarity among the Nazis as to what they're supposed to do with all these Jews piling up in the general government. Some of those ghettos seem to follow a model which historians have called productionist, which is one in particular that's example, where the thinking was that, the reason for the ghettos, and again, Hitler is not really outlining these things for anybody. Local bureaucrats are trying to figure out these issues on their own. So Łódź was regarded as an example of using the Jews for slave labor, meaning like, why would you destroy all of this human capital? Let's make use of it for the war effort. So Łódź, which had a tremendous reputation as a textile center, and Jews were heavily concentrated there in that industry, is a very traditional kind of industry for Jews to be involved in. And so the key to survival in Łódź, at least for most of its duration, was to get a work permit, to be useful. And Jews were employed in slave-like conditions to produce, military uniforms and warm linings for German soldiers on the Eastern Front, and all kinds of things like this. Ultimately, the productionist model would fail because those Jews would also be sent to the gas chambers. But for much of the early period of the war, that seems to be the way that they thought they were supposed to operate. Others, like Warsaw, notoriously, were operating on a model which scholars have called attritionist, meaning the Jews were essentially to be rounded up, concentrated in areas, and then allowed to die of starvation and disease, which also happened. Warsaw did not have any major industries that were especially useful to the Nazis. They were given sparingly from time to time a ridiculously low ration of food, like 150 calories per person, which is absurd. No one can survive on that. And so the Jews of Warsaw strove to figure out ways to smuggle in food from the outside, to engage in bribery with local Germans and Poles to try and bring in more food, but it was subject to tremendous depredations of people simply literally dying in the streets of hunger or of typhus and other things. So the ghettos are the dominant way in which Ashkenazi Jews appreciated the Nazi policies. That sounds so strange to say it like that. The ghettos were the way in which Jews experienced Nazi policies from 1939 until the summer of 1941. That would change dramatically with something called Operation Barbarossa. And before I continue, though, I reminded myself, the Holocaust is basically an Ashkenazi story, but it is not exclusively an Ashkenazi story. The Nazis would, of course, control many Sephardic areas. The coast of North Africa, with its Jewish populations, is especially significant. And they would also control the smaller pockets of Sephardim that are living, for example, in Greece and elsewhere. The general rule of thumb is that Nazis really didn't care about the cultural distinctions between Ashkenazim and Sephardim, although the policies that they implemented were different between Nazi-occupied Europe and North Africa. The experience of Sephardic Jews was by and large rather distinct, certainly one of persecution, certainly one of abuse and murder, but not to the same degree that the European Ashkenazim and those Sephardim who lived in regions of German control in Europe experienced. That is not to say that Sephardim were not on the list, that Nazis did not intend to impose those similar policies had they had the wherewithal to extend the same degree of control to North Africa and other Sephardic centers, Constantinople or Istanbul and elsewhere. But the war simply ended before they could impose such rules. Nevertheless, this is basically an Ashkenazi story, and Ashkenazim constitute the overwhelming number of victims. But let us return to Operation Barbarossa. Very important development in the war. The date is significant, easily as significant for the Holocaust as the beginning of the war in September of 1939. The date is June 22nd, 1941. And it's a good example also of another important thing to bear in mind when we talk about the Holocaust, and that is the understanding that the Holocaust and the Second World War are not identical. They are overlapping historical phenomena, but they are following largely parallel tracks that, developments in the war had direct influence on the Holocaust. But it's clear also, for example, if we look at Hungarian Jewry, that the Holocaust, the war against the Jews, to use Lucivitz's pungent phrase, was primary for the Nazis and even more important than World War II. In other words, when the Nazis had the choice between diverting resources to protect their eastern flank and on the other hand, diverting those resources to murdering more Jews, they amazingly chose in a suicidal manner to make sure that they could murder more Hungarian Jews rather than protect themselves from the assault of the Red Army, which just shows how diabolical and how this was a phenomenal death cult that absorbed the entire Nazi hierarchy at that point. At any rate, here, have a look at this map, please. On June 22nd, 1941, Adolf Hitler sent his troops into the Soviet Union, breaching the treaty that he had signed with Joseph Stalin in August of 1939. Evidence indicates that Stalin was completely taken aback and surprised by this attack. They had not prepared for the Nazi advance, and the Wehrmacht, the German army, made phenomenal inroads in a very, very short period of time, taking over all of what will be today the boundaries of Ukraine, of White Russia, the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and penetrating well into Russian territory per se, approaching the city boundaries of Moscow and placing Leningrad under a punishing siege that was absolutely devastating to the population. Now, that's the war using the army, the Wehrmacht. What he also did, and this represents a significant escalation in the war against the Jews, is he sent in 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. And these 4 squads they were called like a police battalion, followed behind the regular army. And their task was to spread out and go to all the tiny little Jewish villages called Städtlach that dotted the region, round up all of the Jews that they could find, as well as any other undesirables like communists or homosexuals or Jehovah's Witnesses or anything else that was on Hitler's list, march them out to local ravines, if no local ravines existed, to have them dig their own graves, and then to shoot them. This is called lately the Holocaust by bullets, which distinguishes it from the Holocaust by gas. That would be the next devolution in the Nazi plan. But as you can see from this map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, and this is only a sampling of the towns that were affected, the Nazis simply sent these Einsatzgruppen throughout the region, going village to village to murder small numbers of Jews at a time, occasionally, like in Kyiv, where you have a massive Einsatzgruppe action at the ravine called Babin Yar. Yar means ravine in Russian. A ravine is like a dried out riverbed. And they would kill, if I remember correctly, it was some 30,000 Jews within the space of just a few days. They would go on to use Babin Yar for up to 100,000 victims of various other strikes over the course of their occupation of Ukraine. But it was one of the single worst massacres of the Einsatzgruppen at that point. This is incidentally the way in which my grandparents' families were all killed. The only ones who were survived in my family were those who had emigrated to Canada prior to World War II and lived in safety while their parents and siblings lost their lives in the ravines of Lithuania. Here's one of the many photographs we have of the Holocaust by bullets, and various methods were used to process the Jews in this manner. One of the most chilling books on the topic is called Ordinary Men by Christopher Browning, a prominent member of the functionalist school, who mined the archives for depositions of Einsatzgruppen members to give us a really comprehensive look as to who these people were. He calls them, as in the title, ordinary men. They were people drawn from all walks of life, and here's in their own words how they somehow justified this horrific deed. Now, what ended up happening is sometime in the autumn of 1941, moving into the winter of 1942, the Nazis changed their mind about how they were murdering Jews. There's a lot of speculation as to why they changed their minds. It may have, some historians point to the rapid, successful advance of the Wehrmacht, and perhaps Hitler was thinking in a euphoric manner, wow, my gosh, if I can conquer the Soviet Union the same way I conquered Western Europe, right? England alone was not yet conquered. They were suffering under the horrible bombardment of the Blitz, but he controlled Western Europe. In a euphoric manner, he might have said to himself, you know what, maybe I can really murder all the Jews of Europe. Other scholars point to the fact that they were bogged down by what was often called what was often called Russia's greatest general, General Winter, because the Nazis were not well prepared for the climactic change of the seasons, and their advance began to bog down. And so Hitler would say to himself, according to this model of thinking, you know, if I can't win the war against the Soviet Union, at least I should kill all the Jews of Europe. And so that indicated a shift. But what is certain is that the Einsatzgruppen were having an incredibly difficult time actually processing what they were doing day in and day out. This is amply demonstrated by Christopher Browning, that, you know, it was psychologically traumatic to wake up every morning, drive out to a village, round up regular people, and look them in the eye as you put them in their graves. And, you know, they were getting drunk in the morning because they simply couldn't take it. They were relying very heavily on local volunteers, so-called Feldciviga, from the Baltic and Slavic populations to help process this. And they had to receive all kinds of pep talks from even people as high-ranking as Heinrich Himmler, who would come out and say, you know, this is difficult, but you're doing it for the greater good of the Third Reich and so on. Generations will remember you for your heroism and things like this. So there was definitely a need to find a more efficient, less psychologically challenging way of murdering the Jews. Again, not for our purposes here, but I would strongly recommend, if you're interested in understanding this phenomenon, you have to look at the great experiments from psychologists of the later half of the 20th century, such as Stanley Milgram and Zimbardo, who've all done really useful work to show how this process, plays out in the human mind, and also how prone are we to the dangers of this. This impetus to obey authority. So what happens is, in January of 1942, there is a gathering at the Berlin resort known as Wannsee, the so-called Wannsee Conference, in which, for the first time, the Nazis sit down and they lay out a plan to count all the Jews of Europe. One of the most chilling pages of the records of that meeting that we have is a list of all of the countries that the Nazis controlled or planned to control, including England, for example, and the Jewish populations there. And they were clearly intending even to hunt down 200 Jews living in Albania. It didn't matter, large or small, they were going to murder all 11 million Jews of Europe at the time. And the way they would do it was they were going to adopt a technique that they had early pioneered in their attempts to rid Germany of people with mental or physical disabilities, people who got forbid with Down syndrome, things like that, just horrific things that they would seek to harm the most vulnerable people in their society first. They were experimenting with the use of gas to murder these people, and they started developing experimental chambers where people could be murdered en masse with gases like Zyklon B, essentially a rat poison. And they established 6 death camps. These were distinct from the hundreds of concentration camps that had developed as early as 1933. The concentration camps were largely, they were scattered throughout Europe, and they were basically for political prisoners, which could include Jews as well, but that was not their main purpose. And they were abusive, and people died from malnutrition and from beatings and things like that. But the concentration camps were essentially open-air prisons that were designed to house those people that Hitler didn't want functioning in society. The death camps, on the other hand, were institutions, factories designed to eliminate human beings. In fact, the term that was used was Vernichtungslager, which means literally to make into nothing camps, as opposed to Konzentrationslager, which means concentration camps. These 6 camps were set up with access to the rail lines. That was crucial. And so rather than leaving the Jews in the ghettos, where, for example, in Warsaw, they would just be left to die, the Nazis began from the spring of 1942 deporting Jews on the rail lines to these death camps, where they would immediately be sorted according to those who might be useful for slave labor. All of these death camps also had like satellite camps where a small number of Jews would be forced to engage in slave labor, either for something like associated with the war effort, like Auschwitz had a small satellite camp where they were producing acetone that they needed for the war effort, or to house those Jews that would be used in the murder process themselves, the so-called Sonderkommando, who would have the incredibly difficult tasks of removing the bodies from the gas chambers, transporting them to the crematoria where the bodies would be burned, and so on. And these gas chambers operated with stereotypical Prussian efficiency, massacring thousands every day, far more effective for the dark, demonic plan of the Nazis than the Holocaust by bullets that we saw in the Operation Barbarossa. Jews were not the only victims. Millions of Poles were also deported to death camps. Roman and a whole series of people from, and they had a complex hierarchy of political criminals and regular criminals and homosexuals. Everyone was thrown into these camps and had to exist in this bizarre universe of suffering. When the Americans from the West and the Red Army from the East liberated these camps, they found the few Jews who were used as the slave laborers incredibly emaciated. Many of them, thousands of them, died after liberation because they were given food and their stomachs couldn't take it. But this is definitely the darkest period of the Holocaust, and I would venture that it's probably the darkest moment in human history as well. Now, we should take some time to specifically think about the populations of the region, other than those who were direct victims of the Nazis by being sent to the death camps. Let us recall that between the beginning of the war in September 1939 and Hitler's double crossing of Stalin in Operation Barbarossa in June of 1941, there was a region of territory which was taken over by the Soviet Union, as you see in this map here. These constitute the core of what historian Timothy Snyder calls the bloodlands. And it included these countries, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, and the eastern part of Poland, that had all experienced freedom and national sovereignty from World War I, and it was snatched back by the Soviet Union, which wanted to regain territory that they had lost in the revolution and war. That was originally part of the Russian Empire, and the populations there were really quite restive and unhappy about that. So when they invaded these territories, they engaged in rapid, brutal Sovietization, meaning they came in and they rapidly tried to force these countries to adopt the communist way of life, collectivization of agriculture, arrests of local intelligentsia, including especially priests, any kind of religious functionaries were under threat, the suppression of independent journalism. And one of the ways that they justified it was they had these kind of show elections where remarkably 98% of the local population said, oh yes, we love communism, we're so happy that we can now be a Soviet socialist state. If this sounds a lot like Putin's advance into the Donbass, it's because it's exactly the same thing that the Soviets did in 1939. I can't even think about that. So, not surprisingly, huge amount of resentment builds up against the Soviet Union in these bloodland territories in particular for the very harsh, brutal treatment and confiscations and suppression of religion and arrests of their leaders and all kinds of things that are happening at the time. And also, very important to understand, for reasons which are complex, more than we can go into here, a lot of these populations believed that communism was essentially a Jewish phenomenon. This was certainly encouraged by Nazi propaganda, and it was accelerated by the presence of Jews that we saw in the very beginning of the Soviet experiment when Jews joined the Red Army, largely to protect themselves against pogroms, and also in the high-ranking members of the Soviet leadership who were ethnically Jewish, although they largely jettisoned their Jewish identity. There were several prominent members, including, for example, the foreign minister Zinoviev, who was displaced by Molotov because Hitler wouldn't sign a treaty with a Jewish minister. And the perceived presence of Jews in the Soviet secret police, then called the NKVD, later would be called the KGB, and now kind of morphed into what the Russians call the FSB. And so there was this hostility to Jews that because of the perceived association of Jews with communism. By and large, this perceived association was incredibly exaggerated because Stalin had already purged Soviet ranks of so many Jews, but this, kind of simmering hatred would serve the Nazis very well when they invaded these territories. When they came in 1941, one of the things the Soviets did was they essentially practiced a kind of scorched earth policy, and they murdered those prisoners that they had been holding in jails up and down the territory. These were the journalists, the priests, the thought leaders of these local populations, Western Ukrainian, Polish, Belarusian, Latvian, Lithuanian, Estonian leaders, and then they fled. They also, by the way, fled along with about 600,000 local Jews who realized that the Nazis presented a much greater threat to them than the Soviets did. And so a very, very large number of Jews survived the Holocaust by fleeing east in time in advance of Barbarossa and setting up their homes briefly in Central Asia, places like Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, even Siberia, and later they would move to the west, they would return. But for the local populations, such as the Ukrainians in Lviv, for example, one of the things they did as soon as the Soviets fled, is they went into the local jail halls and they found the murdered bodies of their loved ones and their leaders. Here's a photograph of Ukrainian women who are striving to identify the bodies that were taken out of the prisons. And there's a huge amount of truly spontaneous anger directed against any representative, perceived or real, of the Soviet Union. So you have a series of pogroms that take place right after the Soviets leave. Sometimes, as in the very notorious case of Jedwabne in Poland, these pogroms even took place before the Nazis arrived. That they really came from the population as a whole, indicating the nature of the hatred of the Jews because of their association perceived with the communists. Now, collaboration with the Nazis during this period was built largely on the resentment of the Soviets. Right? We should understand that while there certainly, like in every society, were true believers in anti-Semitism, most of the local population and those who collaborated with the Nazis were primarily motivated by their hatred of the enemies of the Nazis, that is the Soviet Union. And the degree of collaboration was also related to the ferocity of the Nazi policies towards the local populations. Whereas in Western Europe, as you can see in this map here, which shows you the high point of Nazi domination of Europe, in Western regions like France, the Nazis largely left people to their own devices, allowing governments to remain in place as long as they reported to Nazi authorities, allowing policemen to continue doing their jobs, and they basically ran themselves in a wartime martial law kind of environment, but nevertheless they had tremendous amounts of freedoms. And to a certain degree, collaboration with the Nazis in those states is far more egregious than collaboration in the East. In the East, daily capricious death was a feature of everyday life, that people could be killed certainly for harboring and rescuing Jews, but they would also be killed for having an unregistered pig. It was an incredibly brutal environment. Public hangings, the lives of Poles and other East Central Slavs in particular were worth almost nothing to the Germans, and as a result, the motive to collaborate was even stronger. And in this context, we can also understand that many of the Slavic states at this time even developed Nazi units. The Germans, as they were beginning to lose the war, were incredibly concerned by the advance of the Red Army, and so ironically they allowed SS units, which previously had been reserved only for purebred Germans that could prove their descent all the way back to 1750 with no Jewish blood. They started admitting Slavs to the lower racial hierarchy in the Nazi mind, very trapped within this ideology, and they created divisions like the so-called militia Waffen-SS division, which was made up of Western Ukrainians who primarily wanted the opportunity to fight against the Soviets. This complicates the entire process of understanding and unpacking collaboration efforts among these Slavs, but you do definitely have real anti-Semites who delighted in the murder of innocents. But most of the collaboration that we see is primarily motivated by the hatred of the Soviet Union, which may have had also war criminality involved. We could go into specific units, but again, time is very short. And we should also bear in mind that this collaboration has to be placed against this consciousness that the local people had that they were also victims. Poles in particular were invaded by both the Soviets and the Nazis, and the insinuation that Poles are all war criminals is something that rankles the Polish spirit to this day. Now, there is, as we shall probably discuss in the next lecture, some kind of ridiculous, measures to deal with this phenomenon, such as legislation that unfairly limits appropriate discourse on the Holocaust, part of a larger phenomenon. But nevertheless, it's important to understand that local populations also regard themselves as victims, and so unpacking the complicated issue of collaboration is definitely challenging. It's extremely challenging as well to try and squeeze this into 1 hour, but with your permission, I'll continue in an abbreviated fashion for at least 5 minutes. I apologize for not timing this more accurately. Resistance among Jews was fairly widespread, as you can see in this United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. And since these lectures are delivered to students in Hungary, I want to point out one of the most inspirational figures of the Jewish resistance, a young Hungarian woman who had emigrated from Budapest Budapest to Israel, Hannah Senes, who was so moved by the suffering of her co-religionists in Hungary that she signed up with the paratroopers to be parachuted into Nazi-occupied Europe and to connect with the resistance. She was captured, she was betrayed, and although she was tortured and horribly beaten, she refused to divulge the signals that would allow her captors to use the radio that she carried with her. And it's a rather remarkable story of heroism from a very young woman from Budapest. So you do have military resistance of this form. However, one of the characteristics of Jewish resistance is that it tended to occur fairly late in the war, for reasons that I'd like to explore. But we should also understand that armed resistance may have, been delayed for reasons we'll explore. There are many other forms of resistance. When you are subject to a decree that would have you die, then even choosing to live is understood as a form of resistance. And in the Warsaw Ghetto, for example, one of the hellholes of the Nazi Empire, Jews set up a tremendous network of charitable institutions that were designed to promote life rather than to allow it to fade away. They had 2 functioning underground medical schools. I mean, it's amazing. Blending libraries, theaters, all kinds of activities, orphanages run by people like the incredible Janusz Korczak, the famous child psychologist who dedicated the last months of his life to the welfare of his children. And you have the incomparable Rabbi Kalman Shapiro, who is someone that I've studied and written about extensively, who insisted on remaining with his parishioners right until he was shot in the context of a failed rebellion. But when we look at the resistance by Jews, and we try to understand it, because again, we wonder why didn't they resist early? Why didn't they rise up earlier? We have to point to several factors. Nazi policy of collective punishment is very important. Generational differences is extremely important. Older Jews were working with an older model that had served the Jews fairly well for centuries of trying to basically stay out of trouble and ride out the punishment, hoping to emerge unscathed on the other side. And this is something that the great historian Raoul Hilberg has pointed to. It's worth longer meditation, but to state it briefly, historically, Jews living as a minority in Europe, in Ashkenaz in particular, had learned that it was suicidal to try and take up arms against an invading authority. It happens on occasion. We do see Jews, for example, defending local cities, participating in the local defense. We do see Jews engaging in military activities in Provence, for example, not exactly Ashkenazi Jews, but nevertheless, we do see in the south of France. But for most of this period, Jews had learned that there were 2 basic ways that were more likely to ensure survival. The first was to bribe the offending local authority, to offer a contribution or a gift to refrain from attacking the Jewish population, or to simply run away, to self-exile. This is what one of my students coined the fee or flee strategy of Jewish existence. And it worked pretty well for a good 1,000 years of Ashkenazi history. But what did not work, and this is really the key element of the Hilberg thesis, is that the Jews did not have a mental model of what Nazism represented. Hitler's level of anti-Semitism, his type of anti-Semitism, was such that bribes were not to be considered, that this was some kind of like diabolical messianism where all Jews had to be destroyed in order to somehow save the world, and that there was no room to flee. So therefore, they simply could not compute the threat that Nazism represented. The younger generation is especially important because they were not laboring under this misconception to the same degree, and as a result, it was only after the large deportations from Warsaw, for example, in the summer of 1942, well after it, that you have in the spring of 1943, the heroic but ultimately doomed Warsaw ghetto uprising.
And he had no idea
Okay.
where it was or why it was gone.
So with
he figured
this,
out where he was, he
we're going to continue with the final chapter in the next lecture. There is, thank God, an after for Ashkenazic Jewry, but not for the 6 million Jews that lost their lives in this Holocaust. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to continuing with you in the final lecture of this series.
And here was something that I thought was interesting, because at this point, Mel kind of intimated that he didn't think that the whole, or being on coast to coast, was necessarily the reason. And in fact, I have to look back. I had some notes here about what he said. I don't believe it was because of that, because there's a lot
so
of
basically what my goal over the last hour and the final hour of the series is to speak about the re-emergence of Ashkenazi Jewry after the horrific depredations of the Holocaust, and try to understand some of the larger global pressures that are brought to bear on this society, particularly as it exists in Europe. There is a lot more to say, obviously, if you look at the Ashkenazi diaspora. We did speak last week, yesterday, I can't remember, it's been a blur, about this very significant migration from Eastern Europe in particular at the end of the 19th and early 20th century to places like the United States of America, where Ashkenazi Jews constitute about 75% of the Jews living in this continent, really, where they've obviously had a major impact on American culture, and there's a lot more to say about that, but we do have to draw some limits to this 12-week series. So let's begin by looking at the immediate post-war era, and this is the period of the DP camps in particular. DP stands for displaced Persian. Excuse me, not displaced Persian. DP stands for displaced person, and a network of camps was set up in former Germany and in Italy to house the hundreds of thousands of people who were no longer able to live in their homes. This included a very large number, perhaps as many as 300,000 Jews who were displaced during the war and who were seeking refuge. These are, of course, Holocaust survivors of various types, some who had been living in hiding, some who were liberated from the camps, and a significant number that were returning from Central Asia, because don't forget, as we mentioned in the last lecture, when the Nazis invaded the eastern part of the territory that they had divided in Poland in particular with the Nazis, many Jews fled along with the Soviets far to the east, and they were able to seek shelter in places like Uzbekistan and Tajikistan, and a lot of them then came back after the war ended, seeking not to live in their former communities in Poland and elsewhere where they felt unwelcome frequently, and they made their ways to these DP camps. We should recall that there was a certain amount of friction between the Jewish survivors of the Holocaust and the indigenous populations. There were concerns about, recriminations. There were concerns about compensation, because frequently the property of Jews was simply seized by neighbors, in some places by the official governing authorities, and there were concerns that perhaps the Jews would, seek to reclaim their property. In some cases, like in Kielce in Poland, incredibly, there was actually a blood libel that resulted in a massive riot in 1946, and it sent a very clear message that Jews are no longer welcome here. And so, Jews, by and large, were not comfortable returning to homes that had been destroyed by the Holocaust, in particular communities destroyed by the Holocaust. Less so to the further east regions of European Russia, Russia, because the Soviet Union more properly, because those were generally less destroyed than in central Poland. But have a look at this map here. The DP camps were scattered throughout this region. They were designed to be temporary. Most of them were closed down by 1952, and they were really intended to be sort of transition camps where people would move on to new places. Many of them housed primarily non-Jews, but several of them, Waffen, for example, were especially associated with Jews and actually had, separate facilities for Jews. Ironically, many of them were set up in former Nazi concentration camps, which was rather jarring, as we shall see here. I should mention offhand, by the way, I have a special connection to DP camps through my father, Rabbi Rothschild, that my grandparents living in northern Canada took in an orphan who was in one of these DP camps. They brought him to Canada, and he was the same age as my father, about 15 at the end of the war, and they were raised together. So my father had a special connection with European Jewry in that regard, and he often spoke about it. Anyway, so there's the DP camps. Now, what was life like there? One of the amazing things that characterizes the Jews returning to the DP camps is a remarkable rush to rebuild. There was a palpable feeling in the Jewish communities that emerged in these strange kind of transitory camps that the Jews were so motivated to rebuild their lives. You have to realize that these people were coming from all different parts of Europe, sometimes not even having common languages, yet the urge to marry and to have families was exceptionally pronounced. There's a photograph of a wedding occurring in a DP camp. And here's a document that I have to say I find very chilling. This was something I came across when I was working in the YIVO archives, the Yiddish Wissenschaftliche Institute that's located in Manhattan. And it's a marriage contract, and as you can see, it's like Xerox or mimeograph, more properly, that and it has blank spaces where the date and the name of the bride, the name of the groom, and things like that can be inserted, and the signature at the bottom. But at the top of the page, it has a Star of David. That makes sense in a Jewish marriage contract. But the words on either side of it are Bergen Belsen, the notorious concentration camp that was liberated by the Allies, and it was infamously scattered with emaciated corpses of Jews who had died there. And to think that you have a ketubah that specifically has the name of this notorious camp on it is mind-boggling. But even more frightening is this document that I came across, which I think is in so many ways illustrative of what it must have been like for the Jews returning to these DP camps. This is also from the YIVO archives, and it took me a while to figure out what exactly is it that I'm looking at. This is a document that was created for the Jews in the DP camps, specifically to deal with husbands whose wives had disappeared in the Holocaust. And they did not know if their wives were alive or dead, their first wives, but presumed dead, but their death could not be confirmed at the threshold credibility to allow the men to otherwise remarry without any complications. So this document here was essentially an assurance by the prospective husband that if his first wife showed up, he would submit to the authority of the court with regards to the disposition of his marriages. Because if his first wife survived the Holocaust, then they would still be married, and he would have been engaged in a rabbinically forbidden marriage to his second wife. And, then they'd have to sort out, well, who is he married to? And who is he divorced in order to maintain the medieval ban, which we discussed a while ago, on polygamy.
10% of that,
The fact that this document had to be mass-produced through a mimeograph machine and that every husband had to sign it indicates the scope of this otherwise very unusual kind of problem, but something which was unfortunately very common in the war. Even more significant was the situation that women found themselves in this case if they weren't sure what the status of their husband was during the war. A tremendous amount of energy was devoted by the rabbinical councils set up in the DP camps themselves to try and resolve those doubts so as to allow women to go on with their lives, because there was a tremendous, it's as if the Jews had seen so much death that all they wanted to do in the DP camps was affirm life. And affirm it they did in a very big way. The birth rate of Jewish women in the DP camps was totally off the charts. And literally, I'll give you an example here of the numbers. Here's comparisons of birth per 1,000 women at various points in the war. So it's not an exact matchup always, but you can see that before the war, all women in Germany were having children about the rate of 25.9 per 1,000 women in 1920. Because birth rate often is affected by the economy and political turmoil and things like that, it had reduced significantly by 1933 when German women, Jewish and non-Jewish, although there was only about 500,000 Jews in Germany at this time, about 1% of the population, so it's not a huge chunk of it, about 14.7 children per 1,000 women. Immediately after the war, in Bavaria, which is a region of Germany, you see that all women are having a birth rate at 7.35 children per 1,000 women in 1946, right after the war. Obviously, tremendous upheaval and, death and all kinds of things. But if you look at Bavarian Jewish women specifically, in that same study, they're having children 29 per 100,000, 29 per 1,000 women, which is like 4 times the rate of non-Jewish women. And if you look at German Jews overall, Jews specifically, the rate is even higher. 35.8 children per 1,000 women. They called these children born immediately after the war Mashiach's kingdom, which means the children of the Messiah. Not literally the children of the Messiah like as the Father, but the children of the Messianic age. Meaning that these children born in the immediate post-war era would herald the beginning of the end of time. That somehow this renaissance, literally renaissance, rebirthing, after the hell of the Holocaust would result in ultimately the resolution of everything unjust and the beginnings of the Messianic era. It's an amazing kind of thing to imagine what the mindset of these people must have been like. Marrying people that came from totally different backgrounds, frequently large age gaps, frequently lack of a common language, but nevertheless this shared tremendous drive to rebuild, to create Jewish families, to raise up these Mashiach's kingdom. I find it deeply motivational. This is also an example of life in the camps that's related to their drive not only to rebuild, but to regain, to go back to the study of the Torah and the traditional texts, the Talmud, and so on that were so revered. One of the things that the American occupation authorities discovered when they were dealing with all these Jews in DP camps was that they were desperately short of religious reading materials, that they wanted to study Talmud together, and they had no way to do it. The Talmuds were destroyed, burned in the Holocaust of the attacks on the synagogues all the way from Kristallnacht and so on, and very difficult to acquire. So the American Army generously said, no problem, let's print a new edition of the Talmud. And they printed this edition, which has been known colloquially as the Survivor's Talmud, printed on the very same presses that the Nazis had used for their propaganda, now they were being used with Hebrew type to reprint the famous Vilna Shas of the 1860s. And have a look at this remarkable cover. Just such an evocative series of images. Here at the bottom, there's a depiction of what appears to be two Jews in a camp. It looks a little bit like Mauthausen, and it appears that they're collecting up bodies to be placed in this cart, a little bit like the way that the Chevra Kadisha in Warsaw had to go around every morning collecting up the corpses that were left in the street and bringing to mass burial. And the verse at the top of this image reads, it's from Psalms, I was almost destroyed, but I did not forget your commandments. Motivational verse. At the bottom, it says a labor camp in Ashkenaz in the days of the Nazis. Machane Avoda b'Ashkenaz b'Yemei HaNazi. And then you can see surrounding this image, these dark motifs of the barbed wire fences, evocative of the concentration camps, and it's a very dark kind of image, especially jarring to see it on the cover of the Talmud. And here you see, as you move up the page, on either side you have this Middle Eastern kind of motif with the sort of Middle Eastern architecture and palm trees and flowing brooks, obviously meant to evoke the land of Israel, which we'll talk about shortly. The tractate that I'm showing you here is the first one of the entire Talmud. It's the tractate that deals with blessings, how appropriate. The text here indicates that it was published by the Association of Rabbis in the American DP camps in Ashkenaz, with the help of the American forces in Germany, right? Because the Americans actually put this together using the presses. Phenomenal. And then at the very top of the page, there's this stylized image of Jerusalem, the sun rising, hope and new, things like that. And it says in the text underneath also a liturgical quote, from slavery to redemption, from darkness to great light. So obviously the overall message that this Talmud is portraying. At the recent completion of the cycle of Talmudic study called Daf Yomi, that was celebrated around the world in early 2020, they actually used a page from the last volume of this series of the Survivor's Talmud to read the last few lines and conclude the 7.5 learning cycle of the Talmud. It was a very, very moving experience as tens and tens of thousands of Jews present at MetLife Stadium, like I was, or around the world in other celebrations, listened in on the final conclusion of that cycle of study of Talmud before it would immediately begin again. Remarkable testament to the impetus for life after the Holocaust. Now, obviously, this occurs in the ruins demographically of the Jews of Europe. You gotta look at these two maps, which come from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. You can certainly see a lot of things with tremendous change over time. The map on the left is 1933, meaning a few years before the Holocaust began, or let's say before World War II began for sure. And then on the right, you have in 1950, which was 5 years after the end of the war, but also reflects numbers that show population displacement. So, for example, you see that France in 1933 had 225,000 Jews. They actually went up 10,000 by 1950. That's largely because of the displaced persons making their way west from Eastern Europe. The numbers are really shocking when you see countries like Germany, of course, which goes from 565,000 to 37,000. Poland goes from 3 million to 45,000. A shocking decline in numbers. The Soviet Union loses about 500,000 Jews. It's a little bit hard to get the right calculation because the Soviet Union will absorb the Baltic states and a good chunk of Poland, pre-war Poland as well. But Soviet Union still is the great center of Ashkenazic Jewish demographic weight as you move into the second half of the 20th century. So overall, of course, the famous number of 6 million, which represents about 1/3 of all Jews worldwide, about 2/3 of European Jews, and a very similar number of all Ashkenazi Jews specifically. Because, as I mentioned earlier, the Sephardic victims of Nazism, those who were killed, primarily in certain regions in southern Europe, in Greece, Bulgaria, and of course they were persecuted in North Africa, but the numbers are much smaller there. The huge losses were primarily Ashkenazic in nature. So, in this context, we go into the radically changed post-war era, and certainly the most significant phenomenon that affects the lives of Jews, and especially that massive bulk of Ashkenazi Jews who are living in the Soviet Union, is the imposition of the Cold War. This is one of the last photographs right at the very, very beginning of the Cold War. That shows representatives of the United States in the center, and the English on the left, the United Kingdom on the left, and of course the Communist Soviet Union on the right. This is at the Conference of Yalta, I believe, where they essentially, map out what's going to happen to the destroyed Third Reich. And ultimately, what ends up happening is the competition between America specifically and the West in general and the Soviet Union rapidly hardens into a standoff, especially when both parties acquire the atomic power and nuclear power, and you develop the eventually what was called as madness, literally madness. The détente affected by the policy of the reality of mutually assured destruction, right? The fact that both the United States and the Soviet Union possessed enough nuclear weapons that they could assuredly destroy the entire globe. Hard to imagine it, but that has been the situation for more than the last half century, and frighteningly enough, with the current war going on in Ukraine, it's not very far from the imaginations of people even today. But under the circumstances of the Cold War, you have what Churchill termed the Iron Curtain that descends over Europe, separating the American-led European West, or American highly influenced European West, and the Soviet-led Warsaw Pact countries of East Central Europe and the East that are under Soviet dominance. The experience of Jews behind the Soviet Union was far more negative than it was for World War II. You'll recall that we discussed that brief decade of the 20s when there was a tremendous amount of energy placed in the development of specifically Yiddish culture, although to the detriment of religious culture, which is always the enemy of the Soviet Union. And in the post-war era, there is a resurgence of anti-Semitism, although it has a slightly different character. Stalin himself, in his later years, reveals his personal animus to Jews, his fear that Jewish doctors were striving to poison him and things like that. And even after he dies in 1953, his successors retain a distinctively anti-Jewish posture that's expressed in many different ways. One of the most notorious of these is the publication in the 1960s of this almost Nazi-like anti-Semitic tract called Judaism Without Embellishment, which is just a ridiculous attack on Judaism on various fronts, and since it can only really be produced with approval of the Soviet state, it seemed pretty clear in the 1960s that anti-Semitism was now official policy of the Soviet Union. Now, that doesn't mean that they were distancing themselves from the 1937 Constitution, which granted, for example, religious rights to Jews of all religions. The Soviet Union, cynically proclaimed that it allowed the freedom of religion, freedom of association, freedom of expression, but in reality, stepping out of the lines, which were often not stated explicitly, was opening yourself up to a tremendous degree of persecution by the state. If you decided, for example, if you wanted to avail yourself of the 1937 freedom to worship, and you decided to show up to synagogue, you were essentially just volunteering your name for the KGB mailing list, and your children could be followed. You could lose your employment in a state which officially proclaimed there was no unemployment, which meant that you were impoverished because no one would be able to hire you, and all kinds of awful things were happening in this what was essentially a totalitarian state that had decided that anti-Semitism was its unwritten but essentially official policy. In the 1960s, you have the burgeoning movement of dissidents against the Soviet Union. I shouldn't say burgeoning, it really had much further roots, but in the 1960s it began to find a new and very vocal expression. Ironically, this was a time when many nationalities, including the Jews, began to find their common cause against the Soviet Union. Many of the Soviet Jewish dissidents, Soviet Ukrainian dissidents, Latvian, Estonian, Lithuanian, Polish dissidents found themselves together in the penal colonies in Siberia, and they began to realize that they actually had a lot in common. This would become extremely important as these various states are able to finally aggressively push towards their independence in the late 80s and in early 1990s. From the perspective of Jews, the most significant development among Ashkenazim was the so-called refusnik phenomenon, where Jews would seek to emigrate to Israel, and they would, apply for an exit visa, and the Soviet authorities would deny it. And the reasons for this are just so bizarre and complicated. Russians, though, the Russian government in particular, over the course of the last 200 years, they exhibited a strange kind of deep-seated insecurity over what the West will think of them. This is part, viewing this lecture in our contemporary moment of that Russian-Ukrainian war, this is part of the reason why, cultural icons in Russia and abroad who criticize Russia have an unusually powerful sting in Russian society. The idea that sports figures could not compete in international competitions because of Russian aggression against Ukraine is frequently quite important. So there was a concern that anytime a person left the Soviet Union dissatisfied with society, that reflected badly on the entire Soviet Union, and therefore they had to be forced to remain in the country. And a whole series of pretexts would be brought to bear to try to justify their refusal. They were so-called refusniks because they had received the refusal of the exit visa. Sometimes they were not allowed to leave because they were said to possess dangerous state secrets that were vital to the functioning of the state. And one of my own extended family members, for example, was a dentist who was refused exit from the Soviet Union because he possessed dangerous secrets. And what kind of dangerous secrets would this dentist have? So he later discovered that the reason why they tagged it onto him was because in his dissertation for his dental degree, he worked with one particular alloy that was used in fillings, and that particular alloy and its chemical properties was also used apparently in some of the fighter jets that they had made. And so therefore, his familiarity with this particular alloy and its chemical composition was sufficient to deny him exit. He later was able to finally gain exit as the pressure mounted, largely as a result of very strong solidarity with the refuseniks of Jews worldwide. And as you can see here, an American protest for Soviet Jewry, which was really one of the most important elements that brought together Ashkenazi Jews with, in the New World with their co-religionists living behind the Iron Curtain, was support for those Jews like Anatoly Sharansky, who were refused exit from the Soviet Union. And this movement ultimately was a contributing factor in the pressures that ultimately brought down the Soviet Union, one of many factors. Now, related to all of this, the Ashkenazim behind the Iron Curtain trying to leave the huge demographic change of World War II is the incredible phenomenon of the revival of the Jewish state known as Israel. This is one of the most remarkable stories told in the modern period. And if you look at it, if you were a Martian arriving on this planet and someone told you this, it would be really hard to believe it. That this tiny people, a fraction of a percent of the world's population, would not only survive 2,000 years of diaspora with their cultural identity intact, despite the depredations of both hostile neighbors with anti-Semitism and also the internal dissolution that comes from warm neighbors that results in assimilation, that they would somehow survive 20 centuries of exile and then a persecution that was far beyond anything they had ever experienced before. I mean, think about the scale. 6 million Jews, 2/3 of European Jews being killed. The next closest number of violent acts against Jews would be in the pogroms of Ukraine of 1919 that we discussed a couple of days ago, that maybe took 50, 60,000 lives. I mean, horrible tragedies, all of them. And even if you were to take a more liberal estimate of maybe 100,000, 6 million. 6 million. It's overwhelming. And nevertheless, after this phenomenal attack, they're able to reconstitute themselves as a sovereign state in their ancient homeland. It is truly mind-boggling. And if I had my druthers, we would just stop this lecture right now and contemplate what that must mean, because it is overwhelming. Nevertheless, we're just going to say the words, and we'll leave the meditation for that for a later period. You can add to that the fact that they immediately enter into a war with their neighbors, one of several existential wars that they fight over the course of the next 75 odd years, and they're still there. It is, these things do not conform to the so-called laws of history. They're working in a supernatural realm you don't understand. But focusing on our period specifically, sorry for that kind of like tangential rant, the pressure on the Allies to allow Ashkenazi Jews to immigrate to the land of Israel is profound. You can see here, and this is one of the many ships of Jews who are attempting to enter the land of Israel illegally. At this point, by the way, the land of Israel, called Palestine at that point, a lot of political associations with whether you call it Palestine or Israel. I'm trying to generally avoid those things, but we're talking about the same piece of global real estate. It was originally controlled by the Ottoman Muslims in the beginning of the 20th century. They lost it at the end of World War I. And it was controlled then by the British as a mandate from the League of Nations, which is the precursor to the United Nations. this British mandate occupied the interwar period, and then immediately after the war, the British wanted to leave it, just like they had left, for example, the Indian subcontinent. It's happened exactly at the same time, and so it was turned over to the United Nations for a resolution. The United Nations ultimately in 1947 came up with a partition plan that divided the land of Israel into 7 segments, because of course the Jewish immigration and the Arab population there were disputing the territory and both wanted to claim it. So the UN partition plan divided the area into 7 distinct segments. 3 of them were Jewish, 3 of them were Arab, and Jerusalem was to be an international territory. Didn't work. Huge war. And ultimately, Israel, the Jewish forces were able to establish a significant portion of the land under their control, although hostilities with their neighbors, of course, would persist for decades thereafter. But the pressure during the time we're looking at right now was intense. The British mandates, the British authorities were very hard-pressed to try and hold these things back, and ultimately they ended up in the announcement of the State of Israel. And this changes everything, because for the first time in 2,000 years, this tiny minority, the Ashkenazim and Jews worldwide, suddenly have a legitimate country of their own. And so there's always this possibility now for Jews. It's totally new. It's a de novo situation in Jewish history, where, at least since the Roman era, where the Jews can theoretically return home. And this is one of there are several of these massive airlifts of, for example, Ethiopian Jews making their way back to Israel in Operation Moses. But the largest and very consequential for the land of Israel was the great airlift of Soviet Jews in the early 1990s. That the pressure building on the Soviet Union to reform itself under Gorbachev for instituting glasnost and perestroika and all kinds of liberal movements to try and ease the threats to Soviet hegemony. They turned out not to work, and the Soviet Union eventually falls apart, and many of these countries within the Soviet orbit are able to declare their independence, including Ukraine, the Baltic states, and so on. And so this means there are lots of Ashkenazi Jews formally refused NICs, or perhaps they've not even applied for exit, and now they have an opportunity to return to their ancient homeland, and you have this massive Operation Exodus that results in a huge wave of Soviet Ashkenazim to Israel, which in many ways changes the demographic balance and has lots of implications for Israel as well. So, rushing through this period, I'm basically ending with the collapse of the Soviet Union. We see that the Ashkenazim are really at the cusp of a new renaissance, both in terms of their newly adopted countries of residence here in the diaspora in the Americas in particular, and especially in the land of Israel, where a large number of Ashkenazi Jews settled in the pre-state and then especially in the post-state era. But even in Europe itself, in Western Europe and in the territories of the former Soviet Union, you begin to see a renaissance of Jews beginning to rebuild their societies. We see it in institutions like the Ashkenazium that so graciously invited me to speak to you all over the course of these 12 lectures. We see it in numerous Chabad movements in particular that are active throughout the Soviet Union. We see it in my own institution, Touro University, that maintained a campus in Moscow and in Berlin, for example. We're all striving to rebuild that Jewish life once was so strong and flourished in Ashkenazic lands. The Jews are a gregarious, irrepressible people that historically faced challenges with energy and with humor and with an ability to reinvent themselves in order to meet the challenges of the era. I've been studying Jewish history now for about 30 odd years, and I still haven't figured out the secret sauce that allows them to surmount such tremendous challenges, especially after suffering such incredible losses as we have in the Holocaust. But nevertheless, it is a tremendous inspirational experience to track them through this millennial history. I want to thank you very much for staying with me with this very short version of this millennial history. And I hope that you will continue to study the history of this people. I hope that we'll have the opportunity to interact in other lectures. I want to thank the Ashkenazian finally for this very gracious invitation, and thank my Hungarian students who have been participating with me in the seminars following these lectures. So we have a few extra moments at this point for some questions and answers. I'm going to open up the Q&A for a larger discussion, but for those of you who wish to leave, please accept my thanks and my blessings, and I hope we'll have the opportunity to speak with each other in the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Collisions there in the intersection. Little bits of debris, springs, nuts and bolts, little pieces of possibly a nameplate, a name badge from a car, all kind of connecting.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the most consequential rabbinic decisions that was made in all of Jewish history was undoubtedly Rabbeinu Gershom's famous ban on polygamy. I'd like to spend a little bit of time looking at that decision, how it was made, and the impact that it had on Ashkenazi Jewry in particular. So this particular decision emerged from the city of Mainz, or Mayence, one of the really important heartland cities of early Ashkenaz. There are three cities that are very close to each other, really towns, but by that context, I think cities would be the appropriate word. Speyer, Wurz, and Mainz. And this third one, Mainz, is where Rabbeinu Gershom had his yeshiva. He was originally from Metz, in what we call today France, but he moved to Mainz at some point in his childhood or early adulthood, and that's where he made most of his reputation. Who is this Rabbeinu Gershom? Well, we know him primarily for the influence he had on later rabbis, and perhaps the most prominent of them is the great Rashi. Rashi was his intellectual grandson. He was the student of Rabbeinu Gershom's students. And in fact, it is Rashi, Rabbi Shlomo Yitzhaki, the great biblical commentator, who gave him the title with which he is frequently referred to. It is a passage in Rashi's writings in which he says, Rabbeinu Gershom, may the memory of the righteous and holy be for a blessing, who enlightened the eyes of the exile. So that phrase, enlighten the eyes of the exile, is translated as Me'or L'Gola, the illuminator of the exile, and that's what Rabbeinu Gershom is called today. Rabbeinu Gershom, our Rabbi Gershom, the enlightener or the illuminator of the exile. And to continue this phrase, all Ashkenazi Jewry are the disciples of his disciple. Of course, that last phrase, disciples of his disciples, referring to Rashi's teacher, who was in turn Rabbeinu Gershom's student. Now, ironically, Rabbeinu Gershom's writings have not survived, except in snippets of citations elsewhere. There are several commentaries printed on the Talmud that are attributed to him, but scholars believe that they were later attributions are not actually from his pen. Nevertheless, that does not diminish the tremendous impact of his teachings. His personal life, fascinating. He was born in Metz, as I mentioned earlier, around the year 960. We know only a few little bits or pieces of his biography. According to the Or Zarua, a very important Viennese commentator and halachist, his son Eliezer was forcibly converted to Christianity and then later killed, possibly in the context of some persecutions that occurred in the year 1012. We know that he was married at least twice. There are pieces of the text of his ketubah, his marriage contract, for his second wife, Bona, that is dated 1013. I'm wondering if those 2 years, the persecution of 1012 and the second marriage of 1013, suggests that perhaps they were related, perhaps even he was widowed in the context of 1012, simply don't know. On the left here, you can see a grave marker at Mainz, which has a few words of honorific, and then in the third line, you can see this is Rabbi Gershom. And so some believe that this is in fact a stone marking his grave, although that's disputed to a certain degree. Let's now talk about the bands themselves. What exactly were these bands? So, first of all, the term used is not ban, but takana, or decree. And the root of the word takana in Hebrew means a repair, meaning like some kind of edict that's passed, that's designed to try and address some lacuna or some problem in society that needs some sort of legislative fix. And there's several that he's associated with, one of which is very significantly Keren HaYishuv, which is basically the ban on settlement, which essentially regulated the movement of Jews into new territories to minimize competition and allow Jews who were otherwise not allowed to enter guilds, for example, to protect their own industries from interlopers into their societies. A lot of wide-ranging impacts of that particular ban. But what's, I think, fascinating about the takanot that emerged on Rosh Hashanah at this time is we should realize that this is a frontier society. This is a society where there are no major centers of Jewish activity that are older than 100 years or so. We have like scattered references to a few Jews here and there, but no major settlements. And the takanot represent the Ashkenazi Jews getting together. They would form these synods of rabbis who would come together from multiple communities, and they would decide on rules that would basically regulate their civilization. And it is in these early takanot that were issued 9th century, 10th century, 11th century in particular, where we begin to see the Jews attempting to regulate themselves to create that really impressive social service network that the Kehillah represented, the Jewish municipality represented, and would really flourish for the next 600 odd years. Really impressive things. So many of the takanot that are ascribed to Rabbeinu Gershom could very likely have come from his pen specifically, but more probably they are just the decisions of these rabbinical synods. And Rabbeinu Gershom may have been the most prominent of people among them. In later generations, a few hundred years later, giving weight to a takanot by attributing it to Rabbeinu Gershom may have caused us to think of these bands as his alone, but they're more likely bands that were produced by an association of rabbis getting together and making decisions collectively. Other bands that issued from Rabbeinu Gershom and his synods were the ban on reading other people's correspondence, which you would think is like, well, doesn't that make sense? But in reality, there's no mitzvah, there's no specific commandment anywhere that says that, if you receive a letter by someone else addressed to a third person, that you're not allowed to open it and read it. You're not actually stealing anything from anyone. You are invading their privacy, but you're not actually encroaching on their property in any way, except perhaps intellectual property. Perhaps that's actually a separate body of law, a sagat rule that's related to the idea of moving boundaries. But at any rate, as society was beginning to develop, and we're moving from a barter economy to a cash economy, and information is valuable. So that's when the synod in Ashkenaz said, under Rabbeinu Gershom, just to be safe, we're going to make sure nobody is allowed to read each other's mail. Okay, lots of fascinating implications, by the way, for contemporary society, because information is even more available now, and even more valuable now. And so the ban of Rabbeinu Gershom actually has a lot of relevance to privacy laws and communication today. But let's speak to the two related bans that are most centrally associated with Rabbeinu Gershom. The first is the ban on polygamy, and the second one, very closely related to it, is
of different
the ban
shots that
on
are taken at all
divorcing a
different
woman
heights or different
against
focal
her
lengths. And
will.
then on top of that,
So let's
you
understand
can
this.
have a series of
First of all,
maps that are
why a ban
topographical
on polygamy?
and are more illustrations than actual
Anyone
photos. So he has
familiar
all that
with
stuff. So
the
like,
first few books of
as
the
a result,
Bible
I used to
know
have it,
that
and I had an
polygamy is
iPad that I used to
permitted
go on
in Judaism.
off-road expedition
Abraham
trips with.
had more than
I
a
loaded
wife.
up a bunch of his maps into that, so I could pull up
Jacob
anything
had
as long as it had a
multiple wives.
GPS signal. I could
King
switch to
Solomon,
topo
King
maps
David,
to
multiple
BLM
wives all
maps
over the
to
place. Polyandry,
actual
on
satellite
the other hand,
photos from
is
different
forbidden,
years.
but
All that
polygamy
stuff.
is definitely
It's
part of the
pretty amazing.
ancient
You can really
Jewish
get caught up in
tradition.
it. It takes up a lot of
And in
data.
fact, in
Back at this
Sephardic
point,
lands,
Terra
it
Server
was
was the only game in
maintained
town
far
for
longer than
non-paper
it
for
was in
digital maps.
Ashkenaz. So most scholars who look at this period
Mel's
think
nephew
of
had
it
found
as a
out
way
was
of
that
the
when you
rabbis in
went to
Ashkenaz
the
relating
Menastas
to
Ridge
the
and you
Christian
looked at where
environment
Mel's
in which they
property
were living.
was,
And to a large
it was
degree,
blacked
this
out,
was,
or
an
should I say
emergent
whited out. It
society.
was a big
It
white
was an
box,
increasingly
two
religious
squares,
society, but
and
not
two
at the
squares,
point
yeah,
where the
two
church
square grids of the
reaches
map
its high
just
point.
white. Yeah,
Its
that's a little
greatest
bit like
power
it. So,
later in
and
the
Mel was
13th
on the
century.
air with
But
Art. He's like,
nevertheless, this is a
anybody can go
society
there, go
where,
now, go to the
unlike
Terra
in
Server,
Sephardic
find
lands, in
Ellensburg,
the Iberian
zoom out a
Peninsula,
little
south
bit,
of
and when
Spain,
you see the
the
white blocks
north of Africa,
on the
the Middle
Menastas
East,
Ridge to the
where
west of
polygamy
town,
was,
that's where my
considered
property
normal,
is. And
here
he
polygamy
says,
is
why do
definitely
you think
looked down
those are
upon.
expunged?
There's also
And for me,
a
when I
notion
heard this
of
point, I was
the
just like,
increasing
okay,
perception of the
invisible
status of
time,
women, which
no
may
pictures,
have
we don't get to see
spurred
anything.
on
I said,
this
"Yes,
development,
I went to
but
Australia,
it's
and I
clear
saw
that
maps,
one
and
of
it's
the
like, this is
major
real. This is a
impetuses, I think, I wonder if
redacted
the word,
satellite
the
image.
plural
Back in
impetus
the
is
early days of
impeti,
satellite
I
images
don't
being
know,
online.
it sounds sort of good. But one of
Nowadays,
the
we
major
will see that. In
motivations
fact, there's
for
top 10
banning
videos on
polygamy is
YouTube
because
about
the
like
increasing
10
status of
most
women in
weird
Christian
places
society, where
blotted
the
out
idea of
on
polygamy,
Google
of
Yes.
sharing a husband
It'll
among
be
several
pixelated
wives
or just
is
black.
definitely
That's
not appreciated.
That's right.
Now,
missing.
the
Now,
other
if
thing
you're
that goes
thinking
with it
that's
is that
why Mel chose this area.
Rabbeinu Gershom and his
Maybe
synod
he's from
ruled
Central
that
Washington,
one
Eastern
could
Washington,
not marry
and he just picked this
multiple
because
wives
that adds to the mystery. A couple years
serially as well
Mel's
as
first
in
appearance was
parallel. Meaning,
1997.
not
Terra
only
Server
can you
did
not
not
be
come out
married to
until
two
8
women
months
at the
after
same
his
time, living in the
appearance.
same house and things like that,
So,
but you also
Mel,
can
using that
abandon
as
one
part of a
wife
story that he
and then
could
go and
see
marry a
later,
second one
like
and
2
live
years later.
singly with that other wife.
He
The
had to have
first
picked
wife
a
will
spot in
only
Ellensburg, near
accept the
Menastas
divorce
Ridge,
and allow it
before
to
he
be
knew
to
that
take
the
effect,
grid spots would
according to
be
the ban of
whited
Rabbeinu
out.
Gershom, if she
So,
does so
it seemed to be the
willingly.
case that
That's
this is
like
true,
a
so
huge
to turn it
importance
as
that
coincidence.
really increased
It's
the
a
power
real
of women
coincidence. That's what
significantly
I'm saying,
for its
that
time,
he just
that
happened to
women
pick a
had
spot
to
where he planned
consent
his
to
hole
be
was,
divorced.
and then also just
Prior
happened
to
be
this,
a spot
the
where the data
only,
was missing.
actually let me
On
back
one
up a
pass
little
in the
bit.
Terra Server.
If you
Or
look
are
at
we
the
all
laws
the mark?
of divorce from the
I'm just
Torah
saying,
itself, one
elaborate on
of
it a little
the
more
striking
towards the end of
elements of it
tonight's
is
show,
that
but I'm just
men
saying,
are the
what if
only
this is a psyop?
partners that have
This is
agency.
disinformation.
That is,
We're
a
the mark,
man
and the
may
reason
decide to
he
divorce
was
his
able to
wife,
determine that it would be
and
redacted
she
8 months
basically has
before the
no
Terra
say
Server
in
came
it. He
out,
gives her
is
a bill of
because
divorce,
this is
and it's
all
all over.
a plot to
But
conceal
from
something
that
by
point
making
on,
it
in the
super
biblical
fantastic
period,
and
the Jewish
unbelievable,
legal
just like
tradition
Terry
is
Lovelace's tiny
steadily
little
moving
monkeys
in the
that wanted him to
direction
leave
of
the house.
adding
Dude,
more
you
protections
just
to
blew
women.
my
So
conclusion.
you have the institution of the ketubah, the marriage contract,
Wait, I didn't
which
go
is
into depth
essentially
there.
a financial
I'm just
penalty
saying, forget it.
applied
Let's
to a
go to the
husband
end. I have nothing
in
else
the
to say.
event that he chooses
think
to
this
divorce
was
his
a
wife. He has to pay her
It's just
a
weird that
significant
actually
amount
anything
of money and upkeep.
Boy, it
It
should
goes
be.
with
I
other
don't know.
things
Some
as
people
well, of
like
course,
that,
but
some
that's
people
one of
hate
the
it.
most
Yeah,
significant
it's
elements of
it's
it.
not planned
And
enough.
Rabbeinu
We don't
Gershom
plan
can
enough.
be viewed in that light as well. It is an additional protection that a husband and wife have to settle all their differences in order to separate, so that the husband cannot remarry without any concern for his current wife. By the way, it's important to note that the women are under a much more significant stigma if they were to remarry without permission, which, by the way, is only possible in the medieval period if there is subterfuge involved. Like you would have to move to another town and hide your identity and things like that. In the modern world, of course, all kinds of things are possible, depending on which country you live in and things like that. But in the medieval world, rabbis would pay attention to this ban and would not perform a marriage without having some assurance that, in fact, the ban of rabbinic gershon was imposed. So that's basically the two related bans, the ban of polygamy, the ban on divorcing a woman against her will, that took effect somewhere around the year 1000 in Ashkenaz. This is a great early image I found of an early Chagall from 1912, a Jewish wedding, which is kind of interesting to look at many elements of it, but I think that the dancing boogie in the middle is a little bit unusual, but let's go on with the material. So where I think the most fascinating reflection of the impact of the ban is found is in the margins of society, particularly the border between Sephardic and Ashkenazic lands. So where you begin to see it discussed quite a bit is when Sephardic rabbis have to deal with cases that involve Ashkenazim. So early on, 13th century already, the great Spanish rabbi known as the Rashba, he ruled that the ban was definitely in force for Ashkenazim, and he also mentioned that it had an expiry date, which is fascinating. We don't have that idea of an expiration until Rashba mentions it. And that expiration date is the year 5000 in the Jewish calendar, or in the secular calendar that we use today in the scholarly world or in the regular world, 1240 of the common era. So in other words, after 1240, according to Rashba, all bets are off. Sephardim could always marry more than one wife. Ashkenazim could only do so theoretically after 1240. Now that was something that he wrote in the 13th century. Rabbi Yosef Karo, writing a few centuries later, Rabbi Yosef Karo was, of course, the Sephardic author of the Shulchan Aruch, the great code of Jewish law. He held that, okay, the ban had technically expired for Ashkenazim. They are allowed to marry more than one wife, but they still kind of kept it as a custom, nevertheless. The implication being that although this was a widespread custom, what if there were extending circumstances? Would an Ashkenazi husband allow to marry a second wife? And Rabbi Yosef Karo is inclined to be more lenient about that. However, his Ashkenazi counterpart, the great Rabbi Moshe Isserles, who wrote a very important comprehensive commentary and response to Rabbi Yosef Karo's Shulchan Aruch, the phrase Shulchan Aruch, the title of the Sephardic Code of Jewish Law, means a prepared table. And then Moshe Isserles wrote a commentary called the Mappa, or the tablecloth. And soon after that response commentary was written, basically all editions of Shulchan Aruch were always printed with the set table and this tablecloth on top of it, so you can read both Sephardi and Ashkenazi responses at the same time. Anyways, Rabbi Moshe Isserles, writing from Ashkenaz, from Krakow, he disagreed with Rabbi Moshe Karo, which is pretty difficult, and he said, no, it's more than just custom. Even though the ban may have technically expired in 1240, by the time we hit that date, says Rabbi Moshe Isserles, since we didn't make any movements to change it, it is now the force of law. It is a custom that has been accepted to have the status of law. So whereas Rabbi Moshe Karo was inclined to be more lenient with cases that came to Constantinople, for example, of an Ashkenazi man who wanted to marry a second wife in Constantinople after leaving a wife behind in Poland. His second wife was amenable to the fact that he was already married and he wanted simply to be able to remarry again, no intention to return to his first wife. Rabbi Moshe Isserles would say absolutely not. You cannot do that because the ban is in place with the status of halakha. Now, there are some interesting exceptions which guarantee a certain amount of leniency for husbands in some cases. Like, let's say, for example, an Ashkenazi man, his wife unfortunately becomes insane or in some way incapacitated, to have unable to fulfill the requirement of the ban of rabbinic gershon and willingly accept divorce. And so there's no way that you can actually have this man go on and marry another wife because he cannot force a divorce on his first wife, according to the ban of Rabbeinu Gershon. Similarly, what if you have a woman who is, let's say we'll call her from Sarah, and then she decides to move to Syria and join a terrorist group fighting America, wants to have nothing to do with Judaism or her American Ashkenazi husband or anything, that would be called, like, quote unquote, a rebellious wife, and she definitely will not accept the get, so the bill of divorce. So what do you do in those situations? So there's kind of a loophole that was evolved called the Heter Mea Rabbanim, the signature of 100 rabbis, the permission of 100 rabbis, which would require the husband to schlep around to several communities and meet with 100 rabbis and get their consent to allow the ban on polygamy to be temporarily lifted, perhaps pending the healing or the regret of the insane or the rebellious wife. So then, at which point the Ashkenazi man would have to divorce one of them. So this Heter Mea Rabbanim, which was much more onerous to achieve in the medieval period, getting 100 rabbis to agree meant a lot of travel and all that. So today, you can basically put a survey online and get 100 rabbis, in 20 minutes. But back then, it was a much more onerous thing. So there were exceptions built into that particular ban. Two last things. There was, for some time, a movement to perhaps, allow the ban to expire. This is an interesting article from 1931. This is from the Jewish Telegraphic Agency, which is a major Jewish news source, still very active today. I write for them sometimes. And this is what they used to look like back in 1931. And apparently, in Jerusalem, there was a man whose name was Alexander Lublin, who wanted to marry a second wife. His second wife, just like what we saw before in Constantinople, his second wife was aware that he already had a first wife somewhere else, and he wanted to simply go ahead and marry the second wife without divorcing the first one. And he said, the reason I'm allowed to is because Rabbeinu Gershon's ban has expired. The court disagreed, and they said, we're not going to allow you to get married, and you have to pay £2 for court costs. So this has kind of been like, it's a non-starter. The ban is definitely completely accepted by the Ashkenazic world, and it will stay that way likely for until the Messiah arrives. Now, I am speaking about the ban on polygamy, but one of the things that Rabbeinu Gershon should not address effectively, even though his ban made a huge step forward for the status of women and for really the respect for the institution of marriage, one of the things that continues to plague the Jewish community, and especially so in the modern era, this is something that was a much smaller problem in the medieval period, and that is the problem of the aguna, the so-called chained woman, where you have a situation where a husband separates from his wife, but because he wishes to punish her, or perhaps he wishes to coerce something from her, custody arrangements, money, all kinds of things, he refuses to give her a gift. And there have been many, many different attempts to address this. One of the more significant efforts, which my rabbi, Rabbi Yaakov Chunk, heartily endorses, and in fact he refuses to marry anyone who will not go through this, is the writing of a prenuptial contract separate from the ketubah that has all kinds of provisions in place to guarantee the delivery of a get should the marriage not succeed. Now, I've heard a lot of different things about the prenups. I've heard that they are not foolproof, to be sure. If a husband really wishes to punish his wife, even after signing a prenup, there are all kinds of horrendous and immoral acts that he can take advantage of to punish her, but nevertheless, it does represent a great step forward in the same tradition of Rabbeinu Gershon. And let us hope that we have a new Rabbeinu Gershon come around who finds a way to resolve this painful issue in Jewish law. With that, I want to thank you very much for listening. I hope you enjoyed learning a little bit about this importance of medieval decision and how it continues to affect Jewish life today. Thank you very much for watching.
Learn about what we got here in northern Nevada. We're working also with natural remedies and could be ancient Native American medicinal cures.
He had already explained that that stuff initiated with them. Right, he was co-opting it from the Native American.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really excited to share with you today the results of a study that I recently read that is absolutely fascinating, talking about the genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. I'm just beginning my research now to prepare for the cruising season with Kosher Riverboat Cruises. Looking forward to visiting the Netherlands and Belgium, and then a little later going to the Rhone River again to the south of France. So let's start with this new study, which is absolutely fascinating, talks about the genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. So first of all, let's understand what are the regions we're speaking about. If you look at this map here, you see basically the settlement of Ashkenazi Jews begins in this northern central part of Europe, primarily Germany, the Rhineland, and these locations were where we begin to see Jews showing up from the 6th through the 11th century, especially around the 9th century, you start getting much more concrete historical data. Then, of course, was spread towards the east in particular, eventually into the great heartland where they'll expand in Poland, Ukraine, and eventually making their way over to the Americas. But one of the enduring questions in Jewish history has been like, how exactly did the Ashkenazi Jews get there? And there are a few different models of migration here. Have a look at this map, which takes advantage of new research available through DNA studies. And the model, which seems to be the most definitive, and in fact the study that I'll look at with you today seems to confirm it, indicates that most Ashkenazi Jews, or at least a plurality of them, have their roots in the Middle East, of course, the region of ancient Israel, with a strong admixture of Italian DNA, meaning that they migrated from the ancient site of Israel through the Italian peninsula before they made their way to the heartland of Ashkenaz in northern Europe. There's also a significant admixture of Sephardic Jewry. You see them coming from the Iberian Peninsula after perhaps a trek across North Africa, and then moving into Provence, the south of France, and then up into the Ashkenazi heartland. But the main trend of migration, which has historically been accepted based on literary evidence, like the Colonimus family settlers there and so on, has always been through the Italian peninsula. And some partial DNA results have indicated that there's support for that. DNA research is definitely the cutting edge of historical work, looking at these original populations. One of the studies that we looked at a little while ago was the discovery of the remains of 17 people who were sadly thrown down a well in Norwich, England. Radiocarbon dating of the remains suggested that they came from the 12th century, a period when there were great massacres of Jews connected to the Third Crusade. And in fact, when the DNA analysis was performed on these remains, it did confirm that these were Ashkenazi Jews, very well matched to contemporary Ashkenazi Jews. And as you can see from this image here, which comes from the Natural History Museum, they were able to actually reconstruct their faces, amazing, based on the DNA evidence that we collected. They're also able to reconstruct some of their, complexion, eye color, and things like that. They were also able to determine, for example, that one of the children had blue eyes and red hair, which was sort of a stereotypical way of depicting Jews in the 12th century as well. So it's just fascinating to see these kind of episodic bits of information. The problem, however, is that in Jewish law, Jews are prohibited from simply digging up graves and then taking DNA samples. That's totally unacceptable. And in fact, in Israel, whenever there's some kind of construction going on and they find the remains of some ancient cemetery, they have to take all kinds of precautions. They can't immediately dive in and start, dissecting the remains of these
stay away.
ancient
Yeah,
people who
because
lived
the
there.
other news
So
flash is
there's
guess what
always
they're
been a
not doing?
great
Throwing a
difficulty
bunch
in
of crap
actually
into it.
conducting
Get it? Like
this research.
everyone down in
But I'm
Washington.
very
we gotta
grateful
put the
to my
tires in the
colleague, Dr.
refrigerator.
Ellie Dolgan,
They're like,
who
no, we
is
don't
a
know.
science
Never
writer,
really
who
from.
shared with me this
It's
fascinating preprint study that's going to be appearing in a very prestigious journal soon. And it gave us the results of a new study that comes out of Erfurt, Germany. Let me show you that study and explain how it depicts in much greater detail the genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. So first of all, it's dealing with this site in Germany, the city of Erfurt, which has a known, well-documented Jewish community living there. The title of the article is Genome-wide data from medieval German Jews show that the Ashkenazi founder event predated the 14th century. And there are over 20 authors from really prestigious institutions all over the world, led by S. Waldman, putting together this amazing piece of research, about 100 pages long in total. I was so fascinated to read it. Here's a photograph of the actual discovery itself. It's a cemetery just outside the city walls of ancient Erfurt, or medieval Erfurt. You can see in the top picture, the city wall is just there on the right, and at the bottom you see actually the discovery of the remains. Now, once it was suggested that these were in fact Jews, the study actually went to some of the most premier authorities of Jewish law to ensure that the remains were treated with proper respect. In fact, the research was conducted entirely on teeth that were detached from the skulls of the deceased, which constitutes a different category of remains, and it was much more lenient with regards to assessing the DNA. In those teeth. Also fascinating, we looked at differences in the enamel, and were able to identify, in fact, that some of the remains came from a slightly different location earlier. Absolutely fascinating research. But what I really want to focus on is this idea of the founder event and something called the genetic bottleneck, which together gives us a much clearer picture of how Jews came to Ashkenaz in the first place. Please have a look at this diagram, which I have painstakingly created for you, that illustrates how I see the idea of a genetic bottleneck. You've got these curving lines, and they move upwards in time. At the bottom of this bottleneck, you have Jews in ancient Israel, and at the top, you have modern Ashkenazi Jews. We're speaking specifically about Ashkenazi Jews because that's the results of the Erfurt research. So the Jews in ancient Israel, there's really no category of race within traditional Jewish thinking. There is a category of religion, there's a category of tribal affiliation. And you see in lots of literary sources that there are tons of people from outside the Jewish world coming into the Jewish genetic population base. So, for example, in the Bible, there's descriptions of the Moabite woman Ruth, who of course comes in and marries Boaz, and then later one of her offspring is actually her descendants is David, King David. You have Antipater, who was the father of King Herod. He was Idumean. You have Helena of Adiabene, who converts to Judaism and joins the Jewish people, and actually bears Jews. So you've got lots and lots of examples of people who come to the Jewish community later in life. Makes perfect sense. Then there is a significant historical displacement with the Roman Jewish wars, starting with the Great War from 66 to 74 of the Common Era. A massive number of Jews are displaced from ancient Israel and taken as slaves to Rome. That number is expanded with the Bar Kokhba rebellion 70-odd years later. And there's already an existing Jewish diaspora community living in the Italian Peninsula, so that's when you have a significant population of Jews moving to that part of the world. So, beginning in the first, second century in particular, you have Jews who are also marrying South Italians and then later North Italians, and the genetic base of those Jews who were displaced to Italy is naturally expanded by their connections with other people. Of course, we're not getting here into the whole discussion of the various types of relationships. Certainly some of them involve conversion of one form or another. Some of them might involve forced relations, of course, rapes. But at any rate, you definitely have a mixture of DNA during the early part of late antiquity. Then you get to something which we call the founder event. And this is the period when a small number of Italian Jews migrate to the Ashkenazi heartland in central Germany, around the Rhine. And that is genetically calculated to be about 45 generations ago. We work with a number of about 25 years per generation. And the authors of the study suggest that founder event dates to somewhere around the year 800. And that corresponds with a lot of the data that we have from other sources, including literary sources. And when you calculate that based on the Erfurt remains, it's very clear that the people who were buried in Erfurt, the 33 individuals discovered there, are the descendants of people who have this combination of Middle Eastern and Italian DNA to the show. Another fascinating thing is that the narrowing of the genetic bottleneck, because the people who were born from 800 in Ashkenaz till about 1350 are basically drawn from this very small sample of people. And in fact, the authors observe that modern Ashkenazi Jews, even after another 700 years, are also really closely linked to the genetic profile we see on the Erfurt remains. So even though there's been a tremendous amount of change in the Jewish world over the last 100 years or so, Ashkenazi Jews still seem to have a very similar profile to this genetic profile. I don't know what this would look like if we were to examine it again in 200 years from now or something, but this essentially describes a picture of how modern Ashkenazi Jews came to be. Have a look at this map here, and basically the picture we have is where the number one is. You have the Jews exiled from Israel in the context of the Roman-Jewish wars. They settle in Italy, and there they mix with the local Italian population and eventually make their way up to the Ashkenazi heartland. And the actual percentages, it's hard to calculate precisely because there's some time where you have a lot of southern Italian influence and later the northern Italian influence, but the authors of this study suggest that the Middle Eastern DNA of the Erfurt remains is somewhere between 15 and 45%, depending on the individual and how you measure the difference between southern and northern Italian influence. And that Italian influence is somewhere between 45 and up to 70% of their DNA. So that's basically confirming the literary picture we have of Ashkenazi Jews being essentially the descendants of Middle Eastern Jews making their way through the Italian community. I find that fascinating just on its own because it helps solidify our picture of how the Ashkenazi Jews came to be. But of course, there's a lot of other implications. As for example, the Norwich study was able to identify specific illnesses that affect Ashkenazim, like, for example, breast cancer and cystic fibrosis and things like that, and that may have implications for later cures. It also, puts to rest some of the more bizarre theories, for example, of a Khazarian influence on Ashkenazi Jewry, which is not supported by any of this research. And it's also especially relevant in today's social moment because there's so many people who are fairly vociferously arguing that Ashkenazi Jews are not actually Jewish. Some other population is Jewish, which is kind of bizarre. I mean, historically speaking, Jews have been accused of being communists. They've been accused of being capitalists. We're at a moment now where Jews are accused of being not actually Jews. That's something new. At any rate, I'm fascinated by this study, and I'm really hoping that if you want to learn more of this, please join me on our Kosher Riverboat cruise to the Netherlands, where we'll be really focusing on the history of Ashkenazi Jewry in particular. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I'm looking forward to speaking with you again.
Which he presented at the 1893 World's Fair in Chicago. Turner posited in his essay that the Western frontier formed America's character and its democratic ethos, commonly thought to be developed in the East. And he laid out an ever-repeating chain of events where generations of settlers migrated, lived primitively, temporarily, cooperated to subdue the wilderness, and built new institutions in cities and towns, and passed the torch down to the next generation who would venture further west and do the same thing.
Yeah, people loved this idea back then because it showed that the U.S. developed its character and democracy internally, based on internal experiences, specifically out west, not leaning on Europe for that framework. However, and here is the crucial context, Turner's thesis is no longer considered valid due to its disrespect for Native Americans and the lack of references to women who were obviously integral to the story. That said, it was hugely influential for a long time.
Yeah, that context teaches you the big picture in every historical scenario. You have to look outside the moment, and that's what professors like Dr. Allen excel at over at Wondrium, and that's frankly one of the reasons we love it.
Wondrium is very clearly focused on helping us all become better versions of ourselves. There are hundreds of topics taught by university professors there.
On top of documentaries, video tutorials that teach you hobbies like photography, cooking, crafting, or health and wellness.
And all of Wondrium's content is world-class and credible. We say always check your sources, but with Wondrium, we know we don't have to worry about the sources. And on top of that, Wondrium is always ad-free.
That's true. Well, we want you to sign up for Wondrium today. Wondrium is offering our listeners a free trial plus 20% off the annual plan. Now, to get this offer, you need to visit our special URL, wondrium.com/legends.
Again, that's WONDRIUM.com/legends. Sign up today.
This is more. Thank you for listening to Astonishing Legends. Let's get back to the show.
One of the other features of this particular hole in Nevada is that the metallic flange actually apparently generated heat, a low level of heat, and it was warm enough that you could camp next to it, which is what the Basques and the Native Americans would do when they were in the area, and also apparently what Bill did because he stayed there with them for several nights. I think it was about 5 people. They stayed there, and they would camp and put their sleeping bags and their tents up against it because heat would radiate out. And so that's interesting. Why is that happening? And maybe that's just a natural effect of whatever it is.
Well, as you know, if you dig a mine, it gets hot the closer you get towards all that molten good stuff or the earth. It wasn't too hot. It wasn't like hot to the touch. It wasn't like a thermal vent, but they said they could lay their sleeping bags near it and it would keep them warm. But it also didn't get too cold or too hot around it. It kept a neutrality, which was interesting. The other thing is that locals, they did experiment with finding its depth, but they also described that dogs would not go near it. And some people also claimed that they saw
Thank you very much for that kind introduction, Rabbi Cozy.
Which lasted
I'm really
for a
grateful that I
short burst.
recorded it because this will give me an opportunity
Again,
to
Mel
play
said,
it
well, I never saw that while I was there, but others have told him
especially get
the story.
So then they decide that they're going to do an experiment. Mel being kind of a researcher, as we already know, based on what he had done with his own hole,
a lot
several
of
experiments.
news about the
And so he decided that it was important to determine what is going on with this hole in Nevada.
not always in a
So
positive
he
way.
went
In
and
fact, I
bought some
noted that
bags of ice.
yesterday.
This was his theory. I thought this was actually pretty brilliant. So he was going to do a control experiment where he takes some of the ice, he puts it in a bucket, leaves it on the surface, and the rest they put into another bucket and they lower it down into the Nevada hole. They only had 1,500 feet of line, which tracks, that they had available, and they lowered the ice in the bucket down 1,500 feet. And then the idea was to watch the ice on the surface, and when it was about halfway melted, bring up the ice in the bucket that's down in the hole and see if it too is halfway melted or in any other step. So they did that, and they brought it back up, and it turned out that the ice in the bucket had not melted at all.
Yeah, they waited till half of the few bags of 7-Eleven ice were partially melted. They figured, okay, so there's some reaction time. That's what's passed. Let's see what has changed with the ice that has been lowered.
Right, and you would think if the collar and the shaft itself is radiating heat, that maybe the ice that had gone down in the hole would be at least partially melted. So they bring it back up, And it's not. And not only that, Mel explains that when he put his hand in the ice that came back up from the shaft, it wasn't cold. He said, you put your hand in it, it wasn't cold. He said it almost felt like a block of glass.
Well, that's what Art said, is like, well, it's going to be like blocks of glass.
Yes.
There's a neutrality to it, not hot glass, not cold glass.
Right.
And then Mel says, well, you know what it kind of felt like is that you ever take one of those dessicant packets, those the gel packs that keep products dry. He said, you ever rip those open? And Art says, no, I've never done that. You don't eat it. They feel little beads, and they feel kind of odd. He said it was kind of texture like that, as best as he could describe. But Mel self-admittedly here says he's at a loss for words. There's no way for him to describe this accurately. He doesn't know what words to use. It was all very strange.
Right. And so then they're collecting it. They're like, well, I wonder what's going on with it. It doesn't feel cold. So then they take it over to a fire and they put it in the fire and it catches on fire.
Yes.
So they take it off the fire right away and they put it down on the dirt, I guess, or in the bucket or whatever, and it's still burning. The ice that is not cold, that has gone down the shaft, come back out, is now burning and giving off heat. And he said there wasn't a pronounced flame. It was more like how a gas stove looks like right after you turn it off and it's been hot, sort of glowing.
You know what it reminded me of is way back when we covered the Mary Celeste, our great pal Doc Coggs did an experiment with alcohol burning under a flame.
Yes.
Because that was one of the theories of what made them leave the Mary Celeste, because they were carrying denatured alcohol, I believe, and that if there was some rattling, they felt like, hey, this could blow up any second. Let's get into a lifeboat and put some line out and get some distance between us. And that's one of the theories that they did. It's like, well, this thing blows, at least we'll survive that. But somehow they got disconnected from the ship. It didn't blow, and now they're starting to death of the rope. Doc Cox in a video demonstrates how that happens. And it's a bit of a flicker and a glow, but not like a bright orange flame like you would see off a campfire. So don't imagine that. These aren't flaming cubes. They are giving off the bit of, and this is the part where Mel says, I'm sorry, that's as best as I can describe, I'm not doing this very well.
He said he didn't have the vocabulary for it, I believe, or something similar.
Right, so there's something strange going on. They're just trying what they can. He said it's like the molecular structure of the water, of the ice, whatever it is, in its solid to gas state has been altered by being down in the hole. The other weird thing that he mentioned here is that metal retaining collar around the hole, he says you couldn't hacksaw it. You can't make a dent in it. It wouldn't be as a hacksaw and no markings. Right. It just is.
Seemingly indestructible.
Right. Well, that didn't stop there.
Yeah, so to one of the locals is like, well, this is pretty awesome. This is a heat source. I think I'm going to take some of this home. Yeah, he's going to take it home. He puts it in a bucket or something, takes it home, and he puts it in the wood stove in his little cabin. And it's a very simple little cabin. It gets pretty cold out there. Northern Nevada is cold that time of year, because I think this was around January or something. So he took apparently like a coffee can worth of it, took it home and put it in the wood stove in his cabin with no wood in there. And that's something that he was going to use to keep it warm. So we'll come back to that. But Art asked him at this point, he's like, why? How many times does this happen? Can you just lower ice down there and keep pulling out these strange heat sources? And Mel says, no, it doesn't happen every time. It happens maybe 1 out of 3 times.
Right.
And Art asked him, do you have any of this yourself? And he's like, no, I didn't take anything with me, of course. And so Art also asked, were there any markings on the metal on the flange, any kind of writing? And he said no. There was no kind of writing of any kind. Well, just when you think the story can't get any weirder, it takes another turn. Now, before we take this turn, Forrest and I both felt that perhaps we should give a heads-up warning.
Let's just say there are more experiments to be done, and what's nearby that the parents have, well, they have plenty of sheep. So Scott and I want to give you a trigger warning and time to shut this off or skip ahead. If this stuff kind of bothers you, there's about to be an experiment with one of the sheep and the hole. Now's the time to skip over this part. But what we want to express is that Mel on the show, he is very upset in relaying this part of the story and wanted the audience to know. As we heard earlier, He spent all of his money on wombat research.
Wombat rescue specifically.
Right, and paid for a research facility to be set up with his millions. And that is part of the character that's being described as Mel. And he said, look, it really wasn't my idea, but I feel very ashamed along with this. So we just want to let you know that there will be some experimentation done on the whole with a alpha sheep, and if that kind of thing bothers you, this is your warning to watch out for that.
Well, this particular story bothers me. It's a little bit crazy, so they did decide it was time to maybe do an experiment and lower something into the hole and see what would happen. And of course, the Basque sheep herders had plenty of sheep around, so they rounded up a sheep and they had created a box, or built a box, I guess, to put the sheep in, which it did not want to go in because animals didn't want to get near this hole either. And so they took steps to convince it to comply that were physical in nature and had it put into the box. And then they began lowering it down into this hole, into the Nevada hole. As they're lowering it down, it is physically fighting the idea of going into the shaft. For those of you looking for a fictional alternative to this theoretically real scenario, which again, if you believe any of this at all, just think of the goat in Jurassic Park. The first one that they left out in the cage. It's basically what they're doing is trying to figure out, well, what's going to happen if a living creature goes down in there. You know, after all my speech about how they didn't throw things into the hole, they were the first ones to put an animal into the hole.
Folks have to realize if you're not from the area or have anything to do with animal husbandry or agriculture, people who do work with that have a different attitude, and that they respect the animals that they work with because that is part of their livelihood. There is a relationship between the herder and the animal that is different than people who might want a sheep for a pet. Right? Or any kind of other animal, is that you who do not have any experience with that are going to see it differently than they do. And that's all I'll say is that the Basque sheep herders have a different attitude than people who might see a sheep in petting zoo. This is not to them an animal that you keep in a petting zoo, and that's not the purpose for herding the sheep. So, in their sense, they are intensely curious, and as Mel describes the Basque people, he has a lot of respect for them. They're a lot of fun. He was eating great food, and very welcoming, very hospitable. But they're fearless too. When he said North Africa invaded the region, they stayed out of the Basque communities. I guess they were known for being fierce fighters. So that's his attitude here. But Mel personally is upset with this, but I guess his curiosity got the better of him, and he was letting it proceed.
Right. So they lowered this animal down there to the 1,500-foot level because, again, that was as much as they had. And then they knew that the line they had could handle it. They think that a sheep must have weighed. Mel says he doesn't really know because he doesn't know much about sheep, but he thought maybe 150 pounds or so. And they left it down there for about half an hour.
Also, the sheep was bleeding, making the B-L-E-A-T noise.
Yes.
But as they lowered it, they could feel it getting over around, but it wasn't making any sound at all. Again, that aspect of the story where it's a sound dampening aspect of the whole. They weren't hearing anything coming out of it.
Mel indicated that the sounds were pretty horrific of it going down, but eventually they became silent.
Right.
Nothing coming out of the box, but the movement, there was still movement with the box. So when they reached the end of the line, the 1,500 feet line, Mel actually described it as almost static electricity kind of feeling on the line that they could feel up at the top. And that's where they left it, as we said, for about half an hour, and then they decided to bring it back up. So they're cranking it up. It's a ton of work. It's heavy. It's a long way to go. This is over a fifth of a mile.
They had a winch.
So they're bringing it back up, and like he said, they had a winch, but he indicates cranking away, so I think it's an actual hand winch with gears, which, you have a mechanical advantage on it, but it's still a lot of work, especially for that much line. So they're bringing it up, and they get it up to the surface, and they bring the box over away from the hole. There's nothing going on. There's no life in it or emanating from. Again, he's describing sort of the silica, the desiccant, the D, which you use to extract humidity from closed containers. That's what it felt like on the outside of the box. And so they open it up, and the sheep is clearly deceased.
Right. The outside of the sheep looks untouched. Right. That's right. There's no marks. There's nothing they can see. It just doesn't look alive. And
Revelation
clearly it's passed away.
So now it's time, essentially, to take a look, try to figure out what has killed it. And the Mass, as he said, they're pretty good at butchering sheep. This is what they do. They know their way around it. So they start to open this poor animal up. And as they start opening it up, it's not what they're expecting to find inside. Apparently, there was some kind of gel, like a huge sort of tumor inside, taking up the entire length of the body cavity. And on top of that,
it's not a joke.
It looked cooked in a way, the interior of it.
Yes, this is well, yeah, disgusting, but also Mel at this point is disgusted. He's not a sheep herder. He doesn't butcher animals for food. These folks are very skilled at it, so they have no qualms about it, and they dissect the sheep as if they were butchering it for meat. And that's what they notice is that it looks like it's been cooked from the inside. And what made me think of it is like, well, what would do that perhaps? Microwave energy? What cooks something from the inside out? And the other thing is that Mel was expecting some kind of smell, and he said it didn't smell like anything except ozone, which was an interesting observation or an interesting aspect of this fictional story. It smelled like ozone, and internal organs of the sheep looked like they'd been jellied. And in place of the organs where they should be was this, what looked like, he said, he couldn't describe it very well, but like a huge tumor taking up the entire length of the body, maybe 2 feet in length. And here's the thing, though, it's not just an anomaly from being cooked or anything. They could see the tumor had some movement to it.
I usually history,
and Mel says it's not like the beating of a heart, just more of this pulsing. And so at this point, they open it up, and there's something inside that appears to be its own independent organism.
Here's an important question.
Mel describes it like
and
a, quote, fetal seal,
comments
box, about 18 inches long, with feathers. And he says, and he's like, I'm saying it's a seal. I have no idea what it was. I can't figure it out. And he can see that its eyes are opening, its flippers are moving, and they noticed, I guess, that it seemed like it was checking them out as much as they were checking it out. And he said, he said he felt like it was studying them.
Yes, checking them each out individually as they stood around examining it. It was examining them with a consciousness, with intelligence, but, as Mel described, with eyes that they all agreed looked human. Like round seal eyes. He says to Art, like, you know what dogs' eyes look like. You know what cats' eyes look like.
Several other family
These look like human eyes, and they were, well, at this point, Art is disgusted. Hearing this,
everybody's disgusted. We're disgusted.
Yeah, it's like, well, if you hear Mel, his voice is shaking this point. He's having trouble relaying the story. He says, like, look, just to even tell you about this is making me a little queasy, and so something to consider with all that is that if you think this is fictional, then Mel is also a good actor. Yeah, he's a good storyteller, you know, like who can do all the character voices and all that. He sounds a little bit upset, not too much, but just, this memory of this happening is upsetting, but also profound in a way that he can't explain. That imagine this, no one's ever seen this kind of thing before. This has never been described. That something extraordinary is happening
what did Abraham
with this pinniped, this fetal seal-like creature with the human eyes.
Look like today.
And it separated itself from the tumor of whatever this placenta it was in. It removed itself, and it had something of like an umbilical cord. But it didn't need any help, and so they had backed away to a little bit of a distance, but they're also curious that they're standing around this thing.
Basically, and
it's like they can't take their eyes off it. And I think they stood around staring at it for about 2 hours. But as he said, Mel felt like he was in the presence of something extraordinary. It was almost like a religious feeling. And at that point, they just left it on the table. So whatever this creature is, which is about 18 inches long with flippers on it, and it's looking at them with human eyes, this exchange goes back and forth where they're studying it, it's studying them. Mel says it looked directly at him as it kind of starts to struggle towards the edge of the table. And as he says, with this spiritual feeling almost, he got a feeling like it had contact with him. It was connecting with him, you could say. And then this feeling came over him. He felt a compulsion to go pick it up and place it on the ground. Interesting storytelling here. So as he goes to pick up this thing, as expected, his hands were slimy from the goo that it was encased in. He says he has, again, no vocabulary to describe this. And as we said, this thing smelled like ozone. So he places it on the ground, and again, they all look at this thing. I think he said for about 2 hours. It was a long exchange. So as this thing was on the ground, Mel describes that whatever this thing is, it had given him, Mel, and the other basket shepherds the most compassionate look they had ever seen from any face. Just the way the eyes were looking at them. And as it waddles towards the hole, Mel and the others feel comfortable with it. Like it seems it wants to go back into the hole. And then it makes its way to the ledge. I guess it flippers its way up to the lip of the opening there, the collar. And it sits on that ledge for about an hour. And so after this thing has been sitting on the ledge of the metal retaining wall collar of this hole, it finally slowly nods up and turns around, and it goes back in. And this is the cinematic moment for me. It kind of turns, it looks at Mel, and gives him adios, partner. And then I guess slithers back down in the hole. We don't know. It jumped. Did it just like pirouette? Yeah. Flop. Did it head dive? Did it go in like a sea?
I feel like it. I want to think that it went in kind of like those ladies used to go on the edge of the pool in a Busby Berkeley movie.
Right. Oh yes. The hands go to the side. It's like so long and thanks for all the fish. Or actually nothing. It just came into existence. Or was birthed.
You killed my mother, I'm out of here. My alien mother, yeah.
Speaking of alien, was it something that just used the sheep as an incubator?
Okay, let's just say we're almost to the conclusion. We're almost to. I've got to stop interrupting.
Oh boy. Well, Scott and I, as well as Mel, are drained telling this tale. Bill says that he's like, I'm just drained. It's like, no, I'm drained hearing about this. It's like, because it's this point, like, what are you talking about? What? This is insane.
It just gets crazier and crazier.
Yes, which is also why we love this story. But
how far can it go? How far can it go? It does go a little bit further.
Yeah, it does go a little bit further because, of course, once again, throughout all these interviews, Art says, I suppose you got no photos of this. Art is like, did you get anything? He's like, well, no, I did not, because he thought at first, maybe take some photos of this. And then he thought, well, if this is not my place to do this, like, this is not my property, it's not my hole, it's not Mel's hole anymore, this is another hole. It doesn't belong to Mel. And this is on land that is public land, but it's also special to the Native Americans, and it's also special to the Basque. And he felt, oh, look, I don't really have any right to publicize this, other than we believe it should be studied. And I think eventually where he kind of leaves it is that, well, this should be studied by scientists. I think I finally got the Basque folks on board with having at least scientists. You don't want to, because the military comes in and then it's like ET, right? they change it around until you turn gray. So at this point, though, he's saying, of course not. And again, yes, it's convenient. He has no photos of this, and he won't give out the location other than to say, I think it's near Reno. So it's northern Nevada. Reno is one point, and probably another town not too far off where it's located, but he doesn't want people coming to this land, even though it's BLM land, to trounce the place.
I still think it's going to be, and I don't feel like I'm giving anything away. I think it's probably going to have proximity to Winnemucca. That's what I think. Because there's a strong vest presence there. That's northern Nevada. Not immediate, could be anywhere within hundreds of miles of there, but that seems like that might be a focal point for the region in terms of the vast presence and everything else he's talking about.
Well, we're not done yet, folks. We're very close, so hang in there, because Mel thinks that this encounter with this seal-like creature, this seal fetus, this pinniped fetus.
Wait, I'm sorry, what's that word
you
you using?
On the one hand, the fact that she's identified
term that Mel uses a lot.
Either by the
Google
place of
pinniped,
geographic origin,
any of various carnivorous aquatic mammals of the suborder or superfamily Pinnipedia, having flippers as organs of locomotion and including the seals and the walrus.
Yeah, there you go.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah, so especially ones that crawl out of a hole.
Even though she is identified as someone other,
it's a gelatinous alien. Continuing on, though, Mel claims that, he was diagnosed with 6 months to live with esophageal cancer. And he said, well, when they tell you 6 months, that's hopeful. And he was not very hopeful. And he thinks the seal has healed him somehow with that kind of connection. And that maybe that's what the nod was. Get well soon, brother. I'll see you on the flip side. Or I'll be in the flip side, the upside down. Right. Well, would you, yes, would you like to describe this, the rest of this? Because, again, it was like a tumor. He handled it. It stink.
It didn't stink. Ozone doesn't really smell bad. It smells weird, but it doesn't smell bad.
It smells weird. If you've ever had
if you've ever been struck by lightning, you know what ozone smells like or about to be. And if you have one of those ozone air cleaners too, they kind of make that.
That's what I was going to say. You should know this. If you go to a marine shop, where they sell marine supplies, they often have an ozone generator for. I didn't get rid of mildews, moldable boat.
I guess what I'm going to rewind folks to here and just say we have suggested that artifacts or their herbs related to Mel's original home were able to bring people back from the brink who were in hospice care for HIV. Now, this hole in Nevada is curing Mel of his 6 months to live esophageal cancer.
Well, the gummy bear seal is. Let's be clear.
Well, we don't know that. I mean,
no, you don't know it, but he may have be emanating special properties that he absorbed from the mold.
Yeah, but we don't know. We don't know. It could have been anything. Could have been camping next to the metal flange. I mean, there's a lot of things, a lot of events that happened that were anomalous that could have contributed to, if you believe any of this at all, to curing him from his esophageal cancer.
It could be the delicious healing properties of paranormal mutton. I don't know. But all this is too wild to be believed, except there's more. So as Mel's interview is wrapping up, he announces that he's going away from civilization about mid-March, the year this interview takes place. And it reminded me of Paul Andrews talking about his crop circle research, and that he kind of said everything and found out everything he needed to know and wanted to know. There's a lot of mysteries, but he had some ideas, but it was time for him to take a break, to be reflective, to be quiet. His quiet, which we totally understand, and
it also helped
many times starting that right now.
Yeah, I tell you, after that story, I need some quiet
time.
Mel's going away. He's in contact with the past, so he's in good relation with the Native Americans in the area who want to study and exchange knowledge about the local herbs there. And to put a finer point on that, as he's about to leave for a little bit of a break, he's not going totally away. They can still get a hold of him. But as he's going away, that mass elder that we told you about, the great-grandfathers, he said, he clasps his hand, Mel's, and he puts something into it. Again, this is also very cinematic.
Yes.
And he doesn't know what it is, and I think it's like, one of the last get-togethers, and of course, the bands like to have fun, they're very good at it, and there's good food, barbecue, good wine, good music, and this great-grandfather, and given him a gift as a little parting thing. Because they told him all about this, right? About everything that they'd done. He said he just took it in stride. Like, yeah, well, it's weird. And he didn't speak a whole lot of English. Mostly spoke the best language, but they were able to communicate. He and Mel enough that he just said, like, yeah, there's something special about it, almost spiritual. And you didn't phase him. And there was a slime seal that had popped out of the cheek.
And that moment reminds me of Thunderheart when Ted Thinell had something over to Val Kilmer in that movie. This is a great movie.
But it is that cinematic moment. This happens to him, and of course, as they're having their evening festivities, the other Basque folks say, like, well, aren't you going to look at what great-grandfather gave you? And he said, okay, yeah, I guess I should. It's that thing where you want to open the present.
Yeah.
So he looks at it, and what it is another red Chinese lucky money envelope. And he opens it up, and guess what's inside? A few Roosevelt dimes from 1943. There we go. And if you go as this being true, great-grandfather the attitude was, you need to have these. So here's the thing, they didn't know about Mel's other red envelope of Chinese lucky New Year's money. They didn't know about the other dimes, right? So that's the cinematic connection, right? Is that here's another dime. It's like, what's going on there? These dimes just falling out of another dimension, another parallel universe where Roosevelt had passed away pre-1943. Did the war turn out differently than we thought? Is this something about the Man in the High Castle, the Philip K. Dick story, where it occurs in 1962, 15 years after the end of the war, in 1947, where Imperial Japan and Nazi Germany divide up the United States because they are the winners. Is that some other alternate universe where that happens, and what's going on here? So we don't make the dimes until the president is passed away. But also, I don't think that the Japanese or the Germans would be interested in minting American goods because Mel won't use the B stand for Berlin. No, you probably see some despot's face on the dime. So there's another set of dimes out there. There's a connection made, and they're unknowing of Mel's other dimes.
So one last little anecdote to relay here before we finally wrap this thing up and with our conclusions and thoughts about it overall.
Send it down the hole.
And this is the story about the fire and ice, or you might remember that one of the gentlemen that Mel was with took some of that ice home to put his wood stove to keep his little cabin warm.
Yeah, why not? It's practical.
It's free. So he takes it home and he's got it in the wood stove. Time goes by, it keeps burning. It doesn't go out. It's keeping the cabin warm. Eventually, he decides he's got a kettle up on top of the stove, and he's got water in it, and he mostly wants to humidify the air because he's having skin problems, apparently. It's very dry. The air out there is really dry, and he's trying to create some humidity in the cabin, and he realizes that when the steam is coming out of the kettle, instead of going up, it's being sucked down into the stove, and he can't quite figure that out. And this keeps happening, and he just can't get the humidity up in the cabin. So as time goes by, he keeps this stuff inside the wood stove burning. He goes out, lives his life, does his duties, whether he's sheep herding or whatever it is that he's up to. He comes back home one day, and his wood stove has collapsed down through the floor of the cabin to the ground, a couple of feet down. And he's like, what in the world? You can't figure out why it happened, but it's still burning, it's still hot. So, according to Mel, he decides, he's got to fix the ventilation on it, so he just adds a few more feet to the chimney pipe for it that's going out of the roof of the cabin.
Yeah, these guys are kind of foolhardy. They're not afraid of anything, and maybe not really thinking this through, but hey, come on, it's, like I said, free heat.
It's free heat, but here's the thing, it's not done doing what it's doing. It keeps sinking, and it sinks and sinks over the course of the next couple of weeks. One day the guy comes home, the cabin and has completely collapsed around it. It's now seemingly 4 or 5 feet into the ground. This is the China syndrome, folks. This is a nuclear meltdown in some ways. This thing just keeps going down into the ground, and he winds up having to leave the property.
Right.
And after he has left the property, it turns out that some folks show up to try and deal with it, and they're not folks that he knows.
No. So now, of course, it makes me wonder, like, were those not ice cubes, or the ice cubes suddenly turned into Thor's hammer?
Yeah.
Forged from the heart of a neutron star.
So you've got now a big population of
Certainly somebody will.
You're just waiting. Millions of people angry.
Well, in this case, these cubes, whatever they turn into, are they just so heavy that they're pushing their way through the floorboards? And he said it came about.
He said, wait, or is it permanent heat out? Maybe it's just the fact that it never cools down.
I think it has something to do with we're just going along with this, folks, like it's real.
Yeah,
because I know it sounds outrageous, but now it does sound like it's something from the MCU.
Yeah.
Did these cubes turn into some sort of infinity stones here? Space, mind, reality, power, ice, and what? Pick your color. I think it has something to do with weight, though. Did it turn into something else? Now, here's something that's been debunked. I think nobody ever really said that metals take close to the whole turn to other metals. We said it at the very beginning because that is part of the lore. And as we conclude here and do our wrap up, we'll go over some of the bigger misconceptions about this story. Because, like anything you might like, people are very fierce and prideful about the rules of any MCU or DC character. There's things that they do, there's things that are canon, and then there's things that are just conjecture and not really part of this myth. So in this case, though, what they know is that this thing is first crashed through the hearth and the floorboards, and we came back later, as it was described. Again, I think this is a great sci-fi, is that this thing was now 5 feet into the dirt, because this is a very modest cabin, you could say.
That's right.
Not very, well constructed.
He's basically squatting, by the way.
Yeah, they're cheaper. They just need some shelter for the moment. And after, I think, a week or so of just letting this thing sit there, they came back, and there was really nothing left except it looked like swirls of wood dust that were colored, that this thing had disintegrated the wood, but in a fashion that perhaps if all the moisture had been sucked out of the wood, that somehow that's the going theory that those cubes turned into some kind of material that eventually absorbed all water or perhaps solidified it. And so, as it was described, this young bass guy said that he had furniture in there which was painted in different colors. You could see the different colors of wood dust, what looked like dust that was the only thing left, mixed up and swirled, like everything had been atomized, particleized, and that's all that was left. And so they decided, like, I'm just going to go build another cabin. So just leave that mess there and walk away.
However, word has gotten out that there's a problem here. His name was not associated with the cat. He was squatting on whatever land this was on, apparently. It was just shelter for him. And so he comes back out, and from a safe distance, he notices a team of people swarming around it. Didn't know if they were military. Looked like they might be. They had brought a crane. And so they are now trying to get what's left of the stove out of the ground. It appears to be 5 or 6 feet down into the ground, still burning theoretically, or doing whatever it's doing. And the first crane can't lift it. And so then they've got more cranes. It's not clear how many, but the one thing that the eyewitness said was that the last one that they had to use to remove this thing was one of the biggest ones he'd ever seen. And it's pulling what's left of this man's wood stove out of the ground and putting it onto one of the biggest trucks he's ever seen to be hauled away.
If this thing's that heavy, we're talking about the density of the singularity at the center of a black hole. That kind of mass, which is, like I said, going back, extreme physics. What's clever about part of the story is that apparently what they did, because there are Basques observing what's going on here with these authorities, whoever they might be. government scientists, whatever, Paul Reiser from Stranger Things, whoever these folks are, they're figuring out how to get this thing out of the ground because, of course, they want it. It holds secrets. But the deal is that they put chains down, like big heavy chains around this thing as far as they can, and then they flood it. Mel described it as, this is a rectangular stove. The hole was perfectly rectangular, and the sides of the hole, the dirt itself, was perfectly smooth. Like it had, I don't know, melted or changed the physics and composition of the dirt around it so that it was maybe almost glass-like and just sunk down. So they put the massive chains down there, and then they fill it with water, and the whole thing fuses together. And that's how, with several cranes now, we're able to lift it out of the ground and then placed on the biggest truck that these people had ever seen in their life.
And where did it go? And did it get there before the truck broke it down?
Right. I'm thinking like earth mover, like you see at those mines where you have to climb up a 20-foot ladder to get to the cab. Yeah, who knows? Maybe it's on its way to, maybe it's on its way to Lawrence Livermore Labs or one of the many mysterious Air Force bases that do all kinds of stuff like Hangar 18.
Slightly different.
Who knows? How do you start to peel that thing apart to find out what makes it tick?
But this tells the whole story about the.
We've been on Squarespace for over 5 years now, and wow, it's really changed a lot now.
Yeah, it's one of the best things about Squarespace. They are constantly upgrading and improving things behind the scenes and adding features that continue to refine it and make it unparalleled in terms of its power and ability to help you do pretty much anything you want to do with your website.
Yeah, one thing that really amazes me is the appointment schedule they've integrated now. And it's powered by Acuity, which means if you have an Acuity account already, you can keep it. And it's like having your own personal digital assistant who manages your calendar for you. So let's say you're trying to make yourself available for online classes or sessions with clients. You can use Squarespace scheduling to let people know when you're available or when you're booked. They have regular online office hours or whatever, so it takes care of all of it.
Yeah, that's pretty great. And another Squarespace feature that I was blown away by is the Video Studio. It makes it super easy to create and produce your own videos with the Squarespace Video Studio app. And you don't have to know anything going in. There's a ton of tutorials and guides that walk you through the process. So if you want to build a website with online videos, it's a piece of cake.
Yeah, so you've got scheduling, you've got integrated video production, and they also have built-in email campaigns now. So you can manage a list of subscribers right through Squarespace and convert them into customers for your business. So why pay a third-party company to handle that when you can do it seamlessly right within Squarespace?
These are just some of the features available to Squarespace users, and that's why we never hesitate to recommend Squarespace as the ultimate destination for a web presence for your business. Not only is it great, it just keeps getting better and better.
Look, folks, if you've been waiting to get your business off the ground and onto the web, or even if you just need to upgrade it from what you're using now to something more robust, now is the time. So head on over to squarespace.com/legends for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, use offer code LEGENDS to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain.
That's squarespace.com/legends for your free trial. And when you're ready to launch, use the offer code LEGENDS to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain.
This is something that comes across very powerfully when it comes from
Hello, now let's get back to the show.
Is it not true that we have one?
Okay, so just for a quick mini recap here, what has happened, because there's a lot of elements and story elements flying around, and real elements if you believe the story.
That's right.
Once again, a bucket of ice has been lowered into the hole. A test bag of ice, your sample bag is outside. When they feel like some of it has melted, they notice that this ice is not melted. We're going to talk about that later because, believe it or not, 7-Eleven and convenience store ice is the key to the planet's survival, perhaps.
As an aspect of diversity.
Cap. Another interesting thing is that how do you communicate with this blob thing, this jelly seal? With the human eyes, well, the Basque have said that this thing's coming back to visit them. There are other creatures that
in doing my
down
research,
into
I
the
came
hole
across
after its long,
this wonderful channel,
mournful and sentient glands
that is
back
run
and forth,
by
and it just
beautiful
lowered
couple,
itself back in somehow, but they've seen it revisit them, as they say, and they can communicate with it by taking a stereo radio and putting it near the hole.
When you go on their channel, they're very charming and articulate,
it probably sounds like,
straightforward. I highly recommend you check
Next,
them out.
the
Subscribe.
rectangular stove has
They're
melted its
talking
way
about
through
things
the
that
dirt,
mean
creating
a
a
lot to them. They're
smooth-sided
talking about things
rectangular
like
hole
marriage,
that, if
elevating
unattended,
the
could
family
possibly
unit.
go to the center of the earth. And then
I look at this and I just say, wow,
as Scott said,
they're
China's
so excited
the
about
whole
Judaism.
area where
I
the
want
cabin
some
was
of
the
that
wood
Judaism
has turned to
excitement to rub
a
off.
powdery dust
And I
because
don't want to
perhaps
spend time
somehow the moisture and other molecules have been sucked out of
hating
it.
others.
Now, here's something I'm not
I
sure
wish
we
that other
mentioned.
people would
Again,
feel
this is a lot of
similar.
rapid fire info, but
With that,
Mel was still
I
in
want to
contact
thank you
with some
very
of the
much
folks from his
for
Australian
your
Wombat project,
endurance
his Wombat
and,
Rescue Project.
for the patience
I'm
that
not
you
a
showed
vet,
by listening to this
But I did,
webinar.
of course, hire
I'm going to
veterinarians
stop
and
talking
scientists
now, and turn
to
it over
help
to
out
Rabbi
with this
Rothschild
research, and that's who he wants to
to,
contact here. People that know him, that he somehow
Thank
can
you.
get involved on this project to help make sense of the Nevada hole. And I believe he said he did contact them. And according to Mel, that apparently Australians were dispatched to the site of the Basque Hole. So there is some Australian connection. And again, I point that out because if Mel's a real guy, well, obviously he's a real guy. I keep saying that like we're reading this.
Hello, everyone. I hope you are all doing well.
Obviously, there's a dude.
Thank you so much
but
for all the
if
positive
story is
feedback
true,
I
then
received
people
from
know him
last
and
week's
work with
lecture.
him in the
I hope
capacity
that
he claims.
we'll
That's
be
what
able
I'm
to
saying.
cover some similar
If he's
ground
done this
tonight
thing,
as
they
we
know
look
who this
specifically
guy
at the
is,
Jews
whether
of
his name is
Africa.
Mel or not.
You know, to try and
Now,
actually
the Basque
encompass
contacts there
that
said,
topic
yes,
within
authorities,
a 1 hour
military, doesn't
lecture
know.
is absurd. It's
Scientists,
like saying,
perhaps military
who are the
scientists,
Jews of
all
Europe
wiser,
or
who
even
knows?
who are the Jews of
They show
Israel?
up, a bunch of big
It's an
equipment,
extremely
they're
complex
now
and
studying
very
this thing, trying to get
diverse
that
topic.
burning ice.
Africa
And
is a
they
huge
said,
continent
who knows
with
how
thousands
that
of
molecular structure has
ethnicities
been
and
changed.
languages, and
But apparently
you know,
it's
Jews
very
are
heavy.
similarly
So
diverse within the
somebody
continent.
calls in at this point
My
in the
goal
show,
for
and
tonight
they
is to
ask
try
Mel
and give
the
you a
question,
very broad
does he
overview,
think that there was any
focusing
radiation?
specifically
And
on the
Mel
Jews
says,
of
well,
Ethiopia,
Mel's got
about whom
secretly,
we
and
know
of
the
course the
most.
Basque
And then we're going to come back to North America and talk about the populations of Jews from Africa in America. So that's the plan for tonight. But here, have a look at the satellite photograph of Africa. We've got Jews in Africa in the ancient period. Ahead of the biblical period, we have Jews in Elephantine. We spent a little bit of time looking at that location. We've got Jews in Alexandria, Egypt, very important site, location of Jews in antiquity. Cairo, Carthage, Jews in Ethiopia. By the way, I'm putting these up kind of like in chronological order of when we believe these communities were first established. Lots of Jews in Algeria and in Morocco, and we have several West African regions that support Jewish populations. Much of the background historical information is largely lost and very difficult to filter out, but the entire continent is represented. Of course, if you go to sub-Saharan Africa, I forgot to mention Fustat, which is, of course, the home of Maimonides, just outside Cairo, major Jewish center. But if you move to sub-Saharan Africa, you have, of course, South Africa, which has lots of Jews. Most of them are immigrants from Lithuania. So they would be Ashkenazi Jews who transplanted themselves in the 19th century in particular to that region. But they're all African Jews, really quite diverse. You'll notice, of course, that the largest section of these blocks is in the northern part of the country. That's the reason, because it's always been basically an ancient highway for Jews making their way along the coast up to Spain and then further on into Europe. And we have lots of archaeological evidence and literary evidence of Jews who were living in the northern part of Africa. Really, since antiquity. Further south, it gets a little bit more complex. Now, before we actually look at some of these populations, I want to touch on a few things that are important for us to bear in mind as we explore the history of the Jews of Africa. The first is something that came up in last week's talk, and lots of people sent me this reference from the Mishnah, which was very helpful. Thank you very much for sending it to me. Please don't send it anymore, because now I have it. But I had opened up this important Mishnah, which really would have supported a lot of the argument that we had discussing what exactly did the ancient Jews probably look like. So this text is from the Mishnah, which would date from about the year 200 at the latest. It probably goes back far earlier. And it's speaking about the skin diseases and how they are treated in the Bible. This is a whole discussion in the book of Leviticus, and this is like a very clinical discussion for experts on how are you supposed to deal with these kinds of skin diseases and so on. And notice that in Jewish thought, these skin diseases are of a spiritual nature, and they specifically affect Jews for various transgressions like character assassination. So we're talking now about Jews. Look at the first time, look at the English here. The bright spot in a German appears as dull white. So the Hebrew term is Germani. Of course, the country Germany doesn't exist in the 2nd century, but the region that we would associate today with Germany and with northern France and so on, that was known as Germania or Germania, and it's so referred to in the Talmud as well. So a German person, here they're talking about a German Jewish person. If you had a Jewish person who came all the way from Germania, if they had a bright spot on their arm, which would require some kind of purification ritual, it would appear as dull white. However, because the skin tone of an Ethiopian is quite different from a German, it will look different. And the dull white Texas spot in an Ethiopian appears as bright white. Basically, this is sort of an antique scientific document, a diagnostic manual to help specialists try to figure out how to diagnose this Sarah spot on people of various ethnicities with different skin tones. Then the text continues. Rabbi Ishmael says the children of Israel, and then kind of like a pious phrase, may I be an atonement for them, are like boxwood, neither black nor white, but of an intermediate state. So this is an interesting thing. He actually gives us a marker to try and determine what did the skin tone of ancient Israelites, at least in the 7th century, look like. This is what boxwood looks like. It looks a little bit more olivey than my skin as I'm looking on my screen here. And here's a few different tones that will happen if it's sealed or if you look at the end grain. But I think that basically comports with the image that we had prior, that the Jews of antiquity probably had skin tones somewhere in this family. But please note, very importantly, that Mishnah is talking about all Jews of a variety of skin tones. The Mishnah specifically outlines those Jews who are, of the same lineage as Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, so on and so forth. But that there are also Jews who are Germans and are Ethiopians as well. So in other words, kind of like a Big Ten Judaism, which I think is very important for our discussion as well. One of the negative aspects of this overall story, however, is something known as the Hamitic myth. And this comes from a rather bizarre story that occurs in the book of Genesis, where Noah, who is shown here in the Nuremberg Chronicle, he looks like he's passed out. They land the ark somewhere around Mount Ararat in Turkey. He gets out and immediately he plants vine, and he drinks the fruit of the vine, he gets him drunk, and he passes out naked. His sons, Shem and Ham, and Japhet discover him. And Shem and Japhet, although Japhet here, is showing he's covering his eyes, doesn't want to see his father's nakedness. Shem is covering him up. Ham, and specifically his son Canaan, mock their father in a situation. There's like amplification of Midrash as well. And as a result, when Noah finally comes to, he places a curse on Canaan, the son of Ham. And that curse is associated in much of rabbinic literature with African servitude. And that's a very hard thing to sort of dislodge from much of the subsequent 2,000 years of the literary tradition. If we had more time, I would go into the various apologetics to try and understand how that can work with a more inclusive model that most of the texts provide for us. But I think the best way to understand this is the way Ephraim Goldberg, Rabbi Goldberg from Boca Raton, once says that this particular midrash is just a great example of why you shouldn't teach all midrash to children. That some passages really have to be saved and studied later and so on. But nevertheless, there is this Hamitic myth which runs as kind of like a scarlet thread through any
And now it's
discussion
just doing
of
its thing, which
African
is to
in
solidify
the
or
Jewish
case
tradition, and it's
Great
often
just
a
keep
rather negative
replicating.
one.
And the idea is that
Now, Maimonides, though,
nanobots
is
may or may
more
not be
to the
gray, so that
mainstream of
optically they just
Jewish
may
ideology
appear to
with
be
this, and
like
perhaps
gray goo.
the
And
most
it's unstoppable in the
powerful
same way that
example
like a lava
of
flow
his
is. It may be
defense
slow.
of
You
Jews
might be able to even
who
see it
come to
coming, but there
Judaism
is
later on in their
absolutely
lives
nothing that you
is
can
this
do,
remarkable
that mankind
letter
can
that
do
he
to
wrote to
stop
Obadiah
that
the
if it's
Conqueror.
not properly
Maimonides,
great
like all the
sci-fi
great
idea,
rabbis in
and
history,
frightening is
would
a real
receive all
concept.
kinds
That's
of letters
the Regu's
to
not a
Elot,
comic
questions.
book idea.
There would be
It is
sent
a
to them
real
asking them, you know,
theory
what
that
is the
put forth by
halakha, in this
scientists.
case,
It's like,
what
well,
is
we
Jewish
gotta
law require
watch
in
out
this
for
case, and
stuff.
so on.
Same thing with
And
AI.
this
Getting
one,
out of control.
Obadiah, wrote
Again, we
to
have these
Maimonides and told
seal
him that this
creatures,
is just
these
an excerpt of part of
gooey
his
pinnipeds that
Maimonides'
inhabit the
response.
earth with
He said
humanized
to him,
and
you know,
human
where I
consciousness,
live,
and we're on the
there are
look
people
on
who tell
something
me that because I
on that
converted to
level.
Judaism,
And
I cannot
the
read the same
Basque
prayers
said
as all the other
through their
Jews.
communications
I
that
have
the seal
to
creature
change
told
the
them to
language
beware of
so that it
this
doesn't,
ice,
when the
that it
verse
can
says
and would
our God,
destroy the world
I have to
in a
say
little
essentially
amount of
their
time.
God, because
And
I'm
that
not part of
I'm not sure
our.
that it's
And especially
humankind
phrases
or the
like
seal
God of our
kind. I
fathers,
can't
which is an
understand how
extremely
it
important
works,
phrase that occurs
but
frequently
it is
in the text, you
unimaginable
know.
and
Elokenu
inexhaustible
goes, okay, I
as
will
a source
say
of power.
the God of
The
our
seal
fathers.
said the world would be
What do I do
destroyed
about
by
this? I
the
feel badly
improper
because my
and, quote,
fathers were not
greedy
Jewish,
and
and yet,
undisciplined
you know, I
use
want
of
to praise
the
everyone
ice.
else.
And greedy and
Maimonides says
undisciplined
very
use. I love
clearly,
that phrase.
second paragraph,
I actually looked that up
yes,
because
you
I
may
was like,
say
is this an
all this
original
in the
phrase?
prescribed
Because
order
here we got
and not
Mel again
change
too,
it in the
not
least.
bad at
In
writing
the same
prose.
way as
They're
every
coming
Jew
up
by
with
birth says
that's
his
like
blessing and prayer,
greedy and
you too
undisciplined
shall
use. I
bless
wondered
and
if
pray
that was
alike,
borrowed from
whether
somewhere. I
you are
confided
alone
in you
or
where you
pray
guys
in
are
the
doing
congregation.
Google searches.
And
Yeah.
the letter goes on.
Yeah,
I
of
highly
course, it's a
recommend you read the
great
entire thing.
science
It's
fiction
quite a
again
remarkable
in state
smackdown of
talking
those
about
who would suggest
the day the
that
earth stood
these
still.
converts
Well,
to
a lot of
Judaism are any less
encounters
Jewish
with
than anyone else.
aliens. What is the
Maimonides says they are
message?
firmly
You
within
better shape
the
up, or
tradition.
you're going to wreck
So
this place.
now that we have
And
established
we
a
might
little
not be
bit
able to
of the
help you,
parameters
or
of
we're
the
going to wreck
question,
you
is
before
Judaism
you wreck this
colorblind?
place.
I would like to argue that
Yeah,
for the
because you
most
are
part,
dispensable.
it is,
The
but there are
earth,
some
with its
disturbing
pitiful resources,
passages to the
is not.
contrary.
So
We
take
should
your
answer
pick.
the very
Shape
big
up or ship
question:
out.
what exactly
We'll
is a
ship
Jew
out
that
for
we're
you.
talking about?
Here we
Rabbi,
have
don't worry,
a
I'm not going to go
warning
into this
that
deeply
yes,
because
we
this is
could
one of
destroy
the
ourselves.
most
Some
complicated
other
discussions in
powers
Jewish
will use
history of
this
God
to
ever.
destroy us.
As I
or
mentioned briefly
they
earlier,
will
there
take
are
our place
basically
and destroy
two ways
themselves.
to become a
So
Jew.
again, great science
One
fiction
is to
concepts here.
be born
Something
of
else though
a
that
Jewish
I didn't
mother,
look too much into,
kind
and
of
we're
like
going
a
to talk about this
tribal affiliation,
here in a second,
although
is
it's not
that
really tribal
Mel
because normally
said that the Basque
tribal
were
status would
renowned
be conferred
whalers.
through the father,
And they
but
told Mel
for
that they were the
the
ones who
vast
left the
majority of the
whale
last
bone in
2,000
that
years,
tree
that has
in
been
Ellenburg,
the
at that house.
standard
Yeah,
of
and I don't think we've actually really
if your
touched on
mother
that
is
yet.
Jewish,
So that might be new
regardless of
information. I
who
can't
your
remember if
father
we
is.
talked about it,
Now,
but there
true,
is a
when
house
you
in
read the
Ellensburg,
Bible, there are lots
in
of
Washington,
passages
near
where it
where Mel
seems
says
that
his home
Judaism
is,
is rather
or one of them
patrilineal,
anyway.
following
And
after
the
the
house
father.
has a tree in
And
front
so
of it. It
there's a
was
lot of
built
discussion
in
in the rabbinic literature and the
1887
Talmud and
as a
so on.
parsonage
How do you
connected to a
derive
church.
the idea of
And there's a
matrilineal
whalebone
descent
that now
exclusively?
appears to be growing
In another
out of the
lecture,
tree.
I
Well,
discuss
so
this in more detail,
the
but I'm
idea
not
is
going to
maybe
go
it was
into it
leaned up
today.
against it a long
But
time
until
ago,
you
and the
get to
tree
the
grew
20th
around
century,
it. And I mean, talk
specifically
about
the
leaving something
1980s,
lying
when the
around for a
Reform
while. I mean, this,
instituted
and
a
it's
decision on
something to
patrilineal
see. And there's
status,
been folks
which,
that have come by
you
who
know,
know about whales,
provokes a
and
certain
but
amount of
even they can't
consternation
even
to this very
agree
day.
what type
The
of whale it's from,
standard
or whether it's
traditional
a
way of
jawbone
becoming a
or
Jew
rib.
was through birth through one's
That's
mother.
been approached by
Now,
professionals who are like,
conversion, on the
not
other
quite
hand,
sure.
is open to
Still there,
everyone and
still sticking
requires
out of that
basically
tree to
three
this
things. Here they
day.
are.
And it's
The
big.
first
Like, you couldn't
is
find a dome. You'd
circumcision,
walk past
obviously
between
from
it and the
men
tree
only.
trunk. It's very strange.
If
So
a man
it's
is
100 miles
already
from the ocean.
circumcised, as we
100
shall see with
miles
relevant
from
to
the ocean.
Ethiopian Jews, because they
In Allen sperm. Is it connected? I don't know, but like you're saying, okay, so now we get back to the baths.
Sometimes a
are the
symbolic
connected to all this somehow
taking
in some
of a
strange
drop
way?
of blood
Or
to
no, that's
symbolize
just, it's like you said, it's the
without
diaspora
actually
of where they've settled.
So that's usually set a fairly high
not
bar
connected in any way
that
to
kept
Mel's
most
Hole, but we'll have a link to the house.
Jews
You
from
see a
the
picture of it. It's
Judaism
very cool.
period
There's a
as
couple of
today as
whalebone
well.
houses which I
Second
found in our
thing,
research.
immersion in a mikvah
This
is
house, they're
actually
called the
much
whalebone
easier.
house for
A
some other
mikvah
reason. They don't
is
have whalebones.
I'm sometimes
So there's a
translated as
Facebook page that
rituary.
belongs to one
It's
that's
basically
not
kind
this
of like
outfit.
a
It's in
pool,
another part of the
sort of
country.
a spa-like
We'll have the
pool
links. You can check it out. See a
that
picture
has
of it.
special
Pretty
restrictions
fascinating.
on where the water
People
comes
just
from.
live
It
in
can't
it,
be
and
like
there's
tap
whale
water
bones.
flowing from the city. It has to
But
be
it's a real
water
thing.
that comes from the
Confirming,
waves
yes, it's a
or
real
from the
thing.
ocean without traveling through metal pipes and things like that. But basically, immersion in the mikvah, pretty easy. And the third one, which is the cause of most of the controversy then and now, is acceptance of the commandments. So what exactly does acceptance mean?
It is told to the Basque,
following the religion of Judaism involves a lifelong dedication to the study of the commandments. How can you accept them before you have studied them all? And furthermore, we are imperfect as human beings. We may accept them now, but what if we have a crisis of conscience? And what if we just eat a cheeseburger or something? Like, what happens to a person who converted and then, has a moment of weakness? So this is where the rabbis get involved, and this is where I basically step off the train. But these are the three basic things that allow a person to come into the Jewish community, and as we shall see, it's especially relevant when we get to the Jews of Africa.
This is what Mel is relaying.
Okay,
as the message
so much for the
and it's not the seals. There are other quote-unquote
African Jews in antiquity. We actually have quite
and they want our world destroyed so they can move in.
What we can say with some confidence is that they are not based on the so-called lost tribes, which is in itself sort of a misnomer. The Bible describes the population transfer policy of both the Assyrians and later the Babylonians that wreaked havoc on ancient Israel. The Assyrians in particular in the 8th century removed huge swaths of Jews from the northern part of Israel and shipped them off to regions within their large empire, largely as a way of trying to control popular dissent. It was like essentially a divide and rule strategy, where if you take away especially the young males and you remove them from their homeland and you send them very, very far away, then there won't be anyone to rebel in this territory, and it will act as a break as well on uprisings far away, because they won't necessarily be able to have the same connection to the population. The Assyrians also moved other peoples into rival Israel. That's a whole discussion of where the Samaritans came from, for example.
I think he would
so
be
where,
now,
by the way,
if he was accurate about his age,
the 10 tribes that were living primarily to the north, it's a misnomer to think that the
and
north
a
was
lot of people, no
completely
shortage of
denuded
people
Jews. There
looking
were still
for
Jews
the
who
location of the
remained
hole
in the
on
area.
satellite
Many of them
imagery for
fled
quite some
south
time now.
to
We
bolster
talked
the
about that. We
population
talked
there,
about the Terra
but
server
it's not like a
expunged
modern
image,
operation where you could actually
which is
conceive
interesting, but
of
I did find it. Of
something
course,
like
I
a
couldn't.
Judean
I
environment.
lost it,
This
but I
was
did
a
find
heavy
a posting from
population
someone
loss,
who
and
worked
so
at
much
Terra
so
server,
that it
according
deserves
to them,
mention
not
in
a
the
forum. They
Bible,
was
but
discussing
it certainly
Mel's
does not
hole and
mean
that
a
image being
complete
bugged, and they just said
evacuation
this
of all
happened
the
all the
Jews
time back
everywhere.
then.
We
The
know
imagery
where
wasn't
those
complete.
Jews
It
went
wasn't
from the
unusual for
biblical
something to
description,
appear to be redacted.
specifically
It was just
in the region of Hamat,
But
Gozan,
of course, that's a
and the
convenient
Median
thing to
Empire.
say
And
about
I've
it
shown
being
here
covered up because
these
it is
three
right over the
circles,
Monastish
these three
Ridge.
red
It is
circles. If
pretty
you
much
put that into a
exactly
modern
the
map,
area that Mel
most
said
of those 10
he was
tribes,
in. So it is.
or the people
There's a
that
lot
were
of things that are
displaced,
convenient
were
from
sent
his side
to
of the
what
story,
would
maybe
be the
being a hoax.
borderlands of
This is a
Lebanon and
convenient
Syria today,
support of his
or
story.
northern Syria, perhaps the
That's that.
Kurdish areas,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
then further east from
Well, folks, if
Mesopotamia,
you're
east
interested
of
in that
northeast of
aspect, there's
Baghdad.
a good short little
And
video
it's
that
quite possible we do
explains
have
difficulties
archaeological
of
evidence of
looking at
Jews in those
something
areas, which is really quite fascinating.
satellite
There's
imagery,
a
and then
long
being on
period
the
where
ground
they
and actually
do
trying to
try
find
to
something that's
retain
real.
their
If any of you
Israelite
have looked at
identity and so on,
properties, it's got to
but
have done this
ultimately
much.
they just merge
You
with
look
the
at
population as a
even
whole.
real
But
estate
that's where
listings,
the
and you
10
look at
lost
the
tribes
Google Earth
end
image,
up, as
and
best
then
as
you
we
go
can
there,
tell.
and of course it
We
looks
don't
totally
have any
different.
indication
They're
of
two
them
separate
making their
things.
way
Looking at
south to
satellite
Egypt.
image
But
from
we
way
do have
above,
lots of
and then you get on the
other
ground,
Jewish
and of
populations in
course
Egypt.
nothing
One of the most
translates the
fascinating
same.
ones, I think,
That's right.
You know, the
is
perspective is
the
totally
Jewish
different. Well, that's
population
what's happening
in
here.
Elephantine. You can see
Over
here
the
on this map,
years,
it's in the
interest in
Upper
this
Nile.
has subsided.
I know
It's
when
been
you
a
look at
long
this
time,
map,
but it has not
the
gone
Upper
away.
Nile
People
is in
have
the
been
lower part of the
searching
picture. That's
for
because the
some
Nile
kind of satellite
flows
imagery
from south
of this
to
hole
north.
ever
So the
since man
higher
was on the
elevation
air.
of the Nile is in
And
the
some
south.
people believe they
And
found
there's
it.
this
There's one
settlement
Reddit
there that was
thread
discovered in the
people
20th
believe
century
they
that
located
actually
it, but there's some
has
problems
a
with
Jewish
their
temple
reasoning.
there.
And if you
Amazingly,
take
it was
Mel's
kind of like a
description as
rival
accurate,
temple
that he wasn't
to
throwing
the
everybody
temple
off,
in Jerusalem.
people have
And
searched around the area.
it's
Now,
just
what I would say is
tantalizing
that
clues as to
logically,
what the Jews
again, if you're going to believe
were
Mel, then
thinking
you
in
want to search
Elephantine
within
to
the
have
plotted out squares
like
that he's
a
talking about,
separate
not somewhere
temple
else.
besides
Then
them.
why would the
But we also
military
have,
want something? It's got to be
the
within those
ruins
squares,
of the
right?
temple
People found
have
houses
been
and some of the
excavated.
imagery that were
We knew
north
they had
of
a lot of conflict
or
with
all around
local
the region,
Egyptians.
northeast,
The
one in
temple
particular
was
was
ultimately
marked
destroyed
northeast
by
of
the
there.
followers
One of our own
of
researchers, Bert,
Pharaoh,
found
another
something that looked
Egyptian
like a
religion.
hole
And we also have a significant number of documents, many of them stored right here in the holy city of Brooklyn, that are Aramaic documents of communications between the ancient city of Elephantine and Jerusalem. And it's fascinating to see how they communicate with each other. Where did this community come from? Most scholars believe that this was originally a military colony of Jews that was set up during the period when the Persians dominated the region in the 6th century before the Common Era. We're talking about a very, very long time ago. A very significant Jewish population in the Upper Nile region. And we don't know what happened to them after their temple was destroyed. Not impossible to imagine they may have some lasting effects on the local population because it's not that far from Ethiopia, which will be a major part of our story. If we go to the lower Nile Delta in Africa, you see there's a very important city here called Alexandria. Alexandria, established by Alexander the Great, 4th century before the Common Era, also very, very ancient, had a huge Jewish population that is actually recorded in the writings of Philo, also pronounced Philo, and others. We know that they had a very large population in a specific Jewish quarter that occupied quite a good fraction of the city. We know that they had significant conflict with their neighbors as well, and there was actually a series of attacks on them in the context of larger political forces at play. But there's no question that we've got these very, very ancient Jewish communities living in the Egyptian region of Africa, totally separate from the entire Exodus story, which would have been, 1,200 years prior to the settlement that I'm describing in Alexandria today.
And he's also got theories which we're going to touch on.
This just gives you a sense of how Israel had a tremendous amount of interaction with its neighbors to the southwest, just on the African continent, and it's not surprising that they would leave some lasting.
All these photos.
I mentioned many different Jewish groups, or many groups of people who identify Jewish origins in Africa.
That's the other thing. The whole our researcher Bert found in the assumption research
studies, but for the most part,
that's a great thing about Google Earth. Is there's a little tape measure thing you can measure stuff, no matter what your elevation is at. You can keeps that track for you. And the one he found was about 12 feet across in the rougher picture, but it's conceivable that it would have been a 9-foot hole. But then another one of the ones that Christopher Hayden talks about, it looks like a hole in the satellite image, and then it's obvious when you do the historical satellite images, it was a pond. And it's
but the real question is because
but when the water's there,
Jews were largely illiterate. Even the Torah that they have is different. Knowledge is not written
and then
Hebrew.
if any of what Mel is saying, you believe it is at all, and the military came,
holy language,
it'd be a piece of cake. He
today they
just put a
speak
shed over
primarily
it, and no one would think twice. From
so
a space shot,
they don't have a strong
just
literature.
shrubbery.
What we
That's
know
the thing.
about
It's easy to cover up.
the
problem is that
I'll describe kind of like the legends that we have, some of which may have basis in reality, but we're unable as historians to determine.
And that's a year after this has happened. So
the Ethiopians themselves, both, by the way, the Jewish Ethiopians and the Christian Ethiopians, tie their presence in Africa to the marriage of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. That is the dominant thinking among Ethiopians. It's recorded in their holy book, the Kebra Nagas, which is written in the 14th century. And in fact, the Lion of Judah is something that the United Jewish Appeal shares with Ethiopia as their prime symbol. So that would go way back. When we're talking about King Solomon, that would be like 1,000 years before the Common Era, which would place Ethiopian Jews very, very far back in time. And by the way, there are some really tantalizing things about the way that Ethiopians practice Judaism that would suggest that level of antiquity or something nearby. For example, the Ethiopians had the holiday of Purim, which commemorates events that took place in Persia in the 5th century before the Common Era. Right? So the whole story of Esther and Ahasuerus is set in Persia at that time. But they lacked the holiday of Hanukkah, which would have taken place in the 2nd century before the Common Era. Which, if that was the only data point we had, we would be able to say with some confidence that Ethiopian Jewry dates at least from between the Persian exile and
there isn't likely
the
candidate because
Hanukkah report of 165. Unfortunately, it's not quite so clear, but nevertheless, there are these tantalizing
there is a location that could be.
We also have a strange individual named Eldad Hadadi, Eldad of the tribe of Dan.
If it's real, it's never been positively
identified. Who travels through the region in the 9th century and tells a rather amazing tale of an independent Jewish kingdom in Ethiopia. His account is widely disputed by historians, and it's not clear exactly why he's telling the story and if he can be trusted, but nevertheless, it is a fairly early suggestion that in the 9th century they had an independent kingdom run by a Jewish ruler. There are also legends of a Jewish queen named Judith, or Judith, although historians largely did not ascribe to the historicity of that particular story, especially in connection with Ethiopia. What we do have more solid ground to stand on is regarding the country of India, which is here at the south of the Arabian Peninsula. That would be today Yemen, where there was a king named Yusuf Muwas, who reigned in the early 6th century of the Common Era. Kind of an interesting figure. Was Jewish, and also he was a very powerful ruler, and he actually waged war on Aksum, as you can see here on the left. Aksum is what the Jews would call Kush, or Ethiopia. Aksum is the city, the capital city of Ethiopia. And he waged war on Aksum, and there are many historians who would argue that it was at least in the 6th century that Judaism was introduced through Muwas and his armies into the region. Still, all of these things are largely apocryphal. We don't know how to evaluate these statements. The Ethiopians themselves have left very little written record to help us figure these things out. So it's very difficult to actually verify the existence of a medieval Jewish state. But we can say with great confidence is that there was a medieval Jewish people in Ethiopia. They called themselves the Beta Israel. They used to be called in Western literature the Falasha, but that is a derogatory term which they prefer not to use. But that's the people we're talking about. Beta Israel means the house of Israel. That's what they were called themselves. The rest of the Jewish world knows about them largely through various travelers who make their way around the Mediterranean basin and further south into Africa. One of them, not a Jewish traveler, James Bruce, published this work in the 18th century that was extremely popular and really, gave voice to the widespread awareness that there was, in fact, this ancient Jewish people living in Ethiopia. But we have many, many other sources besides James Bruce in the 18th century. We have we mentioned it last week, Benjamin Tudela. We have the great scholar Rabbi Ovadia of Bertinoro. That's a major commentator on the Mishnah, known simply as the Rav, the rabbi. And he encounters and interviews Ethiopian Jews. And so there's lots and lots of examples of Ethiopian Regensburg and many others who attest to the fact that, yeah, there's a Jewish community living in Ethiopia. They're different from us in a lot of ways, but they are, in fact, there. So, but with James Bruce's popularization of their account, this sort of brought unwanted attention to the Ethiopian Jews because it was primarily Christian proselytizing efforts that was directed at them, because there's something special about finding an ancient Jewish community and turning them over to Christianity that must have appealed to a lot of early convert seekers, and so there was a renewed attention from Europeans on the Beta Israel from the 18th century on. In the 19th century, the organized Jewish community gets much more involved, and they begin to have delegations going to the Ethiopian Jews, working with them, and working to reintegrate them into the larger Jewish population. But this attention from outsiders did not improve their local situation in Ethiopia. It's believed that this time, that's when they acquired the name Falasha, which means something like outsider or wanderer. And they began to find themselves the ironic, it's not really ironic, it's the Jewish tradition, but they began to find themselves targets of anti-Semitism. So that's one of the downsides of being Jewish, I guess. But at the same time, in halakhic literature, if a person insists on his Jewish identity despite persecution, it's another argument to validate his claims of Jewish identity, because why would anyone want to go through that? The Ethiopian Jews make a huge change for themselves in the 20th century. Over the course of the 20th century, when some important figures like Yosef Halevi and his students faithfully come to the Ethiopian Jews and begin to give them Hebrew literacy, introduce them to many texts which they had never seen before in the Jewish tradition, and many organized Jewish communities begin to form linkages with the Beta Israel, and especially after the establishment of the State of Israel, there's an increasing demand that both from the Beta Israel themselves and also from the large Jewish world to bring this long-lost sibling of the Jewish world into Israel herself. That eventually happens with tremendous success in the last decades of the 20th century. But let's understand a little bit of the roots of determining with absolute clarity that in fact they are Jewish. Perhaps the most important figure in this debate is Rabbi David ibn Zimra, known as the Radbaz, who's an extremely important rabbi who lived in Cairo at the turn of the 16th century. He interviewed Ethiopian Jews. Again, Cairo was not that far from Ethiopia. He interviewed them and he laid down a very important psak, a very important decision, which reads as follows. Those who come from the land of Cush, right, out of Ethiopia, are without doubt of the tribe of God. And because there are not among them scholars, masters of tradition, they seize unto themselves the literal meaning of Scripture. They are like children who were kidnapped and have been raised among non-Jews. So this is a huge statement that has tremendous ramifications for the Beta Israel. Even though it's dated from like the year 1500,
yes, the one in Russia, the Kola, I'm not sure I'm saying it right, but it's
and many contemporary rabbis like great Ravandi Yosef, the Sephardic rabbi, was
the Kola is a pretty moral, deepest man-made hole on earth, deepest artificial point
but
on earth.
the Radbaz alludes to the fact that they had largely lost
Construction is so deep, locals swear you can
their
hear the
holy
screams
books
of
were
souls
limited
tortured in
to
hell.
parts
It took the
of
Soviets
the
almost
Tanakh,
20 years to drill this far, but the drill bit
including
was still
parts
only
that
about one-third
we
of the
did
way
not
through the
include
crust
in
to the
our holy
Earth's mantle.
scriptures,
When the project
apocryphal
came
books.
grinding
That is, books that if you go to a
to a
Christian
halt
Bible, you'll
in the
find a whole bunch
chaos
of them at
of
the end.
Soviet Russia.
These are
And there's a
works of
picture of it from this
antiquity
article, we'll link
that
to it,
were
that I'm
translated
quoting
to
right here,
Guinness, and then
where
they
it's
were
just capped off
incorporated
now. There's like an
into
abandoned
the
building. It's just a
Ethiopian
tiny
Bible
little
at some
pipe
point in
in
the
the
life.
ground, you know.
They
and
also
it's so creepy.
lacked
Yeah, it's
widespread
like
literacy
World 10X.
and placed
It
a
also says the
tremendous
drilling
amount
was
of
stopped in
emphasis on
1992.
their
Now
leaders,
get
the
this. This
rabbinic
I
leaders
thought was
who
important.
they
That's
call
why I wanted to share
Kohanim.
it. When the temperature reached
And
180
they were
degrees
the
Celsius or
repositories of all knowledge.
356
But since they
degrees
were
Fahrenheit,
operating without the
that's
basic
at 12
tools
kilometers down, so
of
40,000
Jewish
feet.
literacy,
That's getting up
many of the
to
customs
north of
and
350
practices of
degrees
Ethiopian
at
Jews
just
were
7
quite
miles,
foreign
roughly,
to
which
modern
is not
Jews.
even anywhere
So
near as far.
when
That's
the
only half the
Radbaz
distance
was
to
undoubtedly aware
the
of
depth
these
of
things, and that's
Mel's
why he adds this last part,
So it says here,
that they are like
following the
children
collapse
who were
of the Soviet
kidnapped.
Union,
This is a technical term
there
for
was no
Talmud,
money to
no
fund
book
such
initiative.
projects, and 3 years later, the whole
Kidnapped
facility
children
was
mean,
closed down.
you know,
And now the
they
desolate
are
site
fully
is a
Jewish,
destination for
but
adventurous tourists.
since they
Now it
lack
continues, though. It mentions this one
the
in Germany. A
the
German
upbringing
warhol.
that
I'm
would
actually not
appear to
sure
a
what the
normal
depth of
Jewish
that one is. I don't
childhood,
know if I have it
and
here.
were able to
But there was a
absorb
Dutch artist
Jewish law
named
normally,
Lotte
on an
I'm not sure I'm saying
osmosis
that
kind
right.
of
It's Lotte.
basis, they can't be held culpable for
Lowered
the
a
things they
microphone
do in
into that one and a
contravention
protected
of Jewish
thermal
law.
shield, and it
So
picked
a
up a deep
tremendous amount
rumbling sound scientists could
extra
not explain.
tolerance
Rumbling that
has
made
to
her,
be
quote,
paid to them
feel very
in order to
small.
integrate them
It
back
was the first time in my life
into the
this
rest
big
of
ball
the
we live
society.
on came to life,
When
and
in
it
the
sounds
20th
haunting.
century the state of
She
Israel
says
was
some people
established,
thought it
and
did
there
sound
were
like hell.
increasing
Others thought
movements
they could
such
hear
as
the
Operation
planet
Solomon, which was a
in
remarkable
we didn't find
airlift
that. She has
of
that posted.
thousands of
We can't
Ethiopians
include it
in
here.
a
That's
very
her
short period of
intellectual
time.
property, but we
To
do have a link
Israel,
to
you
it.
can
It's on
see
Vimeo.
a
Any
whole
look at
bunch
this
of
It's very
Ethiopian Jews
freaky to
coming
hear.
off
So
the transport
And I
players
can't remember
into
the depth
Israel
of that
for
one,
the
but
first
what
time.
about the screen
There were
the damn
many
that's
calls
the whole
for
urban
at
legend
least
thing.
some
We talked
kind
about
of
that before.
symbolic
Anyway, so
conversion, because
those are the
even
man-made
if
ones.
we were
There's
to
also the
affirm
Devil's Hole.
the notion
Yeah,
that they are
from
all
Wikipedia,
descended
Devil's Hole's
from
a geothermal
original
pool
Jews,
within a
since
limestone
they had
cavern in
lost
the
many of the
Armagosa
laws
Desert
of
in the Armagosa
marriage
Valley of
and the
Nevada.
laws of
East over the
inheritance,
Armagosa
the laws
Range
of
and
divorce,
Funeral
very important,
Mountains from
that
Death
they
Valley.
could have all
It is
kinds of
at
other
an elevation
statuses
of
that would be
730
untoward
meters or
and make it
2,400 feet
difficult
above
for
sea
them
level.
to marry
Water
other
is a
Jews.
constant temperature of
So
91
the
degrees Fahrenheit
compromise
or
that was
32
effected
Celsius.
with a certain amount
The surface area of Devil's Hole
controversy,
is
this
about
is after all the
22 meters
Israel
long by
and
3.5 meters wide,
controversy,
or 72
they created
feet by
something called a
11.5.
Chidush HaYahadut
This is interesting
ceremony,
because it
which
says
means
that the Devil's Hole branches down. It goes down into these caverns. The water is that consistent warm temperature.
which was more or
But
less
the
like a
bottom has
formal
never been
declaration
mapped.
of
However,
Mikvah
geologists say these caves were formed about half a
without a
million years
tremendous
ago,
amount of effort, but
and that the
nevertheless
pool
a
down there has
token
experienced
that
activity
the
from
Ethiopian
earthquakes in
Jews
Japan,
accepted at
Indonesia,
first.
Mexico, and
Later on,
Chile,
there was
which
some
have been
argument
linked to
about it.
extremely small
Some people
scale
felt it was somewhat
tsunamis.
insulting.
But they do think
That
they have a
after
depth for
the
Devil's Hole
persecution
descends
they had suffered for
approximately
so many hundreds of years,
160 feet
they should
through
be
what is termed
asked
the
to
main
renew
chamber
their
before reaching a
Judaism.
narrow
But
opening
nevertheless,
referred to as the funnel.
on the whole,
Through this opening lies a much
the
larger
process
chamber
worked,
of the
and
cavern
society
system
was
known
able
as
to
Acre's Chasm.
accommodate them
Acre's
without
Chasm is
too
approximately
many challenges.
300 feet in
There
length,
were, in
40
fact,
feet in width,
challenges.
and has a bottom
Ethiopian
approximately
Jews do
260
suffer a
feet
degree of
below the
discrimination
surface.
in Israel, as one
So
might
that's the Devil's
expect,
Hole,
perhaps,
not to
for
be confused
such
with
a
Mel's Hole,
foreign
right? And that covers the other
coming into the
deep
land of
one,
Israel.
the Russian one
But
anyway.
on
So
the
just I just
whole,
wanted to
their
expand on that a little bit
absorption
because
has
I
been
think
successful.
Did
Today,
you find
there are about
any evidence from
160,000
an
people in
email sent to
Israel
us by a
that
listener
live in the
years
land of
ago that
Israel,
we did Who's
about
Good
2%
Castle talking
of
about
the
the
overall
Mormon
population.
or the angel
So that's kind of like a brief story. Now,
Yeah.
let's move to
If
America, as I
person
suggested we're going to
writes us
bring this
again,
home to this country.
We'll talk about it briefly
Well,
in the
the
next
American
I
experience
think.
with Africa,
Yeah,
of
there was
course,
something about it which
is
would be its
heavily
own
tainted
episode,
by
and
the
it has a
years
lot to
of
do
the
with when the settlers
disastrous,
coming out
horrific
and somebody being
transatlantic
directed
slave
to
trade,
find
which
and
brought
then
millions of
protect
Africans against their will
this. And that
to
was more of a
these
chasm
shores
too.
and
I think it
those of
was
South
not
America,
so much a
and
drill
put them
around
into
hole,
forced servitude
but
for the rest of
this
their lives.
opening
You
within
know,
which I
it's
believe
impossible,
there were
especially in the
treasures of
space of a
some
short
kind,
lecture like
there
this,
was
to
some spiritual importance
encompass
to
the
this
degree of
chasm.
human suffering that accompanied this kind of massive displacement. But I'd like to focus on one specific aspect of that, is that we should recall, as we mentioned at the beginning, Africa is a hugely diverse society. Multiple languages, multiple peoples and ethnicities, and the slave traders couldn't care less. They simply shunted them all into overcrowded boats, and those that managed to survive the transatlantic passage were brought into communities that had, no commonalities of language or place and so on. And they're left essentially to fend for themselves without the tremendous support of a cultural community. And that's one of the aspects that's really genocidal of the transatlantic slave trade, is the removal of the cultural glue that held together these peoples. And so in America, to a large degree, Africans, even after slavery ended in the 19th century, there's still this legacy of, what are my origins? If they can't trace themselves back to a particular place in Africa, a particular language, a particular culture, they're kind of like historically separated from their roots. Horrific kind of eventuality which thankfully Jews never had to deal with. Now, what about the question of Jews involved in these slave trades? I wish I could say to you that Jews were completely innocent of this gross crime against humanity. But we should bear in mind, or first of all, they weren't. So we should bear in mind that in many ways it's not appropriate for us in the 21st century to expect people in the 16th, 17th, 18th century to have values that correspond to ours. Slavery was incredibly widespread, completely accepted, and to to refuse to have slaves on moral grounds was something that was only when you get into the 18th and 19th century something that was looked upon as table. Otherwise, it was considered simply part of European life. But once we acknowledge that fact, that yes, so Jews did own slaves, their role in the slave trade is highly exaggerated, often by people with it was minuscule. So this is one number, for example. In 1830, the American South had about 45,000 people who were slaveholders that held 20 or more slaves, right? 45,000 people in America and the South had 20 or more slaves. Of that population, 120 of them were Jews, which is less than 1%, 0.3% precisely. So yes, there were Jewish slave owners, but you have to put it in proportion within the cultural moment. If you look at larger slave owners, you see that 12,000 people in the South owned 50 or more slaves, and the Jewish population, the number was 20 or 0.2%. So this is the real story about Jewish
guess what science it is? It's social science and it's sociology.
The
because
real,
guess what, folks? This is
natural space for Jews historically,
Mike
with
Johnson
regards
talks to
to
Pamela
Africans,
Messier,
and especially
assistant
Jewish
professor in
Africans,
Central Washington University
begins
sociology.
to be apparent
And she
after
said that legends
1903.
like Mel's Hole
That's when there was a horrible pogrom in the city of Kishinev, and it received widespread attention in the Western press. Many Jews were completely enraged that a pogrom of this nation, pogrom, by the way, is like a somewhat spontaneous, say semi-spontaneous attack on a Jewish civilian population by a combination of sometimes people in arms, sometimes gangs or hoodlums, sometimes the local population rising up. It's sort of a generic Russian term used to represent that kind of attack on a civilian defensive population. So that particular pogrom in 1903 motivated a lot of American Jews to look beyond the narrow parochial nature of their Jewish concerns and to look to any other oppressed people. And of course, the greatest example that anyone can see in the United States of America were the Africans. So the NAACP was founded largely with very strong early Jewish organizational support, and this is just one of the many examples. This is really where Jews felt themselves at home over much of the 20th century. Another example of this would be Abel Miracle, who was a poet who, after encountering the horrific cases of lynching in the American South, composed a poem that was later hauntedly rendered a strange fruit by Billie Holiday, which was able to capture the grotesque nature of the American cruelty to Africans in a way that was, in my humble opinion, deeply Jewish, in fact, even had a kind of prophetic force. You also have in the Civil Rights era, this is where Jews broadly wanted to join with their African neighbors in promoting their civil rights. The terrible story of three northern teenagers in the summer who went down in the Freedom Summer to protest segregation in the South, and they were kidnapped and then murdered by the Klan. Two of them were Jews from the Northeast, Andrew Goodman and Michael Henry Schwerner, and they shared a grave with James.
So when other people express doubt about the
this is where the whole
veracity
iconic image that Jews often have of their relationship to the black struggle for equality exists. And this is an iconic photo that I'm sure many of you will recognize. It shows Martin Luther King Jr. marching with Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel, a statement of solidarity that encompasses much of the civil rights era. This is kind of like the honeymoon period of black Jewish relations. Unfortunately, it went fairly downhill within a very short period of time. One of the other aspects of this, which unfortunately has some of these darker implications, I mentioned earlier, the transatlantic slave trade, one of the great challenges for Africans is that they were cut off from all of their ancestral culture. And coming to these shores, They often had the religion of the oppressor, Christianity, imposed upon them. For some of them, the church was a refuge, and they were able to transform it into an institution that was able to express their desire for freedom, largely through re-envisioning the Exodus narrative for themselves. But for some others, they viewed the Jewish story of redemption from slavery in a much more pragmatic fashion. There are groups like the so-called commandment keepers, led by Rabbi Rothschild and Arthur Matthew, who began to adopt a thesis that the Africans were in fact the descendants of the ancient Israelites. I mentioned last week they tend to prefer the term Israelite, which was associated with an earlier period in Jewish history, as opposed to the Jew, which is more closely associated with the Persian period, and especially the Roman period. But many of them argued that the Africans were in fact the true Israelites, and they had adopted from the late 19th and early 20th century a whole slew of movements and churches that were very syncretic in nature, adopting some elements of Judaism, sometimes some elements of Christianity, and sometimes even demanding conversion to have membership, which is sort of like for many groups a litmus test of whether or not one actually is a black Israelite, whether or not they went through something like conversion process we described earlier. And these are, perfectly accepted religious views. In America, we try not to make value judgments regarding what other people believe. In fact, the great 19th century Jewish thinker Rabbi Rothschild used to say, most people worry about other people's spirituality and their own materiality, but really what we should be doing is worrying about other people's materiality. We should worry about, do other people have enough to eat? Do they have shelter? Do they have health care? Things like that. And worrying about our own spirituality, like not worrying about what they think in terms of their religious values. Think about what they need on their table instead. So we have lots of these groups that are perfectly benign, and they go back over 100 years in American history. However, there is a much darker version that especially gains traction in the 1960s and after the height ride of 1991. This is a period when the goals and ideas that were articulated in the civil rights movements of the 60s began to show some weakness as the slow pace of societal change began to exacerbate a lot of racist beliefs, both from African communities and from Jewish communities. And this exploded in a major riot in John Heights, Brooklyn, which was emblematic of kind of like the last break between, I should say the last break, a very important break between two communities that lived then and now side by side in relative peace and harmony. But ever since then, there would be more tension. And one of the groups or series of groups that contributes to that tension are groups that the Southern Poverty Law Center identifies as radical Hebrew Israelites. This is not a specific church, but the name of a movement. You see the text here. They're distinguished from other Black Israelite churches who do not espouse the dangerous beliefs. But radical Hebrew Israelites take the view that, okay, the Africans are actually the real Jews. So who are those other people who are claiming to be Jews? Those must be imposters who are usurping our identity, who have stolen our patrimony, stolen our heritage. And this movement has given cause to a certain amount of consternation and concern among many people because it can sometimes become violent, and that's beyond the pale of what's really acceptable for religion. If you spend any time at all on social media, you'll see people taking advantage of the current moment with certain celebrities saying outrageous things, to then go out and also say outrageous things and be captured on TikTok and things like that. And if any of those people are watching right now, and I want to say, I know that a lot of you watch my YouTube lectures because I get plenty of hate mail from you. But just ask yourself before you say something like Hitler should have killed all of you. What would your mother say about that? I've heard so many amazing things about the African American community and the power of its motherhood. Mothers have such a strong role in shaping the identity of their children. What would your mother say if you were to tell people that Hitler should have killed all of you?
Reptilian race down there.
Anyway, that's where we are in 2021. I just want to conclude by looking a little bit at the statistics for African Jews in the United States of America, and they are surprisingly perhaps numerous. This is the Pew Research Center's famous study of American Jews from 2020. And as you can see, depending on how you ask the question, at least 8% of Jews in America identify as Jews of color, either Hispanic, Black, Asian, or other multiple race. If you change the question a little bit, that number could go up as high as 17%, which is really significant. And also, if you look at it broken out by age, here this chart shows you how they actually, depending on how old they are, you can see the numbers changing dramatically. Looking at those who claim Hispanic, Black, Asian, or other race or multiracial, those 65 years of age and older, only 3% will identify like that. But those aged 18 to 29, 15% will identify as such. So in other words, the complexion, sorry, didn't mean to make it up there, but the complexion of American Jewish society is changing. And, we should, in my humble opinion, embrace the diversity and learn to absorb the wisdom of the many people that come together.
And he indicated led to an underground
shadow garden facility. Thank you so much for your attention.
Is carefully camouflaged with a cover to look like the surrounding land so it can't be found. Again, quote, don't look for it, stay away. I have to say I've been burned by you guys, the media.
We're pleased to have all of you here today. We are celebrating a quite significant accomplishment here today. So Professor James Robinson of the University of Chicago, Harris School of Public Policy, and Department of Political Science, celebrated for the Nobel in Economics, which was awarded very, very early this morning. We will begin with some remarks from university leaders and faculty, and then Professor Robinson, followed by a question and answer session for members of the media. To begin our program, I hope you join me in welcoming President Paul Alvasados from the University of Chicago to the podium. Thank you.
Good morning, and what a joy it is to be here with you today, James. My congratulations to you. What a special moment it is, and to acknowledge the importance and the special character of the research that you have done with others in such a beautiful way. It speaks to me very directly. We were just talking about this, that I grew up in a society at the time that was under a dictatorship, and where all the institutions were thwarted because of cronyism and other things like that, and just the feeling that nothing could advance. So James's research, I think it really lays bare how inclusive institutions really matter to the prosperity of a society in the deepest way. And so it's careful and thoughtful scholarship. We were just talking about how he has spent so much time both doing field work and teaching in Bolivia, Colombia, Haiti, Nigeria, and other places like that, where the power of his ideas is going to help transform those societies to the better. And so that's a beautiful thing, and we really celebrate it. It is in the very, very best tradition of University of Chicago scholarship that understands things very deeply, keeps a focus on the important things, and cares greatly about the betterment of the world around us. James, you are the 101st Nobel laureate associated with the University of Chicago, the 34th in the field of economics. So we're extremely proud of what you have done to add to this. I will say that I think we have other colleagues, esteemed colleagues here today who have been recognized in this way. I see Douglas Diamond is here. I see Lars Hansen is here. And perhaps there are others that are there others I've missed here today that I didn't see already? All right. Okay. So thank you all. And we do want to thank you for bringing this distinction to the university, to the Harris School, to our political science colleagues here, and to just acknowledge what a wonderful thing it is for the deep work that you've done over a long period of time, carefully and thoughtfully. It's wonderful to see it recognized in this way. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Ethan Buenaventura. I'm the Dean of the Public Policy School, the Harris School of Public Policy here at the university. It's a real honor and pleasure to join with the president and all of you to congratulate our colleague Jim Robinson on this extraordinary achievement, even if that means it's going to be impossible to get him to faculty meetings this month. Jim is a true intellectual, a scholar whose work is of such substantive depth and methodological breadth that it set the agenda in multiple academic fields. This is a prize that's going to be celebrated not just by economists, but political scientists, historians, ethnographers, anthropologists, Africanists, Latin Americanists. Not all of them will love the work, but they'll talk about it, and they're aware of it. Indeed, in violation of the spirit of the University of Chicago, because it's a celebratory day, I myself am going to forego any critiques. It's hard to think of a major question in politics or policy for which Jim's work is not kind of the first stopping point for anybody seeking a deeper understanding or answer. Indeed, although Jim's best known for the work on institutions and development, along with the worldwide bestsellers that were cited in the Nobel Prize report, I'm not making this up. Last week, I was talking with a group of Harris policy students, and I pointed to a nearly 25-year-old article of Jim Darone's, his co-laureate, in the American Political Science Review, as kind of the essential argument for understanding the politics underlying the recent dock workers strike. Jim's work is of extraordinary breadth in understanding what's going on in society. His research on institutions and the political determinants of societal thriving set the agenda for a generation of scholars who are seeking to understand how to create peace and prosperity where there was conflict and poverty.
Supporting Krebs' assertion that this treatment
collaborators' insight
in addition to treating the flu
is an understanding of the crucial role of political institutions in fostering societal thriving. They argued that if those in power can seize wealth, then citizens are going to be disincentivized from investing or building. And therefore, political institutions that constrain leaders from expropriating wealth, more so than factors that have been previously pointed to, like geography or culture, are the key to understanding what makes a society wealthy, peaceful, and successful. Now, of course, it's one thing to have an idea. It's another thing entirely to convince anybody that it's true. And Jim and his colleagues were among the very first to point out you can't simply compare countries with different institutions and different growth trajectories and conclude it was the institutions that did the work. Correlation, as we all know, is not causation. So, to test these ideas, they devised ingenious empirical strategies to try and get at causality. Perhaps most celebrated, they explored the idea that the disease environment at the time of colonization set patterns of settlement in places where the disease environment was unpleasant. Colonists didn't want to settle there, and they set up sort of purely extractive, exploitative institutions
and relationships with their colonies, whereas in places that were more hospitable, colonists moved and settled and built, and they brought with them inclusive political institutions, which far outlasted the time of colonization itself. And it is therefore by sort of leveraging this difference in early disease environment that we can learn something about the long-lasting causal effect of institutions on economic growth. This was developed in a series of incredibly important papers and books, perhaps the most celebrated of which helps us understand a 500-year historical pattern of a reversal of fortune, whereby countries that were poor at the time in 1500 versus countries that were rich flipped as their institutions differed and set them on different growth trajectories. In his work, I cannot overstate the way in which it changed the intellectual agenda in the study of politics and economics. A generation of scholars were influenced by that work. And his work whose impact extends well beyond the academy, from the United Nations to the World Bank to the halls of power all over the world. Leaders draw on Jim's insights as they seek to transform their societies for the better. Let me just add that this is also really a moment of great joy for the Harris School and our community. Since its founding, a core belief at the Harris School is that if one is serious about understanding policy, one has to be serious about understanding politics. And if one is serious about shaping policy, one has to be serious about shaping the political environment. To this end, we have built what we like to think is the world's most thriving collection of scholars dedicated to studying the intersection of politics and policy. And there's no one whose work more exemplifies that vision than Jim Robinson. Jim's not just an extraordinary scholar and colleague. He's been a teacher, a mentor, and an inspiration to so many of us. Without commenting on relative age, let me just say for my own part, some of the earliest work that this prize honors was being published at the very start of my own career. And I took it as a model of the kind of scholarship that I and everyone in my generation of scholars aim to do. Work that grapples with the most fundamental questions while treating theory, evidence, history, and the real world with the utmost seriousness. It's a true inspiration. It's wonderful to see Jim's work recognized in this way. I can't think of anyone more deserving. Congratulations. Thank you. I thought Ethan was going to talk about the paper where we claimed there was a unique Markov perfect equilibrium. It turned out there was a mixed strategy equilibrium as well that we hadn't characterized. But luckily, he didn't mention that. Okay, thanks very much. It's been a rather surreal out-of-body experience so far today, and I expect that's going to carry on. So I'd just like to thank the President and Ethan for his very generous remarks, and just to say, obviously I'm just super happy. I think he was telling me this is a very University of Chicago award, and I agree with that. I've loved it every second since I've been here for the last 8.5 years. I felt a kind of intellectual home at the university and in the Harris School and in the Department of Political Science. I find the intellectual atmosphere so exciting and rewarding, and I really appreciate the way the university kind of believed in me and got me to come here, and it's been great. And what's happened at the Harris School has been great. I don't know where to start talking. I probably shouldn't say anything. I'd just like to thank You know, Daron and Simon and I, we've been working together for 30 years almost. Daron and I met in March 1992 when I gave a job talk at the London School of Economics, and he was a PhD student. He sat, I can still see his face, he sat in the front row and kind of objected to almost everything I said. It's like, no, if that assumption, if you change assumption 2, that would never go through that result. I was like, who is this guy? He's so annoying. Then we went out to dinner at this Indian restaurant in Covent Garden with the search committee, and he was the sort of the star student. And we sat next to each other and started talking. And as we left the old St. Clement's building from the London School of Economics, which is now demolished, he turned around and looked at me and said, "Have you read this paper by Northern Weingast?" Which is a very famous paper. And, you know, in some sense, we've been researching that topic ever since. And I just, you know, I would never have achieved anything without those two. So there's lots of other people I could thank as well. Mostly my wife, who has to cope with most things, and which, you know, and who's experienced so much of this together. And my thesis advisor, Truman Gooley, who I've realized he was the first person I texted this morning, who I realized, it's funny how these things take time for you to realize, but I realized how much of my kind of attitude towards social science and research I kind of got from being Truman's student. So anyway, I won't say anything else. There's lots to say, but thank you all for coming, and it's a very special day. Thank you. Well, thank you, Professor Robinson, and I would like to invite our other two speakers up to the stage, if you would, please. I do want you guys. Otherwise, there's 2 empty seats. Like I said, I don't know. Nobody would drink the water. 300 feet deep as the working gold mine theory by Jack Powell. And what we would like to do is just open up to the media to ask questions, and we'll take about 15 minutes to do so. And then if we do want to spend a few minutes afterwards doing some photos, we can do that as well. So please, if you do have a question, please hands up, and we'll be glad to get going. And it's just as good as paving over it, making a water park over it. You know, that's not impossible. Other theories, just quickly, these can be found again on ratingoaks.com, the blog website of Christopher Hayden. He just sums them up here. These are the most popular ones, of course, is a volcanic cave or a lava tube, and he just has a description here. We'll post that's from Encyclopedia Britannica. I thought I was sleeping with my phone off, so my wife woke me up and said, "You have to get up. You have to get up." I said, "What for?" She said, "You won the Nobel Prize." I thought she was kidding. So I think there's so much fantastic research in social science, in economics, and political science too. I'm actually in the political science department, you know, so we should. There's so much. There are so many fantastic scholars and so much fantastic research. You could think of hundreds of people who should get the Nobel Prize. So I never really thought about it very much, but I was surprised and was delighted in the bemused way. Yes. Pressure-ridge caves, spatter cone chambers, blister caves. None of these really fit the description. I will do that. Thank you. Here's one: the Shaver mysteries that people email us about, and the Hollow Earth.
Jake, you shared with me earlier how there were some moments where you first realized that methods.
Not going to get into it here, but just that it's another
say a little bit about some of the moments
weaponry
when the research
some kind of earth weapon
like for you.
Using the either something buried underground in a facility, as Red Elk claims.
Well, I think when we started working, on these problems that we got the
energies emanating from the center of the earth.
The Nobel Prize for, Daron and I, Daron grew up in Istanbul, and my father was a sort of itinerant engineer who spent most of his life working overseas, so I lived overseas when I was young. So we were very interested in these problems, but we found it very difficult to sort of approach them because
what we had all these intuitions, but the intuitions didn't sort of coincide with the way people studied the problems. So I think we had to find a kind of entry point in some sense. And we both of us read when we were undergraduates Douglas North and Robert Thomas's book, The Rise of the Western World, which is about the kind of institutional transformation that created the Industrial Revolution and this sort of so-called phenomenon of the Great Divergence. So we both of us had independently read that book, and I just mentioned how we first started talking about Douglas North's work 2 hours after we first met. And so, but how do you approach that? How do you measure these things, and how do you? So we started working on that. We started reading a lot of history and sort of thinking about how to approach it. And we started putting data together, but it has all of these problems that Ethan talked about in terms of how do you know what's causing what, and what's the sort of forcing variable here, there we were very fortunate because Daron was, so we had all this data and we started working with Simon, and one of Daron's colleagues, also renowned Nobel laureate Josh Angus, Josh sort of understood most of these things before anybody else in the economics profession, how you dealt with these issues of kind of causal inference. And so Daron started co-teaching labor economics at MIT with Josh. So, none of us had any idea how to conduct an empirical study, in fact. So then I remember we were talking on the telephone, and I was like talking about how we were going to analyze the data. And I was like, no, I know how we're going to do it. I know how we're going to do it. I'm like, what? Yeah, I know. Angus, he's the guy who knows. So we were able to kind of use a lot of techniques from labor economics and kind of other parts of economics, and to kind of import them into studying comparative development, which turned out to be very powerful.
Usually you cut to music when I utter a line like that.
I think I saw a hand that went up a little bit earlier up there.
All right.
Yes,
please. One more thought. I think maybe, just maybe, this theory of mine will explain the entire thing. And this is what I think.
The question is, what area do you hope your research is going to have an impact in society?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big question. Like we have a complicated view of the world in the sense that, I'm not someone who thinks that economists have a kind of cure for everything, or they have some silver bullet, or, we just bring some evidence to the table and everyone is going to wake up. My experience working in, developing countries, so in the global south, is that people are usually much more aware of the problems than Western academics are, and so their problem is, how to cooperate, how to kind of find a way of collaborating and trying to change their own societies, how to build a project to build a different Nigeria or a different Colombia. And so I think maybe ideas are important in terms of people, levers, or giving people ways to think about the problems in their society. So I think that's the way I think about this, more than like I have some estimates, and now I know that beta is 3.2, that's going to change your life. That's not the way we think about the world, and that's why I became a political scientist. I'm not just an economist, I'm a political scientist too, because then the world starts getting much more complicated when you think about the politics. But for us, that's the challenge in creating prosperity out of poverty.
You can also visit us at patreon.com/astonishing.
Other questions from the audience,
access to additional bonus content, including the Patreon exclusive show, Astonishing Jump Tour, which is available.
Maybe I can ask the question that, how do you plan on celebrating? What are your plans?
We have plans. There's an event at 3:30 in the office. I think some former PhD students of mine who are in the city will be coming over this evening, but we don't have that. They're also organising a conference for my 65th birthday next February, so that may escalate in scale. I suspect. I suspect. Right.
Good. Any final questions, please? I see a hand up there.
I think it's actually not that hard to imagine we are the only civilization in the galaxy right now living
that's currently extant. But then maybe
the question was, what makes your partnership with your colleagues as impactful and powerful as it has been?
Let's say AI is
I think we all get on very well at a personal level. They're my best friends, and I think we're good at doing different things. Also, like we're good at different things, so we all have our strengths, and we kind of recognise that. So it makes it very easy to sort of divide tasks. And I think in terms of young scholars, I try to emphasise this when I teach. But although the methodology is very important, for me, what really matters is like the questions. It's like, what's the question? Is that interesting? Is that an important question? And the methodology is great, but the way you do social science is you come up with a question that you're passionate about, and then you answer it with the best methodology you can put your hands on. So I think that's really the way to do it. And I think if you look at all our work, that's how we started. And questions come from kind of everywhere, from reading books, and from immersion in other areas, and within social science, and so I think that's we've always been like that. The three of us, we all thought the kind of the same way. When I was a PhD student at Yale, there were sort of things I knew how to do. Like, here's what I learned in this class, here's what a result looks like, this is what a research, and then there were all these other things I was interested in, and there was almost no kind of intersection between those two things. And then when Daron and I met, we had exactly the same impulse. Like, he thought in exactly the same way as that, and we were like, okay, well, so we better get on bringing them together. Like, what are we waiting for? Like, we have time. And that's another thing, which is, it took, we started working together 30 years ago. 2 years ago, Daron and I started discussing ideas, and then Simon came on board a bit later. But I think it's that length, that kind of arc, which I find very fulfilling. We've been working at it a long time, and we still have some things to say, I think.
Now, hot planets are interesting. The chemistry in the atmosphere is fascinating. It's very alien.
Please.
An example of one that's particularly close to my heart is Trace 2b, whose atmosphere is so dark it's less reflective than coal. And so they have really bizarre photometric properties, yet at the same time, they resemble nothing like our own home. And so they said there's two types of astrophysicists: the astrophysicists who care about how the universe works. They want to understand the mechanics of
it's not just them. I think I've been extremely fortunate. I've been helped many times by people who,
and there's another type of
believed in me. I have to say, even though I probably didn't believe in myself.
Speaks to me a little bit more.
I think that's that's been great. I can start listing people's names, but that would be boring. But they know who they are. So I think I just think, like, in terms of trying to find a research question and trying to, like, for me, I think you have to try to understand it from the perspective of who you're trying to study. In the sense that, one of the things for me, which was an enormous kind of stumbling block intellectually, was that I realized that a lot of the social science that I learned, that I kind of took for granted as the sort of framework for thinking about the world, in some sense was a product of particular histories or particular epochs in kind of Western, development, with generalizations about the world. Marxism might be a great example. Marx was a very brilliant man, and he came up with a theory, but it was a theory based on what he observed in 19th century Western Europe. But the rest of the world isn't like that. So if I take a theory, whose elements are kind of built on that very specific historical trajectory, and I move to Africa with it, or China, or India, or whatever, like, I could try to force everything, into, where's the proletariat, or or I could try to see the society on its own terms and try to think about the society on its own terms. I think humans are the same all over the world. My experience, my friends in Africa have the same. They'd like access to what I have had in my life: schools, opportunities, travel, whatever. So there's we all share this history on the planet, human beings, but human beings have built very different societies in different parts of the world, and I would say the first thing is to
think about it like that, and think about a question that's relevant to those people, to their context, and to their aspirations. And, I think, as I said to this other question, for me, it's really about the question, trying to find the right kind of question. Then you worry about the research design.
Four transits was kind of seen as the minimum.
Thank you.
But of course, the more transits you see, the easier it is to detect it because you build up signal to noise. You see the same thing tick, 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 tick.
Okay.
Ticks you get,
anything else,
the easier it is to find it.
Ethan, that you'd like to share? Plans for the department?
Kepler was just at the limit of where we were expecting.
We're going to keep doing, Jim's going to be back at work this afternoon. So.
Zero planets.
Keep building around the sun.
I would like to make up.
Yeah, he's got a class.
And could potentially be similar to our own planet in terms of its composition.
Just amazing.
And so it's a great shame.
Well, congratulations again. And maybe if you two can stay up here for a few minutes, we can take some questions to come up individually or to take some photos as well. Thank you all for joining, coming in person. Thanks to those that have turned into the webcast. Have a great day. Thank you.
Includes the source of light just a tiny bit, a few pixels. And from that, we can infer something about its mass, the size of the cell. It's like 22. At a party, you can't see anything on a person, but you can just see how the way they this is nothing. This is super far away. How many pixels of information do we have? Basically, how high resolution is the signal that we can get about these occlusions?
You're right in your description. I think just to build up on that a little bit more, it might be almost like your vision is completely blurry. Like you have an extreme, eye prescription, and so you can't resolve anything. Everything's just blurs, but you can tell that something was there because it just got fainter for a short amount of time. Someone passed in front of a light, and so that light in your eyes would just dim for a short moment. Now, the reason we have that problem with blurriness or resolution is just because the stars are so far away. I mean, the closest stars are 4 light years away, but most of the stars Kepler looked at were thousands of light years away. And so there's absolutely no chance that the telescope can physically resolve the star, or even the separation between the planet and the star is too small, especially for a telescope like Kepler. It's only a meter across. In principle, you can make those detections, but you need a different kind of telescope. We call that direct imaging. And direct imaging is a very exciting, distinct way of detecting planets. But it, as you can imagine, is going to be far easier to detect planets which are really far away from their star to do that, because that's going to make that separation really big. And then you also want the star to be really close to us, so the nearest stars. Not only that, but you would prefer that planet to be really hot, because the hotter it is, the brighter it is. And so that tends to bias direct imaging towards planets which are in the process of forming. So things which have just formed, the planet's still got all of its primordial heat embedded within it, and it's glowing. We can see those quite easily. But for the planets more like the Earth, of course, they've cooled down, and so we can't see that. The light is pitiful compared to a newly formed planet. We would like to get there with direct imaging. That's the dream, is to have the pale blue dot, an actual photograph of it, maybe even just a 1 pixel photograph of it. But for now, the entire solar system is 1 pixel, certainly with the transit method, most other telescopes. And so all you can do is see where that 1 pixel, which contains potentially dozens of planets, and the star, maybe even multiple stars, dims for a short amount of time.
It dims just a little bit, and from that you can infer something.
Yeah, I mean, it's like being a detective in the scene, right? It's indirect clues of the existence of the planet.
It's amazing that humans can do that. We're just looking out in these immense distances and looking, if there's alien civilizations out there, like let's say one exactly like our own, we're like, would we even be able to see an Earth that passes in the way of its sun and slightly dims? And that's the only sign we have of that alien human-like civilization out there, is it's just a little bit of a dimming.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on the type of star we're talking about. If it is a star truly like the sun, the dip that causes is 84 parts per million. I mean, it's like the same as like a firefly flying in front of like a giant floodlight at a stadium or something. That's the kind of the brightness contrast that you're trying to compare to. So it's extremely difficult detection. And in the very, very best cases, we can get down to that. But as I said, we don't really have any true Earth analogs that have been in an exoplanet candidate yet. Unless you relax that definition, you say,
it's not just doesn't have to be a star just like the sun. It could be a star that's smaller than the sun. It could be these orange dwarfs or even the red dwarf stars. And the fact those stars are smaller means that for the same size planet passing in front of it, more light is blocked out. And so a very exciting system, for example, is TRAPPIST-1, which has 7 planets which are smaller than the Earth. And those are quite easily detectable, not with a space-based telescope, but even from the ground. And that's just because the star is so much smaller that the relative increase in or decrease in brightness isn't quite significantly because of that smaller size. So TRAPPIST-1e is in the right distance from the Earth. It has a slightly smaller size than the Earth. It's about 90% the size of the Earth, about 80% less. And it's one of the top targets with potentially and yet it raises many questions about where the hell would be like. This is a star which is 1/8 of the sun. It's stars like that take a long time to come off that adolescence. When stars first form like the sun, it takes them maybe 10-100 million years to sort of settle in into the sun's lifetime. But for stars like these late M-dwarfs, as we call them, they can take up to 1 billion years or more to calm down. And during that period, they're producing huge amounts of X-rays, ultraviolet radiation that could potentially rip off the entire atmosphere. It may desiccate the planetary system. And so even if we're watching live or comics or something, they may lose some due to this activity. So we have lots of open questions, problems, and things. They are the most accessible. And so even later, if you detect anything in terms of signatures, it's going to be from one of these red dwarf stars. It's not going to be a true Earth twin, as we recognize it as a yellow star. Well, let me ask you a million ways to ask this question. I'm trying to ask it about what happened in the worlds. Let's just go to our own solar system. What can we learn about the planets and moons in our solar system that might contain life, whether it's stars or moons of Jupiter and Saturn? What kind of characteristics, because you said it might not need to be Earth-like, what kind of characteristics might we be looking for? When we look for life, it's hard to find even what life is, but we can maybe do a better job of finding the sorts of things that life does, and that provides some aspects to some avenue for looking for them. Classically, conventionally, I think we thought the way to look for life was to look for oxygen. Oxygen is a byproduct of photosynthesis on this planet. We didn't always have it. So if you go back to the Archean period, there was, you have this period called the Great Oxidation Event where the Earth floods with oxygen for the first time and starts to saturate the oceans and then into the atmosphere. And so that oxygen, if we detect it on the planet, as Venus or an exoplanet, whatever it is, that was long thought to be evidence for something doing photosynthesis. Because if you took away all the plant life on the Earth, the oxygen wouldn't just hang around here. It's a highly reactive molecule. It would oxidize things, and so within about 1 million years, you probably lose your oxygen and die. So that was initially how we thought we could look for life. And then research realized that it's not so simple because it might be both things that life does apart from photosynthesis. Certainly the vast majority of Earth's history had no oxygen, and yet there's living things on it, so it doesn't seem like a complete test. And secondly, could there be other things that produce oxygen besides from life? A growing concern has been these false positives in biosignature work. And so one example would be photolysis that happens in the atmosphere. When ultraviolet light hits the atmosphere, it can break up water vapor. The hydrogen splits off to the oxygen. The hydrogen is much lighter atomic species, and so it can actually escape certain planets like the Earth's gravity. That's why we have hydrogen. And so that leaves you with the oxygen, which then oxidizes the surface. And so there could be a residual oxygen signature just due to this photolysis process. So we've been trying to generalize. And certainly in recent years, there have been other suggestions, things we can look for in the solar system and beyond. Nitrous oxide, it's a laughing gas, is a product of microbes. That's something that we're starting to get more interested in looking for. Methane gas in combination with other gases can be an important biosignature. Phosphine as well, and phosphine's particularly relevant to the solar system because there was a lot of interest for Venus recently. You may have heard that there was a claim of a biosignature in Venus's atmosphere. I think it was like 2 years ago now. And the judge and jury stood out on that. There was a very provocative claim and signature of a phosphine-like spectral absorption. But it could have also have been some of the molecule, in particular sulfur dioxide, which is not a biosignature.
So this is a detection of a gas in the atmosphere of Venus, and it might be controversial on several dimensions. So, one, how to interpret that. 2, is this third gas? And 3, is this even the right detection? Is this inherent in the detection?
Yeah, I mean, how much do we believe the detection in the first place? If you do believe it, does that necessarily mean there's life there? And what gives? How can you have life in Venus's atmosphere in the first place? Because that's been seen as like a hellhole place for imagining life. But I guess the counter to that has been that, okay, yes, the surface is a horrendous place to imagine life thriving. But as you go up in altitude, the very dense atmosphere means that there's a cloud layer where the temperature and the pressure become actually fairly similar to the surface of the Earth. And so maybe there are microbes stirring around in the clouds which are producing phosphine. At the moment, this is fascinating. It's got a lot of us reinvigorated about the prospects of going back to Venus and doing another mission there. In fact, there's now 2 NASA missions, Veritas and Da Vinci, which are going to be going back before 2030 or 2030s. And then we have a European mission, I think, that's slated now, and even a Chinese mission might be coming along the way as well. So we might have multiple missions going to Venus, which has long been overlooked. I mean, apart from the Soviets, there really has been very little in the way of exploration of Venus, certainly as compared to Mars. Mars has enjoyed most of the activity from NASA's rovers and surveys. And Mars is certainly fascinating. There's this signature of methane that has been seen there before. Again, there the discussion is whether that methane is a product of biology, which is possible, something that happens on the Earth, or whether it's some geological process that we are yet to fully understand. It could be, for example, a reservoir of methane that's trapped under the surface and is leaking out seasonally.
So the nice thing about Venus is if there's a giant living civilization there, it'll be airborne, so you could just fly through and collect samples.
Yeah.
With Mars and moons of Saturn and Jupiter, you're gonna have to dig under to find the civilizations,
right,
dead or living.
Right, and so maybe it's easier then for Venus, because certainly you can imagine just a balloon floating through the atmosphere, or a drone or something that would have the capability of just scooping up and sampling. To dig into the surface of Mars is maybe feasible-ish, with especially with something like Starship that could launch a huge digger basically to the surface, and you could just excavate away the surface. But for something like Europa, we really are still unclear about how thick the ice layer is, how you would melt through that huge and thick layer to get to the ocean, and then potentially also discussions about contamination. The problem with looking for life in the solar system, which is different from looking for life in exoplanets, is that you always run the risk of, especially if you visit that, of introducing life yourself. It's very difficult to completely exterminate every single microbe and spore on the surface of your rover or the surface of your lander. And so there's always a risk of introducing something. I mean, to some extent, there is continuous exchange of material between these planets naturally on top of that as well. And now we're sort of accelerating that process to some degree. And so if you dig into Europa's surface, which probably is completely pristine, it's very unlikely there has been much exchange with the outside world for its subsurface ocean. You are, for the first time, potentially introducing bacterial spores into that environment that may compete or may introduce spurious signatures for the life you're looking for. And so it's almost an ethical question as to how to proceed with looking for life on the subsurface oceans. And I don't think we really have a good resolution for this.
Ethical. So you mean ethical in terms of concern for the preserving life elsewhere, not to murder it?
Yeah,
as opposed to the scientific one.
I mean, we always worry about a space virus, right, coming here, or some kind of external source, and we would be the source of that potential contamination.
Or the other direction.
Yeah.
Whatever survives in such harsh conditions might be
This
pretty
year's
good
class
at
is about understanding
surviving all
differences,
conditions. It might be a little bit more
disparity
resilient and robust.
between
So it might
nations.
actually take a ride on us back home.
Possibly.
I'm
sure that's something to be concerned with. You would hopefully have some containment procedures for sample return. Or you mean you don't even need sample return. These days, you can pretty much send like a little micro laboratory to the planet to do with experiments in situ and then just send them back to your planet for data. And so I don't think it's necessary that, especially for a case like that where you might have contamination concerns, that you have to bring samples back. Although probably if you brought that and you wrote in sushi, it would probably sell for quite a bit if it didn't sushi. Yeah.
Also from an engineering perspective, just to see all the different candidates and designs for like the scooper for Venus, the scooper for Europa, and Mars. I really look deeply into how they actually, like the actual engineering of content because that's the engineering of that. Is probably essential for either destroying life or polluting it with our own microbes and so on.
Global inequality is largely driven by differences in average income across countries.
Sort of
But why are some
mobility
countries
aspect of it,
poor
robotics,
while others
perception,
prosper?
and movement in the
And
planet.
why are the gaps
There's
between
probably the
poor
scoopers,
and rich
probably the actual
nations
the
so
microscopic
persistent?
sample collection. So
These
basically,
are
you have to
new
first
questions.
clean
But they
your
are among
vehicle,
the
make
most
sure it doesn't have
urgent in
any
the social
Earth-like
science.
things on it,
And
and
addressing
you have to
them
put
is
it into some
extremely
kind of
challenging.
thing that's perfectly sealed from the environment. So if we bring it
This
back
year's
or we
lawyers
analyze it,
have pioneered new approaches,
it's not going to
both
bring anything else
empirical
external.
and
Yeah, I don't know.
theoretical,
That'd be an
and
interesting
have
series.
significantly
Yeah,
advanced our
Kirsty's been
understanding of global
leaving
inequality.
these little pods on the surface
On
quite
the
recently.
empirical
There's some
side,
neat photos.
their
you
work
can
has
find online.
greatly enhanced the
They're
study
kind
of the causal
like I say,
effects of institutions on prosperity.
Yeah, to me, I think
In
it should be
so
something like,
doing, they
this
have
weapon is your life.
identified
Don't
the
lose your curiosity
historical
because
roots
it's
of
just
the weak
dumping these little
institutional
files everywhere.
environments
And it
that
is scooping up these
characterize
things, and
many
the intention
low-income
is that in the
countries
future,
today.
there will be a sample return
On
mission
the
that will come and pick
theoretical
these up.
side, the research
But
explains
it's the
why
engineering behind those things is so
extractive
impressive. The
economic
thing that blows me
institutions
away the most
and
has been the landings.
dictatorships often persist,
Especially I'm trained to be a pilot
even
at the
though
moment, so that's the
reforming them would
watching
benefit
landings has become like my pet hobby on YouTube at the moment.
It also
How
outlines
to do it, how to do
conditions
it with
under
different
which
levels
institutions
of
are likely to
conditions
change.
and things. But with the, when you think about landing on
Reducing the
Mars, just the
differences in
travel time
income
effect
between
means that
countries
there's no
is one of our time's
possibility of you
greatest
controlling
challenges.
that descent. And so you have to put all of your faith and your
Simon
trust in
Johnson,
the
and James
computer
Robinson's
code or the AI, whatever
groundbreaking
it is that you
research.
put on board that
We have a
thing to
deep
make a correct
understanding
descent.
of the root
And
causes
so
of why
there's this
countries
famous
fail or
period called
succeed.
7 minutes of hell, where you're basically waiting for that light travel time to come back to know whether your vehicle successfully landed on the surface or not. And during that period, you know in your mind simultaneously that it is doing these multi-stages of deploying its parachute, deploying the crane, activating its jets to come down, and controlling its descent to the surface, and then the crane has to fly away so it doesn't accidentally hit the rover. And so there's a series of multi-stage points where anything can go wrong, the whole mission could go right. And so the fact that we are very consistently able to build these machines that can do this autonomously is, to me, one of the most impressive acts of engineering that NASA have achieved.
Yes, the unfortunate fact about physics is the takeoff is easier than the landing.
Yes.
And you mentioned Starship, one of the incredible engineering feats you get to see is the reusable rockets that take off, but they land and they land using control, and they do so perfectly, and sometimes when it's synchronous, it's just as beautiful to see. And then with Starship, you see the chopsticks that catch the ship. I mean, there's just so much incredible engineering. But you mentioned Starships is somehow helpful here. So what's your hope with Starship? What kind of science might it enable us?
There's two things. I mean, it's the launch cost itself, which is hopefully going to be per kilogram. It's going to dramatically reduce the cost of it. The sort of, even if it's a factor of 10 higher than what we originally promised, this is going to be a revolution for the cost to launch. That means you could do all sorts of things. You could launch large telescopes, which could be basically like JWST, but you don't even have to hold them up. JWST had this whole issue with the design that
it's 6.5 meters across, and so you have to, there's no fuselage which is that large. At the time, the Ares 4 wasn't large enough for that, so they had to fold it up into this kind of complicated origami. And so a large part of the cost was figuring out how to fold it up, testing that it had been folded correctly, repeated testing, and there was something like 130 fail points or something during this unfolding mechanism. And so all of us were during that process. And if you have the ability to just launch arbitrarily large masses, at least comparatively compared to JWST, and very large mirrors into space, you can more or less repurpose ground-based mirrors. The Hubble Space Telescope mirror and JWST mirrors are designed to be extremely lightweight, and that increased their cost significantly. They have this kind of honeycomb design on the back to try and minimize the weight. If you don't really care about weight because it's so cheap, then you could just literally grab many of the existing ground-based mirrors across telescopes across the world, 4 meter, 5 meter mirrors, and just pretty much attach them to a chassis and have your own space-based telescope. I think the Breakthrough Foundation, for instance, is an entity that has been interested in doing this sort of thing. And so that raises the prospects of having not just one JWST that just, JWST is a fantastic resource, but it's split between cosmologists, star formation, astronomers, those of us studying exoplanets, those of us wanting to study, the ultra deep fields and the origin of the first galaxies, the expansion of the universe. Everyone has to share this resource. But we could potentially each have one JWST each that is maybe just studying a handful of the brightest exoplanet stars and measuring their atmospheres. This is important because if we talked about this planet TRAPPIST-1e earlier.
So
that planet, if JWST stared at it and tried to look for biosignatures, by which I mean oxygen, nitrous oxide, methane, it would take it of order of 200 transits to get even very marginal, what we call 2.5 sigma detection of those, which basically nobody will believe with that. And 100 transits, this thing transits once every 6 days, so you're talking about sort of 4 years of staring at the same star with one telescope. There'd be some breaks, but it'd be hard to schedule much else because you have to continuously catch each one of these transits to build a low signal to noise. And so JWST is never going to do that. In principle, technically, JWST could technically have the ability of just about detecting a biosignature on an Earth-like planet around a non-signaling star, but still, impressively, we have basically technology to do that, but we simply cannot dedicate all of its time practically to that one resource. And so Starship opens up opportunities like that, mass producing these kind of telescopes, which will allow us to survey for life in the universe, which of course is one of the grand goals of astronomy.
And what you can see
I
here
wonder if you could speak to the bureaucracy, the political battles, the scientific battles for time on the James Webb Telescope. There must be a fascinating process of scheduling that. All scientists are trying to collaborate, figure out what the most important problems are, and there's an interesting network of interfering scientific experiments probably they have to somehow optimize over.
It's a really difficult process. I don't envy the TAC that are going to have to make this decision. We call it the TAC, the Time Allocation Committee, that make this decision. And I've said this before, and it's very difficult. Typically for Hubble, we were seeing at least 10, sometimes 20 times the number of proposals for telescope time versus available telescope time. For JWST, there has been one call already that has gone out. We call it Cycle 1, and that was oversubscribed by, I think, something like 6 to 1, 7 to 1. And the Cycle 2, which has just been announced fairly recently, and the deadline is actually the end of this month, so my team are totally laser focused on running out proposals right now. That is expected to be much more competitive, probably more comparable to what Hubble saw. And so it's hard, but in Cycle 1 you said already, because that's already sort of better than the first cycle. So I said the first cycle, James Webb was about 6 to 1, and this is probably more like 20 to 1.
So these are all proposals by scientists and so on. It's not like you can schedule at any time. Because if you're looking for transit times,
you have a time critical element.
Yes, time critical, and they're conflicting in non-obvious ways. Because the frequency is different, the duration is different. There's probably computational needs that are different.
the type of sensors, the direction pointing, all that. It's hard. And there are certain programs like doing a deep field study where you just more or less point a telescope, and that's pretty open. I mean, you're just accumulating photons. You can just point at that patch of the sky whenever the telescope's not doing anything else, and just get to your month, let's say a month of integration time to your video goal over the lifetime of WST. So that's maybe a little bit easier to schedule. It's harder, especially for us looking at cool worlds. Because, as I said earlier, these planets transit very infrequently. So we have to wait. If you look at the Earth transiting the Sun, and aliens watching us, they would only get one opportunity per year to do that observation. The transit lasts for about 12 hours. And so if they don't get that time, it's hard. That's it. If it conflicted with another proposal that wants to use the time critical level. It's much easier for planets like these hot planets or these close-in planets because they transit so frequently. There's maybe 100 opportunities, and so then the TAC can say, okay, they want 10 transits, there's 100 opportunities here. It's easier for us to give us time. We're almost in the worst case scenario. We're proposing to approximate around 2 cool planets, and so we really only have one bite of the cherry for each one. And so our sales pitch has been that these are extremely precious events, and more importantly, JWST is the only telescope, the only machine humanity has ever constructed, which is capable of finding moons akin to moons in our solar system. Kepler can't do it, even Hubble can't do it. JWST is the first one. And so there is a new window to the universe, because we know these moons exist. They're all over the place in the solar system. You have the moon, you have Io, Callisto, Europa, Ganymede, Titan. Lots of moons are fairly similar size, 30% the size of the Earth. And this telescope is the first one that can find them. And so we're very excited about the profound implications of ultimately solving this journey we're on in astronomy, which is to understand our uniqueness. We want to understand how common is the solar system. Are we the architecture that frequently emerges naturally, or is there something special about what happened here?
I think this is not the worst case. The best case is obviously super rare. So you have to I love scheduling from a computer science perspective. That's my background. So algorithms to solve a schedule problem, I will schedule the rarest things first. And obviously, this is the JWST is the first thing that can actually detect the cool world. So this is a big new thing. You can show off that new thing. Happens rarely. Schedule it first. Perfect.
You should see the TAC.
I will. I'll file my application after we're done with this.
Professor Theoret,
part is the OCD part is the computational aspect. I will schedule it. Because you have that kind of scheduling.
Professor Asimoglu.
Supercomputers. That scheduling problem.
Good morning. Please accept our word
Publication, science. Data collection, sample collection, all that kind of stuff. It's actually kind of fascinating because data, in ways you can expect, will unlock a lot of solutions.
Here at the press conference, I believe we have many interested journalists, both from Sweden and from the international press. Would you be ready to take some questions from them?
Of course, there's a real satisfaction in extracting the maximum science per unit exactly out of your telescope. And that's the TAC's job.
Yes, please.
The TAC are not machines, they're not a piece of computer code. They will make their selections based off human judgment. And a lot of the telescopes are certainly within the field of exoplanets, because there's different fields of astronomy, but within the field of exoplanets, I think a good expectation is that most of the telescopes that JWST have will go towards atmospheric retrieval, which is similar to earlier testing molecular atmospheres, not biosignatures, because as I said, it's really not designed to do that. It's pushing JWST probably too far to expect it to do that. But it could detect, for example, a carbon dioxide-rich atmosphere on TRAPPIST-1A. That's not a biosignature, but you could prove it's like a Venus. In that case, or maybe like a Mars. In that case, both those have carbon dioxide-rich atmospheres. Doesn't prove or disprove the existence of life either way, but it is our first characterization of the nature of those atmospheres. We don't get the type of pressure level or temperature of those atmospheres. So that's very exciting. We are competing with that, and I think that science is completely mind-blowing, fantastic. We have a completely different objective, which is, in our case, to try and look for the first evidence of these small moons around these planets. Potentially even moons which could be habitable, of course, so I think it's a very exciting goal.
but attack has to make a human judgment, essentially, about which science are they most excited by, which one has the highest promise of return, the highest chance of return. And so that's hard because if you look at a planetary atmosphere, well, most of the time the planet has an atmosphere already. And so there's almost a guaranteed success that you're going to learn something about the atmosphere at the point you get close to it. Whereas in that case, there's a harder sell. We are looking for something that we do not know for sure exists yet on Earth. And so we are pushing the telescope to do something which is inherently more risky.
Yeah, but the existence is shown already gives a deep lesson about what's out there in the universe. That means that other stars have similar types of variety as we have in our solar system. They have an Io, they have Europa, and so on, which means like there's a lot of possibility for icy planets, for water, for planets that ain't planets. I mean, that's super exciting because that means everywhere through our galaxy and beyond, there's just innumerable possibility for weird creatures.
More questions?
You don't have to convince me. I mean, yeah, NASA has been on this quest for a long time.
Maybe I can ask a question. What was your personal reaction when we reached the phone?
Earth-like planets in the universe. How common are planets similar to Earth in terms of we'd like to know everything about these planets in terms of the amount of water they have, how much atmosphere they have, but for now it's kind of focused just on the size and the distance from the stars. Actually, how often do you get similar conditions to that?
So
it was Kepler's primary mission, and it really just kind of flirted the answer. It didn't quite get to a definitive answer.
Yes, please.
But I would say, look, if we're looking, if that's our primary goal, to look for Earth-like,
from the Swedish
I would say worlds.
I was just
then
wondering if
has to
you
be
could explain
because we
to a
know
layperson
that
very, very simply
Earth-like, instead
what
from Kepler to the preliminary result is that Earth-like planets around sun-like stars is not
what you have
an inevitable outcome. It seems to be something like a 1 to 10% outcome. So it's not particularly inevitable that happens. But we do often see about half of all sun-like stars have either a mini Neptune, a Neptune, or a Jupiter in hydrogen for the stars. That's a very, very common occurrence that we see. We have no idea how often they have moons around them, which could also be habitable. And so the main variable will be, if even 1 in 5 of them has an Earth-like moon or even a Mars-like moon around them, then there would be more habitable real estate in terms of exomoons than exoplanets. You can essentially 2x, 3x, 5x, maybe 10x the number of habitable worlds out there in the universe at our current estimate, like the Drake equation. Absolutely. So this is one way to increase confidence and increase the value of that parameter. And just know where to look. I mean, we would like to know where should we listen for technosignatures, where should we be looking for biosignatures, and not only that, but what role does the moon have in terms of its influence on the planet? We talked about these directly imaged telescopes earlier. These missions that want to take a photo, to quote Carl Sagan, the pale blue dot, about planet with the pale blue dot of an exoplanet. And that's the dream, to one day capture that. And as impressive as the resolution is that we are planning and conspiring to design for the future generation telescopes to achieve that, even those telescopes will not have the capability of resolving the Earth and the moon. It'll be a pale blue dot pixel, but the moon's grayness will be intermixed with that pixel. And so this is a big problem because one of the ways that we are claiming to look for life in the universe is a chemical disequilibrium. So you see two molecules that just shouldn't be there. They normally react
this seems to be the last question from the press for you,
Professor Mulgrew. Around the atmosphere by itself. So if you had oxygen and methane hanging out together, those would normally react fairly easily. And so, if you detected those two molecules in your pale blue dot spectrum, we have evidence for life. Something's metabolizing on this planet.
Sort of clarify again.
However, the challenge is, what if that moon was Titan? Titan has a methane-rich atmosphere. And what if the pale blue dot was in fact a planet devoid of life, but it had oxygen because of water undergoing this photolysis reaction, splitting into oxygen and hydrogen separately. So then you have all of the hallmarks of what we would claim to be life, but all along you were tricked. It was just a moon that was deceiving you. And so we're never going to overplay really understand or complete this quest of looking for life by signatures in the universe unless we have a deep knowledge of the prevalence and role that moons have. They may even affect the habitability of the planets themselves, because every moon is freakishly large. By mass ratios, the largest moon in the solar system is probably the second largest moon. Look at Jupiter's moons at 10 to the power minus 4, much smaller. And so our moon seems to stabilize the liquidity of our planet. It gives rise to tides. Especially early on when the moon was closer, those tides would have covered entire continents. And those rock pools that would have been scattered across the entire plateau may have been the origin of life on our planet. The moon forming impact may have stripped a significant fraction of the lithosphere of the Earth, which without it, plate tectonics may not have been possible. We would have had a stagnant planet because there's just too much lithosphere stuck on the top of the planet. And so, speculative reasons, but intriguing reasons as to why a large moon may be not just important, but central to the question of having the conditions necessary for life. So moons can be habitable in their own right, but they can also play a significant influence on the habitability of the planets they orbit, and further, they will surely interfere with our attempts to look at the world remotely from afar. So, taking tangents, you've written about binary planets. What's in theory surprisingly common, or they might be surprisingly common? What's the difference between a large and a binary planet? What are binary planets? What's interesting to say here about giant rocks flying through space and orbiting each other? I think what's interesting about binary objects is that they're very common in the universe. Binary stars are everywhere, but the majority of stars seem to live in binary systems. When we look at the outer edges of the solar system, we see binary Kuiper belt objects all the time. Asteroids just encountered with them. Pluto Charon is kind of an example of that. It's a 10% mass ratio system. Almost is by their definitions a binary planet, and now it's a dwarf planet, so but we know that the universe likes to make things in pairs.
So you're saying our sun is an incel? It's looking, so most things are dating relationships and our invisible.
It's not a great freak of the universe to be alone, but it is. It's more common for sun-like stars. If you count up all the sun-like stars in the universe, about half of the sun-like star systems are in binary or trinary systems, and the other half are single. But because those binaries are 2 or 3 stars, then cumulatively, maybe like a third of all sun-like stars are single. I'm trying to argue. So now you're going to glorifies the
Yeah, my plus folks also. Interesting to learn about the habitability, how that affects the problem of habitable worlds, stuff like that.
Certainly, that has a big influence on the habitability. Was Tatooine is a binary star system. You have the sun, Saturn, thing, 2 stars. And that would George creative mind didn't think that planets would exist around binary star systems due to tumultuous for a circumstances to form from. And yet, one of the that is that you don't dynamic state in that you start to find binary planets any binarity to habitability wasn't our drive that this is some solution to It was really just a science questions, a curiosity driven.
As this the star.
Planets close to each other like this. They were generally. You have something like Jupiter and Saturn. One another quite very close encounter. Now, because tidal forces increases objects dissipate the kinetic energy and bring them into one another. So that's when we fairly contrived that you'd have the conditions to capture numerical simulations planets, which is a startling prediction. And so that seems at odds. We know of one of the resolutions intuitive because tidal mechanism. So the distance that Io is away from Jupiter, planetary radii, they're almost touching, and they're just tidally locked facing each other for eternity. And so it kind of looks like you can't really resolve those two planets. It just looks like one entity that's going across the temporal resolution is rarely good enough to distinguish that. And so you'd see one transit, but in fact it's two planets very close. And so we wrote a paper just recently where we developed some techniques to get around this problem. Where we for these
problem of detection.
So that was our focus. How do you get around this merging problem? Whether they're out there or not, we don't know. For them, it remains an open question, and I think just fun astrophysics curiosities questions. Because then you can binary stuff that would float the imagination.
I wonder what the physics on a binary planet feels like. Maybe trivial. I have to think about that. I wonder if there's some interesting dynamics. Like if you feel multiple, or would gravity the surface of the sphere? Let's say,
yeah, I think that the force would be would deform to a potential, potential, lead to a shape objects. I think they'd become facing one another. So it would be pretty wild when people like on Earth or spherical shaped Earth.
Yeah,
but
it's proof, and I wonder. Well, no, it might be kind of easy.
Yeah, I mean that's. It suggested that yes. Examples. Something that happened something like that in the episode. And so we look at our Earth and think about the sorts of problems we're facing. The more you see things about the Earth which make it ideally suited in so many regards, it's almost spooky, right? That we not only live on a planet which has the right conditions for life, and fossil fuel industry, just industrial revolution, oxygen, but you have the ability to escape atmosphere and planetary space program. And we also happen to have a celestial body which is just within reach. That would be true. We're space program in the 1960s with the space race. So almost impossible in 1960s technology to imagine how it come to fruition.
Almost as if somebody constructed a set of challenging obstacles before us.
Detsamma gäller också att 3 år gammal. Om han får priset i år, den tredje svenska någonsin och den första sedan 1974 priset. Sist men absolut den minsta publika amerikanska ekonomen Rabbi Rothschild har pratat om en hel del senaste åren och alltså det kan dags att den här gången vi får se har gjort väldigt mycket forskning om ojämlikhet och om hur länder blir framför och om hur länder det är många andra sektorer helt för.
till Kungliga Vetenskapsakademin och den här presskonferensen. Vi ska presentera Sveriges Riksbanks pris i vetenskap till Alfred Nobels minne. Welcome to this press conference. We will present the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences Prize, Sveriges Riksbanks Prize in Economic Sciences in Alfred Nobel. We will keep to our tradition and start the presentation in Swedish and then continue in English. You're of course welcome to ask questions in language later on. Jag heter Hans Sellgren och är ständig sekreterare här på Kungliga Vetenskapsakademin. Till höger om mig sitter professor Jakob Svensson, ordförande för priskommittén för Sveriges Riksbanks pris i ekonomisk vetenskap till Alfred Nobels. Och till vänster om mig sitter professor Jan Theorell, ledamot i priskommittén och expert i ämnet. My name is Hans Sellgren. I'm the Secretary General of the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences. And to my right is Professor Jakob Svensson, Chair of the Prize Committee for the Sveriges Riksbanks Prize in Economic Sciences in memory of Alfred Nobel. And to my left, Professor Jan, member of the Prize Committee and an expert in this field. Årets pris handlar om skillnader i välstånd mellan länder. This year's prize is about understanding differences in prosperity between nations. Kungliga Vetenskapsakademin har idag beslutat att Sveriges Riksbankspris i ekonomisk vetenskap till Alfred Nobels minne 2024 till Darren Ashimoglu, MIT, Cambridge, USA, Simon Johnson, MIT, Cambridge, USA och James Robinson, University of Chicago, USA. För studier av hur institutioner skapas och påverkar välstånd. The Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences has decided to award Sveriges Riksbanks Prize in Economic Sciences in memory of Alfred Nobel for 2024 to Darren Ashimoglu, MIT, Cambridge, USA, Simon Johnson, MIT, Cambridge, USA, and James Robinson, University of Chicago, USA, for studies of how institutions are formed and affect prosperity. Professor Jakob Svensson will now give us a short summary. Please, Jakob.
Global inequality is largely driven by differences in average income across countries. But why are some countries poor while others prosper? And why are the gaps between poor and rich nations so persistent? These are not new questions, but they are among the most urgent in the social sciences. And addressing them is extremely challenging. This year's laureates have pioneered new approaches, both empirical and theoretical, that have significantly advanced our understanding of global inequality. On the empirical side, their work has greatly enhanced the study of the causal effects of institutions on prosperity. In so doing in countries today. On the theoretical side, their research explains why extractive economic institutions and dictatorships often persist, even though reforming them would benefit most. It also outlines conditions under which institutions are likely to change. Reducing the huge differences in income between countries is one of our time's greatest challenges. Thanks to Darren Ashimoglu, Simon Johnson, and James Robinson's groundbreaking research, we have a much deeper understanding of the root causes of why countries fail or succeed.
Thank you, Jakob. Professor Theorell, are you ready to give us more details about the prize? Thank you very much. Today, the 20% richest countries in the world are about 30 times richer than the poorest. And this income gap is quite persistent.
So although the poorer countries are of course becoming richer, they're not closing the gap. Why is this the case? Hashimoto, Johnson, and Robinson have shown that a large part of this income gap is due to differences in economic and political institutions in society. And they depart from a very broad definition of institutions as the rules of the game in society, structuring the incentives in human exchange. More precisely, they make a distinction between, on the one hand, inclusive institutions, such as broadly protected property rights and democracy, and on the other, extractive institutions, which more implies large risks of prosperity, whereas extractive institutions lead to poverty. How do you provide evidence for that kind of claim? This is really difficult task. To begin with, large many factors both affect what societal institutions you have and whether you get prosperity. And to control for all this in a single study is totally impossible. It's also the case that many things that you might think are a cause of prosperity are actually a consequence, making it even more difficult. And these empirical challenges aside, you also need a really good theory to understand what institutions are, how they persist, and why they sometimes change. Empirically, the laureates met these challenges by studying a huge intervention in human history. The colonization of large parts of the world by Europeans, starting in the 16th century. What they showed was that as a result of colonization, there were huge differences in economic and political institutions that arose in the colonized parts, largely due to how many Europeans actually settled in the colonies. So the more settlers you had, the more you had to establish institutions that were good for investments. By very creatively using data on mortality rates of soldiers, bishops, sailors stationed in these colonies, the laureates were able to show that one of the things that largely impacted on how many settlers actually settled was the disease environment in the colonies. So the lower settler mortality, the more Europeans actually settled, and the more inclusive institutions they established for the benefit of the settlers. But the more deadlier diseases there were in the colonies, such as malaria or yellow fever, the fewer Europeans actually settled. And that meant that the Europeans either took over or established extracted institutions for the benefit of the narrow elite at the expense of the minor population. And this led them to this long-run effect on prosperity. Another thing the laureates showed was that as a result of colonization, there was a reversal of fortune. And this graph illustrates this reversal. So what you have here on the x-axis is a measure of prosperity before colonization, year of 1500, so urbanization. And on the y-axis, you have a measure of the same around the time when they did this study, that is the mid-1990s, GDP per capita. And what you can see here is that countries that were richer before colonization, to the right here, have now become relatively poor. Whereas countries that were poorer at the time of colonization have now become relatively richer. And this, again, is in large part to the inclusive institutions that the settlers established in these then formerly countries. Taking a step back, in order to understand this, the laureates not only had to make an empirical contribution, but also a theoretical one. Because if you think about it, and if you rule over a poor country, why don't you just take the institutions that you know are good for growth? Growth will be best for everyone. Why don't we just introduce these inclusive institutions instead of the abstract ones? To answer this question, the laureates developed a series of game theoretical models. And these models center around the conflict between the rich elite, ruling elite, and the poorer masses, and a problem of credibility between these two groups. So to simplify things, the elite, here represented by the king in his tower, could, for example, promise economic reforms. They could promise more protected property rights for the people. This promise is not credible as long as the king or the elite remains in power. That is, as long as they don't change the political institutions. Because as long as they don't do that, the poor knows that the rich can just steal back from them whatever assets they have accumulated in the future. So this promise or the economic reforms are not credible, and this also means that the countries with extractive institutions get trapped in a situation with the rich elite and the poor masses. And this is called the commitment problem in this literature. This commitment problem, interestingly, is also part of the explanation for why institutions sometimes do change. One of the things that ordinary people have, also in non-democratic settings, although they lack formal political power, is the power to mobilize. So what the ordinary people can do is threaten with a revolution. This does not have to be violent. Under such a threat, the elites in these countries face difficult dilemma. They would like to cling on to power, so the king in his tower there, he would again start promising economic reforms to make peace with the people. But these promises are not credible. Because again, the people know that as soon as the situation calms down, the elites can just swiftly turn back to the other system. Under this situation, the only option for the elite could actually be to hand over power, introduce democracy, here represented by the king handing over power. So, to sum up, Acemoglu, Johnson, and Robinson have both made an empirical and a theoretical contribution that has hugely impacted on later research in this field. On the theoretical side, they have given us much better understanding for how the institutions are formed, that is, how they, why they persist, and under what circumstances they sometimes change. And on the empirical side, they have shown this huge impact of institutions on experiment. And although they don't provide any simple recipes or have any concrete policy proposals, this of course also has huge societal impact. Just mention one. Their insights show us that work on promoting democracy, more inclusive institutions, is an important way forward for promoting economic development and closing the world economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Theorel. I believe we might have Professor Daron Acemoglu online here. Are you with us, Professor Acemoglu?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, and please accept our warmest congratulations.
Thank you. I am delighted. It's just a real shock and amazing news. Thank you.
Yeah. So you feel okay right now?
I am completely fine, yes.
Here at the press conference, I believe we have many interested journalists, both from Sweden and from the international press. Would you be ready to take some questions from them?
Of course, I would be delighted.
Okay. Would like to start? Yes, please.
Hello, this is Bogdan Grabevsky from the Polish television, negotiation professor.
Thank you.
What I'm wondering and what I want to ask, because At first glance, you can see the results of your work and your research as a simple recommendation that democracy means economic growth. Is it really that simple? And how, in that regard, would you explain countries like China who are not democracies, yet they have experienced tremendous economic growth?
Thank you very much. Yes, I think broadly speaking, the work that we have done favors democracy. And in follow-up work that I have done with Restrepo, Suresh Naidu, and James Robinson, we specifically look at the democracy process as well and find that countries that democratize, starting from a non-democratic regime, do ultimately grow in about 8 to 9 years faster than non-democratic regimes, and it's a substantial gain. But democracy is not a panacea. Introducing democracy is very hard. When you introduce elections, that sometimes creates conflict, and in particular, in already polarized societies, elections can lead to short-lived outcomes that are sometimes not democratic in nature, in the sense that one party gains power and in an authoritarian way implements things. And there are pathways via which non-democratic countries can actually grow into something that James Robinson and I have emphasized a lot in our book, Why Nations Fail, what we call extractive growth. Countries can put resources rapidly, mobilize resources for their existing sectors, existing firms, and that can lead to a pickup in growth. But our argument has been that this sort of authoritarian growth is often more unstable and doesn't generally lead to very rapid and original innovation. And of course, China is a bit of a challenge because it has recently started a lot of investments and other resources into some sectors such as AI. But I think from my perspective is generally that these authoritarian regimes, for a variety of reasons, are going to have a harder time in achieving sort of long-term sustainable innovation outcomes.
More questions? Maybe I can ask a question. What was your personal reaction when we reached you on phone?
Oh, well, surprised and shocked, but even the real good coincidence in the sense that I'm in Athens right now, so it's not 5 o'clock in the morning for me. It's about 1 hour ahead of your time, so it was easier to absorb than it might have been if I was in my usual place.
Yeah. So you are in Athens now?
Yes, I'm in Athens, Greece. Correct.
Yes, please.
Professor Ashimolu, my name is Marcus Carlson-Borio. I'm from the Swedish broadcaster TV4. I was just wondering if you could explain to a layperson very, very simply what your research is about and what you have achieved through your research.
Well, I think the Nobel Committee gave a better summary than I can, but I think the most broad framing of some of the research that was cited there is we try to trace the roots of certain institutional trajectories to the colonial past. And rather than asking whether colonialism is good or bad, we note that different colonial strategies have led to different institutional patterns that have persisted over time. And then we trace those institutional choices that Europeans have made to a variety of factors, quite to these environments that determine whether Europeans settled, what types